exciting theme that we have going on over here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, yesterday was all about the deciders matches and also the quarterfinals. All the quarterfinals being a 2-0, which I think makes today even more exciting because we have all the teams that dominated really the quarterfinals and the semifinals as well. But even the deciders, like the Falcons being knocked out in the deciders yesterday. So a lot to look forward to.
Yeah, not having an EMEA team is huge. Stuart was so sad.
Why did you have
Cry
to
a little.
mention
We lost
it?
KC, and branching out was the last opportunity for the region. They performed well individually, maybe in teamwork. Obviously, no one has mastered this type of play, but also an opportunity. And now that all the other three major regions are represented, APAC, America, and China.
We were very close to having 3 Korean teams in the semifinals onwards. Na'Vi actually knocking out Team Falcons was a huge one. We thought they were going to move it in, but Wolves, of course, got revenge for the teams in their home region. And then MSJ, they got knocked out again. Twisted Minds coming back with a vengeance. But we were so close. Korea, definitely huge props to them.
The revenge arc, but also the arc to prove yourselves. And today is the day to do so. But how exactly did we got here? What action unfolded yesterday? Let's find out.
Portals are too devastating. The Rise, too powerful. Chuso goes down. Weibo going to hold on, and they'll pick up this first game.
See if the Kalista on the same side as the Syndra is going to be able to go into the backline and take her out. If the damage goes down,
Oh, Jitpoke on the right-hand side, though, he's getting overrun. And that by itself ends the game there and then. No top 2.
Yeah, this should be the end here, I would imagine. After weakening their board by trying to make a Hail Mary play, this will be the end. DK able to make the comeback here. Pretty good Shroud onto that Nunu and onto that Xerath that has an incredibly high mana bar, which could take care of some of that backline. But the Briar does not care about any of this board. Absolutely tearing through. Panda trying to redeem this matchup.
The Xerath adding his own damage coming through. Massive win for Hanxing. Soju has been taken down. It's just Toronto, Tokyo, and Setsugo left alive.
Honglian's in trouble.
He's out.
Honglian's out. They got it.
Here we go, the last fight. This is, I'm sure of this one. This one will be the last fight of our game. T1 taking their victory lap here. Will 5 Pyro win?
Will he be able to clutch it out for Wolves? We're seeing high-fiving in the bottom right corner. Can this take down the Camille? It will. The Xerath goes down, and with it will go Na'Vi.
They were vibing, that is for sure. Everybody was on top of their game, and I think we like looking at the start of this one, right? Looking at Weibo Gaming, look at the incredible performances that they had in their first couple of games. It was a story that unfortunately came to an end. They did have their peaks crushed, but if I was Weibo, I would be so proud of myself for how I've done.
Yeah, 100%. And even you see it in the expression, even though players lost, during the game, obviously you feel the sadness and you feel the down in energy, but then they were like really congratulating each other. It was a little uncomfortable, the key smashing. The players that were smashing the key didn't want to, some of them, because of respect. It's normal, but it's part of the game. So actually it was happening, and the emotions that were handling there were very, very huge.
No, I think in general, a lot of these players have loved this format. This is something new to TFT that we don't get too much about. A lot of people on social media as well have been praising this format as well. They're saying that they want more of this format, and it's super exciting to see the high level of gameplay that we've seen throughout the tournament.
Juanmi was not sad to crush his key. I'm just putting that out there. He was pretty happy right there. It's like, how does this fit? Yeah,
brutal.
Yeah, so some players really enjoy the experience, and we have to talk about it. Those keys are going to go in the trophy at the very end. You can get 3 keys to make this journey your own personal legacy.
Yeah, but the journey is not done yet. We are still on the final stretches, but yesterday we had our Aramco top highlights, the 5 top plays from yesterday, starting off with that game that we saw with Weibo up against Zero Tenacity.
Yeah, the big thing here is we've seen a lot of Weibo highlights, especially for Easy being a standout player there, making sure that he can try and be the easy factor, but unfortunately wasn't able to. Was able to win a couple of rounds, but unfortunately it wasn't enough.
And here we have Falcons Chitu winning out with this Wukong Syndra build. If you need another variation to build a Syndra, this is it. Na'Vi did win in the end, but we always welcome some new tech.
The monkey, El Mono. And now number 3, we have Easy once again with Weibo. Even though Weibo didn't qualify, they played amazing. And Easy was the player that this will perform. So against Vitality. Vitality take this round in the end, but the performance was close. Maybe not in the final results, but in the challenge itself and the way the 3 games were provided in this thing.
And then we're going to look at number 2 as well. Hwanmei, the GOATs of Eastern TFT, the GOAT of TFT as a whole, making a comeback here for Twisted Minds, beating Toronto Ultra yesterday, getting to the final.
This is going to be the 4th Syndra highlight back to back, but it's just so powerful. Toronto Tokyo making sure that he is the 3rd head of House Vitality. 3 players able to get first places on this team, and Setsuko didn't even get one just yet. So incredibly powerful squad.
Yeah, we're looking at Vitality particularly, and they will be playing today because they are still in the competition. But from yesterday and from the days before even, I feel like as the days have been progressing throughout this tournament, we've seen a lot of adaptation. And Vitality, however, it felt like this was one of the squads that had it down from the very start.
No, I mean, they've been pretty much the only unbeaten team in this tournament, left in the tournament. They haven't lost a single round, a single series, anything like that as well. And it's been interesting to see because they're really the only team that have actually evenly split out their rerolls and also their tempo lines. We've seen a lot of teams go for more reroll compositions, but Vitality are one of the only teams that have that even split.
Yeah, and that's the NA region meta, if you will. They love to go fast 8, they love to play tempo, to play strongest board. And normally in this type of gameplay, you cannot do it. But they have performed doing it. Obviously, half is still reroll. We're still having that. But the other players, when you see T1, when you see Twisted Mind, they're not playing so much those forecasts that you just mentioned, Stuart. So it will be very interesting if that gameplay will be better or the one who deepens into the reroll will win it because that's the normal meta, we see.
They are the heavy favorites of the tournament right here. 6 back-to-back wins.
Okay.
And also, they have always went first place in every single one of their games. That is so incredibly scary to look at.
You might have just cursed them, honestly. It has been the story of the underdog so far, and every single time we're going for a prediction, it kind of goes the other way. But also, because of this unpredictability that we're seeing in this tournament, we have the Doritos top highlight, because it actually contributes to a lot of emotions for these players, as we talked about already. This is a different format. That is something we're not used to, but the highs and the emotions and the wins are just so incredible.
Yeah, they have been like a happiness meter when you see during the game. If you see someone laughing and they're bumping fists and the game hasn't ended, that team is winning. If you see someone not communicating, maybe worrying so much, it's amazing. And now, once again, the way they perform, not only with themselves, sharing with the rest of the other teams the emotions, is great to see, not only here, also in the hotel. It feels like a real community of TFT.
There's a lot of players here that haven't been on the international stage at the Global Championship for the last few sets. So for a lot of veterans, this is their chance to shine, to climb back in a different format and prove what they're worth.
And it's also a chance for a lot of these players, and as you mentioned it as well, for the TFT community to get a little bit closer, with it being, you know, individual players having to step up and having to do really well. This time around, it's more of a community. So whether it is in happiness or in sadness, you're together, you're surrounded by your team, you're surrounded by like-minded individuals, and that also makes it bittersweet.
Yeah, I felt like in general, when you mentioned communities, you also mentioned about the teams as well. These players are not really used to playing as a team. They're used to playing as individuals in competitions, but seeing, like you mentioned, the reactions of how well they've just been bonding together, but also the community's getting behind them as well. I've been seeing so much support over in terms of the clubs like Vitality, really supporting the players. Even though Vitality's the EMEA org, they've got an NA team. That support is still behind them in terms of the clubs, which is great.
So we can claim them?
Yeah.
Like EMEA?
EMEA, I mean, the EMEA on top, technically.
I'm going to give a shout out to an EMEA team. I felt like branching out, going out yesterday was the saddest because they were so creative.
Yeah.
They played the Bard reroll. They had a Mage Twitch 3-star carrying them to the end of the game. I wanted to see the spicy stuff, but Valta, you're the MVP for me no matter where you are.
Well, that is so sweet to say, but also that is part of the journey, right? Sometimes you try and come up with new things, creativity being a factor here, and maybe it doesn't necessarily hit the way it does, but let's also have a look at the bracket to see how exactly we ended up here today. It has been 4 days of non-stop actions, with Wolves and Branching Out being the first 2 teams qualified from their respective group. And when we're looking at this one particularly, what would you say was the biggest upset here, Stuart?
Oh, biggest upset. I think definitely GK knocking out Zeta Division at the bottom left-hand corner there. That elimination match before Zeta Division with the world champion title on their team would be performing pretty well. But I think over the rest of it, pretty standard, especially with Wolves going through as the first seed.
I think Karmine Core here for us, I mean, another EMEA team that we really were looking forward, Clement, to be making it through, not necessarily being the case. But Twisted Mind, I feel like they've genuinely proven themselves so much.
After their 0-2 to MSJ, they haven't lost a game since, and they're the most dominant team afterwards in terms of AVPs, just crushing blowouts after blowouts.
One of the biggest upsets here on the other group is Fnatic going out on the short term. We saw Milala talking about it. They felt prepared, but they actually identified that the 4v4 meta needed more preparation within scrims, not only individually, so that's what they will prepare for the future.
Exactly, something to look forward to themselves, and for me here, it was Team Falcons. Not only did they get knocked into that lower bracket by Toronto Ultra, a team we had a lot of questions about coming into this, Na'Vi sent them home.
I mean, Na'Vi coming in is probably one of the surprise factor, I think, of the entire tournament. They came in with not a lot of preparation at all. But as you can see there, the quarterfinals all 2-0 with the semifinals looking like it's going to be cooking up into something special.
And that's what we're going to be looking at today. We have Wolves going up against Vitality, and then we have Twisted Minds going up against T1. And the winner of both of these matches will be facing off in the finals to fight for the lion's share of $500,000.
And so important, Genie, that final is best of 5. Supposedly the variance will decrease. Soju was just saying in the video, best of 3 for the both semifinals, but best of 5 for the finals. If you really think you're the best, you could lose the best of 3, but you will win the best of 5. So that final will be so hyped, that will be the match of the day.
And you can't actually lose because there is no lower bracket, right? So today, you have to step up. You have to hit the ground running, and that is what we're going to be looking forward to. But let's head over to our casters and see what they think about today's matchups and which team so far being knocked out was their biggest upset. Hey, guys.
Well, thank you so much, Jenny. Of course, we're really excited to see things get going, but we've actually got a special secret surprise here because it's not just the folks on analyst desk who've got the big brains. We've got the big brains here as well. We've come up with our own form of analysis. Cass, tell them about it.
Well, it's all got to be about the SPG, Wida. That's the big important stat we're looking at today. You know, people look at adjusted AVP, they look at AVP. But what is SPG?
Well, if you look at the 2-cost column for most teams, there's this unit, I don't know if you've heard about it, it's called Syndra, right? It's in there most of the time, you know, and sometimes you'll see teams that have more than one SPG cast, right? That is the big success factor so far.
Yeah, every single team above a single Syndra player per game, they're all above 1, and Twisted Minds even at 1.5 Syndra players per game. We'll have to see how these teams continue to increase their SPG across the course of the semis and the finals here.
Well, thank you so much for that very informative news statistics. We're going to be having a conversation about that as well on the analyst desk. Good luck later today with the cast. We do appreciate it. And once again, guys, you look incredible. Have that match going on, you know, the purple, the pink. I love it. But guys, analysts, back over to you. SPG. What are we thinking, Clement?
What they're saying here is that Twisted Mind is going to win because they're the team that plays the most Syndra. They have 50% more Syndra games than two other teams compared to Vitality, and they're willing to play 3 Syndra players at the start of the match out. We've seen Huamie win out with it twice already. So if it's Syndra, it might be Twisted Mind. Highest pressure early game from them.
I want to disagree a little because I like the balance. I want to disagree with the caster. They say, okay, Syndra's per game, yeah, balance maybe not in the right spot, but Syndra is the one who is off meta, is in the like so broken. But if you see the comps, you have Syndra Shapeshifter, Syndra Vanguard, Syndra Wukong, and you can play Syndra Bastion. You told me yesterday. So actually you have a lot of comps. Yeah, it's Syndra, but with a lot of things. The comps are very, very varied.
But the key element here is being Syndra, right? So that's something that we got to keep in mind. But we are ready for Dr. Slayman El Habib upcoming showdown, and that is going to be our first match of today. Vitality going up against Wolves. And we are so looking forward to this because Vitality so far, I feel like this team came in with a lot of expectations that they have lived up to. And Wolves, on the other hand, has been the story of progressing over the course of the tournament?
I feel like Vitality is definitely going to be stepping up, and they have to step up huge in this series as well. You know, one main factor being Soju, average of a 3.17, has 3 first places already in this tournament. He's been the one that's stepping up. A lot of people had questions about him coming into this tournament. Is he going to be able to step up to the plate? Is he going to be good enough to be with this team? But his preparation, his concentration, he's locked in, and he's proven why he's still one of the NA greats.
We're seeing it there coming in, Toronto on the front, Soyu on the back, and Milk with Setsuko. That's a good run. I see them confident. I see them with good energy. Great to see. And it's, as you were saying, these are the rocks. It's not only one hero. Maybe Soyu is the hero because of performance, but the rest have been playing amazing with great results, Clement.
And they're going up against Wolf Esports, and that is a team that, as we said, they've proven themselves all time and time again. But this is the match to do it. This is your qualification to the finals, Clement.
The player I'd be looking at is Lee Sao because he plays so flexibly, had 2 flexible games and 1 build different. So there's a lot of forecast winouts that they can match the tempo against Vitality. Another big player I want to highlight is YGQF, their resident reroller.
Yep.
When he has the Syndra composition, he has only placed first place. That's all he's done on Syndra.
That is a scary stat to be looking at. And when we're looking at both of these teams matching up against each other, we've already said both of these rosters have players that can step up. Every single one of their players can step up, right? We've said that time and time again. But I want to look at Vitality particularly. If you have to put someone who needs to consistently be placing first, who needs to be putting that team ahead in the standings, who are we going to be looking at today?
I mean, normally we were talking about Soyu, you said Stuart, because he was with the best AVP, but the one we haven't seen and is supposed to be the star of the play is Setsuko. So he hasn't been performing amazing, but he has been a rock. He has always been like with good points. So I actually want to see him pop off and maybe be the hero of this series.
And I feel like in general with Setsuko, this kind of format doesn't really suit his style. He's normally a player that likes to play tempo. He likes to push level 9, even yesterday, reaching all the way up to level 10 in the end in one of his games.
No economy trade maybe is difficult for him.
Yeah, I feel like in general, it's not really his type of format, but we know this is a player that can still step it up as well. It's a player with a lot of history behind his back, and I feel like if he can step up, the rest of the team will as well.
This is definitely a matchup between Titans and the underdog coming in from Wolves. I think Wolves had a much rockier tournament coming here. 2 of their series going 2-1 so far. You know, they are outmatched in a lot of aspects. What they will have to show is, I think, the creativity to outcast. So far, no team has been able to take first place away from Vitality, but Lee Sao is known for that. YGQF, like we were talking about, the Syndra play, he's known for that. The big thing is if you outcap Vitality, you can then set the rest of the placements into a better win condition.
I feel like both of these teams are going to have their tasks cut out for them. But for you at home as well, you have a task, and that is to head over to secplay.gg and let us know which one of these teams will come out victorious. Cast your vote, and maybe this time around you're going to be correct, because so far the underdog story has been going the way of it. So maybe Wolves are going to be the ones coming out on top. I guess we're going to have to wait and see, because we are officially ready to start the competition. The first semi-final games heading over to the stage. Vitality against Wolf with Jasmine and Fancy.
An entire week of competition and practice have gone by with a blink of an eye as we saw 12 teams being crushed at the trophy case, and only the top 4 remain. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Championship Sunday at the Esports World Cup presenting Teamfight Tactics, and we are your hosts, Fancy and Veracity.
That's right, Fancy. As our teams begin storming the stage, it's clear that they don't want to wait a second longer. Hearts are pounding as everything they've worked towards boils down to this very moment on this very stage at the Esports World Cup.
This is absolutely the most tagged TFT tournament in history and the grandest prize pool of them all. So how about we introduce our teams?
You know what, Fancy? Let's go ahead and do just that. First up, we have none other than Team Vitality. Team Vitality currently on their 6-game win streak, the very best of what NA has to offer, and looking to set the debate once and for all. Will NA come out on top?
And for our next team, it is Wolves Esports. Qualifying straight from winner's bracket at the group stage, but having to go the distance to game 3 each time. But then eliminated Navi last night to lock a spot in semis.
Our third team is none other than Twisted Minds. From close qualifiers to now making it on this very big stage, the second CN team to make it through to our semi-finals. I can't wait to see how they perform.
For our last semi-finalist, it is T1. The Korean powerhouse qualifying first from what many called it the group of death, not dropping a single series, and now they are 2 matches away from claiming this trophy.
You know what, Fancy? I'm pretty sure these boys are quaking, shaking in their boots, in fact. Our first semi-final of the day here at EWC is going to be the Wolves Esports taking on Vitality. Best of 3s, of course. Grand final is going to be best of 5, and with $500,000 on the line, it's going to be a spicy one.
Honestly, I can't wait to see what these teams can do. But for now, let's throw it back to the casters and get back to our first game.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think we are quaking in our boots as well. It's an incredibly exciting time to be here on the final day. 2 semi-finals away from seeing who will be battling in the best of 5 at the end of the day. Gentlemen, it could not be a better day to be here.
Oh, absolutely. And for me, I mean, I'm so excited to have Vitality still in the event. You know, these are some of the best players from the North American region for so long. Kind of the NA GOAT, Setsuko, the biggest streamer we have in TFT with Soju, but he's also been a representative at the championship for us in the past. I mean, this team is just star-studded, and I'm looking forward to see how they can deal with the Wolves, who have been kind of that big underdog story coming up through their group.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see that as well. Right? The Wolves team, as you guys were talking about, a team that really has performed very well in the team aspects of the game so far, have had really fallen out roles, have really been able to play like the strong pack that they are, right? But being led by Lee Sao.
Yeah, absolutely. Lee Sao being incredible, kind of the ace for the team, and looking on the other side, it's really Soju who has been the ace, which has been a big surprise.
Yes, and of course, you know, Soju's of course had multiple interviews talking about how, you know, for a lot of people, certainly from the general public, there's always been that pressure down. But I think he said it really well, that if he didn't deserve to be here, if he didn't deserve to be at this stage, he wouldn't be playing with these teammates at all.
No, also worth noting, I think that when we looked at the team here from Vitality, everyone was talking about the fact that if this team locked in, they were going to be one of the best teams in the competition, period. And so far, we have seen that myriad of plays coming out here. Setsuko being able to adapt to not being the star player was my biggest question, and he's been able to do that perfectly well so far.
And as we heard on the analyst desk, right, they've been able to find first place in every single one of these 6 games. And that's going to be, I think, the story of this matchup. Because if they can continue that, Vitality's going to sweep the floor with Wolves. But Wolves have also been really good at capping those boards. And I think this is going to be a game of who can out-cap and then find the placements from there, because that first place being the tiebreaker makes such a massive difference.
All right, gentle friends, our teams have already got 45,000 secured and 275 club championship points. If they can make it through this best of 3 as the winners, they will more than double their prize money.
Very interesting set of portals here as well. I just want to realize that, right? Treasure Golems, Radiant Items, and Overachievers. No matter what, we are going to be going into an accelerated pace of the game. And we've seen how much impact the Dragons and the Desperate Pleas of the world have had. But again, who knows, with the way people are able to maintain HP here, we could see the charm that costs a lot of HP and gives you a free star 5 because of welcome into the mix, which is going to show up sooner.
Yeah, absolutely. Overachievers, of course, going to be allowing those late game charms to appear earlier in the game, and that can make all the difference. I mean, get ready for the Dragons, more Desperate Pleas, more fun, as you said. And if it comes through that we get that win-out condition, maybe it'll happen.
And speaking of Dragons, right, the one set where K3 Soju really rose above that influencer mode was in the Dragonlands, right? So that is just a fun little point to kind of tie it all together here as well. Soju, one of the players that we are all looking out for.
All right, we have talked quite a lot about Vitality here, but I want to get more into the Wolves side of things. Definitely as underdog. We always talk about, Li Xiao, of course, has been a player who's been put in some very unusual positions here. You're flexible, of course. You're built different. He's done very well on both.
Yeah, I mean, Li Xiao definitely going to be one of the win-out players to look for on the side of Wolves. If he can find an augment that allows him to play that risky style, he has navigated those spots perfectly so far in this tournament, and there's no reason to expect that he can't continue to do so. And even taking a look at his board right now, he might have the position to go for the win-out as he's found the Syndra on this first stage of the game.
And again, just the frontline Syndra here in the PvE rounds is just a normal optimization to get those casts off as soon as possible. That one singular cast could be all the difference.
All right, we talked a little bit about Li Xiao, but let's talk about the other players on there. Shelty, of course, a very strong Syndra player to himself. From the, I guess YGQF is one of the players who has caught my attention as well. As being one of the players who is very heavy on the reroll style.
Yeah, heavy on the reroll, and every time he's seen Syndra, he's gone first, right? That was the stat that Clement called out on the desk, and that's what we have to watch out for in this early game. If YGQF finds that Syndra, is there the ability from Vitality to actually shut it down, contest, and send him towards a potential bottom 4?
All right, do you see 2 healthy coming in? We can see on the left-hand side, we've got ourselves a decent amount of Spellblade joining the field here. 3 different players slamming it in.
Yeah, and again, we had the game yesterday, but we didn't see a single cast, and I don't think that will be the case here. We have seen so far both of these teams really also wanting to go down that multi-striker path as well. So really interesting to see what they will go here. Just overall, very strong selection.
Deja Vu picked up for Setsuko. As you said, here is some actual big direction. And another 2-cost reroll that we haven't seen much of, but it works, and it's very strong in the current meta.
It's just like it's super circumstantial. You need to have the augment, you need to have the rage plays to really ensure that, well, the Deja now, not necessarily the Galio, firing on all cylinders, but with this early Galio 2 and making Ecom, we should be set up for success.
I want to kind of open up the conversation here, since we've seen this so infrequently. We know, of course, Syndra on the very tippy top, the cast and the Kog'Maw definitely a step below. In terms of where does Deja as a composition slot into the current ladder of 2-cost comps?
I mean, it's still, of course, lower than Syndra and maybe lower than like a capped out Kassadin board. I think the biggest scary thing about going for the Deja Vu is because a lot of the Syndra compositions actually like to reroll for Galio as well. So it's not even an uncontested 2-cost line. However, at least starting with the 2-star will help out a bit.
There's a way of noting here, this actually is going to be a deja vu of the game plan that Setsuko has kind of been employing all throughout this tournament so far, right? Being that reroll line for most of this point as well, it seems like, right? And that's something that I'm going to be looking out for you again, because if he's able to play for that sick 5th spot here, he's going to have to do, he will have his job done so far. Again, he's the player with the lowest average placement on this team as well. Nothing you expect going into the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely, right? He's got the highest AVP over the last like 4 or 5 sets in North American competition, right? So the lowest AVP here is certainly something of a surprise. As we take a look at Toronto Tokyo's board, we see he's leaning towards the Kassadin. Already a Kassadin, a Bloodthirster slam. Got the Spellblade, certainly wants to go that direction. Gonna go in to another 2-cost reroll that won't be contesting the Gallios. And the question is where do we have the Syndra contest from Vitality? They're certainly not going to ignore this champion. And
there we
looks
go.
like Milk will be the one. Ginsu's Rageblade already slammed on a Syndra, and that leaves Soju to play around 4 costs. We saw he took double down, is playing for as much gold as possible on the loss streak, full open fort. This is a really, really good opener for this team. 3 rerollers, Soju playing for a very good win out from scaling into a 4-cost comp.
And of course, we know there are only a few options to really double down on your loss streak. What do you kind of feel what we got from the very early game here? Anyone you want to particularly bring to the spotlight as well?
I mean, I'm kind of just going to hammer on the point that Casanova kind of brought out here as well. Like the fact we're going to go for the full open fort is one of the few ways you get enough gold to actively play around that 4-2 roll down. We saw Soju also be the player that opened up towards that golden quest previously as well. So that's something to keep in mind, that Golden Quest could come around 3-2 here, and if you're on a position where you're going double down, full open forward here, you're going to have so much gold to work with, you might even be able to hit it before 4-2.
That's actually such a great call out. I think if we can find that Golden Quest, these are the most optimal circumstances that you will ever find it, because that double down giving you so much additional gold. So we definitely have our eyes out for 3-2, but also eyes on this carousel. Bunch of spatulas.
Time for our first SPG check as well, boys. Here as
All
well.
right, what we got?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Syndras. So
5 Syndras,
both teams over 1 SPG.
All right, well, that means we're in for a good game, right? But as you're saying, Cass, with actually a very low priority beginning to these spatulas here, we know this does open up the possibility to go for some of these deeper verticals and maybe more opportunity to find win-outs.
Yeah, Shelty and Serene are the ones who end up with it. We'll see if Wolves can find any of those verticals, right? We saw kind of Fairy vertical, Portal vertical as kind of the main ones that have actually come out and had some big results.
Yeah, and 10 Portal really is that fantastically big cap out, but the issue is that most of the time you need to get either a Tactician's Crown, and then you also need to get 2, or you need to get it on a dummy, right? So it is really difficult to get 10 Portal online, but even just having a strong tempo game plan into something like the 8 Portal could be an absolutely strong way of bleeding out and then securing that top 4 for your team.
I'm kind of curious what Shelty decided to take that one there, especially considering that he is the player from the Wolves here who's on the win streak right now, so not slamming his second item in will go up against Etsuko and the Deja board. As you guys mentioned, it will be very strong later on, but for now, Shelty's looking real good, even without using all of his components.
Yeah, and Setsuko actually not able to find a bow, even though he was on the first pick on the carousel. I think that's going to hurt quite a bit. We were mentioning that Rage Blade being so important, so gonna have to wait kind of until either Krug's dropping a bow and getting fortunate there, or the stage 3 carousel, which certainly increases that amount of losses Setsuko will have to take. And he has to be the one to beat Soju here. He's not allowed to keep this 4-loss streak if Soju is in his pool and he hits him, because that would completely hamper Soju's game being on the double down. So Setsuko is going to have to sacrifice for his team if that ends up being the case.
Also worth noting, when you're playing these reroll lines, that 3-2 point is ever so important. You don't have that option of going for the secondary item here, because something like Magic Wand, for example, really opens up different lines in terms of being able to have that. If you had that open bow here, you can see now just, again, fully just sacrificing much possible here as well. It's worth noting here as well.
Oh, they are against each other.
This is very good for the HP management as well. If they're able to make sure that the first Galio here goes down before the Syndra dies, Soju will be able to kind of farm a little bit of cast, and then it would be amazing. But even then, yeah, that's absolutely the best case scenario here for Team Vitality, even though the streak of Setsuko is broken.
It's good, but it's also terrible, right? Because Setsuko kind of needs this loss streak to continue. He needs the gold for the roll down, but he's forced to win here because the spot for Soju gets so much more blown up if he loses.
The only good news is that Milk, while it's not quite as dominant as Shelty through the early rounds, at least does mean they've got 1 loss streak and 1 win streak for our Vitality side. Over the other side, of course, while we're seeing Shelty doing well, the Wolves, they don't have so much of a loss streak. YGQF is in the middle of the table right now with at least a good amount of cash in hand.
Here we go, resetting to the Krugs, see what can get picked up. I do want to see if we can spot Setsuko pick up a bow here, because that kind of fixes a little bit of the issues that were caused in this game. But outside of that, we definitely need some check-ins on the Wolves boards. I know we've seen kind of the spots for Vitality. We know we have these 3 rerolls. We have 1 person pushing for those 4 costs. And then on the other side, Shelty being so strong. There's the bow. Huge pickup. Very, very important. So at least we know Setsuko will have a little bit more flexibility on his 3-2 augment, not necessarily have to hunt for items.
Not the ideal reroll chum here. You would like the one that gives you all 2 costs instead of hiding the odds of finding that Galio, but let's see how we are going to approach this in Casanova. You're pointing something out here.
Yeah, let's just take a look here at the Wolves players, right? Lee Sao is going to be on that Syndra 2 healthy. On the other side, we've got a second Syndra player, YGQF, who has gone first every time he's played Syndra. And you look at the itemization, he's staying on Syndra in this game. We may have 2 players from the same team go for it, but we know that this can work out, right? Twisted Minds, 1.5 Syndra players per game on their team. You can have 1 player play at 2-star, the other potentially go for the 3-star.
Do want to take a second to recognize we see Setsuko, at least with the Galio starting to pick up a little bit of steam. That Grince's Rage Blade has been waiting for a while. We'll see if it's good enough to get Setsuko back in the saddle.
Right,
it's kind of a twofold fight
on this reloss as well.
Yeah, there's going to be a twofold fight here, because if Setsuko is able to win this fight now, he's going to have to invest very heavily in being able to continue that win streak, and might end up disrupting his own game plan all throughout this stage. And as you're pointing out as well, meanwhile, The Wolves player here is looking towards building up that logic. It's going to be double gold here again, so maybe if Soju gets that double down on offer here, this could be a big change for how the game will pan out.
Yeah, we're going to start to see these get rolled away as Shelty is still on that full win streak. Defensive Art Stand United, big grab bag are the options for Soju on the other side. Serene having Not Today into Unified playing around Casted and multi-strikers. Not always what we see for this line, but both of them synergizing very, very well for this multi-strikers board.
Bear in mind, we've still got the spatula on accounted for. So some nice upgrades come in. Suddenly Edge of Night a little bit less popular, but I think I'm liking what we're seeing so far. I think having that extra get out of jail free card is very nice.
And the real interesting thing here is now going to be what is going to be the itemization for the attack speed for that Catherine. Right? No bows, no belts, no rod on the bench here. So who knows? We might not be able to find the National Tooth or the Rage Blade in time.
Do want to take note here that the Soju has now broken his loss streak. So now if he's going to make the most of doubling down, he's going to need to do it by getting the wins.
Well, he's gone to 7 on 3-2 and rolled a bit, found a Syndra 2 and a Wukong for the front line. So I do feel like he would be able to win a lot of fights. However, on the other side, Serene having this just very strong combat augment combination with the Caston 2 is just too much.
It's one of the massive key succession things for these reroll competitions. If you're able to get towards a stable point without having to invest into these econ augments and end up going with double combat power, you are going to be in such a strong position here. Again, Kassadin 2, we've seen how much work this unit has been able to do all throughout the weekend. And here we see one of those Crown Guard slams, corner Kassadins we've been talking so much about as well as one of the day one optimizations that kind of we didn't see a lot of yesterday or in day 2. But a real big thing to keep in mind as well.
Yeah, you had mentioned the no attack speed item on the other Kassadin board, but this is another Not Today board, and they're just saying, Toronto's saying, you know what? Not today's enough attack speed. I don't need more attack speed on the Caston. We'll get it done with just this and use Spellblade, Crown Guard, have a little bit more burst.
Also worth noting right here, Slam the Morello onto the Ash here, playing full on tempo. No components barred here. Knows he has enough damage as well coming through with that Spellblade. Just need to ensure the uptime.
Yeah, Toronto certainly is in a good position to start moving ahead in the early part of this game as one of the front runners for Vitality. The unusual item setup. Seems like it's working so well so far. We can see Syndra is going to have trouble punching through. Edge of Night proccing means that we get the reset, and the Cassadin just walk through the board.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing the early game Cassadins with Not Today, the combat augments on both sides, right? Being able to handle the Syndras, of course. I mean, we're looking at the other side, and Martyr is like one of the combat augs. It's only level 6. It's not getting a ton of value versus what Toronto Tokyo has to offer. So we'll see that start to flip later on in the game, potentially.
Stage 3 Carousel here. Rise with a bow on offer, immediately taken away by Lee Sao here, but no Karma. And also nothing else here again. We've seen Fiora really be a big part here. We've seen Rakan be a big part of these capped out boards all throughout the weekend, but this time around, not a priority pickup.
Yeah, and specifically, there's only one bow and no tears, and a lot of players angling towards Syndra. However, a lot of them already kind of had the itemization, so it probably won't hurt too bad. I think the big one that was a great pickup here, Soju, sword on Fiora. He was playing into the kind of these flexible 4-cost lines a couple of times. We saw him playing around a Fiora Callista flex. This time he's got AP items on a Syndra. Now he's found a Fiora with a sword to start itemizing. We may see kind of that Karma Fiora setup. Some of that Preservers and Warrior flex that we might see out of Soju later on in this game.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Soju's been playing a different composition nearly every game. I think it's a very good illustration of how there is more to him than first appears.
Worth noting, so we're talking about the key factor of the items on this Dacia board, right? And Setsuko's secondary augment here has been that Pandora's items here, so we'll now be able to just get best in slot on every single unit that he wants.
And he's finding 7 Gallios before the rest of the lobby has really put together a ton of them. One of the advantages is even though there's a lot of Syndra players in the lobby, he knows that his teammates can kind of avoid the Gallios and let him get there. And when he looks at the rest of the Wolves players, they don't have a ton yet.
As worth noting right now when he is running that double Gallio setup, it's only the strongest Gallio that gets the effect from the augment, so that other Gallio without the items still provides that strong disruption we know from the Gallio in the front lines for the likes of that Syndra board normally.
I was kind of curious to see how these end of rounds will play out here, but certainly with double Gwynsus, we're building up a good head of steam. Setsuko has spent quite a lot of money to get to this point, but he's very close to taking up Lushao, though. You called it before, Cass. we will see the Gallios being scooped out at least partially from the pool.
Yeah, I mean, Lisao already having 2 of them, and we see this composition from Lisao having the early Syndra 2, having a front line that's pretty strong, and combat augments with 2 healthy and combat caster, but being on a 5-loss streak. A lot of gold to work with, but certainly not the position you'd want to be with these augments. You'd want to be playing from tempo.
And also according to the overlay here, right, neither Shelty nor Soju have spent any gold on rolling so far this game, so that's the kind of speaks to the fact that, like, again, Shelty here in the middle of the pack has been able to maintain very well. Soju, even with the double down here, all that extra gold has been going in towards the EXP instead.
Yeah, and that spatula did go towards a portal emblem, so we'll have to be watching towards Shelty for whether he goes up to 8 portal, or if we see an out on 4-2 from some kind of augment that allows him to reach potentially towards 10.
Yeah, I want to take a sort of temperature check on Portal, on the Portal line in the tournament overall. Certainly coming into this one, it wasn't one which was front running on top of our radars, but of course, Fnatic showed us what Rise could be capable of. Didn't quite work out. Wheater, are you high on the trait in general?
I think it's a composition that becomes a lot better once you have that emblem, because then you can start flexing some of those traits that normally are like very peripheral and very difficult to get in unless you get towards that level 8, level 9, level 10 aspect of it, right? You're able to make like Portal Karma if you really need to, get the encounters in there, get some extra skulls in the mix here. Having just access to even a single emblem just frees up so much of the real estate on the board.
We look at Shelty and Soju. You called out neither of them to spend gold on rolls, but they're step in step. 67 HP each, both on a current streak. Both of them just 10 gold separating each other. Level 7, looking to push to that fast 8 and start to roll for the 4 cost. Both of them playing around the 4 cost for their team, but there's a lot of reroll left in the lobby.
Yeah, looking at the lobby overall, we can see it's a pretty even split between our teams. We're dancing hand in hand up and down the table for Wolves and Vitality. Nobody taking the big step forward. Of course, Serene has that big win streak, so perhaps that could change soon.
Yeah, and for these 4-2 augments here will be incredibly important. Also worth noting, right, with the overachievers being the portal here, Casanova, this is about stage 4 where it becomes to become super, super impactful.
Yeah, 100%. We'll have to see what starts to get picked up. And then does that stop players from leveling up as quickly? Do they start rolling for some of these charms because there's just so much more impactful earlier on in the game? Does that kind of cap people at level 8 instead of actually pushing to level 9, pushing to level 10? I mean, we haven't seen much in general. We jump on board with Setsu going up against Toronto Tokyo. And this time he's got the Deja immediately onto the Kassadin, but we just see the power of the sustain and the not today. I mean, it's just so much for the Kassadin.
Yeah, third item, Giant Slayer coming in, still not good enough. So we are in the land of more unusually itemized Kassadins than before, but they seem to be working pretty well, and we're moving towards the higher levels as well, seeing the Callistas coming through to the compositions as well.
And here it comes, the 4-2 run will be a triple gold now, so no real massive swings in the tempo for higher or lower here, but will be that Preserver crest here for the likes of K3 Soju. As we were talking about.
And we've got, yeah, that's looking real good here. I mean, this is exactly what you were hoping for Soju, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, he's trying to play the Warrior Preservers. He finds a Gwen, he immediately finds Fiora 2, he finds a Karma. I mean, this is everything that you want to start things out. The Preserver +1 is just going to help elevate this board even further. This is exactly where Soju wants to be. This has exactly been the comfort zone of the entire tournament for K3 Soju.
Exactly right. These four cost flexible boards have been what he's really been actually making his name on in this tournament so far, as you're pointing out. And one of the reasons why he has been that all-star player for Team Vitality, though. However, it's still just a singular item Fiora at the moment. The Preserver on the Nasus here will obviously be absolutely huge, but again, once he goes level 9, he finds his Bat Queen for the Bat Chest King, and then we will start working towards that.
Well, let's start talking about here, because Preserver Warrior has definitely been one of those compositions that has been putting out better performances. How does it match up into the Syndra, which we're seeing absolutely everywhere?
You can find certain positioning to get the Fiora towards that backline, get on the Syndra, as you see here, nearly taking her out from the cast. If that's a 3-item Fiora, she might have just one-tapped this Syndra too. And that will just win you so many fights. Soju narrowly losing this one against YGQF. And I think that Soju just needs to find a couple more items for this Fiora, and then we have to watch his positioning in those late game fights.
There's a little bit of a panic starting to kind of settle in here now when you're looking at the overall lobby situation, right? Because we're talking about how Setsuga found 7 Gallios for a while, but he's not hitting because on the bench, we do see 6 copies of Galio's chilling alongside that Cassidy free being found on the board as well.
Serene trying to carry his team in this one, holding the Galios away from Setsi, trying to send him to an 8th, finds the Cassidy and finds press the attack as the 4-2 augment to go with 2 combat augs already. You said hitting without any econ augs is a huge way to cap out the board. How about 3 combat augments, including the best in slot 1 and 4-2?
This might be the best in slot setup, like bar maybe keepers, right? We're looking at this setup in general here. And also, again, this like really robbing again for Setsuko right now. He's looking over the field. He sees all of his Galios on your positions bench alongside that Cassidy free.
Oh boy, yeah, it's going to really hurt because, of course, Serene has got a ton of HP left. The idea of even taking him out of the game is just not going to happen. In fact, Setsuko is much more likely to go out of the game before Serene will.
Yeah, it does seem like Setsi is going to free fall towards an 8th, which means we have to see a big performance from Soju, Toronto, Tokyo, and Milk. They need to be able to play for that first, try and get 3 members into that top 4 to guarantee the win, or even there, just get the first to make up for the 8th in the spot.
And with Setsuko, with Soju, sorry, with having that open bow on the Fiora right now, that Chainless becomes his only option on this carousel. Needs to get that Titan's Resolve into the mix here, so providing even more survivability for the Fiora. And I feel like that's another real contested point all throughout the weekend. What is actually the most useful items on Fiora? Because I know people are building her full-on assassin. Sometimes people are building her like just ASF Bruiser. And this time around, we see Soju going much more down the Bruiser line.
I don't hate it at all, considering we've got so much Preserver in the mix as well to try and keep Fiora around and on the field for a little bit longer. But as you're saying, Cass, it does feel such a high-risk proposition. You're throwing her into the back of the opposing team. She could just get blown up.
Yeah, 100%, but I love your point about the extra preservers, right? You got the extra preserver emblem, trying to play that more bruiser style, and then play around the Karma, who's going to take these Syndra items later on as you continue to level up this board. I think that's a great way to play around this, and Soju needs to just continue to find more of those preservers. He's trying to roll a little bit, but he doesn't want to roll too much because he wants to keep level 9 open.
You guys see here on the opposite side for TT, right? He's currently rocking that Kalista 2 in the backline here. Gave up on that Cassidy free with this multi-strike line, but now he's stuck playing with the Morello Nomicon on Nicholas. Obviously, he's a great applicant of it, but he would have much preferred the red buff, and there was no time to greet that out for him early in the game.
Yeah, great that he's hit the 2-star at the very least. That's going to level up Toronto Tokyo's board, try and play for that top 4.
That's my intake of Bressing. Setsuko losing out again. It doesn't feel like there's a ton of options left in the tank for him here, as Shelty continues to get stronger. A second Portal Emblem joins the mix.
And this is going to be incredibly huge. He has the 2 items on the Rise, including the anti-heal, a very critical component of Rise's damage output. It's his effectiveness of hitting pretty much the entire board when he launches his ability out there. And now it's going to be a question of, can you get towards that level 10? He should be stable enough with the Rise 2, with the front, with the Portal 2, with the Taric 2 as well. There should be more than enough with 8 Portal here, playing a good board around that, and just hitting those intervals and then getting to level 10 and capping out with the 10 portals.
Yeah, if he can go 10, but also with Overachievers, potentially if he can find his Zerath, maybe find the Chariot, be able to actually level up even quicker. He has so much gold in the bank. If he can get that online, get those cheaper level up costs, maybe he can make it all the way to 10 and get the 10 portal there.
Setsuko on his last legs here, runs into Soju, and Soju shows exactly what the Fiora can do for you. I think at this point, Setsuko knew his time was up in this game anyway.
I actually think at this point, trying to keep him alive doesn't make any sense. I think it's totally okay. Soju runs into him. It's like, all right, Setsuko got kind of bodied by this roll down from Serene, finding 6 Galios, other players holding him. Setsuko, I think, played correctly. He rolled very early. He found 7 copies. He needed to just find 2 more, and they just didn't show up. Now you have to cut your losses, send Setsuko 8th, and then try and play for the rest of the team.
And while this isn't necessarily a complete kind of mirror of the situation that Setsuko found himself in his Global Championship Top 8 match back in the day here, he did open that up with a bunch of Top 8 and then had to play a very different style here. They need to ensure that Setsuko doesn't shut down, doesn't get faced by this 8th here in case for him to still be a valuable part of this team and contribute in the next coming games.
Of course, the mental aspect is going to be hugely important. Remember, Vitality have not lost a game in this tournament. We don't know what happens if that first loss does come through.
Do you want a belt off of this Anvil for Soju cast? I feel like that's kind of going to be one of the things you want him, maybe for that Stair Skate here. Could also just go for the double BT, but Stair Skate here. This was the commonly agreed best in slot for Fiora in the Warrior Preserver line at the beginning of the set. Makes her so durable alongside all that Preserver coming through.
Yeah, Belt's a great call out there, and he finds it, which is massive for Soju, being able to get kind of this best in slot online. He is trying to go 9. We see him saved up a lot of gold. He's going to try and get as many vertical Preservers as he can. As you said, the Bat Queen for the Bat Chest King, trying to find that Morgana. See if Soju can get it, because he recognizes he has to play for win out. He can't just play for a very good board here. I think I would rather see Soju go 7th than not play for a top 1.
And I think it's also worth noting here about the way Toronto's kind of started building this board out. He has removed the ferry from the equation here on the Kalista, wants a proper third item here because of the fact that this Morello Nomicon isn't going to do enough work on its own.
Yeah, Toronto takes the L. I mean, for both Milk and Toronto, you can see kind of floundering a little bit in the mid-table as the Xiao picks up a 3rd win in a row.
Quick call out. Toronto actually benched the Fairy Crown against Milk.
I saw it after this was my teammate. Yeah, I was about to say
it
the
was
same
his
thing.
teammate. So he's sacking for Milk. So they're actually trying to keep Milk a little healthier. I think he feels better about his spot than Milk's, and they just need to buy a little bit more time.
So guys, talk to me a little bit about the situation. We've got 1 player eliminated from Team Vitality. We've now got a disparate number of players on the field. Wolves have already targeted out 1 player. Will they be able to do it again to Vitality?
Yeah, we'll have to see if they can try and lock Soju up now, who is on the low HP. He just pushed to 9, did not find the big upgrades, but he did find a Recon as the next in to push to 4 Preserver. And because the Fiora is so strong, it might just be good enough. Going up against Milk to kick things off, though, who is still just carrying that Syndra too.
Yeah, we can see the 3rd Bruiser item coming in. Hysterix joining as well. So this draw will be very hard to put down. It does take a little while to get onto the back line, but with Nasus keeping things up, the Preservers, they're looking pretty good.
Yeah, big hit going on to Milk here, right? So even though they've been trying to keep him alive, you're talking about Cass, it is looking like Milk is slowly but surely like kind of fading out, unable to really find that way of dealing damage here. But the Dragon shows up in Milk's shop here. Do you sacrifice one of these critical pairs to potentially impair a bunch of damage on towards the enemy team?
And we see his decision is yes, absolutely, he's going to go for it. But as you can look at the health totals, all 3 Vitality players at the bottom of the tables, all 4 of the Wolves, smelling blood, pushing forward at the top. It's going to make it very tough for Vitality to make up for the 8th now because they just don't have the HP to hold on.
So, you know, if Soju is going to be climbing up, week 2 for you, between Milk and Toronto Tokyo, who do you think's got the best potential of climbing up and trying to battle for those top 2 spots?
I mean, we've seen this time and time again with the multi-striker line, that if you don't have that castle in free, you're trying to play for that angle of it, and you have to fall back onto the Kalista. It's just not going to work here. I think that Toronto will be in a pretty bad spot here. They'll have a very hard time figuring out a way to get his way back out away from this southern spot.
Oh boy, Milk gets hammered there as well. It's not looking good for Vitality. If this is the way that their first loss of the tournament comes together, it's looking really scary.
Yeah, it looks like it could be, you know, all 4 of them in bot 4 type of situation. Soju's spot is probably strong enough that it won't quite happen, but still having 3 players in bot 4, losing very early on in game 1 can be crushing. You heard Toronto Tokyo in the interview saying that he and Milk can kind of shake everything off, whereas Soju and Setsuko sometimes get a little bit mad, but are able to kind of push that away. I know Toronto Tokyo's background of having such strong mental. If he can have that rub off on the rest of this team and help carry them through, even just 1 loss should not shut this team down.
This is also the first bout with adversity for the entirety of the event for this Vitality team, right? They have been strolling all throughout their matches so far. 3 quick series, 2 on all of them. But it does look like they'll have their backs up against the wall here as the Wolves are trying to take them out.
Well, I kind of want to open up the question then. You know, for Vitality, they've been going 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. What have they been doing so well that maybe it hasn't been happening in this game?
I mean, one of the things is a lot of times they had kind of like 2 win-out players, 2 rerollers. This time they ended up kind of with 3 rerollers. It's not necessarily that that's wrong. I think a lot of the strategy in this game was sound, but just not finding the Galio hurts quite a bit. I actually don't know that there's much that they should change. I think they're still playing the game plan that has worked, and this time around they just could not find the pieces and put them together.
It's a kind of an absurd situation as well, but the player that hits the 3-star reroll on the opposite side of the field is also holding on to 6 copies of your most important reroll so far in that game at the point, right? So it is going to be a double elimination here of the Vitality players if we saw that correctly.
And they're done.
Yeah, that's game 1 in the books, done and dusted. Wolves picking up that one, putting 3 Vitality members in the bottom 3. Soju, honestly, could potentially win this game, or at least top 2, considering the spot, if he can find a couple more upgrades. So we'll see him continue to ramp up that AVP in case they make the final for that MVP extra 50K.
You can see the Wolves, though, just an attitude of relaxation settling across them. Again, Vitality, they've been so ridiculously dominant. I don't think even the Wolves could have credited that this first game of the first semifinals on stream would end this abruptly.
Yeah, they're supposed to be an underdog, right? And they're coming out swinging in this first one. We talked about being able to find the first place being important in this matchup. Well, I think everybody making top 4 is another way that you can kind of show that domination, and just every single member being so strong. Finding the Syndra for YGQF. Maybe it won't be a first place again, but the comfort zone for this player. And at least Sao continuing to just be a rock for the team.
Yeah, definitely a really rough one for sure. But out of Vitality, they will be able to kind of just already right now start talking out what are we going to do for the next game here. We already knew also kind of a bit of a weird situation with the opening portals here. Nothing really low variance to go into as well, right? You end up giving up a lot of control when you go into something like the overachievers as well. So that's something to keep in mind here. And then, again, Soji here, he has to kind of just play out the game, trying to figure out what the best line of approach is. And even then, the longer he stays alive in the game, the more time the team will have to kind of start talking things out and think about the next game.
No, true, absolutely. I mean, so if we're saying that from the Vitality side of things, you know, the same game plan is fine, just needs to be pulled together a little bit better. From the Wolves side of things instead, you know, what is it that's caused them to have such a great game one?
I mean, you don't want to say something is just high roll because they played the whole entire game so incredibly well, right? But you know, looking for these reroll spots and finding that success is so good. We see in this game, Kassadin 3 coming through the full streak, hitting your opponents really hard, being able to deny the Gallios, very, very good. But also we're seeing the execution on the Syndra's line. You know, we were talking about that SPG coming through. The Wolves were playing it as well, right? They were playing a ton of Syndra, being able to use it really well, finding their components and committing to just playing the tempo version, which I think is kind of the most successful way to play it. Don't rely on 3-star Syndra. Play around the 2-star, use it to find other creative boards, other different ways that you can play it with the Syndra and play for those top 4s. And I think Wolves executed that better than Vitality did in this game. We saw some more creative attempts from Vitality falling flat due to Wolves denying them. So I think Wolves sticking with that. Play around the Syndra if you find it. Don't have to get too cute with it.
And I think, again, that's the big thing to keep in mind here is that don't necessarily try to go outside the box if you don't know it is going to work here, right? And again, they try to go out of the box with the likes of that Deja Vu coming through, but it just wasn't enough here in this game because of just the nature of this 4v4 format. It is so easy to just go on and full on target those hero augment players, especially when it's such a common unit like Galio, that as you can see, it's just present on so many different boards across the entirety of the game.
Yeah, absolutely hurts. And I think that's always been one of the base parts of the 4v4, having 4 opponents who can focus in on you at any given time. I mean, we do at least get to take a little few bits and pieces towards the tail end of the game. 8 portal in place here. It felt like, you know, even if the early game hadn't gone as bad as it did for Vitality, they would have still struggled in this game.
Oh, 100%.
And even it's still 9 portal here, but again, they already know that they had that 10 portal player having the option as well in the game. So like there was a win-out player here for the Wolves already ready in case Lisa was able to kind of end up like not being able to cap out, right? So for Wolves here, they had everything coming up the right way, but again, what happens when things don't come together for the likes of this Wolves team? We've seen them face down that before plenty of times already in this series so far, but will they be able to do that in game number 2? In Vitality, they come back and they figure out how to approach this next game.
Yeah, for sure. We'll have to see the bounce back, but Wolves definitely having a great strategy, right? As you said, win-out player. A lot of the successful teams in this have kind of been playing 1 or 2 win-out players, a little bit of reroll or tempo from the rest of the lobby. Shelty, of course, going to be your, you know, kind of saving grace. If he can make it to 10, he can win out with 10 portal, whereas you had Lee Sao on the reroll trying to just make sure that they're the main carry of the game and you just have this bailout. And the fact was, for Wolves, everyone found their conditions. Everyone was able to put it together. Everyone was able to make it work, and that's why we see kind of this, you know, 1 through 5 having 4 Wolves players and only 1 Vitality.
All right, we'll see once round again. Lashao and Shelty just going to spar against each other here. We'll see if Soju survives through the round. Certainly some of the stronger members here of the Wolves side just killing off a little bit of time. Again, if you dropped in late, we are in the semi-final stage a little bit later on. Of course, we'll be seeing Twisted Minds versus T1. At least in the first game of this best of 3, the Wolves will finish in the top 3. A dominating start here to the upper part of the playoffs.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 5. Very good showing from Wolves to say, hey, Vitality, you might be the favorites in the tournament, but you cannot count out the pack. Wolves coming through big. We're going to see 10 portal winning again, most likely here. The vertical being so incredibly strong if you can find it. Only the second time I remember seeing level 10 happening with Setsuko doing it yesterday. Most of the other 10 portal games came from having a dummy or something of that nature to make it happen at level 9.
Yeah, again, it just kind of shows like it's also like so fun watching Tin Portal just absolutely just like do anything. Like, if you have Tin Portal on now, it's like it just does like 8k damage by itself. You barely even need the unit to do anything on your board while it goes on. So just one of the highest caps here as well. Kind of watch this unfold. And again, normally it's so you're saying 1, 2, 3. This time it's the Wolves.
Yeah, 100%. 1, 2, 3 for the Wolves. We look on the other side what Vitality kind of needs to do next time. I think the strategy overall fine, but maybe get a little less cute. Play a little bit more Syndra, see the deja vu, maybe skip it. Maybe it's just you can't go for that with how easy it is to just grief a single unit in this game mode. Try and look for the things that, hey, if it's 2-star, it's still strong enough.
Also worth noting here going into the next game, the Wolves will be able to go for a much more flexible game plan as well on top of that. Like, they will be able to take some risk. And again, go for something crazy that we saw from Na'Vi in game number 1 yesterday with 1 Fortune and 100 Golden Quest, stuff like that here. Because if they lose one game, they have that one game banged already and then going into that ever so important game 3.
Yeah, and we saw this happen in this game, right? Shelty taking a line going towards the 10 portal as an option because recognizing, hey, if it works, we win, we're in the lead. If it doesn't work, well, we still have a game to fall back on.
And that makes it doubly dangerous for Vitality. It would be an ignominious way to exit the competition after being completely undefeated up until this point. Remember, these teams fighting here for a place in the grand finals. Shelty and Zhao utterly relaxed at the tail end of the game. It's Zhao who will just get wiped out there, so Shelty can take the #1 spot. But with that, Vitality, they've got a big problem to deal with. They are under pressure, and they've taken their first loss of the entire competition.
And I don't think any of us really expect that. Again, we've been very impressed with what we saw from Wolves, even in their first series. There was only some incredibly stuff with the Desperate Play stuff that really like ended up like having an impact on that series in total. So I'm super excited to see what the Wolves will come out to with in game number 2, but also like how will Vitality rebound? That is going to be the biggest question on everyone's minds right now.
Yeah, and sometimes a more crushing defeat is easier to bounce back from because it didn't feel like you were so close and just missed it. You realized, hey, you know what? This game, throw it away. We go to the next one because everything went wrong. Let's see what happens if things just go even or if they go good enough.
And it is now that Toronto Tokyo has to show his worth as that mental rock of the team.
All right, gentle friends, we head to break. When we return, we will see if Vitality can manage it. The Dr. Suleiman Al Habib showdown will continue after the break.
Wolves, Vitality, making their way to the stage once again. Wolves, they've been looked at quite a lot as underdogs, as have Vitality. But I would say that at this point, you're the underdogs for sure going into this semi-final. You feeling good?
Yeah, I'm feeling good.
What do you make of Vitality? They are undefeated. They haven't lost one game, so they're very powerful coming into this.
Yeah, I think they are the best rival. And I feel confident.
And you and your team well rested and ready for this challenge?
Yeah, ready.
Ready? Good luck, Shelty, and to the rest of Wolves. Team Vitality came into this and have just blown minds across the board here when it comes to TFT at the Esports World Cup. Haven't dropped a single game. Whatever their formula is, whatever the recipe is, it is incredibly successful. Toronto, Tokyo, you are heading in. You must be full of momentum and confidence because you can't lose.
That's right. It's going to be the first TFT tournament like this, and the champions will be 11-0.
Wow. See, that's a big, big statement, but everything so far suggests that you can back it up. There's a lot of, big personalities, big characters as part of this roster. In a 4v4 environment, how have you managed to all put egos aside and communicate well?
No, I don't think it's hard at all. I think all the players on our team are completely bought in to doing what's right for the team, and we all just want to win, and that's the most important thing.
These guys are suggesting an undefeated run. Will we see them again at the grand final? Time will tell.
Welcome back, one and all, to the Esports World Cup presents Team Fight Tactics. We have just seen Vitality take the first loss of the entire event. Unfortunately, the interview just shown beforehand will not come true. There will be no 11-0 for them.
Yeah, maybe no 11-0, but I think they're still going to be feeling confident in their ability to make the final. We'll see how they bounce back from this loss, but I think considering, I mean, even listening to Toronto in that interview, it doesn't sound like a team that should be fazed by a single loss. They said they're all very committed to each other, doing the best thing for a team, and they made their decisions together in this game. They didn't work out. Time to go back to the drawing board.
It's also worth noting, right, this small break, it is so little time to talk about all the things that went wrong in a game here. So instead of like really hammering on what went wrong here, I think that it's like looking forward towards the next game, figuring out which routes do we want to go down. Again, everyone just ensuring everyone understands the role is such a big thing.
No, and I think that's a really good point there. You know, you've got so little room, much like in the game, you've got limited communication avenues. Between the games, you've got to make those decisions quick and fast. And if, you know, like Cass, as you said, if the game plan is good, then maybe there is no more discussion required.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, as we just said, right, there's not that much time to talk, so why not just say, we low rolled, whatever, go next, and it can kind of mitigate any amount of tilt that you could create by like thinking on every single mistake you might have made throughout a game, and instead just being like, no, we are one of the best teams in this tournament. We were on a 6-0 run for a reason. One loss does not change that, and we can still make it happen. Whereas on the other side, Wolves got to be feeling good. They just got to win over potentially the tournament favorites at this point. You heard in their interview coming in, they think that Vitality was the biggest rival still remaining. And now they've got a game up. They can take a little bit more risks, like we was saying earlier on. They can try and play a little bit more for those first places to try and lock things down.
Yeah, I think that is the big thing here to keep in mind, that they can take the risk to have like two players on the win-out angle, maybe have one like the win-out adjacent angle as well, right? And again, keep in mind that the way that Vitality were playing out here, they will try to figure out a way to set up Soju for like that full-on win-out. Again, like with gold augments here, that was the option of the Golden Quest showing up here. And if that had happened, we had a different pattern of gameplay coming out of Vitality. They would have been able to stabilize in a different way around that, just know that needs to put someone into the top 4. But because they didn't have an obvious win-out player that last game, everyone had to take the risks.
Well, speaking of risks, you know, we've talked about it a couple times already, but let's expand out. Let's get specific here. From the Wolves side of things, what kinds of risks do you think they should be taking here in Game 2 since they've got the game in hand?
Well, I mean, I just think being willing to go for things like that 10 portal, right, or being willing to go for something like a Golden Quest when that presents itself, I think that's the kind of risk that we're talking about, right? Trying to find those different lines that can play for first.
But even also just like adapting a more aggressive game plan, really hunting down the players that will be struggling to hit here, like doing like some off-ball leveling, going in towards the players that might be struggling, like have hit again. Something like we've seen so far with the Golden Quest players, right? They have had very good matchmaking the few times they've been able to cash that out here. So again, being able to target stuff down will be huge. But also, guys, we're looking at Artifact Anvil, Conference, and Prismatic Prelude.
All right, looks like it's going to be Prismatic. So if you want a high variance game, you're going to be able to come out of it from the gates. We've certainly seen teams, you know, losing out by just having bad choices across the squad from the beginning of the game.
Yeah, we'll have to see. This 2-1 augment selection going to be big for the game, as Prismatic can have that, you know, big variant swing overall. We'll have to see if any of these big changes come through. Prismatic Ticket being one that a lot of players are picking up, using it not only to hit the 2 costs, but also to grief the opposing rerollers.
And I just think here to know as well, looking at the cameras here, you can look like how much more relaxed the look on the Wolves side of things. And we also just saw how relaxed Toronto Tokyo was compared to the rest of his teammates, right? So really interesting things to keep in mind here as we are going to be opening up in towards this game number 2.
Well, I think that relaxation comes from being able to deny the reality that the Wolves came into, which is Vitality. Up until this point, you could legitimately say they are a team that can't be beat in the competition. Now you know that's definitely not true. It becomes much more realistic to do it again.
Interesting thing here as well, making great use of the gold opener, but Casanova holding on to the Warwick pair over some of the other options at play instead. Something that we don't see a lot of is the Warwick being used in the early game because of the awkwardness of Frost being a really awkward trait to fit into your board cohesively.
Yeah, it's kind of unique that he's holding on to that. I mean, the only kind of out that we know of right now for Warwick is going to be around that corrupted Vamp Scepter, and this is going into a Prismatic lobby, so at best it's what, the Living Forge, getting like a bunch of different artifacts, and I mean, maybe you hit that one first and you can go for it.
We also saw the Fnatic boys having a game where Weixin was forced to play around an awkward dummy, leading him in towards that way reroll line. And as we've been talking about so much here, with the current pool sizes, free cost rerolls are something that we do not expect here. That's also something that when you look over across the board here, when you're looking at the team statistics, like there are not a ton of teams. The only team that has played a free cost line is Twisted Minds that played a Wukong Syndra game, so not even a full-on free cost reroll.
Syndra line, yeah.
We've certainly got a chance to pick up the Syndra here, of course, with the Encounter Crown. Wandering Trainer, I believe, has been offered to a couple of players that are willing to go a more risky route. You know, certainly 3 attached emblems, at least one of them is going to be good, right?
Yeah, it's tough, right? Because getting the Syndra on 2-1 is so important. Setsi looking at this, but the Prismatic version a little bit worse because you're losing some of the kind of power economy into this Jeweled Gauntlet, which is not a very good item for Syndra. When you look at the deltas, you want just mana generation and attack speed. AP does not do nearly as well.
It's actually also really unfortunate. You're looking at the spot here. Satsuko is really looking towards potentially a Kog'Maw reroll line, something he's really been championing for this team as well all week so far, which also kind of has led in towards his awkward placement because this Kog'Maw line is a line where very often you normally play around trying to get towards that like 5th, 6th place finish in this situation, this format, but will now get on towards a super powerful line here with the Syndra.
Yeah, it's at least getting a good amount of time in the early rounds, thanks to a decently strong bot. Of course, the Encounter Emblem means that we'll be able to see Encounter 4 a little bit later on, but for the time being, at least, it activates the minimal version of the trait and gets Setsuko a lot of time to get a lot of stacks.
Yeah, getting the stacks important. The Rumble 2 being an anchor for that board, such a huge hit for the early stages of the game. And if Setsi can find a bunch of these stacks early, even though you have the JG, I mean, if you can get the board together, it's still good. It's still Syndra. It's just not as likely to cap out for that first place.
Right, I think that's something that has really been one of the major adaptations over the past week or so, right, has been the fact that we've been moving away from those AP items you're talking about. Hence that JG, not necessarily a great item for the Syndra, but there are so many ways of getting that off in towards the late stage of the game with so many different charms giving you access to either full-on salvaging or reforgers and removers.
I do want to bring Shelty into the conversation here because, of course, we talked about at the beginning of the game how much variance there'll be between the good and the bad augments coming out the Prismatic side. We've got the support golem in place, a huge amount of extra frontline there for him.
He's level 5, 13 gold cast. He's so rich and pushing the tempo incredibly high.
Yeah, that is massive, and that's going to make Setsi take a big hit after a win in the very first round. It's not going to be able to keep that streak. We briefly saw Lisao's board having Shimmer Scale. We were talking about ways to play for the first place. Shimmer Scale is one of those prismatics that can absolutely get you there with all that extra econ early on, and it was the Mogul's Mail, which I think is one of the more preferable versions just because it gives you that stable front line.
Yeah, and again, keep in mind, he will be getting that Gambler's Blade further down the road as well. Once you have that economy in there, then it becomes a very powerful attack speed item in of its own, as long as you sit above that 30 gold mark he's holding for right now.
I really like this early board here, with the Mogul's Mail from before, actually having a strong enough board to get this one procced and keep yourself actually win streaking as well as generating gold.
Yeah, we briefly also saw the open fort from YGQF on the Prismatic ticket. Syndra has been the bread and butter for YGQF. That's exactly what you want to play from that Prismatic ticket angle. And we'll also potentially see him griefing the 2 costs of any other player trying to reroll in a line.
That was something we saw yesterday as well from the Chinese team, from Falcon. We saw Here We Go being like the dedicated griefer on stage 2, on stage 3, very often going for those complete full-out open forts into a reroll line, and it ended up costing the Falcons the game because they opted to skip that golden quest, and they end up not having a win out play here. But also Serene with a very weak board here as well, also in a semi-open fort situation. That's something we saw last game from Vitality. When that loss streak gets broken by your own teammates, it does put you in a bit of turmoil.
But of course, we've still got a very favorable situation for the Wolves here. They control both win streaks and both loss streaks right now. So they can, like we talked about before, Cass, make the choices as to which one they want to preserve.
Yeah, I mean, this is a massive disadvantage for Vitality as far as economy is concerned, right? You've got the streaks fully controlled by all 4 members of the Wolves. However, this is not unbeatable. We saw Fnatic control this against Weibo, and Weibo actually found the win in the game where this did happen. So even though it is advantage Wolves in their early game, it doesn't mean that we count out Vitality yet.
You see here now Shelty picking up that Reforger as well here, getting rid of that Chain Vest immediately, trying to get an offensive component to go alongside of this glove here. Could have slammed that Steadfast Heart for even more tempo in the front line, opting against doing that, trying to go for an even higher cap.
And we can see the open fort there, looking to gather the resources to make sure that Prismatic ticket will pay off longer term. have a few bits and pieces in place for the time being, but very happy to keep that loss streak going.
Going up against the big and mighty on the other side, which is going to be a lot of early tempo. We can see that it's still on the loss streak.
It's the two loss streakers against each other.
Yeah, they're going to end up keeping the loss streak for the prismatic ticket, which makes the most sense. So they are going to lose one of their streaks, not able to full streak into Krugs with everything, just as Vitality had to give one up earlier. It looks like the win streaks also having to stop each other. So no big advantages from the Wolves going into the neutrals round.
Also worth noting here as well, right? This meant that all 4 matchups going on here were team matches. You can see on the left side of the screen right now. So a big round here for the streak management of this series. And right now, it is only Wolves that have control of what could be 2 potential big streaks out of the game here. You have YGQF at the bottom on the loss streak, Shelter at the top, and top really continuing where he left off last game on that win streak.
Yeah, very impressive. From the Vitality side of things, Toronto and Setsuko, they've got the beginnings of something there. And Soju, of course, to a lost streak before and is doing it so here again. Vitality definitely taking a backseat from the early game. We'll see if they can turn it around as we come towards stage 3.
Milk also on the prismatic ticket looking to fight for the Syndra. We have to look at Milk versus YGQF when we get towards 3-2, when we look towards these prismatic ticket roll downs. Both of them actually similarly on pace when it comes to gold. Milk was able to catch up, both of them making 50.
And here we are going into the Croc round as you're talking about here. Soju currently starting to stack up a bit of Sheercraft as well. We saw him kind of have that in play last game when he was playing around the Warrior Preserver line. Just having as much power into that as possible opens up a few different lines. Something like the Jinx reroll we haven't seen a lot of as well, but also haven't seen that great success.
Well, Toronto, we haven't checked in directly for a little while on a 4-round win streak with level up as well. If you're talking about players who can get a lot of value out of having a lot of gold in the bank, being able to push levels and get up to the very tippy top of what's possible, this feels very promising for Vitality.
Yeah, this is another player who can look towards win out, right? If you're able to push to 8, find everything immediately, and then continue to push levels, it's a huge way that Toronto Tokyo can come out big for this team. Looking right now at Toronto and Milk as kind of the big 2, if Milk is able to find his 3 stars instead of just having to use that prismatic ticket for griefing.
Well, we did see a level up play coming out of Fnatic in their elimination match the other day, right? Did not look strong at all when they were eliminated here. Stisha was unable to really find the route out of stage 2, stage 3. And then when he started going towards that level 8, he did not find anything on the roll down here. So this second round of augments will be incredibly important, especially because Casanova, Toronto, Tokyo's items right now, they're leaning AD.
100%, they are leaning towards AD. He finds a Gwen already, so potentially can go towards the Warrior Preservers, but of course Fiora is the crux of that composition. Jump on with Lee Sao, offered a Nasus, a couple of 4 costs here at level 6 to try and play with, but not having a full carry online, not having an early Syndra like we saw from him in the previous game.
Yeah, the Gambler's play has just dropped through, so has at least the extra mana generation. But yes, has spent relatively aggressively, but the board is actually holding very well. The Vanguard's there, upper Vanguard 4, giving a lot of time.
Yeah, also worth noting here, Milk, as we've been talking about, currently on a loss streak, opening up for this ever so important 3-2 roll down with that prismatic ticket here. And a big factor as well is how many free rerolls does he have in the bank to work with as well. Because the sooner he finds that Syndra 2 and can stop rolling, the easier it will be for him to kind of rebuild his economy. And we're going right into Silvers.
Silvers, YGQF does end up getting rid of Pandora's Bench, finds Recombobulator. There's not going to be anything on the board to actually do, so this is going to be rolling for days. 9 free shop rerolls to go alongside the prismatic ticket. It's just every reroll possible, just going to start sending it down alongside Milk.
Yeah, and also it's worth noting, Milk hits Syndra 2 while he's over 50 goals and can stop rolling or decide to go deeper into tanks, trying to get closer to that Syndra 3. But again, prioritizing the economy a little bit more here, at least trying to figure out the board state at hand at first.
Yeah, he's got another one as well. On the left side, as you said, the multicast are starting to come together as well. So Prismatic Ticket versus Prismatic Ticket. It certainly seems like Milk's done pretty well out of this one.
Milk being able to look at YGQF and see that this is multi-strikers instead. 6 Cassidans, 1 duplicator. Milk also having a duplicator on his bench. Milk rolled a little bit deeper, didn't necessarily find significantly more than YGQF. YGQF in fact finding 6 copies of Cassidans, so we're gonna have to keep our eyes on that multi-striker.
All right, we'll see how it does. Shelty on the win streak up against Toronto Tokyo. They've both got streaks here. course, Shelty has not taken a loss so far in this game, much we saw of Vitality, who hadn't taken a loss in the tournament before the last game finished. This time round, Toronto will take control and get himself the win, pushing Shelty out of first.
Very big one for the overall tempo of the game right now. Vitality in control of 2 streaks now. Wolves only in control of one. And I have to say that Milik actually turns around his loss streak into a win streak. He's able to push out from the bottom with that newfound Syndra too. And Toronto Tokyo keeps pushing at the top of the stand. You've been talking so much about, Cass. This could be absolutely perfection for Vitality.
Yeah, 100% in Toronto Tokyo. I love pushing to 7 on the 3-2, recognizing that your opponent is in your pool with the win streak, but you have level up. This is your advantage. You can push that level a little bit quicker.
And as we saw earlier in the game here as well, right? One of the players of Vitality had to go away from this Kog'Maw line. Meanwhile, K3 Soju has stayed on with the bird treasures in towards that featherweights. A lot of item economy, as well as extra stats for those 2 important backline characters, Tristana and in the Kog'Maw.
Yeah, we know the Kog'Maw definitely hasn't been performing in the stats overall, but I wanted to kind of bring that back into the conversation, Cass, particularly. We know that, of course, not all 4 members of your team can get into the top 4 at any given game, or likely that to be the case. How important is it to have a player who's playing there for the 5th and 6th kind of position?
Well, and that's been the Kog'Maw role pretty frequently. We've seen a lot of 8th places from Kog'Maw, but generally that's contested. And the other side is a Kog'Maw player finding like a 6th or a 5th, and that is such a big 5th or 6th that you can find. So really for Soju in this game, yes, he's been the star, he's been the ace for this team. He's playing he's the role player in this. He's playing the Kog'Maw. He's just looking.
Ready, set, go.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Good afternoon, good evening, or good morning, wherever in the world you might be tuning in to the Esports World Cup Central broadcast from. Thank you so much for spending your time with us, and welcome to the final day of Week 6. It's one of my favorite parts of EWC because it's Championship Sunday! Now, of course, before we get into the finals, we do need to fill you in on what's been happening. So it's time for the EWC Catch-Up, powered by STC. As you may already be aware, throughout the course of the last 3 days, every time we start our broadcast, Teamfight Tactics has already begun. And that is no change right now. However, it's semifinals into finals this Sunday. So before we dive into all the action, let's find out what Ian Chambers has to say in our TFT update.
Day 3 of TFT here at the Esports World Cup was a bit of a roller coaster ride. It's crazy because we started things off with more group stage action, and now we've got all of our semi-finalists locked in position. EMEA fans, close your ears right now because your hopes and dreams were crushed by T1 when they sent branching out home. They killed the branch, they killed the tree. EMEA hopes are no more, and our semi-finalists look like this. Wolves versus Vitality and Twisted Minds versus T1. All 4 of them won 2-0 victories here today in dominant fashion, and now they look ahead to our semi-finals Sunday, which culminates with a grand final. So it's Championship Sunday, really, here at the Esports World Cup.
Ian, what timeline have we landed on? Why did the TVA have to cut the branch of EMEA? Seriously, not cool. You can see the bracket behind me. Wolves versus Vitality, Twisted Minds versus T1. I will give you an update on how those semifinals are playing out once I sit down and bring the boys onto the show. But we need to, of course, turn our attention to the next game. Oh, producers have just told me Wolves are up 1-0 versus Vitality. Man, thank you for that, producers. Now, I will turn my attention over to Fortnite. And of course, for Fortnite, we're in the semifinals as well. All quarterfinals concluded last night, and my boy Blake, his predictions are spot on. But let's find out from the floor what Barney had to say about how the games played out.
Welcome to where dreams are shattered. My name is Barney Banks, and the quarterfinals of the Esports World Cup featuring Fortnite are now over. And so I'm here to give you a breakdown of everything that took place today. We kicked things off with a tough match that almost went the distance between Heroic and R8 Esports, ending with a 4-2 in the favor of Heroic. Exceed then took to the stage for a very comfortable match against Falcons, defeating them 4-1. Carmine Corp with a very similar result with a 4-1 against Dignitas. And then the final nail in the coffin in today's matches came from Xset, who put on an absolute clinic, removing Gaming Gladiators from the competition. An absolutely explosive day, but tomorrow is when the magic is going to happen. And we're going to see you then on Championship Sunday.
Thank you so much, Barney. I can take that update to the bank. Of course, you can see the bracket behind me. Xset versus Heroic, Xseed versus Carmine Core. The one thing that I really want to hone in on and make sure all our viewers truly understand, these are 2 North American versus European matchups. And 2 times, Blake's predictions will be wrong because Europe's coming out on top today. I'll tell you exactly why a little later on. Of course, we have one other game taking to the arena for their final games of the tournament. It is Street Fighter 6, and it's Rob TV delivering the update.
Just like that, we are finished with day 3 of the Esports World Cup, and oh my goodness, did it deliver. In our first group of the day, we had Gachikun defeating Dual Kevin, our LCQ qualifier. In the end of the day, he put on an amazing performance, but Gachikun has shown why he is currently the strongest player in Japan. And as if that's not enough, you had Angry Bird putting on a masterclass. Of course, he is a fan favorite, the fighting pride of the Middle East, and at this point, he is looking unstoppable as he steamrolls the competition. And in our next group, we had Noah the Prodigy, the young trash talker, cocky, arrogant, whatever you want to call him. Just make sure you call him an EWC qualifier, and he is very close to be making it into top 8 as he faced off with the legendary Problem Exua. But in the end of the day, he was able to get it done 3-0 with an absolutely dominant performance over Problem X. And on the loser side, you have Problem X going head-to-head with Xiaohai in the Bison mirror match. match. It was close, comes down all the way to the end, but Xiaohai showed that he was not nervous whatsoever. You know, he likes to ask everyone, are you nervous? In this case, he clearly was not, as he qualifies to the final day for EWC. And can we please take a look at these highlights from Hikaru? Only 19 years old and he's playing like this? Ladies and gentlemen, are you seeing what I'm seeing? He is a beast. So far, he hasn't even had to break a sweat. But at this point, the competition is only going to get stiffer. Can the young blood handle being this close to making life-changing money and legacy-changing here at the EWC? And on the other side of the bracket, we had a legendary match. Bonchan versus Kawano. Of course, Bonchan is one of the Japanese fighting game gods, and he played like it here at EWC. But unfortunately for all of his fans, his time did come to an end as Kawano ended up being just too strong. The young Evo champions Akuma, absolutely ridiculous gameplay, and now he as well is qualified for the final day of EWC. And how about a player that seems to go under the radar somehow? Guile, easily one of the strongest characters in the game, and Higuchi has shown that he is the strongest pilot with the character as he is putting on a dominant performance up to this point. But speaking of dominance, you can't use that word and not bring up Lashar. He goes here and wins the last chance qualifier, and up to this point, no one has even put a dent in his armor. Will Lashar end up being the one to walk away the champion? Will it be Angry Bird? Will it be Kawano? It's so hard to choose, but we don't need to guess, ladies and gentlemen, because we are fortunate enough to be right here at the Esports World Cup. Make sure you guys pull up for finals day because it is going to be a movie.
Let's go, absolute cinema. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Rob. That was a fantastic breakdown. He obviously ran through all 4 of the groups. I just want to focus on 2 of them specifically. We take a look in Group A. Angry Bird is going to become one of the protagonists of the EWC broadcast. We got to speak to Big Bird. We know about Angry Bird, his training partner, and right now he's going to be preparing for this matchup against Gachikun to take the high seed into that playoff bracket. Down the bottom, we did see Jewel Kevin eliminated, one of those North American hopes and dreams. Unfortunately, not with Steve any longer. Let's turn our attention to Group B very quickly, because there is one last NA player that we need to keep a close eye on. Noah the Prodigy. If he keeps running his mouth, he needs to ensure that those fists can pay for the checks. He's facing off against Ryokichi a little later on. I'll ignore Problem X being eliminated. And Xiaohai's waiting for an opponent to face off. Of course, Problem X, the kind of hopes of Europe, which puts a bit of egg on my face. Let's move on, because that does it for our EWC catch-up powered by SDC. Hello, hello, hello. I have repositioned to my comfy couch, which has been my home for 6 weeks and will remain my home for the next 2.5. You can see on your screens Teamfight Tactics, Street Fighter 6, and Fortnite. TFT's already underway, with Wolves leading against Vitality. 5 p.m. local on EWC Fighters is when Street Fighter 6 will kick off, and 6 p.m. local on EWC_White, where Exceed will find a crushing defeat at the hands of the European Carmine Corps. I try to say it with as straight a face as I can. My name is Quickshot, and it is my pleasure to welcome to the sofa, to the viewers once again, Sam, Blake, and Steve. Sam, how are you doing today? And are you as confident in Europe as I am?
I am trying to be. I'm a little bit sweet today, because it's going to be my last day on the broadcast. I've been here a few weeks. I've got to come back, and it's going to be my last chance here, so it's going to be a bit different for me.
Sorry, I didn't intend to laugh. I'm going to miss you too. Blake, Steve, I got to admit, there is a bit of a theme going on. I can't believe you both dressed for your respective games' funerals. We're losing Steve, we're losing Noah the Prodigy.
We're losing Noah the Prodigy? I don't think you've made a mistake. It's an extended eulogy, as Sam would say, for all the EU opponents that have put in our way so far.
Celebrate the life and death of everyone on these couches.
All of the EU players. But yeah, Blake, definitely. Exceed and Exceed, they're going home, right?
I don't know about that one. With X's performance yesterday, I don't think no one's going home, bro.
You know what I love so much is we're going to have a lot of spicy fun today. Their games are the only, actually TFT's the only game that we have European hopes in. How about we move on? We say hello to our respective guests. We've dressed up for Championship Sunday. It's time to take a look at the schedule. What is on the docket for Week 6 Championship Sunday? As I've already alluded to, we've seen the games, the streams, and the schedules, but crucially, it is Fortnite and TFT having their semifinals and their grand final kicking off. And of course, for Street Fighter 6, we got to close out that group phase with the upper bracket games, followed by the bracket itself. I mean, Steve, quickly comment for me. I think in terms of formats, the Street Fighter form is not only unique to Street Fighter, but it's also the only one that's different from the other two as well, right?
Yeah, we actually talked to MinRD about it. That GSL format is definitely something that we're not used to. I even got to speak to Ryan Hart about it a little bit last night, an established champion from EU, of course, and even he said, like, hey, that GSL format is something that we're not used to, and it kind of makes things a lot more spicier when it comes to the competition.
One of my favorite things, it is called the GSL format. Just very quickly, does anybody know what that stands for?
No idea, except for what it is.
Something Star League, isn't it? It's one of the old StarCraft
Yeah, so it's
formats.
actually, it's named after Garena Star League. The actual system, it's called a Swiss double elim, is technically what it is. Comes from tennis, comes from chess, but it was popularized in esports by South Korea and StarCraft. StarCraft 2 will be coming to EWC later. That's why I dropped a little bit of knowledge. Live updates for you coming from the Teamfight Tactics semi-final. Vitality and Wolves took to the Rift. They fought in the arenas, and the exact wording I am asked to read is, Vitality got stopped.
This is a big deal because up until this point, Vitality have been undefeated. They had 2-0'd every matchup against some of them. That's actually a huge deal.
That is huge because I actually know that when we do our review of yesterday, what we were going to say. Now we
we can't do it, I know.
A little bit. Okay, so TF2, we're in game 2. Vitality losing game 2 as well. Is that what's happening? Let's take a look here.
They've got 2 in bottom 2. That Toronto Tokyo has gone down. I think finally they're out. That's it.
So keep in mind, if we look at the score on the top right, I think that is them winning game 1, right? So this is probably a replay of game 1.
Thank you very much.
I believe that's a replay of game 1.
Appreciate it.
Should be jumping to live, hopefully in a moment or two. So we'll take a look at that. That was how game 1 ended. I believe that's right.
Yeah.
If they lose game 2, are they eliminated?
They are. It's best of 3.
Wow.
Vitality's from which region?
They are from North America, despite being a European org.
Okay, European, but the count is NA. Let's go!
Hold on now. Moving the goalposts,
Let's
dude.
quickly head into the STC arena. We'll actually jump into the gameplay that is live. And reminder, these are North American players, okay? Is the Wolves made up of European players?
They are not made up of Chinese players, so they are the
That's
strongest
fine. We
region.
can adopt them.
That's fine, exactly. Look, it's a Premiership team.
Wolves is a Premier League team in soccer.
Don't do that.
He is throwing shots right now.
The funny thing is, I came in really happy and excited. I don't know why I'm being so mean. I'm sorry.
This is what he does when he's happy. He just brings everyone else down, so he can remain happier. Yes.
Once we finish this little run, it is stage 5, level 6. We need to see which players are alive. If we're watching the split screen, there is a possibility this is Vitality being eliminated from the tournament.
Could well be that. That's a big KO there. That's someone down. Oh, just about alive. Okay, this is Vitality out.
They just got eliminated.
That's it.
Wow.
That exact round.
Oh my days. Yep, Toronto Tokyo just fell. That means 3 Vitality players in the bottom 4. That's an immediate elimination.
Look at the smiles. Do you know what? I'll say this. This is a kudos to the production at EWC. First of all, our production team giving us literally the last live look in. We got a whole show planned. We can't go into that yet. Secondly, everybody in the SDC arena just going to the player faces. They're sitting there. They have to play the rest of this game before they can jump up and celebrate making finals.
Like, we were joking about funeral clothes, but we're here watching it, right? Like, this is a rough one because Vitality, I got to interview some of the players yesterday. I know. But the thing is, it is because Vitality were coming in incredibly confident. I got to interview Soju yesterday. I talked with a lot of the players yesterday, and they were saying, look, if we can get to that best of 5, the variance drops, we have this. One more best of 3. We've not dropped the map yet. And they go 0-2.
Just before we move on, I've interviewed 2 pretty senior members of the Vitality organization. So a message to Anna and to Danny. I formally apologize for cursing you every time you sit on the sofa. I may be responsible for the MLB Women's Invitational loss. I may be responsible for this one because I messaged Anna this morning and said, good luck. We're going to move on with the show. It is time for the EWC Club Championship update, brought to you by STC. Let's start with the headlines. The #1 team in the overall club championship, Team Falcons, have exited week 6 with a grand total of 60 points secured by their Fortnite team. They came in with teams and players in all 3 games, and frankly, they underperformed to the organization's expectations and hopes, particularly in Street Fighter 6, in which 3 of the players were eliminated in the first round of groups. Now, T1 might be the winner of Week 6 overall because they've had a strong showing in TFT. If they do continue to advance as those games play out later today, they could catapult all the way up to 2nd place, overtaking Team Liquid, making 1 greater than L. And finally, if T1 is going to be the winner of Week 6, Fnatic is definitely the loser of Week 6. They came in with teams, players, representatives in all 3 games, and they earned themselves a donut. 0 points across all 3, and they will not make it onto my top 10 list. We'll, of course, keep you updated with those results as the games come in throughout the course of our championship Sunday. That does it for the EWC Club Championship update, brought to you by STC. I think, Sam, I'll come to you first, just for the Vitality storyline, because I think, I can't remember if you were even here for MLBBWI, but 1,000 days, that team went undefeated. Vitality a little bit underperforming in Counter-Strike as well, higher expectations. For the club to also crash out in our semifinals when they look the strongest?
It's tough. And sometimes that's just TFT. That's just sometimes the way this game goes. You have a bad lobby, you roll the wrong thing, you don't quite get it together, and that's it. That's the problem at this point. There's no second elimination to save yourself. One bad best of 3 and you're done.
And if I can say this very quickly, you're actually going to see the T1. Can we go to white? Oh, we just missed it. Nobody knows this, but the T1 players just walked past the arena. They're going to STC.
So they are.
Vitality being eliminated. We just missed them. I didn't know how to communicate that quickly. I apologize. What we will do, though, is move on with the broadcast. Obviously, before we dive into the live action deeper, we might actually get a replay of them walking past the lobby.
Ooh.
Yes!
So quick.
Whoa!
What a shot.
Goated. Good lord, guys.
I don't know how you've done that. I've been here for... Bro, that cameraman is out.
That was 10 seconds ago.
I'm sorry. That literally is tense. I'm not embellishing. That's one of the coolest things that we've done in 6
That was ridiculous.
That was crazy.
That was ridiculous. You can't even see the cameraman. That's
okay. I was saying, focus. I was saying a second ago that before we dive into the live action, and obviously with the game starting later, we'd like to catch you up, talk about all the things that happened yesterday and results. So we're going to move on because yesterday caught up with TFT analyst in our ALJ interview.
Hey, I've managed to grab Clement, biggest brain in TFT. Don't tell the others I said that. How are you doing so far?
It's been absolutely amazing, you know, finally getting to a TFT LAN event, getting to meet all the players in person. We don't even have that for the Global Championship, so it's been a treat.
I mean, it's not just a LAN either. It is a big stage they are on.
Yeah, absolutely.
How have you been finding, I guess at this point, the results? Because it's been quite a lot of upsets, somewhat perhaps expected with the format changes, with the set dropping really hot. It's high variance game, all these things add together, but what's your take on it?
Well, I kept asking our producers, where is this legendary Group E where, you know, Team Falcons and Fnatic get to play each other? And that said there's no triple elimination, so. Yeah, very, very shocking results. I think it just highlights that 4v4 is a completely new format. It's not about the individual, it's about the team strategy.
Have you caught any bits of strategy that, from your eyes in particular, have really stood out?
I really like the North American strategy about re-rolling forecasts. You always want to play a little bit slower than your opponent so they can filter the pool for you. And what they've been doing is they've been relying a lot on the portal line where Ryze and Taric, these champions, nobody really picks up. Usually it's the Kalista, the Karma that's much more contested. And they have been scrapping out placements with this strategy all of these 2 days.
I mean, we saw a Portal 10 the other day, which was kind of wild. We got to step into that on the central broadcast for about 5 seconds and went, wait, what? Portal 10?
That's the fun thing about set 12. You know, there's so many of those big vertical win outs. It's not just about, you know, if you're a big brain like me, you can play a very flexible strategy.
Oh, yeah.
And if you just want big numbers, big traits, you can also just collect all the spatulas and go for those.
All right, Mr. Big Brain, how's your Warrior Preserver comp going?
It's actually doing really well.
There we go.
Better forecasts in the tournament so far, but obviously it's not really a win out. Syndra is the big kind of monster in the meta.
Of course. With that in mind as well, we've had a chat with Hupe, Cass, a few of the others as well. We've seen the Syndra really take over. You've mentioned a couple of those verticals. Is there any other strategies we've seen that might be able to dethrone Syndra from being just the thing you have to run if it's available?
That's really funny because I think a big shift in the meta is actually more people going for Syndra and making sure there isn't one single runaway Syndra player. So what we've seen throughout the event is Syndra play rate still go up, but the win rate's going down.
Right, because it's just about making sure somebody doesn't get that 3-star Syndra.
Yeah, they get the tiebreaker if they win out.
All right then. Probably do have to start asking a little bit then about our semis and finals tomorrow, because the brackets are pretty much decided just about. What are you thinking in terms of who's going forward? Who do you have as your finalists?
Well, I think at this point you have to put Vitality as one of the big favorites. Hasn't lost a game, right? And also T1, we've been hearing a lot of great stuff from them. I've watched them play. Binton's one of my favorite players coming out of APAC. Very creative on those lines, especially with the Neela reroll, which we seen almost no one play. We got him a lot of good scores.
All right, last question then. What is a vertical you want to see but we haven't seen yet?
Oh boy, this one's kind of interesting, but I've been saying this at the start of the tournament. I
Right.
want to see the 10 vertical Eldritch because you have
seriously?
a monster that just slams down on the board.
You love to hear it. Well, we'll see whether we summon the ultimate Eldritch Beast or not tomorrow. It'll make Clement's voice heart jump for joy. That's the organ I was looking for. Back to us at the Central Studio.
Man.
Well, you go first.
It was, exactly. I was going to say, I wanted to really shout out Clement because this is a guy who has put in years and years and years of work into TFT. He has put so much work into this tournament. He's given us all the stats, all the thoughts. If you want to get better at TFT, follow what he's doing. I love the
Wait, sorry, hang on. Who did you predict?
You think I'm going to predict Vitality?
Okay, so that definitely undermines everything you just... No, I'm kidding. More importantly, it continues to prove that in TFT in this format, none of the predictions make sense. Let's take a look at that playoffs bracket. I mentioned it just a moment or two ago. We are in the semifinals. We're going to be going to the finals. Obviously, the result came in literally 2 minutes ago. So Team Vitality have been eliminated, and Wolves Esports advance to the final. They're going to be waiting for TM or T1. What do you make then of the semifinal, and also the fact that all of the quarterfinals were 2-0s?
Yeah, I think in some ways, most of those results I could expect. I think the Toronto Ultra Twisted Minds matchup was the closest on paper for me. But even then, I could get it. Twisted Minds, despite obviously dropping to the lower bracket, made a very impressive run through that lower bracket, very deservedly where they are meant to be. It was the manner in which it happened. In fact, it was 2-0s, which was a bit beyond what I was expecting.
I think so too. And again, expectations and understanding of this version of Teamfight Tactics, I think is one that's going to need to be unpacked.
Yeah.
Let's dive into that Twisted Minds over Toronto Ultra for a second, because I think when we do look at it, it was the only second seed that picked up a win over the first seed. In Fortnite, for example, every single first seed came out on top. So this is the only quote-unquote upset of at least yesterday's games.
Yeah, and for me, to an extent, it's not quite an upset, because that was a very close matchup, and Twisted Minds dropping down to the lower bracket to have to come out as a second seed was the shock for me in the first place, because I had them coming up pretty high up. Remember, they have got players like Juan Mier on there who are known as incredible innovators. They are players of TFT who are more instinctual, less statistical. So early on in the set, when you're having to be a bit more creative, they're really powerful. And I think that has shown up in this tournament.
I think it's a really good call-up, by the way, the fact that they dropped down to second. So even though, yes, they were the second seed, maybe one result in the first group phase is what caused it.
Yeah.
Well, you were seeing there on your screen just a second or two ago, if you're not familiar with TFT, without all the graphics and the overlays, that's actually what the player's perspective is. What we are looking on the left-hand side there is 2 sets of traits. So you can see between the 2 respective teams who's playing, who's doing well. And now Twisted Minds, they're going to be coming up against T1 later on today. It is important because when we think about the club championship, if T1 make the finals, they immediately jump to second place. They're 1-2-7-5 right now, guaranteed if they lose today. If you do go up to second, it's 600 total, so it'll be like plus 300 or so on top of that figure. Put them in second. Vitality, they're currently on 935 points. They're outside of my top 10. If Vitality make finals, they'll go into the top 5. Oh, wait, they can't. They just got eliminated. Wow. We wrote the script.
I felt it.
We wrote the script earlier in the day. I do love Vitality. I really do. It's just fun to be mean. Wolves Esports, however, unfortunately is not eligible for the club championship. So let's get some quick predictions. Steve, Blake, Twisted Minds or T1? Just trust your gut, because obviously...
T1.
T1?
Obviously, Twisted Minds.
You're going to go Twisted
I'll
Minds?
go Twisted Minds.
Where are you going?
I'm going to say T1 because I believed in them from the beginning, and as a result, I've cursed them as Twisted Minds.
So we're going to go Twisted Minds, right?
Twisted Minds it is.
Old versus mostly young.
All I'm going to say, my predictions are pretty accurate, so let's
Pretty
get
accurate?
over to TFT.
Save me.
Okay.
Here we go.
Something that I know we're going to do right now is try to teach people about TFT by using a game, right? So what we're going to do is bring up a freeze frame from a Teamfight Tactics match, and we're going to be predicting who will win the fights. It'll be the top team or the bottom team. What are the key things to watch here, Sam? Give us a brief explanation, and then, boys, I'm going to ask you to test your eyes. We've got to pick the top team or the bottom team in this particular rift.
Yeah, so I think it'll be easy to say top team or bottom team. What you're going to look for is basically what we can see on the screen is only the bottom team's traits. That'll make it a little bit trickier. But what I'm going to ask you to do is make sure you keep an eye on that left-hand side of the screen. Keep an eye on the traits there. And then also look
remember,
at...
we're going to push play, so we need to lock in our predictions before we fight.
And they'll also say, just keep an eye on what items, those little icons under the health bars there. The more items you're seeing, that'll be a big difference. So, and the other thing is Syndra's.
Let's go very quickly. Let's go Steve first. I want him to predict, and then Blake, you jump in after, because Steve has learned, I think, a little bit more, so the pressure's on.
Okay.
Red health bars or green health bars? Top or bottom? Which ones are you going for?
I'm going to go with Actually, so it's only
It's
one
only
player.
the board. So the characters on the right, the player names, they're irrelevant. You just want to know which army will beat which other army.
I mean, I'm gonna say if Syndra is in play, I'm gonna say top. If
You're going top. Blake, where are you going?
I'm gonna go bottom because he already has more health points, like the guys, like the green health bars, and also Sesuku. He's on a 2-loss streak, so like he's due for a win.
Good call.
Wow. Due for a win.
Okay.
I think the Rage Blade and Rascal Gloves up in the top is probably going to win. So I'm going top. So it's me and Steve top. Let's roll this clip out and see what happens. Okay, so we want to watch HP bars. All right, green is off to a pretty good start. Oh, green is just smashed.
Yeah, they're getting
Bottom
smoked.
side is wrecking.
Jeez.
Oh, but is this turning around? No, it's wrecked.
It's
Callista's
smoked.
doing nothing.
Smoked.
Yeah.
Absolutely smoked. Well done, Blake. Well
Jeez.
done.
I'm learning.
Jeez.
Okay, and it was the Syndra on the bottom left. I definitely was not looking at the item. Okay, so we got two more.
All right, okay.
Right, give us a brief setup on the next one.
one.
Right, let's pull up number
Give me another
2
one.
and freeze it. This is actually a really good challenge.
Yeah, and again, we are later on into the game, so again, it gets a little bit trickier. Look for those items, and then also if you can keep an eye, as Blake did the last time, on those win streaks, because that can be a little indicative on how players have been doing. If you want to see who's been playing, if you look at the bottom right there, you can see who the player on the bottom of the screen is right now. That might give you an idea of how they're doing if you can
Oh, this guy's going to get dunked
streak.
in. Top has to win.
Okay.
That's what I'm thinking.
First
Although
thing I
bottom
noticed,
is Syndra.
First thing I noticed
Yeah.
is that it's the same team. They're team fighting.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, but now the question is then, which side? I think I'm going to go with bottom. I think it's going to turn around. I think it's 3 items on that Syndra on the bottom left, and I'm just betting on Syndra.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Syndra too.
Okay.
I've heard all weekend about how overpowered Syndra is, so I'm gonna, that's just a safe bet.
Let's see. Okay.
Now that I'm looking at these life bars,
Yep.
it's looking like this is looking a lot easier for the bottom team
Well,
right now.
let's look. I mean, look, that's the thing is, the HP in the middle pool so far in favor of green. Looking at the units from red that are getting dropped, Syndra's still untouched in the bottom left.
That's a big deal. Yeah.
Did you literally just pick Syndra wins every round?
I think it might be, yeah.
Yes! Okay, we nailed it. Okay. But we're learning. We're learning. Okay, I can pick Syndra out. I can see her items. And we got one more run. This is also great, by the way, for actually watching an individual round and just digesting that. I think we have one more clip for you. So let's bring up that third one if we've got the time for it. And if we do, we'll see if we're going to be guessing. Steve, I'm going to let you guess first. We're blocking a player face. That's awesome. There's a sneaky unit. Okay, Steve, what direction are you going?
Okay, once again, and I'm trying to go off the life bars, but they literally are all red, and they have like full life, it looks like, down here. Lots of items right here, here, 3 up, 2,
Quick
3.
quick hint as well. Check on that right-hand side. Can you see who's got the win streak, who's got the loss streak?
Yeah, I
This is a
definitely,
big
I
one
can,
here.
oh wow, I can see. So,
two players alive, one final round. It has to be whoever Huamni is.
Juan Mea, the guy I was talking about earlier, the big innovator. From
I was going to
Semifinal.
say, because Juanmi has 12 health points, the other guy only has 2, and he's on a 6 win streak.
Okay.
So the bottom team
So
is
we're
taking
going with human. Humane.
Juan Mea.
Juan Mea. All right, we're going with bottom. Green HP bars. Let's roll this one out. Juan Mea. Callista starting to fire off. Zillion in the bottom left. Big burst of damage, but the Syndra on the other side is getting those chucks. Top right-hand corner, that's the Syndra player. All of a sudden, the lockup onto Callista is interrupting. Juan Mea is in trouble, but the HP on the front line is so big. Nasus is gigantic.
Oh, he is.
Hit him with the stick, but Nasus is going to get
Callista.
Syndra all the way.
Oh,
They baited
Syndra?
us.
Wow.
They baited us.
Oh, it's
They
so
baited
close.
us.
that was
Wait,
not cool.
1v1.
It's
Nami,
Chrono.
Nami.
Zillion.
One, we did it.
Yes.
Yes.
What? Wait.
Syndra lost the game, guys. You all got, but there you go.
This is not fair. These are all baits, and that's not fair.
Okay, that was awesome. Woo! It's been a while since I shoutcasted a game like that. Right, let's throw it down to the stage. Let's throw it down the STC stage to hear from both Wolves and Team Vitality after their series in the ALJ interview.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have our first grand finalist of the Esports World Cup presenting Teamfight Tactics. Wolves Esports were able to 2-0 Team Vitality. We have YGQF here for an interview, but before we do that, we also have Milk from Team Vitality to hand over the key to YGQF. So if you please do that, thank you so much for playing on this tournament and congratulations on top 4. But YGQF, we have so many questions for you about how you guys play. You were the underdogs coming into this tournament, but now you've made it to the grand final. So how do you feel?
他问你的一个问题是，你们一开始来加入这个竞标比赛之前有很多的困难，可到现在你们快到了这个冠军了， 快到了这个决赛，你现在有什么的感受？跟大家分享一下。
非常的开心，能打进决赛，因为我们一路也是经历了各种的挫折、各种的磨合，但是我们一步一步的越来越强，越来越强，然后打到现在，非常开心，冠军离我们就是咫尺之遥。
Well, first of all, I would like to say when we start this tournament, it was very difficult for us. There were a lot of errors in our team and we have a lot of difficulties that we faced. But it was our hard work and we didn't give up any time. And now we are close to the finals and we already qualified for finals. And yeah, we're very happy. Thank you so much for asking me.
Absolutely. I mean, you guys being able to hard work, like your hard work is paying off. You've been struggling for the first couple of games, but now you guys are 2-0ing everyone on your way. So congratulations for that. But we also want to ask you about the way you play the game. So you've been focusing on rerolls, focusing on 3-star champions throughout the whole tournament from the start to this point. Is there a reason why you keep focusing on this strategy?
好，第二个问题他问你的就是非常开心你们玩的，然后一开始的时候你们是有点困难，可以后面慢慢来，你们做的非常好。可以想问你一个问题，就是说你现在玩的就是差不多一样的，到以前到现在你用的这个3星冠军，就是为什么你用这种方式呢？你觉得这样好吗？
我们这个团队的策略是非常的清晰明了的，就是我们有一套独属于我们自己的战术。然后每个人都能完美的去执行吧，也不是说我一定要玩这个，这是我们团队的决策。
Okay, well, it's all about the team decision. It's not what I choose to play that way. It's the team, what we decide that we are going to play this way, like the 3-star champion or enrollment. So yeah, basically it's a team decision and we listen to each other before we play the game.
I mean, definitely your communication is paying off. You guys have made it to the grand finals. So one more time, congratulations, and we will see you later tonight. But for now, before Team Fatality leaves the stage, let's throw it back to Jasmine because Milk have his final words to say.
Thank you very much for that, Fancy. Milk, unfortunately, yourself and the team graciously bow out of the Esports World Cup, but you put up an incredible fight. What an achievement it was to get 6 back-to-back victories and then unfortunately being knocked out in our semi-final. So I gotta ask you the key difference between your opposition that you had here in the semi-finals and earlier on, all of the opposition you faced throughout the tournament. Were there any key differences for you?
Honestly, I didn't know too big difference. I think we just didn't play that well today, and yeah.
What was the kind of discussions that took place between yourself and the team heading into today? Was everybody kind of in good spirits?
Oh, I think we're really good spirits. I think we all thought we were the best in the tourney, but yeah, we lost, so yeah.
Well, there were loads of new things to factor into this event as a whole. New set, of course, being one of the main things. So what are your initial thoughts about the charm mechanic that we had added in?
Oh, I think the charm mechanic is like a perfect spot for a game mechanic because it's not like too impactful and not like too unnoticeable either. I think the game devs did a really good job on like the set. The balancing is kind of sus, but yeah.
How did you feel like the charm mechanic impacted the 4v4 format? Did you feel like it had much of an impact?
I don't know if there's a direct impact on the 4v4. It's just like impact on the game in general, but I like it.
And in regards to re-rolling and obviously going for the charm rolling in particular, how do you guys kind of decipher at what point you kind of commit to charm rolling?
Oh, we basically just see our spots like on stage 2 and like we gradually progress like until like Krugs and basically decide like all our paths from stage 2 to 3.
And moving on from here, is there anything in particular you want to say to everybody that has either doubted Team Vitality or cheered you boys on throughout this tournament?
Oh, I think we're better than we showed today, but yeah, so hopefully there's another chance we get in a 4v4 format and to like prove that we're better than we placed.
I think you boys should be incredibly proud of your achievements, 6 back-to-back victories, but unfortunately this is the end of the road for your EWC journey. Thank you so much for joining me, and it's back over to the studio.
Thank you so much, Jasmine. Fantastic interview, and also your hair is looking lovely today. Welcome back to EWC Central. I am Quickshot, and I'm joined on the sofa by Initialize, as I have been most of the weekend, but we have a very special guest. It's the head coach for Fnatic's TFT squad, Froden. Just quickly before we dive into conversations, could you introduce yourself? Maybe tell some of the viewers where you're from and what your esports credentials are.
Sure. So my name is Frodan. I am the head coach for Fnatic TFT. I used to be a commentator and caster for other games as well, like StarCraft, League of Legends, and Hearthstone is probably where people most know me from.
That's where I know you from.
But these days, I do mainly TFT, co-streaming, and analysis, and content creation. Fnatic also wanted to have me as a coach. It's something I haven't done for the first time, so it's a really interesting challenge to do it because no one's ever really coached TFT, so I really welcome the challenge and try to embrace it. It didn't work out this weekend, but I'm really proud of the guys.
I'm very happy to hear you say that, and I think as far as the game library goes, you have some notable, impressive ones in there. At the end of this interview, I want to discuss a little bit like the format and what coaching was like, but I think immediately, we didn't get to catch much of the Vitality series on our broadcast. How did that play out? What was your sort of professional take on it?
I'm pretty depressed because I think that it was very winnable for Vitality. I think that the Wolves came out really prepared, and they also got the good openers, but every single game, despite the fact that Vitality was on the back foot, they made good plays. I do think they made a couple of crucial errors in game 1 in particular. I think they took a line trying to play around Galio when Galio is one of the most contested units, and that was a risk. And it looked like it was going to pay off, but then ultimately I think Wolves had really good teamwork to punish Setsuko, who is their star player, and ultimately that was one of the big key factors. Vitality also, again, they kept trying to make the shot clock buzzer beater come back from behind victory, and they were very close, but it just came up a little bit short. And I'm really sad because those guys worked super hard. They slept only 4 hours a day when the set launched to try to grind every game they possibly could, and it just feels bad because they were undefeated leading up to the series.
Just quickly for us, for all the esports viewers, shot clock buzzer beater is a basketball reference.
And I was about to say as well, because one of the things we've been sort of talking about is how you find those kind of comeback angles, especially if you don't hit the Syndras you're looking for, whatever else it is. What are the angles you've been seeing that have generally worked across the tournament? Because you've been covering it pretty heavily as a co-streamer, as well as obviously the coach. You've put a lot of time into this set.
There's two elements about the meta that I think that people aren't really paying that close attention to because it's such a new format. The first is that you do need to readjust your expectation to what a successful game is in TFT. By the way that Riot defines teamfight tactics, if you top 4, that's a good game. If you bot 4, it's a bad game. But in reality, there's actually good 7th places or even good 8th places, depending on what your role is on the team. You have to have somebody in this specific meta that's dedicated to a composition like Kog'Maw that is trying to play for units and actively disrupt the enemy team. You're like you're a dedicated backmarker, you're the griefer. If you play like racing games, you understand that like somebody has to go second to last and send the other person last. So that's one thing. And the second thing also is team chemistry matters so much because there's a lot of teams that came in with strong individual players, and we thought that maybe that credentials and that history alone could make up for the lack of teamwork, but in reality, Wolves is the least impressive Chinese team on paper, but if you ask every Chinese player outside of Wolves, they picked Wolves to be their best #1 team because their teamwork has been excellent ever since the qualifiers, and everyone looked at them and said, we need to find a way to replicate that, but they couldn't do it.
I mean, I think fundamentally, you've just summarized days of content on our broadcast. We have Street Fighter 6, Fortnite, TFT, we tailor a lot, and we're trying to like siphon, filter, summarize a lot of things. I had very strong feelings about how individual accomplishments may actually be a bit of a blocker. At the risk of being quite on the nose, how was the Fnatic run at the tournament? How do you reflect? I'm not trying to be mean about it, but I think there was a lot of hopes and expectations. I think as well from people who maybe were less familiar with TFT, you see the names, you see the accomplishments, and you go, this is them going to be doing well. This may be painful to watch, but give us a summary on how the tournament went from your perspective.
Yeah, so from our perspective, our roster was really stacked. Our scrim results were some of the best across all the field. You know, one of the things about when you scrim other teams is you kind of indirectly ask how are they going for you. I think we had the best or second best results going into it. And so I think that our confidence rode really high, but that ended up sabotaging a little bit because the meta shifted as we were traveling to the event. And so we were confident and we didn't want to scrim nearly as much being here, and the meta was shifting away from us. And so that ended up being something that worked against us. The second element was that I think that our group was actually the group of death because we had such a well-rounded group that there were no weaklings, while there were alleged weaklings in other groups.
I get what you mean, yeah.
And so some of the best scrim partners for other teams like T1 was actually one of the teams that people were copying strats from. Once again, T1 comes in really prepared. Their teamwork is excellent, even if they lag a little bit of star power on paper. They ended up being a valuable practice partner for so many other teams, but we couldn't scrim them because they weren't in our group. And so there's like a little bit of like, small things adding up. And then the last thing was, I think we trusted maybe on our individual skill a little too much. Dish Soap, Moala, Weijin are three of the top best players in the entire world. Hyun ended up being our best player, and he ended up being like a huge backbone and IGL captain. But I think in the end, we needed to come together more and say, hey, look, other teams are making it work, even though they're not as individually skilled.
And I'm really glad you brought up that meta shifting, because we got to chat a little bit before we came on, and you say, look, if it'd been 2 days later or 2 days earlier, it would have felt very different. So I guess what was the meta shift, if you're allowed to say at this point?
The meta shift was that we knew that Syndra was really good, but part of us was trusting that we could have actually found alternative ways to play out of Syndra, and also that we weren't nearly as hard committal to it. We wanted to say, hey, we can find ways to beat it. And teamfight tactics is oftentimes a self-correcting game where if something is too good, something else will rise up to beat it. Unfortunately, we happen to be in quite a degenerate meta. It actually, a lot of people are saying that this is one of the most degen metas we've had in years, and so we sort of failed to recognize that and build a game plan around it. It's not that it's actually a bad meta for 4v4. It's actually quite a good meta for 4v4, all things considering. It's just that we didn't recognize that, and so we should have leaned more into everyone has to have that dedicated Syndra player, but we were like, maybe we will, maybe we won't, and I think that cost us one valuable game in particular, which would have changed the outcourse of everything.
It's actually so brutal because it is a tough schedule. You don't have a lot of wiggle room for losses. I do want to just steal your brain power for a tiny bit. We can actually jump into that live game, Twisted Minds versus T1. And one of the things I want to explain for maybe the non-TFT viewers, the discussion that Frodo was just bringing up around having different options. You have to be able to think of like rock, paper, scissors. There's always a weapon that can defeat it. But in TFT, it's rock, paper, scissors, lizard, Spock, lightsaber, whip, everything, right? There's so many other things that you need to balance in, but there is always going to be a tool, right, which makes it hard. So that's kind of a summary. We'll unpack that later on in our show. What I will ask you, Froden, when we look at this, TM versus T1, who's going to be winning? Who's your favorite? Come on.
I got to go with T1. There's a reason why everyone's picking up their strats, even though they were a team that was underestimated because they only have one world championship caliber player, at least on paper. And they have a bunch of people who were good at other things, right? SCSC is a former pro gamer in other games, and Dooney Zuni is much more of an influencer, but I think Bintum's leadership really brought everyone together, and there's a reason why people call him the KR GOAT.
And I guess with that in mind, because I've had a conversation with, say, Till from Toronto Ultra, a few of these other teams were saying, look, actually, when we were building teams, we wanted to get players with team play experience who maybe weren't TFT players originally. How much value have you seen from other teams in terms of getting those experienced players from other titles into this format?
Immensely, immensely. I think communication is something that TFT players aren't often used to doing unless you are a streamer where you complain about the game.
But even then, the communication that you're doing to your audience or to your viewer base is not how many units do we have, how are we playing, am I playing you, am I going to grief my team, how do we manage the board, who's farming futures, like the amount of information that you need to be sharing. I have been around the esports industry for a long time. I cannot think of a single other title that has this amount of intense communication on a 1-minute timer.
Yeah, I mean, less than that if you think about it, because you need time to actually play your turn. So if you talk for the entire 30 seconds, you're not actually playing your turn. And you have to use that valuable time to also discern information, not just about your spot, but your teammate's spot and your opponent's spot. A lot of people think 4v4 is actually too hard. They think that it's one of those things where...
I'm not surprised at all.
They would rather dedicate it as their main format because it's so many different soft skills and these things that are completely under-discovered and under-explored that they feel like it's just so different from 1v1. And the game meta shifts as well because compositions are completely differently evaluated.
For sure.
Augments are completely different evaluated. And then the extra kicker is that it's almost like you are put into flex queue for TFT. Like everyone has to play jungle, mid, and bottom and support and some kind of role.
Depending on what you
depending
get.
on what your opener is. And so it's you add that extra element. You have to learn every comp. You have to learn how to work with everybody. You have to communicate. You have to also play all these different spots. It's a complete headache, but the players love it. They've never engaged with TFT quite like this before.
So I guess I've got two questions. I'll start with the first one. You were mentioning some of the soft skills that are really undervalued. Have you got one in particular you go, that is the skill that TFT players are really lacking right now?
Alden, not so lacking. Maybe say in this format.
Yes, that's fair way.
In this format, the hardest thing to do is to get out of the way, even if you think you have a really good spot. Because there's a lot of people who look at this and say, hey, look, I have a Pandora's items. I could probably play Syndra. But if their teammate has an even better start for Syndra, you have to think about, you have to, one, discuss that and say, can you both play it? And if not, what is the thing that you have to do? Because it's all about your relative power to the other team and your team. So getting out of the way is one of the hardest skills.
Can I tell you, I truly wish more people understood the impact of that sentence you just said. I know very little about how you've approached coaching. Just that summary alone, I have the utmost confidence in you. I think you've done a great job. Because I also think, just before we went on air, I was discussing how I had a very strong opinion that if you have a strong-willed, individual experienced player, it's way harder.
Ego, yeah.
In theory, I wouldn't say ego.
Well,
it's way harder in theory to get that person to bend or adjust their play style for this format. You win tournaments by not playing nice with others and not giving up your board.
To that point, I think that's what something like Team Vitality and T1 do very well, and even Wolves. It feels like there's no dedicated roles, and some teams came in here with more like slanted roles, like I'm leaning towards this way. You have to be unbiased, no ego, you have to be very open-minded, open communication. Even some of the players who are most notably known for being egotistic, like Setsuko, who's like the #1 ranked NA player. A lot of people consider him to be overconfident, egotistic, call everyone bad. He's actually the biggest team player on Team Vitality because he gets out of the way.
Correct. And that's the thing is, depending on the board state, depending on what you roll, you may be the fill player or the farming player, the sacrificial player, whatever the words are. If you get the best board state and the best rolls early, you are now the star for that round, right?
That's entirely correct.
What we did see as well is like we don't get to watch too many of the live games. I actually want to ask you a prediction on the specific game in a second. So try to look at the boord state if you can. But one of the best
I'll try. My eyesight's getting worse.
We'll go to full screen for you in a moment. But like we saw the Toronto Ultra versus Na'Vi series, and Na'Vi ended up losing game 2. No, Toronto Ultra lost game 2. Na'Vi bounced back to win game 3, and I think they were not favored to do so, if I recall correctly. But the point was, the fact that they had 3 of their team members out early gave them several extra minutes to talk, to strategize, to prep for game 3, and it looked like they came back and smashed. Now, regardless, once we do get to see the traits and sort of the HP pools, can you give us a informed coach's prediction on who will win this round?
I usually have to watch for a few minutes because I have to see all the players.
Don't give me excuses. I'm asking you.
I will say that in a silver start lobby, that usually means that you're kind of at baseline tempo, which is the lowest and slowest start, which means that you don't necessarily you're not as pressured to make a play, so you can actually take time to be a little bit slower. And there's one particular augment that people took, which is Caretaker's Ally, which basically sets the pace for the rest of the team. And that person looked like they had an early Nila 2. So whichever team that had that Nila 2, they had the most HP that they'll be able to preserve starting from stage 3 and stage 4, because stage 3 is the most crucial phase of that game to preserve HP. I think that team right now is in the driver's seat. So
final question of the game before we move on.
Okay, so at this point, you have explored TFT from so many angles. A coach, a player, a streamer, broadcaster, looking
Very
as a
few
fan.
people have your experience and overview.
Exactly. So what is your take on 4v4? What's the future of this game mode? Because we've not seen a lot of this at all.
Well, I have 2 things I want to say about this. The first is I think 4v4 is the player's favorite format. I think everyone who plays 4v4 kind of has their moment when they play Clash, or they team up in Valorant and they group queue and they kind of realize like, wow, this is actually the way I'd rather play than solo queue because it's much more dynamic. And the game actually completely changes on the level that people want in TFT. People always talk about TFT like, I want to like go into the game not knowing what I want to do and kind of improvise and like learn all the different lines instead of just playing the same comp over and over because that's not what TFT is. I think 4v4 has so much to offer, and the depth that we're understanding about this format is continuing to evolve. I'm pretty sure that if TFT comes back a year later, we're gonna have different terminologies, different strategies, and I think we'll continue to evolve. I would say the equivalent of right now, if you're a League of Legends fan, is that we're all grouping down mid and running it down to S5 to try to push towers. I think that's exactly what we're doing right now, and we have so much more evolution because of how unexplored it is.
I had a heated conversation with Young Initialized where I said this tournament's never existed before. And he looked me in the eyes and said, there was these streamer cups. And I said, frankly, they don't matter. I mean it with the utmost respect. Community events, streamer events, sure. But on an arena, facing against clubs that are internationally renowned, multiple regions being represented, I think the scale competition is surprised. I think your description of the Wolves players, some of the weakest individuals coming together, but as a unit, as a team, understanding makes the most sense. Do you see this being a format that's picked up by the wider market?
So that's the second thing I want to say, which is that I worry that by the nature of how 4v4 works, which is both your advantage as well as denying your opponent's advantage, puts TFT in a spot where it actually turns it to a little bit too toxic. I think there's a lot of like, griefing and inting that you could do that I worry that if you don't have friends, you have to enter the solo queue arena, you need to communicate through microphone because it's not efficient. And that creates a situation where I think the player base might turn on itself. Part of what I think makes TFT special is that we're hyper competitive, but we're very open and friendly. So many players willing to share their information, their knowledge, help each other improve. If it turns into sort of this cutthroat, toxic, like my teammates suck, I worry that what it does to the community.
Hang on. What I think is, dare I say, your reservations, concerns are fair. However, you're not looking at a broad enough scope, because hypothetically, what if this became a queue? What if this became like Clash in League of Legends? Organized play, right? If you start adapting solo queue plays or solo queue lobbies to this, yes, I agree with you. I think it's very challenging. But if it were a separate queue, a separate game mode, a themed mode, something like that we've seen from, right in the past, that can make sense, right?
I can get behind that.
That's the way I do. Like, depending on how old you are, how much you played, ranked 5's ladder in League.
Man, so true.
Many people think of and love, right? So if you have a ranked 4's ladder, theoretically, then you have to play with 4 people you're on the same team on. Ideally, you should be on a friends list together. Pro tip to avoid it. I'll come back to this really quickly, but you set me up. Talking guides, sharing knowledge. The TFT community is very friendly. Who else does that? That could, maybe tell us. My producer,
do you know a guy? Do you know?
Let me read this teleprompter. Has his own web. Oh wait, actually,
oh
perfect.
yeah, we're set up, man.
I was gonna say because there's actually this fantastic website that I started with the reigning world champion called TFT Academy. Me and Dissoap about a few months ago kind of recognized that there's a lack of trust with some of these guides out there because they say, you know what, these are good guides, but who's really behind them and are they updated? We update every single day. We put out our own podcast breaking down the meta.
And you're putting your name on it as well.
Yeah. And we have a newsletter as well that we put out to help a lot of the people that support the website. So tftacademy.com is where you can find out all the latest things about the meta, updated tier list, podcast, newsletters, and more.
That is awesome. Look, I know you've been incredibly generous with your time. We've only got a few more minutes to speak.
Sure.
Can I ask very personally, how have you enjoyed EWC? I know with your broadcasting experience and background, I know you predominantly as the Hearthstone caster. That's how I know your voice from and where I'm aware. But what's your take on seeing the enemies? And more importantly, how do you feel knowing that you're sitting next to Fortnite on the same weekend as Street Fighter 6? Like, for me, as somebody that's been watching a lot of games for a long time, you also have had a similar experience. It's wild to me, but I love it.
It's wild. I frankly missed it. I think COVID took a lot from us, just not from as a society and an industry, but also on a personal enjoyment of what we do level.
Yeah.
And in the past, there were so many events that would bring us together from other communities. I have a lot of friends in the FGC, and I actually met some of them here in Street Fighter. I haven't seen them in 10 years. I haven't seen Reinhardt in like 9 to 10 years, and we caught up because we happened to get in the same shuttle.
Such a cool
And the Prodigal Son he's a legend. And so that's the kind of stuff that I really missed about gaming. And nowadays, it's all about your own standalone tentpole events. Did you go to the Worlds of this? Did you go to the Invitational, the International of this? And if you do, you have to invite friends to come out from their own circles, but this forces us to blend together. That's one thing that I didn't realize I missed about the industry. I mean, how else are we supposed to interact?
Right.
You guys are going to always do your own things because we have separate spheres. And I think that's my favorite part about EWC so far.
I completely agree with that. I'm old enough and been watching long enough that when events were happening like the Esports World Cup, this is the ESWC, Electronic Sports World Cup from 20 years ago.
Oh, wow.
I forgot about that.
20 years ago, I don't think we've had multi-game tournaments that have existed and things like that. Let's quickly talk about organization. Fnatic support, Froden, they believed in a streamer, a content creator. What was that integration like? And then, are you brave enough to tell us what's in the future?
Sure. I mean, the first thing was that I think it was really surprising how much they cared about performance over clouds. I kind of thought that they wanted me to be more of a marketing arm for the players because they're so individually talented. How much do they really want coaching? I mean, the reality is they need a lot of coaching. And so it was like a really good value add there. So I was very pleasantly surprised that Fnatic said, hey, look, you could try to make content around it, do like a vlog, do like the streams, like the scrim stuff, but we care more about performance over everything. And they've been immensely supportive about that. We had a boot camp in London. They have support staff here. They said anything we need, they got you. They gave me Fnatic clothes. This is a Fnatic shirt. Can't know. Oh wait, I still have the tag. You still? Don't worry about that. I need a new shirt for today.
It's incredible.
I didn't pack
dressed up nice for us.
Can you tell we are live? Can you tell? This is unplanned and unscripted. Oh, that was fantastic.
It's been wonderful. And as for the future, they're not going anywhere. They really want to build around the team. I do think that we might have to reconstruct the roster if things weren't working because, like we said, now that we understand 4v4 differently, we have to have players that are on the same page and not necessarily just about individual accomplishments, but we don't know where to start, right? Because all these players are very valuable. Even the player that you consider to be the quote weakest on paper whoever ended up doing the best on our team. So I think that's what they have to go back to the drawing board.
I just want to say, unfortunately, we have run out of time. I want to thank you for giving us such in-depth and fantastic answers. I also say one quick thing to Sam Matthews and Fnatic. 20 years. Congratulations. The organization has been around for 20 years. They just celebrated their double-decade birthday. I've been watching them since they were created. Man, I'm old. What I will say is, just before we let you go, what we do have is we've had this piece of EWC merch that we've had on the show all weekend. Everybody that's joined us has come to sign. It's actually getting really nicely populated. It was a great idea. Well done. What we will do is we'll ask you to sign this on your way out. Just before you do, could you say a message to your fans, to your viewers, to Fnatic, to anybody, to camera number one as a goodbye?
To my fans and the people that support me and Fnatic and the TFT community, this is literally all because of you guys. We are a community-first game, and I think it's going to always try to stay that way. So thank you so much for everyone who shows up, because without you, we have nothing. And may the TFT community continue to have that same love the FGC community has, because it's the same thing. It's the same vibe. Vernon, thank you so much. It has been a pleasure speaking. Can we always just speak to people who have shoutcasting experience? We're going to go to a break. When we come back, we're going to to Blake and talking about the Fortnite playoffs and setting our preview.
Well, we got something a little bit different here. All right, Snowy calls the Chaos, and Chaos answers.
Quay's definitely Chaos. I mean, it's Chaos to go 8th, that's for sure. I don't know if he wants to keep that way. I don't know about you. I would probably sell it and just keep on rolling.
Yeah, it's more than 20 gold. We want that gold exactly right now. It's more useful that way. I mean, Way is a unit, but obviously it's not a unit.
It's not a unit. Let's be honest.
This is a unit. That's what you want to see.
It's just an instance, though. I mean, that's a lot of gold for Snowy, though. I mean, level 8 with 50 gold already. Obviously, the call to Chaos definitely helping out. Obviously, could have got a better 3 cost in the end, unfortunately not being able to. But just funneling more gold into Snowy means that he's able to try and push levels and try and even go to level 9, because he already has a Karma 2-star as well. So that will allow him to be super stable in terms of his board and try and push levels to try and get that win condition.
Then he's going to be very close to getting the blue buff on her as well. The front line very, very solid for Snowy. And we said before, he's shown great resilience in other games. It looks like this game will be no different.
Yeah, Bobe's position here, slamming a defensive action here on the Syndra. Normally we don't see it. We prefer to see pure tanks and pure mana generation. He decides to go for the Hextech Gunblade on the Syndra, so his capping board will not be amazing. He's holding Kassadin still, Cassiopeias, and I don't like the spot for Bobe, so top spot here for T1.
Second time we're seeing multi-striker here on the Neela. We've seen this, I believe it was yesterday. I can't remember which player it was exactly, but seeing that Neela, using the Neela and using the Caretaker's allies to adjust and actually play the multi-striker is a super unique composition. As you can see, really close to Kassadin 3 and also Neela 3 as well. So super interesting spot to be in for Hwamne.
Yeah, Kali 3 just completed as of that round as well. This board has great potential, even if we're seeing the Neela being swiped away by a few other players just to keep it out of the pool. Right now, of course, Hwamne hasn't fully got the board online, so may have to wait a little bit before we start to see that big streak coming through. We do, of course, we haven't talked about it yet, have the Eldritch Emblem in place for Hwamne as well to give him some even bigger cap to look for.
Yeah, it gives them the guard that comes and helps the team. Normally a little CC, a little more tankiness to help support the team and scale a little more into the late game. Vintium and CUA. No, only Vintium maintains the win streak. This is huge because now T1 will have that hero player for sure, and CUA, who was the one that was contemplated to be the hero one, now with this loss, he will need to ramp up again. So, better spot at least on the top for Vintium and T1.
And ZUA going for the Radiant Shojin in the end as well, as we know one of the highest caps that you can get with Syndra, going for the Prismatic to help him out with that one. But across the whole board, I think in terms of...
Welcome, yes! Sorry, welcome back! Alice the Camel is back. I'm sorry to all headphone users and people who we're not expecting that. This is my favorite footage. I love seeing the camels in the desert. Does anyone know the Alice the Camel song?
No.
No,
I don't even know what. I thought you gave that camel that name.
I'm right there with you.
It's how you teach children. Wow, maybe it's a South African thing. We don't even have.
That's 100% a South African thing.
I've never.
There's no way there's an Alice the Camel song in the United States.
That's what I'm saying.
This has happened for 6 weeks and nobody's called me out.
I just thought you named the camel Alice, Trev.
It's much. Alice the Camel has 1 hump. Alice the Camel has 2 humps. Take 1 hump away. How many does she have? Alice the Camel has 1 hump. It's like
I thought this was something that was made up before me and Steve.
Look, I didn't.
I was with you guys. I had no. Okay.
Right. Let's get back to professionalism. I think I'm very loose today, and I will become more professional as the day goes on. I promise. We're going to turn our attention to Fortnite. Obviously, the playoffs will be beginning later on this evening. We're going to run through the semi-finals and the finals here on Championship Sunday. So let's take a look at what that bracket looks like. I think crucially, when we do see the results from yesterday, the quarterfinals had no upsets. It was the #1 seed winning all of the respective games. And I think I'll give some, let's take some quick highlight thoughts. What did you think of all the results? Because you staged it the whole time, didn't you?
Yeah, I was here up until the X-Tech game. I finished watching at the hotel because it was very late. It went on till I don't even know what time.
You took our show seriously. Well done.
Thank you. I appreciate it. But yeah, some crazy things to me. Team Exceed taking on Team Falcons, winning 4-1, which was crazy. But I also want to point out that the Falcons' only win was on a hardpoint map, 250 to 249.
Wow.
So it was a 1-point game.
250 to 249.
So, I mean, realistically, this could have also been a 4-0, and this is why these are my 2 top teams, Xset and Exceed. They're both, potentially 4-0ing to make it to the semifinals.
Okay, so let's look at this very quickly. I don't fully remember. What was your playoff brackets prediction? How are you doing? I remember you got 7 out of 8 of the teams. Oh, you're 4 for 4.
Nice.
Yeah.
I got 7 out of 8 for the playoffs, the top 8 teams, and right now I'm 4 out of 4. Let's see if I can go
all the way.
7 out of 7.
I mean, I hope not, because I want the European teams to win. We'll unpack that in a moment. But what I will say is, I think you might actually be the most accurate predictor that we have had. I think that's what we're at right now. Okay, so congratulations on the predictions. Just before we dive into a slightly deeper breakdown on how those quarterfinals went, as well as previewing the upcoming semifinals, yesterday, Blake went to go catch Hellfire from Heroic, and he was ecstatic after their win in the ALJ interview.
We are in the Amazon Arena right now. The fans are going crazy, but I'm here with Hellfire. Hellfire, you just qualified for the semifinals. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. It was a close game. I'm happy we won it.
Yeah, you had a tough matchup versus R8. Did you expect them to be this tough of an opponent?
We expected them to be good, but not this tough, no.
Yeah, and you've actually competed in Gamers 8 in the past, and you qualified for this tournament out of DreamHack Dallas. What was the preparation like coming into here?
We were just prepping a lot against different teams, so, like to learn other people's shots and stuff.
Okay, is there anybody you are scared of going forward on your path to the finals?
Well, the best team is probably Exit, and we're probably going to face them in the next game, so it's probably going to be a good match.
Do you have a favorite game mode? You were popping off in map 2 against R8. You want to talk about that?
Well, I just had a pretty good game at the start, got a lot of kills, and then got out of the siphon.
I mean, in my opinion, that was a masterclass performance to take your team to the semifinals. Was your team hyped? Are they gassing you up?
A bit after the game, yeah.
Okay, nice. Well, Hellfire, thank you so much. I appreciate your time, and we'll see you guys back with some more Fortnite.
Blake, you tried your absolute hardest. That was obviously a successful series coming out of Heroic. Let's see how they do later on today. It is time for obviously the semifinals preview. Now, while Hellfire was obviously dead focused and dead center, he is going to be one of the players that's going to need to step up today because Exit is the team that you have predicted to win the whole thing. And I'm reading this, they've not dropped a single map.
Yeah, Exit has won 10 out of 10 maps. 6-0 in the group stages, 4-0 in the quarterfinals. But Team Heroic, their matchup, I want to point out that they lost 2 maps to R8 Esports. And R8 Esports, obviously a top team. They made it here to the top 8.
But they weren't even in your top 8 predictions. Like,
they weren't in my top 8. They were definitely the underdogs coming into here. So to see Heroic drop 2 maps to them, and now they're going to face Exet, who is undefeated in this tournament, I don't know, man.
One thing I will also highlight as well, we've got some Exet footage that I want to bring on screen, but they were the only team that went 4-0. Every other game dropped that at least 1 map.
Yep.
Now, Blake, help explain to me, like, I know we've spoken about Cold. Cold's a name that's like stuck in my head, right? But is he the only reason that they smashed so heavily in the quarters?
Absolutely not. We saw Ritual on Keeper in this series going crazy. We've seen the highlights of Muzz like we're seeing right now with the double kill with the pistol going crazy. Everyone's just playing their role. Everyone's playing to the game plan, and they're all just popping off.
I mean, one of the things that was great when we spoke to the 2 players from Power, Volks and Luta, they were talking about communication, they were talking about the skills that have to adapt, but also they were just talking about how sick the aim was from Exet. And they were maybe even more confident than you were that Exit are the real deal.
Yeah, and also Muzz is known for having one of the best, like some of the best aim in the game. So that's another thing that's huge in this game mode.
And I know you kind of called this out earlier when we were talking about this team, and you were saying, look, they played flawlessly, and it is a rarity to hear a team be referred to as flawless. And I guess for you, Trev, on this one, because you've seen pretty much every game that's happened at EWC, you've covered a lot of the tournaments. Has there been another team as clean as Exet here at EWC so far?
So you mentioned this earlier, actually, and before we came back together, producers and I had a little chat, we looked at it. I think the only comparison we could draw is actually the Gaming Gladiators. Now, not the Gaming Gladiators that were just eliminated from Fortnite, the Gaming Gladiators that won Dota 2. Throughout their entire playoffs run, which was 9 best of series, they only dropped a single game. They beat Team Liquid in the upper bracket final 2-0. Team Liquid then ran the lower bracket, came back. They then smashed them 3-0 in some of the fastest games that we've had in the entire Dota 2 tournament. And not to belittle the Fortnite structure, but it was a much harder road for gaming. And they dropped 1 map in multiple best of 3s in games that traditionally average like 45 minutes per game. And there's like 2 of them instead of 3 of them. So I think they were probably the best. I think that's the cleanest comparison I can think of. They're like Exit, while they haven't dropped a map yet, it's a small company, slightly smaller field, so the disparity's bigger. So Gaming and Dota is the closest comparison I have.
Now, Trevor, I'm not here to discredit Gaming Gladiators, but I want you to really take a look at how dominant this Exet team is in this Fortnite game.
Okay, so how are we doing that? What's the exact example you're giving us?
Yeah, so obviously Power and Looter were on the broadcast yesterday, and they kind of explained capture the flag in another way, and they explained how it's first to 5, or whoever has the most flags at the end of the game wins. If you get 5 flags more than your opponent, the game's over.
So if somebody's on 0, you're on 5, you win.
Yeah,
Someone's on 1, they're on 6, you win.
Gotcha. Game is over.
Okay, I feel like you have something special prepared. What do we got?
I got something. I was cooking up before this broadcast today. All right.
Excellent.
So I want to take a look right here at this gameplay here. First, I want to point out the score. It is 4-0. Cold is dancing on his opponent in the middle of the game.
Taunting.
This is not something that you see at an international LAN like this. So let's rewatch that really quick. He's literally just dancing. He
Did
doesn't
you
care.
literally make production do that twice.
I had to have them. And then I want to take a look at this. They're down. They're up 5-1. Edgy has the flag, and he's just sitting there. He doesn't want the game to end. He knows the series over, and he wants to make Gaming Gladiators sit through this last minute. He's not ending this game.
Yo, the Steph Curry?
The Steph Curry.
That's a Steph Curry. I don't
That's the Steph Curry. When he ends the game and he knows that it's over, this is what he does. He did it during the Olympics.
Fun fact.
I don't watch basketball.
Fun fact, very off topic, but the USA team won basketball Olympics last night.
Yes.
Steph Curry did that. Ritual just did that right after. So there's a tweet going around, a comparison of the two.
Just to make sure that I understand it correctly, had the blue flag touched the red flag, then that would have been an exit official victory.
Yeah, the game would have been over.
Intentionally stopped to literally be like, nah.
He didn't want to end it. He was taunting them.
Wow. Okay. I accept it. I think the dominance that XZ are showing is obviously setting them up well against Heroic, who did drop some games to R8. We focused on the team we're expecting to win. We'll keep you up to date on those results. The other semifinal is going to be Exceed versus Carmen Core. Now, I believe these teams, they actually played each other at Dallas, right?
Yes.
And Exceed won 2-1. You've told me that Exceed is the favorite coming into, let's say, this matchup, but also because they took down Falcons yesterday.
Yeah, so I mean, Exceed last played obviously at DreamHack Dallas, like you said, and they won 2-1. But I want to point out, they lost to Falcons in DreamHack Dallas. Okay. Now they just dominated Falcons in EWC. So we're in a completely different tournament here. So, I mean, I don't know.
I mean, look, that's actually a really good point, right? You mentioned it earlier, right at the beginning of our broadcast week, the three teams that Blake had selected as kind of potentials for, depending how bracket played out, was XZ, Exceed, and Falcons. Now that you've seen what Exceed have done to Falcons, and you mentioned they got revenge as well, are they like significantly the favorites in this semifinal as much as XZ are in the first?
I would say so, but I wouldn't discredit Carmine Corp, even though they're EU.
But okay, yeah.
Okay, let's talk about the players though, because Carmine Corp also had a good series yesterday, right? Was it 4-1, I think it was, or maybe 4-2? But how well did they play out yesterday?
Yeah, no, Carmine Corp definitely played good against Dignitas. It was, I would like to say, a little bit dominant. I mean, Dignitas didn't really stand a chance, honestly, in my opinion, but I don't know.
So this is a better test, in other words?
Yeah, this is a way better matchup.
Okay, I guess my question then becomes, you're expecting Exceed to be the team that matches XZ in the finals. Are they the only team that can take a map off XZ?
I do think that Exceed will at least take a couple maps, if not the full series. I don't know. But I don't think XZ will be able to...
But for you, it's clear. They're 1 and 2, and then you're probably looking like 60% XZ, 40% Exceed.
And I don't see XZ losing to Exceed in the finals, but I do think that those will be the two teams.
Okay, well, we're going to find out. Those finals will be following the semifinals later on in the broadcast. But to round out our Fortnite introduction and review, let's hear from analyst Jess Goat in the ALJ interview.
We're here at the Esports World Cup featuring Fortnite. I have Jess here, and Jess, Heroics versus R8 Esports just wrapped up. What are your thoughts on this game?
I was really surprised about how far it went. I mean, we got a best of 7, so you kind of wanted to go into those maps, but I thought this series would be tied up really quick by Heroic. I predicted it. I predicted wrong. I got the winner right. I knew Heroic would come out, but I didn't think it would be that close. R8 were amazing.
R8 is really overperforming, like from what people expected, but I want to specifically go into map number 2.
Okay.
Hellfire on that hard point was going crazy.
I can't even believe that Hellfire, I mean, we were speaking about it on the desk. He's one of the lower rated players on Heroic, maybe not one of the star players of the roster, but he was the star of that map. And you just almost couldn't get him off. It was like he was sticky. He was wearing sticky boots on the hard. So I tell you what, each of those points for me was Hellfire's. Like if I could have picked him as MVP for the match, I would have, but you know, he did a fantastic job.
And normally you don't see the fill rolls doing that much. Like normally you see like the engineer, the jug, but Hellfire was just going crazy.
Yeah.
Now the next matchup we have Exceed versus Falcons. Who do you think is taking this one?
Oh, Falcons do not look confident. I hate to paint a bad picture about a team, especially Team Falcons home crowd. Everyone's going to look at this and go, come on, girl. But I'm telling you, these boys are not looking as confident as they did back when they qualified. And I think Exceed, they're bursting with confidence. So you got one team that says they're confident, but not showing it, and another team that says they're confident and is showing it. Where do you guys put yourself on that? I let you decide.
Exceed's confidence is at an all-time high. Team Falcons at DreamHack Dallas was the top team. Here, it's not looking, they're a little bit underperforming, just a little bit.
Just a little bit.
But I want to talk predictions. Who do you think are the two teams to make the finals?
Okay, if the bracket was free for me, I would have liked to have seen like a maybe an XZ or an Exceed finals, or an XZ or Gaming Gladiators finals. The fact that we can't get that, there's no double elim in the playoffs, so I won't really get that. So XZ and whoever maybe KC, I'd love to see them do a surprise.
KC, I haven't really heard that one much. I'm thinking.
I know, I want to see a surprise one. You know, I don't want to get an expected finals. I want a surprising finals.
And I feel like that was RA Esports because coming into this tournament, they were definitely the underdog. So a lot of people were surprised to see them make it to these playoffs, but they had an amazing performance. Now I want to talk biggest upsets. What are your biggest upsets so far?
You know, Gandhi came on the desk day one, and he sold me the most beautiful story about the boot camp and the prac, and they know these game modes. And I was like, I was on there with him. I was right up at the front of the boat, like, let's sail the Fnatic waves. And then they crashed a little bit, and then the bow of the boat, and everything just went off really quickly for Fnatic. That was my biggest disappointment. Gandhi, if you watch this, never sell that to me again. You are a fraud merchant, my friend.
I had Fnatic in my top 8 as well. Well, Jess, thank you so much, and I'm so excited to see the rest of these matches.
That's good.
Oh, another fantastic interview from Young Blake PlayStation and phenomenal.
Come on, bro. We're on the last day. Just cut me a break this last day.
From
I'll
Jess,
click about
phenomenal.
it
I'm a huge fan of Jess and all of her broadcast work, and I'm so grateful that she took the time to chat. The one thing I will say, though, she had a lot more anticipation and hope for Falcons than you did. I saw you rolling those eyes.
Yeah, I already knew.
I haven't heard that before. I haven't heard that one much. I was like, oh, I know what that means.
Really well done, but it's also, I think it's really great just to hear the differences of opinions. I know Jess, for example, she's not a core Fortnite. She comes from different tack shooters and things like that. Picked up Fortnite in the most recent years.
Okay.
So it's great to see from the different perspectives, but ultimately, it's the Fortnite Young Guns that's got the predictions right so far. Very quick update for you in team fight tactics. We mentioned that second semifinal is already underway. T1 is 1-0 up over Twisted Minds. That means the finals, do you know, these finals might be done before any other games even start.
We're going to get
This is a replay. This is a replay, Sam.
Good to know. There we go. Not again.
We got excited earlier. Score 0-0, and we mentioned that T1 ended up picking up the win. It's what Frodan was saying to us. 2 members of Twisted Minds down in the bottom 8 eliminated already.
Yeah, and I'm looking at 62nd here. He's not having a great time either. The rest of T1, particularly Bobe, having a great run at the minute. From what I saw as well, the stage 3 was really clean from T1. You heard Frodan mention it earlier. Very important stage of the lobby. And I think they just got themselves in a very, very good position as a team because you can see all those early Twisted Minds deaths are not helping them out here at all.
It's really not. I can't unsee Bobe's name and not want to say it like the villain from Austin Powers.
Oh, I know exactly what you mean.
Bobe!
Bobby.
Get in, Bobby! 3 members of Twisted Minds dropping down, and it's Bobby that gets the killing shot in that particular replay. I'm just really happy. I am going to miss you 3, seriously. Like, obviously, it's our last broadcast day together, but it's been a hell of a week. And this is actually the final fight. Yeah, take a look.
Oh, wow.
Look, Bobby is on the bottom right. He's got the Cassiopeia. He's also got the Syndra at level 3. That's a level 3 Syndra already.
Yeah, and like one of the compositions we knew was going to be big coming into the tournament was the double encounter with the Syndra and the Cassiopeia. Getting a 3-star Syndra with good items, a 3-star Cassio to back that up is pretty unbeatable in the current meta.
Yeah, get in my Bobby! And they managed to pick up 1-0. If T1 pick up the next round, they will advance to the finals where they'll be facing off against Wolves for the title of the TFT Esports World Cup champion. We'll find out how that plays out later on. Before we get to that, as I mentioned, Fortnite Street Fighter haven't started yet. So we've done a couple look-ins to both semifinals for TFT. Let's take a moment to slow down and teach our viewers, teach our community, teach everybody about the words, the terminology that comes from the games. So for Fortnite, the word that we have is pull. So what does pull mean in Fortnite? I'm going to come to Sam first because you tend to have good instincts for these.
So the thing is, when I think pull, I think of
Dota,
yeah, that kind of thing. So I'm assuming, is this for this game or is it Fortnite in general?
This game mode.
This game, that's important. It's not going to be things like weapon spawns.
Okay, so
I think this is going to be
hardpoint keeper.
Yeah.
As well as capture the flag.
Yeah.
If somebody is pulling,
I think it could be a CTF thing.
I think it could be in the game. I think it's something to do with forcing the opponent team to come towards you. So whether it's you've got the flag, I will pull them to the left of the map, and if you set up like a trap or something like the Spartans in 300. You with me?
1000%.
Okay, so that's where we go?
That's all where I was already there. I was already there.
Let me tell you guys, you were all wrong.
Ah.
So pull, I'm surprised you guys don't know this because I'm pretty sure it's a capture the flag term.
Okay.
It's just grabbing the flag.
Okay.
You're gonna pull the flag.
What?
I'm pulling.
Okay.
Grabbing the flag.
Can you join me on the angry side?
I'm actually, I'm getting there. We're almost 3 for 3. That doesn't make sense to me.
But I do have to point out, I was watching yesterday, and the casters who don't even primarily cast Fortnite, they cast other games, they were using that term. So I mean, it's not just a
because
Fortnite
it's
term.
your game's term and it's still wrong.
That's it.
Okay.
Where I get angry, capping it up, picking it up, grabbing. Those words exist.
Yeah, but
pull, you're not. It sticks on your back.
Pull. It's like that.
Okay.
Are you
In fairness,
going discus?
I will say,
Pull?
my-
Wow, that's not the...
Listen, Steve,
okay.
you and I are just going to 200
You know what,
later.
but Blake, in your
Right.
defense, before
Okay.
I was convinced by Trevor's logic, I did think, I wonder whether we'd be like pulling and dropping the flag, like to drag people
Oh
to
yeah,
like
now
that.
you know. You hear the answer and all of a sudden you're right.
Yeah, I know,
I'm sure,
exactly.
sure you are. Right, let's turn our attention to Street Fighter 6. This is a B&B. So B&B, I'm thinking bed and breakfast. I'm thinking something like if it's a wake-up super, would you say you're getting a full meal from a B&B? Does you guys even understand what I'm saying? No? What do you think
I was thinking something. I think it's something to do with wake-ups. I do, because it suggests it's like a wake-up thing or rest. So I wonder whether it's you sticking in a like on the floor for longer than normal to try and mess people up with a move.
I'm actually going to change my mind. I think it's something to do with the back arrow. So you're moving back and you're dodging. So you're playing back and back. Okay, Sam, Blake.
I'm not Sam, I'm Blake. I know exactly what
I'm Blake.
a B&B is basically whenever you back up and then you crouch.
Okay.
And then you back up again.
Okay. Steve?
You're so far wrong. This is crazy.
Oh, no.
Your B&B is your basic bread and butter combo. That means the thing that you consistently go to, you never drop it, it's easy. So if I say, hey, this is my bread and butter combo with Ken.
That's B-A-B. If we're spelling
bread
B-A-B.
and butter.
bread and butter.
Bread and butter. In with the look.
It makes sense.
I'm with you.
I think I'm a little bit more forgiving, but it's still technically wrong.
Oh.
How is bed and breakfast
Because
an acronym for?
the entire English-speaking world has decided that. When you go out, you go for B&B. Honestly, I think the production team are putting this together to make me mad.
And they're doing a great job.
There is one. I cannot wait to hear what Sam Blake and Steve Blake have to say. It is team fight tactics, donkey rolling. Gentlemen? Okay, so you go last. Let's go. Blake first.
I know exactly what donkey rolling is.
Guy.
Donkey rolling is a type of re-rolling with the gold for donkeys.
Okay, not bad.
Wow. Okay, I'm gonna stick with the rolling thing here. But donkey rolling, I would just say I'm gonna assume a bad roll. So bad rolls across the board.
Can I give you two? I think it's two, and the first one might be a little bit rude. It's either where you re-roll so badly that you re-roll like an ass.
That's what I'm thinking. That's what I was trying to say.
Or it's slow rolling because donkeys move slowly.
Slower, yeah.
You guys are both the rolling guys have got a close idea, but what it is, but it's not quite. So what it basically is rolling all of your gold every round. So you're not doing any economy stuff. You're just permanently rolling all your gold every round.
Donkeys are dumb. So you're rolling like an ass.
So you're really close. You're pretty close.
I feel like
It's more specific. Like you're in a really desperate spot. You can't wait to get economy. I've just got to roll. That's all I've got left to work with.
Interesting. Okay, awesome. I actually was unfamiliar with that term as well. Now this is a fun one for me.
I like that one.
Who has any experience watching like traditional motorsports? I'm talking Formula One, super bikes, motorcycles, things like that. You got to hand up? Okay, great. So I'll come to you last. In ESL R1, now for the two of you who may not know what that is, it's sim racing, okay? Think about like sitting down, you've got the full cockpit and everything like that, you do sim racing. What does the word apex mean? And it works both in the traditional real-life sport as well as the digital one.
So like top of the race, right? Like the highest point of the race.
I don't know. You have to tell me. What does apex mean?
Apex. The highest, the apex of it. The top of it, the tippy top of it.
I know exactly what Apex is. And Apex is basically when you're a legend.
Not bad. I'm just coming to you for guess.
It is a term for racing lines when you're going around a corner and you're trying to touch the apex of a corner.
Correct. You were almost there, almost there. That is bang on. The apex of a corner. It's the part of the corner where the racing line is the nearest line in the bend. The straightest the fastest speed you can go is in a straight line. So you want to try straighten out the track as much as is possible.
So it's not an Apex Legend?
It is not an Apex Legend. That has completed. And do you remember who won the Apex Legends tournament? I told you on day one.
Yes. ALL. Alliance.
No, so say it again, say it again. So who won the Apex Legends tournaments?
I know exactly who won the Apex Legends. It is Alliance.
You have picked up a catchphrase that I demand to see on a t-shirt.
Right.
Owe me one for free, okay?
Right.
Can we get a group t-shirt just with various Blakeisms?
Let's turn our attention to a topic that is near and dear to many, many, many esports communities' hearts. Whenever rivalries pop up, whether they are regional, whether they are based on character, whether they are based on a coast, East Coast, West Coast, in fighting game community, they are legendary rivalries. In many titles in the English-speaking broadcast world, it's North America versus Europe. And Fortnite is absolutely no different. So because we have two semifinals that are NA versus EU, I asked Blake to give me a little bit of a breakdown. What does the rivalry look like? And obviously I know we're on different sides of the ocean here and different sides of the predictions. But give me some backstory so I can really enjoy the semifinals.
Yeah, so the EU versus NA rivalry in Fortnite has been going on for so many years, to the point where this past season of Fortnite, we had over like, I think 10 EU players move to NA to try and show NA that they're better.
Wow.
All of them did bad.
All of them did badly, okay.
One of them did good.
Give me a little bit of history now in terms of NA versus EU. You know, when we do look at, what's FB2? Game is 8, for example. We've got some previous results here. So give me some of these numbers as well.
Yeah, so every international LAN, like yesterday we were talking about how OCE like can't really perform.
Yes.
So it's always NA or EU. And normally, I hate to say it, EU takes it home.
Okay.
So like Gamers 8 2023, Yapko won.
Right.
Gamers 8 2022, Pink and Anas.
And the thing is, it's important to notice these were both battle royales, right?
They were both battle royales, yes.
So now we're not. So what is the most recent competition we can look at for an NA EU battle in these game modes?
We're watching it live right now. XSET dominating everyone. It
Yeah,
doesn't matter what region.
But don't forget, we've also got the qualifiers for this event. So
We do.
DreamHack, how actually, I know what's coming. How did the DreamHack qualifiers go for you?
So the DreamHack Dallas qualifiers, 4 EU teams and 2 NA teams.
Ooh.
Made it to the EWC.
Wow.
But let's take a closer look.
Okay.
Who's going to win this whole tournament?
Well,
That's what really
yet.
matters.
You're making predictions. Yeah, XSET's not even on
On
this
there, exactly. Where's XSET on that
They're
list,
not
man?
even on this list, right? Also, Fnatic said
I won't
us.
I know.
But I think crucially as well, what is important to know is like who's still alive. So Team Falcons eliminated yesterday.
Yes.
Comic-Con semifinals, Heroics are big, definitely didn't make it this far. So, you know, in terms of the playoffs bracket, you have Exceed and XSET representing North America. You have Heroic and Carmine Corps representing EU, and you are super clearly in the X.
I think
the X camp.
I mean, I think everybody at this point is. I don't even think it's just me. They've proven time and time again that they are the best. I don't think Heroic will even be able to put up a fight. And I mean, Exceed's just going to take out Carmine Corp, and that's more of a prediction. I feel like that one could go either way, but obviously I hope for NA.
Look, all I'm saying is, I always say is I'm never a quality guy, it's always a quantity guy. The quantity of EU teams clearly makes EU the better region in playoffs,
actually,
right?
Yeah. Let's be fair, The number of teams that are still alive makes it dead even.
That's so true.
We are dead even. Out of interest, Steve, is this, you know, this like NA-EU rivalry? I feel like it's closer to like NA Japan, NA Korea, Japan Pakistan, Korea Pakistan, right?
So no, actually, there's always an EU-NA rivalry. That's why it's a big rivalry with Street Fighter and Tekken, where we literally had a 10v10 in Tekken. They've had a 5v5 for Street Fighter, and this goes on very, very often.
I presume NA is probably the stronger region more consistently in fighting games, right? Like, I mean, it'll depend on the title, obviously, but
that's the thing.
Is it
it's
pretty
really
split?
touchy. Put like this: if you exclude Asia, you know, if
Yes,
you
we
exclude
have-
Asia,
we have to.
then obviously, yeah, it's just us two. But let's just say recently, I'm gonna have to give it to, oh God, Street Fighter. Oh, actually, it's us because we're Evo champions, so you got to give it to us at this point.
Yeah, and give us 2 days, okay? Give me a day. Right, that's a fantastic transition because we are going to kick off our Street Fighter 6 preview of the day with Steve talking to Vicious in the ALJ interview.
EWC 2024 continues. We've had some crazy upsets here for Street Fighter, and I'm here with one of the commentators, my brother and my commentary brethren, Vicious. How you doing, Brody?
I'm doing a lot better now that I finally get to sit with you. All jokes aside, you know, we go back and forth amongst ourselves as analysts and commentators, but this is my brother right here. Seeing him doing the big things, it's like, man, I don't get to spend time with you at all this trip, do I?
Look, just the same, and I've been seeing you holding down on commentary, but I want to talk to you about some of the matches that's happened so far. How are your picks holding up so far? I know y'all did the talent predictions. I know it's really scary in there. I know you don't want to jog your memory of this, but how's it going on your end?
All right, so if you guys are in the know within social media, I'm just glad that I didn't get persecuted first. Justin Wong got destroyed.
Yeah, he did.
However, I had the same exact pick as Justin Wong, right? But my pick was towards the end with Mena RD, parentheses, if Zangief.
I saw that.
So I have a little bit of outs.
Okay.
My wild card pick got destroyed as well. I was voting for Lex. I think Lex was doing a phenomenal job.
Okay.
But yeah, overall, I'm glad that I'm not in the crosshairs of a lot of people's opinions. This is feeling great. But my picks are destroyed, so.
Well, look, with that being said, look, we both do Street Fighter League. It is an amazing thing. How do you feel like some of the players here, so we've seen some of them play via Street Fighter League. We haven't really got the full Street Fighter 6. This is the furthest we've been in the Street Fighter 6 timeline. How has the competition been shaping up, and how is it a little different?
you could see some significant changes that have been made towards the gameplay, like gearing up for this event. Like all of us as commentators, our job is to kind of focus in on how they've been performing up until this very point. There are some really unique things that have been happening. I feel like a lot of the nerves are starting to kick in for a lot of these players.
Yeah.
However, some of the big surprises, like some of the younger players in this competition have really stepped up to the plate in comparison to some of the veterans. So in terms of like how different this is in comparison to a Street Fighter League, to a Capcom Pro Tour event, I feel like there's just something in the aura of the arena that's really forcing the nerves to come into play for some of these veterans.
It's funny that you say that because I feel like one person who really is not showing any nerves, but all the nerve in just the same time, Noah the Prodigy. Talk to me about Noah the Prodigy. What are your thoughts on him? I feel like he's one of these new young guns that people really should be paying attention to.
It's funny that you mentioned that because, again, those in the know, he's been practicing and playing in high-level tournaments at the age of, I think, starting at 6.
I believe so.
And there's just something about his mentality where he doesn't fear anybody. And he's been having that mentality even off of the stage where we see him over at the buffets, over at the hotels, even before the games go live. He talked to Yipes. Yipes had mentioned it earlier. He's like, hey, how important is it for training mode when at the end of the day, winning is all that matters, essentially. He didn't say that. He didn't say that verbatim, but he was just like, it doesn't matter if you get scrapped up at the end of the day, right? But there's also one other outlier here. One of the younger cats in comparison to Noah, Hikaru from Japan. Not only is he one of the youngest here to do it in the way he's doing it, he is blowing through everybody, but he's doing it with a very unpopular character that might have flown under the radar.
I mean, a lot of people really aren't paying attention to the character Aki. Me and all the boys that were sitting there at HQ were literally, they were like, yo, why don't we know anything about this character?
But
and it's because of that. Now, let's talk about one last thing before I get you out of here. Let's talk about EWC, man. EWC 2024 setting the stage for exactly what's to come, and that is a big cash payout. We don't get these kind of paydays, and when it comes to Street Fighter and just fighting games in general, do you feel like this is the beginning of something great to come for the fighting game community?
Oh, without a doubt, right? When you get to kind of exposure in regards to like everybody around the region, that's the main thing that we were looking for, right? We wanted to see as many talented players get their shot at the spotlight. This, I feel like, is a really big beginning towards actually paying out the players that have put in their time and efforts and their travel days and their scheduling away from their loved ones to really be rewarded for the amount of time they put into this game. We've talked about this beforehand, man. The amount of time, even for like our commentary's perspective, like how many hours into the day that goes into this craft. And this is the first time I feel like it's really appreciated and rewarded.
Well, look, man, I appreciate all your hard work, and I'm glad to see you out here overseas,
Likewise, brother,
especially in Saudi Arabia. It is EWC 2024. We have more Street Fighter 6 action coming up.
Yes, we do have some Street Fighter 6 action coming up, and it's action from the sofas. We are going to continue our bout from yesterday with a few small tweaks today. Also, Vicious, that shirt is fire, my man. Right, what we are going to do is I'm going to swap seats with Sam in just a second, and we're going to play just a single best of 3. We don't quite have as much time as we did yesterday for the full sets, etc. What I will say is this, the rules are going to be a little different today. You have to play a different character to the one you played yesterday, and for at least the 3 of us, we have to try the modern control set. I think if you stick with classic, see if we can beat you, modern versus classic.
I was just going to go modern. I was going to go modern. I was going to go modern.
So let's get the PlayStation up on screen, and what we will do is continue to explain things. What you can see on your screen right now, when we change the controller type to modern, if you remember correctly, square, triangle, R1 was light, medium, heavy punch. X, circle, R2 was light, medium, heavy kick. You need to do different combos. I think crucially for young Blake, the triangle button is now your special move. So it'll shoot a fireball, kick out a whirlwind, whatever you're going to do, all right? So pick your characters, make sure your control type is set to modern, and let's get this BO3 underway.
Okay.
It's single set for bragging rights. Yesterday, Blake took out Sam in a pretty one-sided series.
Okay, I got some rounds in there. Yeah.
So Blake, remember, triangle and a direction is your special move. Okay. So that's going to give you different special moves.
What does this guy do on triangle?
Who? Which one? Ryu? Probably fireball.
It'll be a fireball, yeah.
I'm Ryu,
and then
so
like,
that's me.
Oh, wow. Oh, D-Day? Oh,
actually,
this guy is actually pretty cheap because this fireball is really good.
So press triangle and press forward, and then he'll kick one out if you want to try that. Oh, by the way, Sam learned how to do a Hadouken, and that's all he does. He just pushes triangle and spams.
Oh, wow. DI. Yo, wait a minute. Sam is definitely playing significantly better.
This is unfair.
No, he hasn't. You can just tell Sam, and it helps a lot. Oh, there's a lot of damage that's landed to DJ. The grapple comes out. Grapples L2 is your key. L1 and L1 and R1 are your DI. Drive parry, drive impact.
Hits the wall.
Good damage.
Hey, as long as he gets the job done and not going to be able to break the armor. Drops the uppercut on the follow-up, though.
Blake.
Oh, he died this time. Wait a minute, you got an opportunity.
If you press direction down and triangle circle, you'll do a level 2 super.
Oh, man, you really have been in her training. He is throwing all the commands.
Blake, if you press triangle and circle together with the direction, left, down, or right.
Why would you do this?
You can do your super. Let's see.
I can't even jump.
Oh! Let's see what happens. Just remember, if you try to do a super and you're far away, it might not hit. Because I don't know what the supers are.
You have to remember, his level 2 actually goes pretty far, but it has a follow-up input. And I'm not sure how that actually works.
Sam, forward. Try. If you press forward triangle circle, you'll do
this is when you do it. So
I'm with you, I'm with you.
Oh, no!
What does that do?
That's your level 3, the max damage you can do with a raw super move. We call them the back massage right here.
Whoa!
Look at the damage you just did. That's like half life right there. Super move to
How do you
answer
block
back.
that? How do you block that?
Just back, bro. Just back.
That's level 2. Level 2 is gonna hit. It's gonna hit.
Oh no! Oh no!
The level 2 short. You use your special meter.
Oh, the
my word! Good
impact.
damage on the drive. DJ's in trouble.
Uh-oh.
Blake's going down. Steve, coach
He's
your
in burnout
boy.
right now. All right, you got to be careful. You got to find out how to throw a fireball in while you're in actual like modern. Oh my gosh!
You
This
just
dude Sam.
press triangle by itself.
Okay.
Oh, the damage is there.
Oh, that's
2-0.
That's it.
2-0.
Wow.
Okay, I swap seats with you. I'm coming over to this side.
He's been practicing.
Yeah, I
Definitely.
think he was.
Wow, and then he's taunting him. And then he's taunting him. All right, well look.
That's crazy.
Blake, don't feel bad.
Well, look, I've been learning to pop up. You know, I've been seeing the guys.
For this. He's been waiting for this.
I needed this.
All right, we got to have to run this back.
What are we doing?
Has to be a character. You have to.
Yeah, I know. Okay, who's this? Who are you?
That's Marisa. I call her the mother of muscles.
The mother of muscles?
Right, we're in. Let's go.
That's my little nickname for her because I actually play this character. So.
Well, okay, what am I using?
So, I mean, on modern mode, you're probably going to use like forward triangle, which is like her gladius.
Stop getting coached.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Stop getting coached.
Sorry, I just go.
No, thank you, Steve. I appreciate that.
Honestly, if Sam runs a bracket, I'm going to be disappointed. I'm going to be so sad.
Oh, really? Are you? Okay.
Yeah.
This is your own demise right here. You trained it up.
There was no training. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, it's when we went to lunch.
Yeah, it was a large gap of time there where these two were
What is
unaccounted
this?
for. Yo, the Rashid.
Yep.
Oh.
That was good.
You got to hit the back.
Oh, what? Okay.
Use some of those special moves. She's got really good special moves when it comes to like going across the screen.
Oh my word. I can't see her. I don't know what her drive impacts are yet. Too early.
Okay. DI, you got to be close. If you hit the wall, you get a combo on the follow-up.
Oh.
Rashid is one of these characters. Obviously, we still got like very strong Rashids in here, but he's super tricky. Very high ceiling.
No! I literally wasted my super, jumped over your head.
Oh.
Oh, no, I didn't jump over. I wanted to jump over.
Good. Oh, the throw.
Oh, the grapple out of the DI.
Still got a chance.
Oh, no! I didn't counter.
It's so good to see you guys over here freaking out about
This is
Street Fighter.
awesome. I love this game so much.
I'm sorry, production. I'm moving all over the place.
I legitimately spent 15 minutes practicing to get a feel for modern and learn the moveset.
Oh, no.
Okay, wait a minute.
And I have watched Angry Birds. I have watched Rashid players, Big Bird rather, a lot. So I got a bit of a feel for how this character moves.
Oh, wait a minute.
Good DI. Oh, no.
Oh, wait, that might hit.
No, it hit! Oh, my God.
Rashid super kick.
Oh,
DI once again.
Oh, too slow. I was too slow in my response. Come on, give me the wake up.
Oh, no.
No, yes!
This time, not gonna hit this time.
Okay,
no meter left on the side of Rashid. That means Trevor is in trouble. Level 3 is gonna take off a lot of damage.
Oh.
This hurts.
I did not think Sam knew how to push that button.
Let's get some Steve casting for the rest.
Come on, here we go. I'll show you what true history is. Hold on. Goes for the eagle spike, and that's armor right there, but that's not gonna work out. Wake up, punish, counter, sweep. Drive parry not going to work on either side, and the DI, that's going to be the game. This guy, Sam, with just a little bit of practice, overcomes them both. Give me the controller.
Okay, you swap.
All right, here we go.
All right, we reset our positions. Reset our positions.
Here we go.
All right, different character now. So I'm also changing sides. Sam, I will say one thing.
Yeah.
I know you thought you won that round, but you.
I know I didn't. I know.
I thought he won too.
No, I know I didn't because I thought I messed up my my drive impact at the end. I knew it was gone wrong.
Okay. Wait. Hold on. I don't want Marissa. Wait. Sorry.
No, that was me. I had control. It was cool.
Okay. Cool. Okay. Where am I? Am I now on the left? Yes. I've got to try somebody new. Where's Aki?
Aki
Oh,
is right to the
boys and girls.
There you go.
This is gonna be bad. This is gonna be bad. Okay.
No, you should be okay. You should be okay. Remember, this is the controller.
Man, look at that hair. That is wicked.
Her outfits are really cool.
Honestly, I find her so uncomfortable to look at. Like, just the moves. it's not normal.
Yeah, no.
What's crazy is I know the voice actor for her, and she did such a killer job with this character.
What you all don't know is that Trevor said, you got a bit of Aki energy to you earlier, which I now found very insulting.
Like, wow.
Honestly, just you had the shoulders back, you had that poison green shirt on.
You know? I get you. Go and slither forwards, Trev.
Here we go. I can't believe I got first rounded by Sam.
As you should be, though.
Oh, we're locked in.
Whoa,
I don't even know how to commentate this.
Bro.
Try and commentate while playing.
That is not possible.
All right,
turn my commentary on.
Turn my commentary on. That's what I want to hear.
Oh, the grapple.
Like a book.
See, this is how Marissa is supposed to be played, not by that random earlier who had no idea what the specials did. Gets it with the KO.
Super move, just
so
super move.
I tried my super, but I didn't know it's a kick over the head. But now I've learned. I'm not going to have enough time to put that into practice, though.
There we go.
Okay.
If we had one more day, you would.
The best.
Right? If we had one more day, he'd be in there.
For hours.
The poison messes it up. There's the specials. Continue to step on forwards. The slide underneath though. Aki. Those uncomfortably acrobatic moves. No joints to be spotted. Throws out the poison. Gets it ticking on down. Can't find the hit. So the tick is still going on through. Lots of drive gets still to work. Big damage back. Marissa hits hard. Gets a decent chop, but there's a super move. Not really landing in the turnaround. It's fair play. But the damage is anything but. Now looking for driving. Back lands some damage. The knee comes on through. It's not quite a Falcon punch though, is it? Tries to chunk it around. The helmet hair doing some damage. Big chunk to Aki though. Lands another move. Gets a decent chunk. But the grapple into K.
Dude, in comparison to yesterday, you dumpstered me.
This is one of the characters I really
What is that?
Modern mode. I just got to put her to bed. She's knocked out. It's okay.
I think that's all we have time for, despite the fact that we'd love to keep playing. So let's put the controllers down for now. Thank you to Sony. They're one of the sponsors at EWC. We don't see them a whole lot. And we are going to move on. So, gentlemen, what did we learn about modern modes?
Well, what I learned is that Blake is washed and he should do more analyst stuff because clearly he hasn't got the mechanics to be a pro anymore, does he?
You know, man, I smoked you yesterday. I don't want to hear it.
It's modern. You're the past, man.
Whenever it was a best of 3 series, that's when it
Out
mattered.
of interest, just very quickly, like, how different was the game from yesterday today for you?
I just button smash. I have no idea.
Okay.
I like the honesty, though.
I'm just being honest.
If anybody's at least even remotely interested in like trying to pick up and play fighting games, I will say this: when I swapped over to modern mode, the ability to use specials with just 2 inputs, direction, triangle, circle, as opposed to quarter circles and all that, it really, really is a lot easier and a lot easier to pick up. And there are pros competing at EWC with modern mode, right? So this is not the easy baby version of the game. It is a different way of playing the game.
I felt like I actually got to make decisions, if you see what I mean. Because before I was struggling to get my inputs correct, I actually got to think a lot more about what I was doing, how I was doing. I wasn't always making the right choices, but at least I was making choices.
Quick final thoughts, Steve.
See, and this is exactly what I was trying to convey about modern mode. If you don't have, like, you know, the whole button is down and everything,
the history,
it makes it a lot easier to get into the game, pick it up, have fun. And then when you want to take, you know, the extra step, you can go back to classic mode.
Yeah, exactly, because you lose a little bit of damage in modern mode, and that's not fair. It is actually. Right, let's move on. Let's do our Street Fighter 6 tournament introduction. It is Championship Sunday here in week 6 of EWC. And Steve, your top 4 from yesterday, are they still alive? I asked you to give me a prediction when we hit phase 2 groups. Who are they, and are they still competing?
I think I'm still good so far. As you can see right now, no other prodigy. We already talked about him. Had an interview with Vicious about him as well. Kawano's still in there. Angry Bird and Lashard. These are all very strong picks. I mean, if you've been keeping track of them, you know what these guys have done so far. I mean, the only one that would be a surprise, I would say, is no other prodigy, as he has the least experience out of probably anybody in this tournament when it comes to this heavy, big-time competition.
Least experience, but he's got the biggest trash talk.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
Giving a lot of fun to talk about. Let's go through these groups one by one. As we mentioned, we will be closing out each of the groups. So it's the winner's decider and then the final elims before we move into the single elimination bracket. Group A. Let's take a look at who has faced off against whom. I think Jewel Kevin being eliminated 3-0 by Kaku. I'm sad, but not necessarily surprised. Jewel Kevin was one of the LCQ qualifiers.
Yeah, I can tell you right now, the fact that like he even made it this far, it's not like a big surprise, but it's a good notch on the belt. Gachikun's a Capcom Cup winner. He is no stranger to the big lights or even getting that big check. He had a costume in the game for winning the Capcom Cup. So that's a big thing. Dual Kevin, and on top of that, that was a mirror match. Gachikun plays Rashid. He is the Rashid. He's going to have a little more experience. Angry Bird is one of my picks to take it as well. And the simple fact that he is the Street Fighter 6 Evo champion from the previous year, and he's probably one of the most versed when it comes to practice. We saw Big Bird as well. It's no stranger that he's in this situation.
And I can tell you this, by by the way, that means he's going to lose to Gotcha-kun, and then Kaku's going to get revenge on Angry Bird, because that's what's happened every time we've had a favorite. Let's turn our attention to Group B. I think when we come to Group B, the storyline that I obviously kind of bought into and followed is twofold. Noah the Prodigy and Problem X, NAEU. Problem X, unfortunately, has crashed out, and Noah, we've been talking about it as well.
Yeah, look, the thing is once again, Problem X is a Capcom Cup champion. Now, him going up against Noah the Prodigy, if you look at the tapes, you're going to be like, hey, Problem X has got this free. But that's not the way it works. Noah the Prodigy actually said this. He said, I wanted the set with Problem X to last longer because I wanted to beat him up more. Yeah. He literally said this. So being in this matchup and then making him go down and fight Zhao Hai in the mirror match made it even worse, because now he's fighting a mirror match. Bison is still new. Problem X does have that control, but once again, Zhao Hai is an Evo champion of a different game, King of Fighters, but still, once he puts his nose to the grindstone, it's almost impossible to stop him. And he's used to playing a game where there's 3 characters that you got to play at one time. Yes. This is nothing to him.
And like, I remember chatting with you in the other casts about this guy and how experienced he is, how much he knows this character, how exciting he is that he's here. But in some ways, despite it being a close-ish match, Zhao Hai just had the edge for you.
Yeah, it's just the thing that Zhao Hai does have, like that regular pedigree of knowing like, hey, I want to win so bad that I'm going to figure out every instance with this character. Bison takes off a lot of damage like I was showing you before, and that's one of the reasons you have to be really careful versus him. His conversions were on point, and it got to the point where they got down to the final game, final round to this point, and it was so scary.
Tight.
So fantastic to watch. Literally, the loser of this round is eliminated. One last hit. Key gets crushed. Zhao Hai going to be very excited. I love Rob so much. That's such a great reaction. He's
with
so
the hard hat on, it's so good.
See, look, and you know he's like, oh man, my guy is gone. Problem X out of the mix. Zhao Hai goes on, and he's looking really strong with Team Bison.
I saw one thing there from Zhao Hai as well. I want to unpack. Before we do, there is a player that comes out of the Chinese League of Legends scene. And he's a left-handed guy. The nickname they've given is the Golden Left Hand, because he's that good. I see a golden controller? What is that all about?
So first off, that is only gifted to an Evo championship winner. You have to be a world champion to even get one of those bad boys.
That's it right there.
And he brings it to every tournament
but he plays
goes
with
to.
it. So that's
of course.
That's a trophy, that's bragging rights, that's badge of honor. That's the equivalent of taking your Oscar to use as a microphone.
That's actually what it is. That's actually what it is.
Weren't you saying, because we did have a chat about this one, doesn't he have like 3 of them? So it's not just one, he's got several to choose
That lets you know that he is that strong of a competitor. Him being in his position is not strange.
It would be so amazing. Let's say hypothetically, in the worst case scenario, there's a problem with the cable. Oh, it's fine, I got another one.
Yeah, right? Like, don't worry, you don't need to worry about this. I got another
mental
one.
edge, the mental edge, that's what it's all about. All right, we got 2 more groups to run through, so let's get these done. Let's talk about Group C. And I think when we get to Group C, the players that I'm going to focus on probably is Moke. I reckon that was one of the guys that I was a bit surprised to see how he went out.
Yeah, Moke is, once again, one of these players, man. We got the world's best here playing in Street Fighter, and he's been here before, too. Being on that stage, he played amazing in this initial group stages. Didn't fare so well here, especially running up into Hikaru. I mean, 3-1 against him is not the easiest thing to do, but he goes down to fight Bonchan. Didn't get to talk much about Bonchan, but also an Evo champion. This guy's been around for the longest and is one of those people you would put up on the Mount Rushmore. He goes down, fights Bonchan, goes 3-0 down to Bonchan. Bonchan moves on. Hikaru versus Kawano is going to be a bloodbath. I mean, we already talked about the young man being with the Aki, and it's going to be a strange matchup going against heavy damage Akuma from Kawano. Also an Evo champion going up against Hikaru.
Are there any of the Aki mains in the bracket left?
No.
Lost one.
I'm going to tell you something. You very rarely see an Aki in any bracket, let alone a major championship bracket. And he's only 19, which we've touched on before. So this guy has very little emotions tied to this. He's literally just here to beat people up.
He's only 19!
That's so annoying.
We'll turn our attention to Group D now, the final one here from the second phase of groups. Tachikawa ultimately drops to Lashar, but then he gets revenge on Chris Wong, who was dropped by Higuchi. Again, Chris Wong, one of the sort of the characters of our broadcast.
Yeah.
Not necessarily one of the tournament favorites, but the businessman. They made Street Fighter his business. Now it's no longer business time.
My man's out of business, man. But that's just what happens. That's how strong the competition here. And I hate to keep kind of rinse and recycling that, but the way the FGC set up, there's so many tournaments where you get the opportunity to prove your spot, and these guys have all done that to a degree. And you can see right here, Chris Wong actually going against Tachikawa on this modern mode. None nonetheless. Let's
yeah.
know just how
Thank
far he's
you.
made it.
There you
So
go.
if you need to know anything about it, just know that modern mode is very valuable. It makes, once again, forces you on the decision, not the input. You have less damage, but look how far Tachikawa made it in this event, even using his modern mode with lower damage and
he's
still
using
being viable.
levelers as well, so it's
Yeah.
levelers modern mode. Not
Oh, wow.
bad modern
That's
mode
very
either. You know what I
fast.
mean, so it's like you do have the speeds, and again, you have to make decisions around how you're going to use your character and the moveset. We've said goodbye to Chris Wong, but of course, for the rest of this bracket now, Tachikawa, how do you reckon he's going to fare in the next rounds?
I'm going to tell you right now, it's not going to be easy. We're getting to this tail end of this, and you know top 8 is where all these players want to be. Tachikawa has some very clutch instances where he literally could have been out of the tournament to Nephew, where he got up and ran across.
He thought he won, jumped up, needed to sit down, play another round, still won that round. And I will say this because I have seen this key being crushed. Rob's doing a little dance and watching Key crushed and seeing hopes and dreams die tonight. But Tachikawa has also got a pretty wry smile towards the end, celebrating as well.
He's got a lot of energy, and one of the homies as well. I've been seeing him around for years, but he's always had this very proud energy about himself. And when he wins, you're going to know he wins, and that's why he kind of pops off like this. You can tell.
Steve, look close, look close. Watch this next little bit. I love the personality right here.
The grill, the grill,
Well, look at that Morgan.
Another one
Let's
clean.
get in there. Okay, so every time the central broadcast loses one of our broadcast favorites or players that we've kind of told the story for, I'm now adopting Tachikawa. So let's see how he goes.
Why have you done
for
this?
the rest of the show.
He's gone now.
Thank you, Steve. That's a fantastic catch-up, at least for the sort of second half of the group phase.
Yeah, going in the
We
phase.
still have another half now to close out before we get to brackets. I do want to give you some updates on the Teamfight Tactics semi-finals. T1 went into the series looking strong. They picked up the first round 1-0 up. They are now live in Game 2. I believe this is close, or at least was looking close. One member of Twisted Minds is already out, and two, oh my word, are we actually going to see players dying? Let's find out.
This might be very well timed, actually, because we can see a lot of low health bars. So I think a bad fight from anybody here could see them knocked out.
Huge update. So the production team have just informed me that the player that is alive in first only has 25 hit points.
That's not a lot.
So while the last two are very low, these next few rounds are going to be huge.
Note the board on the right there. That's got a very, very scary Kassadin multi-striker, I think, there. One of those verticals we were talking about, and that could prove really tricky to manage. I think it is one of those other potential compositions that are very, very scary. You can also see that dragon flying around the back of the board there. That's a Smolder. That's one of those 5-cost units that is pretty potent if you can find ways to enable them. And
I've actually not seen a Smolder in here. Wait, who's being eliminated? T1 on top. We're watching Twisted Minds. That's a player that has to be somebody dead.
That's gone. I think that's a Twisted Mind player's down.
Okay, but again, those HP bars are incredibly low. 2 down.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, no, that's not
T1's
good.
dropped.
It's
T1 has got 3 in the top.
Yep.
They need to take out either SCSC or Bintium.
And their life is low.
This
oh,
is so
man,
close.
their life is so low. It's only 2 players. Oh,
low.
dude.
I'm looking at everyone sub 20 HP. Twisted Minds out, both on sub 5.
Like, you can see that. 17, 15, 11, 4, 3.
They're all so low.
Dude, Bobby has got a 7 loss streak. Bobby!
A 7 loss streak?
Yes.
Is that like a skill gap? Like, is he selling his team right now, or is that just unlucky?
That's hard because we haven't watched enough of it, right?
T1's SCSC on the left there has actually dropped one of the multi-strikers to get a hold of Arcana for the late game buff for the team. I think that might give him the edge here.
Twisted Minds needs their 2 players to place first and second in the lobby to go to a deciding Game 3.
Is that even possible with their
Snowy
health?
wins that one.
Oh, it
my
is.
days.
It's looking closer.
It's looking
Remember,
closer.
T1's down.
They're under 20 life.
No,
Ringer's
Kassadin.
down. Ringer's down.
Died. That's
Ringer's
it.
down. They just lost. T1 advanced to finals.
Oh, that's it.
Another Blake prediction.
Well,
That's it.
Another Blake prediction. Let's
That's
go.
it. Another Blake prediction bang on 3 members of T1 alive. I will say this. What I know of T1 as an organization, they are competing as the most serious focus players. Bintium is sitting right here. He's just won. He's advanced to finals. You wouldn't know. Yes. By contrast, when we look at the players for Twisted Minds, it's Heartbreak. The headphones are off. They're eliminated. That looks like a smile. Come on. I hope the arena gives us smiling faces.
I think as well, because this guarantees them sacrifice. That's big for the club championship, isn't it? That's a lot of points.
Absolutely massive. T1 moved to second in the club championship. This will guarantee they overtake Team Liquid.
Man.
We set this up a little bit earlier on. I just want Bintium to smile. Please, man. Please, give me a smile.
He's
Some
in
emotion.
Remember, this is basically the team captain. He is the person with the most experience who's asked to be the leader for this squad of slightly less superstar players. But we'd heard from the likes of Froden, we've heard from a lot of the rest of the players and talent saying this squad was looking great because we'd heard how well they were working as a team. They'd made it all the way to finals with that in mind.
So one of the things I was listening to the interview, he talked about how like these teams' composition was based around the fact that individually they're amazing. But he also said that now with this new format, having a great team format together and being able to do that together was actually the most important thing.
It's so hard as well because you guys have come to appreciate just how many variables there are in this game. And then there is a lot of randomness in this. So that's where the word variance comes from, which I'm a fan of. Because you have to manage the variance with the resources available to you. And I think crucially, one of the big things for me is that if you are not the star player, but you happen to get all of the high-star, high-tier Syndra pieces, you got to play it.
You're now the star,
right?
Yeah.
But maybe you don't have the experience. Maybe you're not, you haven't been in those positions.
So does every one of these sets have something this overpowered, or is this like rare?
It depends. Often there is something. Early on, it often does.
Honestly, in Fortnite, what are the weapons that you vividly remember being really frustrating to deal with? In
too many.
Every FGC, what eras of dominance Jefferson? Fact of the matter is, every online competitive game will have an element that gets taken to the extreme by the most competitive die-hard players. So is there something as busted as Syndra always? No. But is there always something that is just considered the most powerful? Yes.
Yeah.
And players will always take, if you're trying to win, they're always going to take advantage of this.
Yes.
I will also note here that Bintum actually gets to go for something a little bit unusual here as his comps as well. He went towards the Witchcraft vertical.
And you was talking about this yesterday with me, actually.
I was. So Witchcraft is a bit of an unusual one in that the way it works is the stronger it gets, the more debuffs you give to opponents. And if you can get a Witchcraft emblem on something like a Karma, you spread them across the whole team because she does a lot of AoE damage. So he gets the win with that because it wasn't as contested.
Blake, I know you just saw that giant frog with the big eyes. Every time you win multiple runs, the larger your win streak, the bigger your little legend becomes. So it's
not little anymore.
They are super cheery. They are super cute. It is a lot of fun. Well, look, we've officially caught you all up. Fortnite and Street Fighter will be starting in the not too distant future. We are going to a short break. Now let's hear for some fighting game commentary from James Chen in the ALJ interview. We'll be right back.
Esports World Cup Street Fighter 6 has been ridiculous. We've talked to him once before, but I got him back on the mic again. James Chen, how's it going, bro?
Oh, it's going great. It's going great. Oh, I mean, as a commentator, as a fan of Street Fighter 6, it's been going great. But for the players, man, this has been Heartbreak City so far.
You know what? You're right, and that's exactly what I want to talk to you about. You already made your picks. I know that I was getting on you about the Punk thing. I mean, look, you were right. He did not make it through. But I actually was touching on that earlier about how it is about the mindset. That's how fighting games go. I wanted to ask you about some of these other players in Phase 2. I mean, we got Northern Prodigy still alive.
Right.
We got Chris Wong. We got Bonchan. Do you feel like Bonchan was kind of slept on to make it through this far? Because we all know him as a god, but the people watching at home might not know his history and what it comes to in Street Fighter.
I mean, that's kind of a weird position that we're in because Bonchan is an EVO champion. He's like one of the greatest fighting game players of all time, but honestly, can anybody be slept on in this tournament? I'm not really sure if that's the case because I feel like everybody is so strong. And the interesting thing about it is I feel like the players who are surviving here in Phase 2 are the ones with nothing to lose. Like all the people who are kind of like favorites and had a little bit pressure on them, I felt like the pressure actually got to them a little bit. So yeah, I mean, I heard Big Bird was really nervous before his match and such. And then meanwhile, you have Noah the Prodigy, like you said, who's just like, I mean, he's literally said, I've got nothing to lose. But then I want to talk about Hikaru, by the way.
Talk to me.
19-year-old Aki player. I mean, you see him going up there and like, there's just no expression. Like
none. He's just stone-faced.
I mean, I don't think that, at the age that he's at and this kind of scenario, I don't think that there's any sort of pressure on him because a lot of these other players who are more, I mean, it's weird to call players like Mena and Big Bird older school players.
They are. I mean, now they are. They've been in here now.
But, they've been going through the scene, they've been winning prize money here and there, but all of a sudden $1 million on the line. Hikaru is just like, oh yeah, okay, $1 million. Like this might be normal to him. So,
Look, I'm going to tell you right now, I feel like $1 million will make anybody nervous. So Hikaru being here and playing so well, talk to me about the fact that we're seeing, and I asked Vicious about this, we're seeing characters like Aki kind of go under the radar as well. Talk to me a little bit about this character, and I just really want to get a nice little consensus among all the other people.
Yeah, I mean, look, I know, on my social media, I'm complaining about Kimberly all the time.
He does this a lot.
Apologize.
Follow James Chen.
Apologize. But the thing about it is, the lower end of Street Fighter, we just saw Tachikawa bust out Manon, right? And he got around, but then it didn't pay off in the end. You know, there are about like maybe 5 or 6 characters that I consider not in that elite group. But, you know, there's 23 characters, I think, right now? And to say that there are like 16 characters that any one of them can win is incredible. I mean, this might be one of the most balanced Street Fighter games that we've ever seen. And the fact that, you know, Hikaru could come here with this Aki and just blow everybody up, you know, with a character that in general, like, in most Street Fighter games, a character weird like that wouldn't be as strong as she is. But I think it's awesome to see the balance so good. I mean, dude, people are abandoning characters like DJ. Like, what's happening?
I love to see the variety, and I honestly really like to see it played at this level with so many characters, because it's actually an amazing point to be in Street Fighter 6. Last question, and I'm gonna let you get back to the games. What player do you feel like is gonna take it hot seat question? Right off the bat.
Just right off the bat.
Right off the bat. No questions, no ifs, no buts. Tell me.
Man, I mean, just kind of the way the trend has been going here. I mean,
he's zooming in. That's how you know it's real.
So, okay, I'll give the mind and the heart picks.
There we go.
Right
I did this earlier today. I'm glad you're doing this.
Okay.
Give me the mind and give me the heart.
mind pick right now is Angry Bird, right? I mean, like, former Evo champ, 2nd place last year at Gamers 8. You know, he's been playing like a madman. So he's probably the favorite right now. Odds-on favorite. Like, if you had to bet right now, not that we bet at all, but, you know, you would pick Angry Bird at this point. But my heart right now, I mean, like I said, the way that Hikaru is just rolling through everybody. Like, can you imagine 19-year-olds winning $1 million? But, like, I think that would be amazing. I think that would be a wonderful story, and it'd be an inspiration for a lot of young players to come and join in on this fun that we have.
I agree with that. The more players, the better, especially when there's so much money on the line. And that can only happen at Esports World Cup, which you are continue watching right now. See you there.
Ready, set, go.
nerves
There's been a ton of drops. The standards has been incredible. Don't get me wrong, but there have been a ton of crucial drops.
Right, and it feels like the players like Noah and Hikaru and stuff, which don't have anything to lose, they're the scary ones.
Did you see that meter management there from Angry Birds? Straight into the drive impact.
Oh, that's so meaty.
Gonna hurt. Level 2, not much scaling here. Must still be alive.
No, it's too far.
No, that's it. Baits out the stand throw, and that sequence all starting from that one punish. Angry Bird kept the momentum and just kept guessing right. Gachikun couldn't get out of that situation. He takes it. One game up now. It's NASA Esports Angry Bird, but the Good 8 squad is not out of it yet. Into the rematch section. I'll tell you what, there's a level of comfort you see, like as anticipated. All that Rashid experience with Big Bird helping big time. Perfect parry, gonna drive impact back. That's 2 bars that you just lost for that decision there.
And that double dash just to push a little bit closer to the corner. Okay, nice. Oh, but no.
That dash actually worked out because he wasn't sure what to cancel into.
Yeah.
Because of the distance it created, James.
True. But I mean, I think like spinning mixer should have worked.
No, it would have worked. It would have worked.
Yeah,
to adjust his combo and he wasn't ready to.
Yeah. And here we go towards the corner. Angry Bird's got him in the corner. Try to go for the shimmy. And Gachikun fighting his way out, but the whip and the optimized crouching combo over here. A little too early on that follow-up.
Jumps out. Oh, wasn't ready to cross-cut DP.
Yeah,
Gachikun's back in this round.
He tried, but he missed it. You saw he got caught crouching.
Oh, where you going?
Down and out.
Sequence here from Gachikun. Overhead well blocked by Angry Bird. That would have been the round. Next hit's going to win this. Another overhead attempt. Oh, just going standing up.
And again, you know, I've talked about this before, but like the crouching medium kick into drive rush, such a powerful tool. You've seen it land so many times here. Despite the scaling, it's just the advantages you get off of it are so nice. Like, see, not a lot of damage off of that combo. Oh, I was about to say you get Oki, but Angry Bird just threw him.
Threw him out of it. It's the corner carry that he was working towards, and it actually has worked out against him because now he's the one in the corner.
All right. Oh, steal the turn. Steal your turn. That's why having ODDPs are really strong. Stealing turns is such a crucial thing as well. Here we go. Ooh.
Oh, wow, he's going for a run overhead there. Jab trades. Getting a bit.
That was like
oh, big whiff.
That was like a martial arts movie. You see them punch each other in the face. I was like, oh my God, that trade.
Oh, he burned himself out there for that guess. And now you're going to see the Great Desert Storm. Level 2. Like trying to overhead it. That's going to hurt big time.
As Logan, I guess, called it first, the pocket right there. Getting that tornado out there.
Oh, useless space. With the back throw, then hesitated on his way on there, James. Wake up, ground medium, straight into the CA. Oh, goodness, that's going to hurt.
Good afternoon, good evening, and good morning, wherever in the world you are tuning in to the Esports World Cup Central broadcast. Right now, the Street Fighter 6 tournament has just recommenced, and we will continue to keep you updated on those results in a few minutes' time. As we always do at EWC Central, we pause our gameplay coverage to interview very special guests, partners in the club program, sponsors, publishers, etc. And today, I have a very special guest joining me. Her name is Nicole Choi. She's the Middle East and North African Partnerships lead for Gen G. Now, just before I let her say hello, Gen G is an organization that I have a long history with. I have had the pleasure of having their teams defeat the teams that I represented and loved for many, many years. And it is my absolute pleasure to welcome you here to the sofa, to the show. Hello, how are you doing?
Good. Hi, Trevor. Thank you so much for having me today.
Before we dive into the specific topic that we have in mind, could you explain a little bit to our viewers? We speak a lot to, obviously, B2B. I mentioned this to you a little bit yesterday. But who are you? What do you do? And then what are we going to talk about today? You can say to camera number 1.
All right. So my name is Nicole, and I am the MENA Partnership Lead. And for Gen G Esports, we are obviously from a Korean company, but we also have offices in China and also in the United States. And guess what? Where our next headquarters is going to be?
You've just opened one here, I'm presuming.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. That's fantastic.
So we are just starting here in Saudi, and we have been actually doing a lot of initiatives since last year. But we are actually focusing on education.
Now that's exactly what we're going to talk about today. I had the pleasure of learning a little bit about this program, the Gen G Global Academy. Is that what that's called?
Yes, that is.
Give me the sales pitch. What is the Genji Global Academy?
All right, this is actually my favorite topic. Yeah. So as you know, we are very well known for our esports teams, but we're actually our biggest umbrella is actually education. So we train students from hobbyists to aspiring pros to become better gamers. To actually maybe one day they can become professional players. But even if they don't, we actually help them with their careers as well in esports.
Now that's huge. For the viewers at home, you can actually see some of this footage that is on the EWC Festival Instagram account. We're obviously not going to listen to what they're discussing, but now when you say making gamers better students, I mean, how does the program work?
So, so as you can see from the screen here, so we actually have during EWC, we had courses for esports coaching.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So what we'd like to do is we turn students with passion of gamers to actually turn into careers. So what we're doing here at EWC is actually doing certification courses for esports coaching, where we actually train the local talents to become
coaches and look at those results. You see, the other thing that I found very fascinating, when we were discussing this program yesterday, I immediately am very aware and very understanding of how big gaming is. Culturally, corporate-wise, professionally, competitively, South Korea is frankly the world leader. There's just a huge amount of adoption, a huge amount of understanding, and spreading that to the rest of the world, it fills me with a lot of excitement. How do you find it's different? Because I can imagine StarCraft 2 courses are not going to work in North America that well.
No, yeah. So that is actually a very good question, and I can answer that honestly from our experiences in different headquarters. So for example, in Korea, PC games are very, very popular. So we have courses in League of Legends, Valorant, and FC as well. And then, but in China, we also have courses for FIFA as well, yeah. And in the United States,
it has to be Xbox.
Exactly.
Yes, console. I imagine it's different. Now, with these courses, is there anybody that can sign up? I know, obviously, we're looking. You've mentioned students. You mentioned you help them with regular education as well as gaming education. But how old are the older students that you've had?
So funny story, actually. So one of the courses that we actually provided for Saudi Esports Academy was a Rocket League course, and a mother joined the course. And I asked her, I was like, "Oh, do you like Rocket League, or like what was the reasoning for joining?" And she said she has no idea what Rocket League is, but her sons play it all the time, so she actually joined with her family. So and it was really kind of heartwarming to see that, like, you know, our courses are designed to not only for the, you know, people who want to become professional gamers, but actually to trying to create the community of gaming.
I love that so much, because I think as well, especially certain titles, without the community, they don't thrive. I think when we just saw Street Fighter 6 a second ago, the fighting game community is a perfect example of that, where it's still very small, very tight-knit. You've mentioned Korea, you've mentioned China, you've mentioned North America. You said you've got a new Saudi office opening. This, I imagine, has fewer esports potential people. So what are we doing here? How is the Saudi office different, and what's the focus?
So as you can kind of imagine, our, I guess, tactic or our models are very, very different from country to country. And for here, since we're starting new, and we want to get to know the locals better. So we are actually currently working with a lot of local partners like SCC and also LG, our international partner as well, and also Saudi Esports Federation, to bring these courses alive to Saudi Arabia.
Now, one thing I will ask, just a little bit more on the specifics. If I have a child that wants to sign up to the course, obviously I'm expecting they will get better at the game that they're going to play. But what are some of the objectives? I know you mentioned coaching, looking towards getting like certified, things like that. What are some of the other goals for the Global Academy? Are we trying to get these people degrees? Are we trying to get them internships? Are they getting skills? Like, give me a little bit more depth there.
Honestly, all of the above, right?
Okay.
Yeah, so because I feel like esports is a tool to actually become, you know, esports is a tool to become better human capitalism, and
yes, I get what you mean. Look, I understand. Let me try to break this down. Obviously, Nicole, this is her first interview here with me, so take a breath. But I think importantly, when we were discussing this yesterday, it's important for the education as well as gaming and learning the skills to get mentorships. One of the points I brought up was that if I were 16 years old, it's a long time ago now, I would have signed up for this, and it would have helped me learn about broadcast roles, producer roles, coaching, league operations, business development, partnership leads. There are all these other different roles that go into the industry that a lot of people just don't know about.
Right.
So it's why I'm excited for programs like this.
Yeah. So as Gen G Global Academy, so we provide courses for esports project management, esports marketing, and esports partnerships as well. So we can actually, and then one course that we're actually working on is actually entrepreneurship in esports.
Wow.
So how to actually build your own team, and it's not just about signing players. It's about finding the sponsors. It's about finding partnerships, and then about how to actually make this organization grow and scale up. Right.
That is fantastic. Okay, so then what comes next now? When we look ahead to Global Academy, what are the exciting next steps?
So exciting next steps, I think. For us, right now, we have a blank slate of paper, right? It is for the MENA activations, we have certain things in mind, like education and also opening up a new roster. Hint, hint, there's going to be a female roster, maybe.
Fantastic.
Or even mobile teams as well.
I would have expected that, especially in this part of the world.
Right. But then, so one thing that I'm really looking for is just having a lot of students to sign up, because one thing that we do the best is actually provide internship and field opportunities. So if the student is signing up for our esports coaching course, I can hire them, we can hire you. If you are signing up for our tournament operation courses, we can get you connected with the other partners and also other businesses as well. Yeah.
So that obviously means that we're also looking then for those businesses to step up and say, hey, let's get involved here. Gen G has a proven track record. Take my word for it, they are good at what they do. And obviously partners like SDC, EWC, looking at LG, etc., they can hire these potential students and maybe sponsor the teams that come from the future.
Exactly.
That is fantastic.
Yeah.
That is fantastic. Okay, let's stop talking about the Global Academy very quickly. How have you enjoyed EWC so far, and how have you enjoyed the festival here at Boulevard City?
So, our first week, we came with League of Legends team. Although we did not perform the best, but it was actually our first time being at, our League of Legends team, our most famous team in Saudi Arabia, and they have enjoyed it very, very much. And also, one thing that I want to really thank Esports World Cup for is that we had our chance to actually be at the turnkey booth, and we were hosting a lot of challenges, like 1v1 challenges with the pros, and where you can even win an LG monitor. So it was really, really great to actually get our name out and get our brand out and have fans like you.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. This wasn't digital. I distracted Nicole by stealing the hat. Also, I'm going to be keeping this shirt. I know you just bought this as a bit of an example, but this is mine now.
I will send you an invoice right after.
Excuse me, shocking stuff. No, not shocked. I will say this, by the way. Your mascot, I've seen him dancing around here.
Yes.
How hot is it inside that suit?
So, Gen G is a very, very nice company. So instead of being a fluffy doll, it's actually with air.
Oh, that's amazing.
So it's like a balloon, pop-up balloon removal.
My producer has just asked, are we allowed to keep the hat, or does this have to go back? We'll check, we'll see, because it might be included in my invoice. It
will be, yeah. There'll be a second invoice coming to you.
Okay, there. One for me, one for you, for my producer. Nicole, I will say this, quite sincerely, as much as I can with the hat on. This is a program that I think is very exciting. I'm actually hoping to be a father very soon as well, and the idea that these types of academies could be the future of our industry, potentially our kids, my kids' industries, etc. It's very, very exciting, and I'm going to wish you all the best and all the luck in the world. I will say one thing. Could you please send a message to your fans, to the supporters for Gen G? Just say whatever comes from the heart to camera number one, and then I'm going to let you get on with your day.
All right, yeah. 저희 젠지 팬들한테 항상 감사하고요. I just want to thank all the fans out there always supporting our team, and also for our students there who are taking our courses and really working hard for your passion and to really build this ecosystem from the foundation.
Thank you so much. Would you like to say anything in Korean? It's up to you. You're allowed to. We've had many guests in the past speaking in their mother tongue if you'd like to.
Saudi 화이팅!
Beautiful. Okay, I have been told by my producer that apparently I have to wear this hat now for the rest of the broadcast.
All right, great.
So
yes.
I'm not sure you're going to want it back after that. I'm going to once again say thank you. Something that we do that I haven't told you about. Every time we have a special guest here on the show, man, with the suit, this looks ridiculous. Every time we have a special guest, we get them to give a signature, sign on our little shirts. We're going to be doing some sort of giveaway with this at some point. I'll figure out exactly how that works later on. So the first time we've run it, Nicole, thank you so much for taking the time. I wish the Global Academy and Genji all the success in the world. Sit everyone for a second for me. We're going to move on. Just moments ago, T1 secured their spot in the TFT finals by eliminating Twisted Minds. So let's send it down to the STC Arena to hear from both teams in the ALJ interview.
There we have it. Another semi-finals has just concluded in a 2-0 fashion. But before we dive into all of the action, 60 seconds, if you would please hand over your key to Dooney Junie, that would be much appreciated. Thank you so much, and commiserations on that loss. Fantastic sportsmanship as per usual. But Dooney, there's a lot for us to break down from that match. So talk to me about game one, because you managed to eliminate 3 of the opposition as well. So communication-wise, in regards to the teamwork, how were you able to kind of formulate that situation and come out on top?
일단은 두니주이 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 일단 첫 번째 질문으로는 일단 첫 게임 때 시작이 굉장히 안 좋았어요. 그런데 이제 두니주니 선수가 혼자서 이제 상대 선수를 이제 3킬을 내버림으로써 바로 이제 반등을 하시게 됐는데 그 경기에서 이제 팀워크나 이제 좀 그런 커뮤니케이션이 어땠는지 좀 궁금합니다.
사실 저희가 초반에 상황이 그렇게 좋지는 않았지만 뭐 그렇게 좋지 않지는 또 않았어요. 그리고 처음부터 중반쯤에 어느 정도 이제 게임을 거의 이겼다 싶었고 끝까지 방심하지 않고 최선을 다해서 싸웠습니다. 예.
Well, even though the early game wasn't in our favor, but I didn't really think that the game was really behind for us. So I think in the mid game, I think we already had the upper hand. I think we just tried to keep the upper hand for us and just not to make mistakes. I think that's why it happened.
Well, there were loads of unknowns heading into a new set, a new event as well for you boys. So talk to me, were your scrims as dominant as the performance you've shown us at EWC so far?
이번 세트에 들어오면서 확실히 좀 이제 연습하는 과정도 되게 좀 어려우셨을 텐데 그래도 굉장히 지금 좋은 이제 연습을 이어가고 계시잖아요. 혹시 스크림 때도 이렇게 연습을 계속 하셨는지 그 연습 과정에서도 이렇게 좋은 성적을 좀 거뒀는지도 궁금합니다.
네, 사실 저희가 이번에 엄청 열심히 준비했거든요. 엄청 열심히 준비하면서 저희 팀의 이제 강점이라면은 이제 2-1라운드 증강체 고를 때 이제 서로 콜하는 게 저희 팀이 그 어떤 팀보다 강하다고 자부할 수 있거든요. 그래가지고 그 덕분에 사실 거기서 꼬이지만 않으면은 어느 게임이든 쉽게 가져올 수 있었던 것 같습니다. 네.
Well, in the new set, I think we improved a lot in the practice, and because we practiced hard, especially on the improvement of the first augments in the early games, because I think that is kind of important, and we try to improve on that level and trying to get the upper hand on the early games.
Well, you guys have consistently improved game after game after game, but now the grand finals is on the line. You're going to be facing Wolves Esports. How are you feeling heading into that? Is there any kind of pressure because you're representing the T1 name heading into it?
이제 마지막 결승 상대로 이제 중국의 울부즈를 만나게 되실 텐데 이제 T1이라는 이름으로 또 이제 결승전을 올리셨기 때문에 좀 부담이 되지 않으시는지 좀 상대에 대해서 어떻게 생각하시는지 굉장히 궁금합니다.
사실 이 T1에 대한 이름을 걸고 대회에 나온 거는 예선전 때부터 그리고 나오기 전부터 계속 무게감을 느끼고 정말 열심히 준비했고 남은 팀 역시 엄청 강팀이라고 생각을 하고 끝까지 방심하지 않고 최선을 다해서 싸우겠습니다.
Well, obviously, pressure was there since the start from the qualifiers. Competing under the T1 banner, T1 name is actually quite high pressure for us. But even though we have that pressure, but we managed to rise up on top, and we're going to continue to run, not letting our guards down, even though we beat a lot of good teams. So we're going to do our best.
Well, you know what they say, Dooney Junie. Diamonds are certainly formed under pressure. But you know what? I'm going to go head on over to Fancy, who I believe is joined alongside 60 Seconds.
Thank you so much, Jasmine. I do have 60 Seconds with me after losing the match against T1. But at the same time, we have the entire team with him, supporting him after the loss. But I do have a lot of questions for you, 60 Seconds. First of all, you have been very consistent throughout the whole tournament. You've been playing this patch, this update specifically very well. Is this going to carry you over to the next update?
这次你们这个鉴标比赛你已经玩了很长时间，而且玩的也很好。然后后面来说，你要怎么做呢？就重新恢复一下，我说这次你玩的这个比赛玩的也非常好，然后后面这些新的格式还有这个赛制，你后面有什么样的想法？你还要继续这样玩吗？
后面还是继续保持这样，然后越做越好吧。
So he said like we will play the same way, and yeah, this is how we play in the future as well.
Yeah, that's really good to know. But at the same time, you guys are playing on a big stage, which is something that you don't get to do a lot, considering how the circuit for TFT works. But I do want to ask you, like, what's it like for you to play on a big stage? Does this add any sort of pressure to you as a team?
在这么大的舞台上面，你感觉自己怎么样呢？有什么样的压力吗？还是什么样的自己的情况吗？
我觉得这次比赛给我的感觉氛围非常非常好，并没有什么压力，我在享受比赛。
So the stage is very nice. The tournament was great. I didn't have any kind of the pressure. It's just the fate. I just lose it.
So we know that you guys are representing Twisted Minds, which is a local team here in the Esports World Cup. Do you want to say anything to the fans that support you from the Saudi audience?
你们这次代表本地的团队，然后你本地的团队和本地的这些粉丝，你要跟他们要说什么吗？
感谢大家的支持与陪伴。
Thank you for your supporting and thank you so much.
All right, thank you for playing on this tournament, and again, congratulations on getting to top 4 and earning $45,000 and 275 points toward the Esports World Cup Club Championship. But for now, let's toss it back to the studio to talk more about this match.
Thank you so much. We'll be rounding off that conversation very briefly. Twisted Minds put up a good effort. One thing I will say that I'm a huge fan of the SDC Arena interviews. The winners and losers interviews after those series has been great to watch. It's not often and not regular that you get to speak to the eliminated players and the losing team. Closing thoughts there very quickly. It was quite fun watching Nicole from Gen G, who's left a little props here with us, cringing when I said T1 was victorious.
Yeah, there's a lot of rivalry between those two clubs. Of course, Gen G wasn't involved in the TFT, so couldn't deal with them personally, but still a little upsetting when those direct rivals get an edge over you and like here at the EWC.
Honestly, though, to be fair, it has been all Gen G for the last
yes, it has. It's been a little while. Yeah.
Obviously, we are speaking about a different game that concluded in week number 1. Let's turn our attention to what is happening live right now, today, on Championship Sunday in week 6. Street Fighter 6 started. Angry Bird is the first player to secure top 8. He has advanced after taking Gachikun down 3-1. Gachikun will be playing against Kakeru and crucially, avoiding the curse of losing in the lower bracket. Why are you shocked there, Steve?
Because I'm looking at Street Fighter.
Focus here. Let's talk about this match.
So what's crazy is Angry Bird versus Gachikun is something that I was already looking at, but the thing is, Angry Bird's main training partner is a Rashid player. He takes out Gachikun 3-1 to move on to that championship, and now we got Kakeru fighting for his life against Gachikun coming up.
All right, now, of course, I believe that actually for the live look-in for Kidia Arena, I think Gachikun has actually just defeated Kakeru. And we're going to be watching this. This is the last set, 2-0.
Smoking him.
What do you make of this?
Once again, this is one of these things that you really have to look at, that Gachikun is one of these players that he's already been to the level where you have to succeed. And like these clutch situations, Kakeru trying to make a name for himself essentially, but still has the know-how to do so. But once you go up against somebody who's already been kind of tested and like battle tested, it's going to be a lot harder to get the W. A 3-0 is not the farthest thing from that I can see.
Steve, when I'm watching Rashid and I'm watching Bison play against one another, like in my head, Rashid's speed is just really difficult to deal with, and it's felt to me like Bison's one of the slower characters from what we're seeing here. Is that a fair assessment, or like what is Bison's options?
You actually hit the nail right on the head. The fact that Rashid is so fast, after he knocks you down, his wake-up options are pretty mean, because once again, he gets to put a lot of pressure on you after he knocks you down, and Bison has no options really after he gets knocked down. You typically got to hold a lot of pressure and fight your way out defensively.
I feel like as well that Rashid's got a lot of those kind of range ups with the whirlwinds he throws out all the time, very obnoxious. So unless
really? How do you know that?
I may have experienced that a little earlier from one Trevor Quickshot Henry. I'm not bitter about this at all.
Hey, listen, I'll take 2 silvers. I'll take 2 silvers here.
Hey, I got a medal this time. I'll take that.
That's how you know he's salty. That's the full government he just put out there. Go ahead.
Let's talk about the fact that Kakeru has now been eliminated and has gone home down 0-3. Is this the result that you would have expected when you see the 2 names side by side?
I mean, Gachikun versus Kakeru, I was thinking we were going to get a little more, you know, fighting out of Kakaru, but once again, Gachikun plays consistently in Street Fighter League Japan, one of the most dominant territories there. He's got a lot of character experience, and once again, he's no stranger to this stage. He knows how to demand it, win it, control it. He's been a champion for a while. Gachikun going to make it out on that lower side to make it to the upper bracket. You can see it right there.
Now, quickly remind me, of course, after we get our 8 players qualified, what's the next stage that'll be happening this evening?
So the next stage is actually first to 5. One of the things that I really, really like about it, and I really didn't get to talk about it, is at Esports World Cup, is the format here. The GSL format really does put people on tilt. A lot of the players weren't prepared to deal with it. So I'm really glad that you broke it down for us. So it's really cool to see how these FGC players are getting used to it.
I mean, I was also chatting with you, said first to 5, so that's the easiest way to explain it, because I know the casters last night was like, how do we say best of 9 properly? Because it is a crazy long amount of matches.
Yes. Technically, if you were to use tactical shooters, you'd say MR5.
Interesting.
Max rounds 5, so therefore it's the first up there. But yeah, first to 5 is the easiest, it makes way more sense. We are seeing another key being crushed. Blake, I'm going to ask you to give me an evaluation. What do you think Gachikun is thinking and feeling here?
You know, he just sped up to the pedal. He's ready to do it. He's ready to move on. I don't know. I can't tell.
Rob loves these, right? Every time we see him, he's over the moon.
Oh, this is the best job ever.
I would definitely be about this right here. He's got the hard hat on for safety, and Gachikun's a very cool, lax guy. So him going up here and being like, "Oh, you want me to do it now?"
There's a little nerves there.
Yeah.
There's little nerves.
After the match was over, whenever he was hitting the key, they did shake hands and pay their respect.
Of course. Yes! Get in there, Gachikun. Push the button.
Oh, he's doing it slowly.
Yes.
Oh, no.
Oh, he's savoring it.
Oh,
He's savoring it.
no.
Oh, dude. I'm telling you. Why do they lean in like that? It just makes...
He's actually shocked now. He's shocked. Once it's crushed, what's the reaction? Yeah, there we go. I think there's a little bit of pain there, you know?
Oh, there's more.
Oh, no, that's not pain. That is satisfaction.
That's okay. So the invert yourself to get it back up. I wonder if we get a fun pose right at the end. Okay, what I will say is this. There is another match coming up. I can see at least one of the players on stage. Who is coming up, Steve?
We have young Noah, the prodigy, coming up for his next match. Who is he? I can't even see who this is.
I can't remember from the bracket either. I'm going to have to open it as well.
It's either Hikaru or...
I'll tell you what we'll do. I'll save you. Where can we watch the next match?
Twitch.tv/EWC_fighters with an S.
That's it.
There we go.
I love seeing the players on stage. Out of interest, very quickly, do you prefer Ryukichi versus Noah the Prodigy? Do you prefer when players have their own monitors and they're kind of in their own little world, or do you like them sitting side by side like we saw at the EVO main stage?
The old man in me, I like the arcade style one side by side because you kind of get a feel for it. You gotta bump elbows, you know. But also, I like players being in their element. This is the Esports World Cup. Make them comfortable as possible.
I mean, as comfortable as you can be.
Stop, Steve. Do you want to watch this game?
You know, please, production. Please. Please. I will cast it for you. I will give you guys the premium right now. You let me cast this, I promise you it's going to be great. You let me do this.
Are we allowing it, boss? Let's go.
All right, let's go. Go on, Steve.
Okay. All right, here we go. We got it started. Noah the Prodigy, the offensive demon, I like to call him, versus Ryukichi all the way from Japan. Noah the Prodigy trying to make a name for himself, and look at the footsies they're playing right now.
Steve,
look at the neutral control.
Super quick. You've given the player breakdown. Talk to me about Luke versus Ken. You are a Ken one trick.
Yep.
So how difficult is playing against Luke?
It's not really that difficult. It's more about controlling the neutral, right? The thing is, Luke has great projectiles, and he can keep you at range. He has an OD fireball, his OD projectile, which goes even further. He has a great uppercut at that, and his crouching medium kick is really strong for starting off his offense and getting these big combos. Ryukichi getting the enhanced Tatsu all the way to the corner, and now you can see him playing a little bit further back. Ryukichi really has Noah on the ropes right now. Last second DI. This is going to give Noah a chance, and look at the damage he's going to get.
Wow.
Now look at the drive bars, and look at him. He puts himself in burnout intentionally. This is one of the reasons Noah the Prodigy is a monster.
Now listen, Steve, the thing is, I want everyone to appreciate Noah the Prodigy on Luke is somebody that is in burnout. I saw a tweet saying 60 out of 99 seconds. It is how he plays the game.
Wow.
It's something
so aggro.
And now he is dead. Tetsufujin Naitra, that level 2 from Ken, coming for Ryukichi. This is about to be a battle. I'm telling y'all right now. The thing is that Noah has said himself, I have no nerves. I said this guy gets in the car, drives, doesn't even put on a seatbelt. He just drives. That's the stupidity. That's how crazy it is. Look at him. He's already in burnout, less than 9 seconds.
Fearless.
He's literally going in. All right, here we go. Gets the throw, and he actually calls out an OD uppercut. This is going to be big damage, but he drops the perfect knuckle. No full combo. Ryukichi taking advantage of his side switch. Not going to spin the meter. He's going to take the ground instead. Trying to get to the corner here. And you can see him just playing back a little bit, and he's almost about to burn out Ryukichi. This is not looking good. Now, he has an opportunity to close out. He's not going to use a lot of this meter unless he has to, and he lets him fall, but he is also in burnout. So now, this is actually an opportunity for Ryukichi. If he finds a good hit, this could put him back in the game. Not a single hit's going to get him the round or the match, but...
Big chunk.
Look at the chip damage. Oh my gosh. He's gonna get level 3. That's gonna be the round. Level 3 for Ryukichi. This is gonna be first game, and this is why you don't want to put yourself in burnout.
Take a breath for me, Steve, because you're gonna do the next round. This was a great example of every time we've seen how burnout can be impactful. We are gonna be listening into the actual casters for this stream in just a moment, as I will need to cut to an interview in a minute or two. You can continue watching the game, twitch.tv/EWC_fighters. Let's listen to what the casters have to say.
2 huge drops that cost you 2 rounds and you lose the first game.
Is that the first game he's lost? No, he lost a couple of games that each is on.
But are you going to mentally recover from that? Now we get to see what mental fortitude he has, because that's just going to give Ryukichi confidence. If you're banking on Ryukichi being nervous, that's not what's happening right now.
Back throw.
Vital back throw to stop that momentum.
Yeah, I mean, right now, if you look at the player cams right now, Ryukichi actually looks really calm at this point.
Oh, he's trying to make a comeback here. He's going to equalize the health bar a little.
Set up a frame trap right there.
Nice DP. And the play back throw.
Okay, Ryukichi looking very solid here. This is not the same Ryukichi. Well, I mean, he won previous in this week, but he looks so confident right now.
He looks exactly the same on screen as he did before. He's been amazing all weekend. But what I'm seeing in his demeanor now is a level of comfort and belief that wasn't there before. Now he's burnt himself out here as Noah.
Yeah, but no one never really cares about that, except Ryukichi actually got in.
Endo.
We've been saying one of the hardest things.
Oh, he's dead. Oh, he drops it. Ryukichi's let him off there. Spend a level 3, burn him out.
Yeah, yeah, because he's going to be able to get his full drive gauge back and burn out Ryukichi at the same time.
That was huge, James. That was 2-0. Is that going to be the turning point? Right, let's see. Will Ryukichi bust out a reversal? He's missing his drive rush, Noah. It's all going wrong here. Oh, the range!
Ooh, that's going to get the juggle
here. Get follow-up, should be dead.
Can he kill?
Yes, there's no scaling. Ryukichi,
no handshakes.
Incredible.
No shaking hands on that water drink right there.
He looks ready to roll. Noah is getting done at his own game right now. And to be honest with you, I feel like he's doing it to himself. He's dropping his drive rushes. He's dropping his combos. Just for the first time, we're seeing the thing that made him so deadly, the lack of nerves, suddenly all over him right now.
Yeah, I mean, again, you can say, oh, I'm good, I'm not nervous as much as you want, but something about going on that stage and sitting down changes a lot, you know?
Ryukichi willing to let fly as well.
I mean, we were talking about this yesterday. We know so many players who, you know, are amazing in casual, and then you go and play them in tournaments, and they only seem like half of themselves.
Yes, absolutely. You cannot get going here at all. Noah's been dropping parry attempts and dropping drive rush attempts like crazy, and that jump back in the corner is going to cost him dearly too. This is turning into a whitewash. Ryukichi looks unstoppable.
You got to imagine Ryukichi probably practiced a lot, you know, with a lot of the other players last night, had time to study for him. No one's going to be caught by surprise by Noah at this point in the tournament.
Oh, he burned himself out here with that DP. Young man's game.
Oh, nice. There we go. Checks the Dragon Lash.
But it's a wake-up early throw. Oh, wow. It's caught the medium, and he's burnt him out with that as well.
Yeah, that was just a single hit confirmed right there, the stand heavy punch. But Noah's anti-airs have...
And welcome back to EWC Central. My name is Quickshot. I'm joined by Initialize, and we have another very special guest who will help us take a look into the grand finals of the Teamfight Tactics tournament here at EWC. It's my pleasure to introduce Alan from Zero Tenacity. Alan, thank you so much for taking the time to join us. Before we talk a little bit about your journey here and your experience at EWC, could you introduce yourself to our viewers? You can talk to camera number 1.
Hey guys, I am Alan. I've been playing TFT Pretty much forever. I don't even remember how long it is. And I came back to the set 9, started playing competitively again, and here I am, just competing once again.
And I had a real pleasure chatting with Panda, one of the casts, who just loves all of you, loves the Polish scene. Really big to you guys. When look, you get in the chat. I got to chat with Travis as well, and it was really amazing to hear the love that the EU fans, the Polish fans had for you, especially because EU is sometimes kind of not talked about within TFT. It was really amazing to see you guys do so well at the tournament.
Well, thank you so much. I mean, look, we're going to unpack the tournament in just a second. I just want to make sure all our viewers understand that Street Fighter 6 series is still ongoing. You can watch that twitch.tv EWC Fighters. What we are going to do is spend a little bit of time here with Alan. Ask him to help us break down some of this TFT, some of the format. We'll actually talk to one of the active players here. We just had the pleasure of speaking to Frodan from Fnatic about the format and things like that. So what's your main sort of feelings when you reflect on how this tournament has gone for you and Zero Tenacity?
Oh, it's been absolute pleasure to be a part of the tournament. Just meeting and hanging out with the people from across the globe. Like, I've been repeating myself, answering the same thing, but it's actually true. Like, it's been such a treat to meet all of those people. Yeah, compete for the good chunk of money is a nice addition.
I mean, it's a good point, right? Yeah. Let's be honest, the competition in the tournament is the main reason you're here. Everything else has just been a nice, pleasant surprise.
Yeah, you can say that. But still, personally, it's an unusual take. I still take the most pleasure out of just hanging with people. It's just like, I spend so much time at home playing the game, and I get to finally touch some grass.
Amazing! I mean, like, seriously, because what
you mean touch some sand?
Yeah. I knew you would do that.
There's not a lot of grass.
Well, one of the things I did want to say is actually, like, how's it been meeting all your, I guess, your colleagues, your rivals, your friends? Because there aren't many TFT lands ever where you all get to be in the same space. That's got to be awesome.
Yeah, exactly. We only had like one big LAN so far, and this is the second one, and just getting to meet everyone again, or for the first time, is just such a treat.
Alan, can I tell you something? You have an infectious positivity. It's very sincere, it's very appreciated. Quick heads up, we have just excused Initialized to work on some headset-related technical difficulties. What I would love to know is, Alan, let's take a look at this game. I'm hoping you can see the full screen and everything. We have T1 taking on Wolves. First of all, what do you think of the two teams? This is our grand final. And what do you think of who should be the favorite?
So in this case, both teams are great. Wolves taken some favorites. T1 also took on the favorites of the tournament. However, a lot of teams that we screamed and partake so far thought that T1s are favorite just because how their team chemistry works. Right. They are not the best individuals. Yeah. However, as a team, they are just a monster that's so hard to take down, and I've been the victim of them personally.
I've seen that as well. Alan, tell me a little bit about the format and going from like playing a single to playing in a team of 4. I play TFT, but I don't consume streams, so I'm not aware. But I was a big nervous viewer that individual experience in practice. Like I said, we had Frodan here. His team was sick, right? And frankly, they disappointed. Do you think being a team of less famous, less successful individual players makes you a better teammates?
Oh, that's a great question. Ego. This is where the whole dog is buried.
That's a great saying.
Listen, like when you make a superstar team, all the stars have certain ego.
Yeah.
And
certain trends, certain play styles.
Exactly. But the problem is you have to put away ego and sometimes place in the 4 versus 4 format. Yeah. Your placement doesn't matter as much. Yeah. You have to make sure whatever you do is just gonna benefit your overall team placement, not just your personal. Sometimes you're gonna go 8th, and doesn't mean what you played was poorly. Yes. Because in solo, you just aim for the highest possible placement, because that's how the game works, and that's how competition works. However, in 4 versus 4, making sure, like dragging with yourself 2 opponents, 2 players from opponent team is more valuable than your own placement.
Correct. Yeah.
So this is where ego can stand on your way to victory.
I'll tell you this, Frodan had 2 lines which I think you're really going to appreciate and respect. The first one that he talked about is, there is a difference between a bad 8th place and a good 8th place, depending on the impact you have on the opponent. And secondly, one of the biggest lessons that he's had to learn as a coach and learn to instill in players is learning how to get out of the way. And
Yeah.
that's a fascinating thing. What I'd love to do is turn our attention to the game now. Let's take a couple rounds and watch this. I think we're going to stick with this for the entirety. You can see T1 have an early advantage in the HP pools, first and second. 3 members of Wolves coming up behind them. But if you can take a start look at the boards, I'd love to get a professional player's opinion on what we're starting to see built up, because I know stage 2, stage 3 is really where you can start to cement a hold in the game.
You have to give me a second. I'll have to
Of
a bit
course.
closer.
He's gonna go
Sorry, the
closer.
production.
Yes.
My eyes
Yes, that's perfect.
are not the best anymore.
Okay, if you stay on that seat, that can work for us as well.
So, given so far the boards, let me quickly take a look. So basically, when you pick the 2-1 arguments, you want to take either very strong arguments that are generally good, or something that allows you to play alternative away the game, like build different, we just seen, allows you to play completely differently, tempo out into 8, and just play the units like in the multiple ways, or go for 3-star 4 cost. You can also play the like vertical way, like portal emblem, which allows you to just scale buy all the portal units and go to the even 10 portal, which is could give you a win out if you find like a spatula from Carousel.
Hi, I'm back. I have a functioning headset. Glad to be here. I wanted to touch on something that you said there as well, because you're saying, look, actually, you can get some of those augments which allow you to play for a different sort of win out, as you're saying, getting that fast state. Do you want to just explain a little bit about what a fast state is and maybe when you can look for it a bit more?
Oh, that's a great question. So there are levels in TFT, and basically there is certain odds you can purchase rarer units on the certain levels. And once you reach level 8, there are units that are 4 costs and 5 costs available to you at the decent odds where you can actually upgrade them. And beforehand, you're most likely gonna see like 1-star unit sometimes appear in your shop, and like you won't be able to upgrade it for quite some time unless you obviously high roll. So there are certain playstyles that allow you to reach level 8 without losing much HP. However, this is not the case in the current like tournament that's going on. And this, like at the current patch, it favors rolling heavily on 6, where it's the best odds to hit the 2-cost units.
I mean, my question then comes to, well, what happens if everyone's trying to do that in a team? Surely someone needs to go for a slightly different, less contested strategy in a team. You say, okay, it doesn't work as well.
You play to disrupt whatever else.
Yeah, exactly.
Because I guess, look, if everyone's playing for Syndra, fine, but then what do you pair with the Syndra? What's their front line look like? What is this?
There's a bunch of questions.
There's a bunch. Those are the questions you have to answer.
Right.
And then you have to scan around the board, and then you have to start guessing. Is their bench looking like that because they want to build it? Or does their bench look like that because my board looks like this?
So this is actually great. So Riga, you asked about Syndra. I don't know if that's intentional or not.
Oh, it is.
Right now, you can play Syndra with 7 or 8 different boards.
Great.
That's mental.
Good luck.
So I got to chat a little.
So can I
go on.
just I think that's huge. We've been covering Syndra. I mentioned to you just before we started that we are looking at all 3 games. So we know that Syndra's busted. We know how contested the pick is. We know how teams are beginning to like adapt to it. I didn't have the number outright that there are 7 or 8 boards that can make Syndra successful. There are 8 players in a game. Theoretically, everybody could have a good board, and then whoever gets the lucky Syndras, well done, you take first.
So right now the default is like when you go into the game as a team, you assume there will be like 4 Syndras, 1 Kassadin, 1 Cog, and 2 players playing flex around level 8.
Okay.
So this is like the mindset you should be going into the game.
I'll tell you this, Alan. I played 3 games of this set earlier this week. Unfortunately, we don't broadcast when it dropped last week. I only played Cog. I came 2nd and 3rd in all my games. So that's what I'm doing. Honeymancer Cog. That's where I'm at. All right, gentlemen. I'm going to ask Alan and Sam. Let's actually watch this game now. I think we've discussed a lot of topics that EWC Central has covered. But I really want to focus in on who's doing well. Let's go full TFT mode if we can. We don't have to simplify it a little bit. And, you know, let's see who's going to come out on top, because at the moment, again, small advantage, I think, for T1, at least in the HP pools.
So we can see the Binteum spot here. He picked the argument that allows you to go fast 8, which provides more EXP if your bench is full of the units. So he's aiming for that level 8 roll down. So, given his item slumps, he wants to play around Karma, probably Preserver board, with some sort of a Nasus or the Taric. Depends what he hits.
Is no world where you flex him for the Camille to get the Chrono in there a little bit later on as well?
If you manage to hit Camille too, it's a great addition to the board if you can itemize her. However, the usual go-to is you want to have front lane items as priority, then back lane items, and then you have certain units that can print items, like Milo. Milio, sorry.
Yeah.
I like Milo, it's a drink. It's my
My
Thank you.
Boy. All right.
Yeah. Let's talk. Okay, what are frontline items? If you say frontline items are our priority, I'm assuming it's with that board or with that comp. But what
overall, there is a set, like usually units have fixed items that are gonna be better on them because their trade provides them the other source of defense. However, in the current state of the game, usually Gargoyle and the Dragon Claw are like the best two items you can put on a tank, and then whatever you can make on top of that. Usually even double Gargoyle with Dragon Claw are the best of the tank items you can make, and just put a solo tank that will provide you enough time for, and also you get a sustain from the units, from the trait like Preservers, to keep healing the tank on top of the Dragon Claw.
Right. Yeah, because I think we have seen some Warrior Preserver boards where you try and play around that a little bit. Shapeshifter with Syndra is a huge deal. Vanguard with Syndra is a huge thing. Those are kind of your frontline traits that you see a lot of currently.
And I mentioned just a little bit ago, this board that SCSC has right now, that's my board. That's what I played at home.
Make Comp War as strong as possible.
It does work quite well. Let's see around some of these other boards. Bobe is still on that 7-round win streak. And Syrian from Wolves is on the 7-loss streak. So we're currently watching Bobe versus Lishao, it looks like, Sam.
And that's a pretty big one. So Lishao was on a big win streak, but just ended up having that broken recently.
So here we can see Bobe. He took the alternate argument that you usually don't see, which is the build different. That means when you don't have any traits active for the units, they get the bonus HP and the bonus attack speed. That's a great way to play into fast state while maintaining the tempo and camping your board around units like Rice, Karma, or even like 5-cost like Milo or Smolder.
I'm gonna put my foot in my mouth. How do we see the traits that they're picking? You said build different. Sorry, what's the word I'm looking for?
It's an augment.
Augment.
Yes.
Where do we see the augments on the overlay, actually?
So it can be a little tricky to spot, and it's one of those things I'm hoping as TFT goes further and we get more of this kind of game mode, will end up being a little easier to spot. But if you look, when we get back to the balls, there'll be a little backpack on the left-hand side of your screen, and the augments are kept above the backpack. You need to know the symbols. It's quite hard to do that in a minute.
Know the symbols.
Yeah, that's because there's 260 of them, and
also,
these
TVs are about 3.5
Yeah, it's very hard. Yeah, I know.
Small. Forgive me for that one. Okay, great. That's good to know. So once we do see the full board,
there you go. Backpack, and that's just the left-hand side of the screen. By where you got the pips.
Oh, there we go. Yes, above that. It's literally right in front of me. My word. You know, I have
very small.
I just completely forgot. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. But honestly, that's a really big point, because actually, for me, I think when you're watching TFT, it's one of those things which it can be a little harder to track as it stands until you get to know the game a bit better.
Alan, how much do you hate having to relearn the logos every set?
Oh, my days.
I don't.
You liar! You liar!
No. Listen. I am the odd one. I love the learning experience. Whenever I can learn something, I'm getting addicted to it.
Yes.
The learning curve is amazing. Like, when a person can learn something new, you feel so rewarded once you get better and better at it.
It's very true. You have a very inspirational speech, and I hate to agree with you right now.
Quick, I've got two questions for you actually on the meta. So Syndra on the board right now. It's got the Shojin. Everyone loves Shojin on Syndra. But I have seen a couple players decide that actually tank items like the Jack Show actually feel okay on her. Have you got a preference in terms of what you want to build the Syndra with? Because my understanding was more mana and attack speed was your A-star option.
So Jack Show is just another mana generation and AP. If you put it on the back lane, it can be used as a tank item.
Yes, you're right. Yep.
So in usually the best in slot item is just like one mana generation item, which is Shojin or like Radiant Shojin as just the best, and then just double Rage Blade. Attack speed, or Rage Blade plus red buff, which also contains the anti-heal. It gives her a small damage amplifier.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely heard the Rage Blade, just how strong it has been, just as a baseline item with many of the comps. What are we seeing these people running here? Because again, SCSC is pretty committed here to Honeymancer. As well as got Bastion built for now.
So here we can see the classic Cock Tristana Blaster reroll Honeymancer. When the scope exceeds is actually when it has 2 healthy, which we see the exactly augment that SCSC has. So the comps kind of struggles with the EHP of the units, and 2 healthy provides you for every unique 2 cost on the board. It provides you 90 HP, and we know that this kind of board runs 4, even can run 5.
That's significant. So 400 plus HP per unit on the board.
Yeah, that's a lot of HP. Combining this with the resis, that's just a massive HP pool.
5 level 2s that are unique at 90 hit points is an additional 450 hit points per unit.
Yep.
Before you add potential tank items, because that Blitz had a Warmogs and I think a Dragon Claw as well. So then you got the additional plus the resistances, so your effective health gets significantly higher.
And while I think here on this broadcast we focus very much on things like the Syndra and the kind of the stars
simplified
of the show.
a lot.
Yeah, exactly. But the things, once you've got that unit, the question is, well, how am I setting it up to succeed? items matter, but you'll notice a lot of that as actually around, well, how do I get my front line to survive long enough to get my artillery piece to keep doing the damage? And things like that 2 cost, that 2 healthy is super valuable for keeping that kind of star backline damage alive.
I've played, I mean, look, the last time I think I played was set 10, so it's a while for me. But I hit high plats as my absolute max in ranked, and I still have absolutely no idea how to properly position my units. I literally have to watch guides and go, okay, this is how I deal with like old assassins back in the day. This is how I deal with if I've got range dealers or casters. How much in this team format are you moving your units around the board? And how annoying is it when you're paired up against a round where you have to fight another Zero Tenacity member?
Oh, that's a very complex topic. I could go on and on about it.
Got time.
Trying to keep it very simple and straight. At the end of the day, you have to realize, can I clump my units?
Yes.
Is there any punish for clumping? And if you watch the fights and if you see some sort of AoE abilities, basically damage your either backline or front lane, your natural instinct should be, oh, I should spread them to give the less value to the opponent. And same goes pretty much to everything when it goes positioning. And when it's between the team members, you want to allow your team, if you are stronger than your team member, you want to let the weakest units to the one of the side where your team member is, to let them kill as many units as they can.
Yeah, because I think that's been something that we haven't talked about so much. That's a format thing, right? Because the positioning these days is actually, how do I depower my board when I can't put units on the bench because it's full? How do I make it easy for my teammates to take out some of my units? Say, well, maybe I put my Syndra, which is key, in the front line and it dies, and then suddenly it's a bit easier.
I mean, one of the things I want to just mention very quickly, we're only going to watch a few more minutes of this game before I'm going to excuse you, let you get on with your evening. I want to say just very quickly before you are phenomenal.
It's so great.
Phenomenal as a speaker, a broadcaster. I think everybody needs to watch your stream. Also, your explanations are fantastic. I want to get you to predict for me how these games are going to play out. I know you kind of implied earlier, Sam wasn't in the room, that T1 are kind of who you're leaning towards. That was what I took. Do you think they're going to win the grand final and be crowned the champion?
Okay. Going completely blind because I've seen only brief moment of the game, looking just by the HP values. I would say T1 looks in the commanding position. And again, it often comes down to Augment's selection, but again, their team spirit, and I'll go with the team as a whole. They are like one entity in this case, just gonna crush the Wolves.
Alan, do you really think they'll do that again and again and win the whole series? T1. Now, trust your instincts now, because again, you are a professional and you're a competitor, and you're gonna say to me, it depends on who gets the augments, and it depends on the ball. I don't care. I want you to trust, believe in the heart of the cards, Yugi.
Young Padawan.
Who do you think is going to pull Exodia, put their team comp together, and win this tournament?
Okay, I'm a MAV guy. I'll tell you, this is maximum. The team can have over the other team up to 65 to 35.
Okay.
So let's call it 3-2.
3-2.
Yeah.
Okay,
I like that.
can get behind that.
So last few questions before we do start to wrap.
I really want to touch on this because we've got a pro on here and I'd love to hear more about it because again, it's the set mechanic we've not talked about quite so much. What are you thinking of Charms? Have you seen it impact the tournament too much from your perspective?
Oh yeah, there are definitely some spicy charms you hate and love to see as a player and a competitor. Oh boy, don't let me start it. But I think some of them are getting balance tweaks on the next patch.
Maybe 1 or 2.
Yeah, there's a loaded sentence. I can hear that.
Very polite.
I'm holding back.
Well, listen, I will say this. Sam, since you've moved us away from the final, I've got your prediction. I think we can probably drop out of this game for the moment. You can stay right there, Alan, but I want to just ask you... Oh, well, I'm lying. Okay, we still have significant amount of time.
Fabulous.
So let's focus on this game and keep talking about this game.
So the reason I brought it up is we are getting to the stages now where those charms are going to matter more, which is why, because they offer those really big points of power that help later on when your comps are a bit more complete and you're looking to try and roll to get that edge in power against someone who's got a similar strength board to you. So when are you in, say, a map state like this, a game state like this, looking to roll for charms rather than units?
So this is basically when you are trying to upgrade your board, this is the time when you'll be trying to roll also for charms.
Yeah.
So when you're playing reroll 2 costs, you'll often roll for the charms, just econ charms mostly, on something that will help you upgrade the board, which is like lesser champion duplicator on stage 3. However, when you are playing more late game oriented board, like a level 8 board, then you'll be rolling for those charms from stage 4 and onwards throughout whole the game, depending how strong you are, and if you are feeling confident, okay, I don't need a charm, I'm in a very good position, or I have like 2 chances, like I have 2 against 2 opponents in my matchmaking, I'll beat them without a charm.
Okay.
However, against this guy, I could use one. And now you are sitting in the front of the decision, okay, if I'm at 1 life, I actually should roll for a charm, because my placement might significantly go down if I don't do that.
Just a very quick update, sorry to interrupt, gentlemen. You may have noticed on the bottom of your screen that no other Prodigy has been eliminated from Street Fighter 6 here at the Esports World Cup. Tasty Steve's last North American hope has been taken down. We have just a couple more rounds to watch here before we do move on with the show, and I can see Syrian dropping on HP 17 at the moment, will likely actually just about lose this round. HP is going to be dropping. It was 17 down to 8. One more round should just about eliminate him, I'm fairly confident, and that might be the first victim of this game. The thing that I do love is Alan has been highlighting and mentioning several times, this should be a close final. Where can we watch the finals?
You can watch it at twitch.tv/EWC_goal.
Nailed it. Alan, look at this board one last time for me, and let's see. Do you see anything that would be interesting for TFT viewers, people who want to learn the game? We've got young Blake over there that doesn't understand this game at all. He's got a Fortnite brain. You can forgive him. So how do we teach the Fortnite kiddies what to look for in TFT?
First of all, economy. Like in real life, you want to just make more money. Like, the more you make, some people get happier.
Good.
Like, come on.
Okay, so we'll do that. That's fantastic. Alan, I'm going to ask you to do me a favor. Could you please send a message to Zero Tenacity, to your fans? Where can people find you? What are your links? And also, you can do one in English and one in Polish for me.
Sure, I stream mostly in English, and the content is around English. So you can find me at twitch.tv/AlanZQ. I stream mostly TFT nowadays. I have a very competitive approach. And shout out to my org, Zero Tenacity, all the fans, the community, and my lovely Twitch chat, which is just like always hate watching me.
Yes.
Appreciate it, guys.
I need something in Polish. Come on.
Dziękuję wszystkim za wsparcie i bardzo doceniam, że nas oglądaliście. Przykro mi, że nie zaszliśmy dalej, ale no jest tutaj fantastycznie i następnym razem będzie lepiej.
Thank you so much. Please send regards to all of your Polish community and fans. It has a deep and special place in my heart, as a lot of League of Legends fans and players and events that I've attended there. Dziękuję, Alan. We're going to an ad break. When we come back, that Fortnite kiddie's back on the sofa because the semifinals map 1 will be co-streamed with Bloomy from R8 Esports.
Ready, set, go.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
that preserve their HP so incredibly well. Dooney Juni learning to spell. He griefs away the Syndras, finds an alternative out in the Swain, and is able to preserve. On the other hand, we have from SCSC is able to play that Kog'Maw line and just make sure that YGQF doesn't run away with the game. Really the unsung hero from massive win streak into big lose streak and giving HP to the win-out players.
Let's see if Bobe can take down YGQF here. We've got the Kog'Maw trying its best against this build different board, but it just cannot handle it for now. Junior Junior on the other side with the Swain and the Syndra able to hold on. Look at that Swain, such a beast.
The Runic portal opened up on the right, but not quite enough for Dooney Juni. He also does survive. So all of a sudden, we have 2 players from T1 on the chopping block. SCSC, 7-loss streak, free falling in the HP totals. And looking at the carousel, a few very impactful emblems in Cantor and Arcana. And I guess Honeymancer to some degree, a portal emblem a little bit late into the game to change your entire game plan.
YGQF doesn't actually go for the Honeymancer, even though he does have best friends. Would give him a lot of extra bees stacking into the back line right there. But he's going to go for more immediate tank items into his front line. I like Honeymancer. I wanted to see a little bit more bee stack.
I mean, one thing, sorry. You have to pronounce the augment name properly. It's not best friends.
Oh, it's BS.
There we go. Now I like it. There we go, Clement.
Okay. BS friends.
Perfect.
Clement. That's
music
what we're
to my
looking
ears.
For. But the other Kog'Maw not having the BS friends and not having the BS time in this game is SCSC, down on 5 HP, 7-loss streak. Looks like he's likely to go out. Tried to scrap for a while. You were right, Clement. I mean, he did a very good job scrapping for as long as possible, playing this line kind of from a weird spot to contest the opposing version. It looks like SCSC's time may be up. See where the combat is. It is going to be against YGQF on the same Kog'Maw line, but it does look like his board, but better. And I'm not sure that SCSC will be able to survive.
We're looking at the minions on the Nunu. We'll see what can go on here. No items on the Kog'Maw is a big deal. It's only the Tristana really dealing damage. And you want the Kog'Maw to be the star of the show when it comes to really scaling into the later stages of this fight. The Stoneplate and the Sunfire doing so much. It looks like it's going to be a sweep. Even the Gunblade putting in work on the opposite side for Tristana. That will be the end of the road for SCSC. The 7-loss streak becomes 8. And all of a sudden, parity at the bottom of the standings.
On the other side, though, Bobe able to lose to Dunizuni to lose the streak, but keep Dunizuni alive. This is going to be very important because Dunizuni is probably strong enough to outlive one of the members of Wolves. You need that extra placement to try and make this top 4 a little easier.
Look at Bintum at the top. That 4-win streak has now become 9. We're out of stage 5 almost. One more fight left. And Bintum once again is rising up to become the hero for this team when he's needed most. When we were in the game 1 that sets this.
Good afternoon, good evening, or good morning, wherever you are in the world right now. It is the final hour of the Esports World Cup Central broadcast, but it is finally time to introduce Fortnite. The semifinals are commencing momentarily. You can watch that stream, EWC White. We're going to be diving into Exceed taking on Carmine Core in just a moment. Street Fighter 6, the second half of the second group phase, is continuing over at Fighters. And of course, on EWC Gold, it is the final moments of the Teamfight Tactics Grand Final here at the Esports World Cup. My name is still Quickshot. I have an empty sofa as I've kicked Initialize off. He doesn't belong here for the next game because Blakey Boy does. And we are joined by a very special guest. It is Bloomy from R8 Esports. He was just eliminated in the quarterfinals, but I will tell you this, you made heroic work for that one, and it must have been a heartbreaking defeat because it looked so close for that entire series. First of all, how are you feeling? And could you tell our viewers and fans exactly where you are, where you're from, and what you're doing here?
Well, yeah, like I've just been introduced, I'm Bloomy. I play for R8 Esports, and yeah, we did, well, like you just mentioned, we did unfortunately get knocked out yesterday and placed top 8. But yeah, I'm from London, and I love this game mode.
Bloomy, tell me a little bit more about specifically the top 8. I think it is fair to say that it was probably the biggest surprise of the quarterfinals. I think a lot of the organizations and clubs that were there were somewhat expected. You guys making it through, the fact Fnatic didn't make it in is what I think people are anticipating. You got to be proud about that.
Yeah, no, I'm very happy. I sort of said if we made it out of groups, I would be happy. If we made it around after groups, I'd be very, very happy. But yeah, like the main goal was to make it out of groups, and that's what we did. You know, a lot of people overlooked us, didn't expect us to even qualify for Saudi in the first place. So
I'll say this as well. It's one of those situations where with the game mode, with a limited experience, we can see the bracket on screen for everybody.
Yep.
We actually had the pleasure of watching some of those opening games. The fact that you guys won that opening, the opening game against Heroic, we were over the moon here. We were over the moon. It was super close just in the quarterfinal. And also I'll tell you this, it brings me joy watching that sly smile, because you are happy about that. You are happy that you got to throw some pie in the face of, let's say, people who may have underrated your abilities. Where was R8 on your top 8?
Because you guys weren't in the top 8, but like, you weren't in a lot of people's top 8, so you guys were the underdogs, and you should be proud of that.
Well, I much prefer being the underdogs, because I like proving people wrong, and also it like takes a bit of the pressure off. But yeah, no, it feels good. There's a lot of doubters to prove everyone wrong. Yeah. But like I got a lot of love as well. Like it's not that people were like hating on me.
No.
They just didn't expect us to be there.
It's one of these things where people didn't anticipate you to make top 8. And what you're seeing at home, as well as everybody here in the studio, we are watching Exceed taking to the stage, to the arena right now. They have their keyframe in hand. We will be seeing Carmine Core stepping on the stage in just a minute. Before we talk about the game, I'm going to be asking Blake, obviously, to lead most of the conversation in game. I'm running the interview because that's where my skill set lies. I'm not that familiar with Fortnite. Before we talk about the game, the keyframe, handing that over after being eliminated, tell me what that's like as a competitor.
Well, I wasn't actually the one handing it over, it was my teammate.
It's still, it's a piece of your soul, man. Come on.
I know, but I like literally the first time I saw it handed over, I think it was Fnatic the first team to get like knocked out?
They were, yes.
I think they were, and then I was like, oh, it just sucks. Like if you've just been knocked out and then you sort of have like all your teammates go backstage and they get to sort of, you have to stand there and wait and then hand over your key.
Bloomy, you're a very eloquent gentleman, so I want to ask, like, can you talk me through the process? Like, how did you learn about the key? At what time frame? When did you become attached to the key? And the reason I ask that, this is my 6th week here. I've had the pleasure of interviewing many players from many games. And the general sentiment is the same. It represents your tournament life, so there is a connection. The strength of that connection changes.
Yeah.
We on the broadcast, we get to watch videos and learn about the process. And as broadcasters, we could go, pick the guys that you hate, boo, get the flame.
It's great watching the keys get crushed.
Like, as a broadcaster, but, like, when did you learn about it and how attached did you get to it?
I mean, I think it's a really cool concept, but like it's almost like I feel like you're almost losing twice. Like you have the loss, then you got to stand and wait, and then it's like this is a representation of us losing.
Yeah.
But
you're forced to accept the reality right then and there.
Yeah, I know, and like as it's one person doing it, like thankfully it wasn't me having to do it, but
we've had a couple of moments. I've mentioned this story to this week's broadcast crew, but there was a Counter-Strike team from Mongolia, and the Mongols knocked another team out. And when the key was presented to them, the captain who received it was legitimately like, I don't want to answer. And when the key was being crushed, they felt the pain. They didn't want to do it. And then on the flip side, we have certain fighting game characters that basically use like the dark side of the force and like, pretend they're crushing it.
Well, especially if it's like a rival or something. I think it'd be nice.
Oh, yes. Okay.
That's why I'm excited for the finals whenever Xset and Exceed both make it through.
Xset and Exceed. Okay,
I'm excited to see all that beef from Dallas go down and giving the key over.
Bloomy, we're jumping straight into the finals now.
Oh, lovely.
Just before we break down the actual action, it's NA versus EU on each side of the brackets. Xset and Exceed are, let's say, the favorites to win each series. This one arguably closer than the other one. How favored are the North Americans over the Europeans? I mean, look, you're not even European anymore anyway.
Just from my experience of playing both teams, like I would say the seeding plays a big aspect here.
Okay.
Because if you're the highest seeded team, you get to choose both sides of hardpoint.
Okay.
Which puts you in advantage. And like the CTF, it doesn't really matter.
Okay.
Like I guess you might have a preferred side, but like CTF, you play both.
It has less of an impact.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. So, like I think that comes into play here, and I think Exceed, like I would say 70-30 Exceed KC.
And I do want to add, having that advantage, being able to pick your side on hardpoint on Shallot, its red side is like almost a guaranteed win.
Yeah.
We've seen like a 100% win rate at EWC this year.
I mean, it is overlooked. The other hardpoint is overlooked a little bit. Because I think there's quite a big advantage in the other one as well when you get to play your stronger side. But yeah, but I mean, but again, the score's a lot closer in that one. But
I love, by the way, as a young American man, Shallot. It's a chalet.
Chalet?
Chalet.
Yeah, chalet. Chalet.
Okay.
That's you're on our side of the world now, okay?
Yep.
Yeah. Get with the lingo.
Yes, exactly. Okay, let's take a look at this really quickly. Common Core already off to a couple of frags being secured there. Peterbot, obviously one of the most respected players in Fortnite.
One of the biggest trash talkers.
Oh, really?
But I did note in his interview after qualifying for the semis, he was way more laid back, calm, cool, and collected. And I was at McDonald's after, and I ran into him, and I was like, Peterbot, bro, that was not you on that stage in that interview.
So what did you say?
I was like, you need to be more confident tomorrow whenever you qualify for Grand. You need to be more confident and show the real Peterbot. And he was like, I just don't want to get fined again. And I was like, you don't need to talk to the point where you're going to get fined to sound confident and excited.
Trash talk the opponents, you know.
I love that so
a bit
much.
of friendly trash talk is like in our last game of our groups, like there was a lot of like we're good friends of the other team. And like there was loads of friendly trash talk. Like behind the stage, we were waving each other, telling each other not to get nervous. You know, doing different emotes and poses at each other, and that just, you know, that made it a bit more fun.
Just antagonizing one another. We actually got to see the end of the X set versus Gaming Gladiators set. They captured the flag where they got up to 5-1, took the flag right up to the point we're about to cap and just stood there.
Made him sit through that last minute.
Okay, gentlemen, I'll say this now. I think we've had a good sort of intro to this one. I think it's fair to say, even as an active competitor, Exceed are somewhat favored here. X-Set are, I think, significantly the other. But maybe like Bloomy, from these first few minutes of gameplay, what are we seeing? From my eyes, it's a little bit of a slower start than what I
there's a lot of trading going on. But like this map, like I think you play for statue control, which is like in the top of middle there.
The Panther.
Yeah.
Panther.
The statue of the Panther. You play for control of that area, but then you also like the lane on the opposite side. Like we call it coffee.
Okay.
That's like where people sort to lurk up. So you want to have control of statue, but you also need someone being aware of that lane on the opposite side.
Bloomy, can I ask, are you able to give us a bit of a picture? Because like I haven't seen a significant amount of pressure applied to actually cap the flag. In case anyone's unaware, we are playing Capture the Flag for viewers at home. That map code is up in the top right. But like it's almost felt to me like this is quite a defensive, controlling open. Is somebody going for a one-cap win in the last 60 seconds?
I think so. And Carmine Court play pretty slow. They play for to go 1-0 up, and then they just sit. You know,
I do want to add in game one of X-Set's matches yesterday, it was 1-0 going into did it go to overtime? Yeah. No, it was 1-1 going into overtime, and X-Set won because they captured the first flag. No one's going to overtime. So it was a very slow game.
Yeah, that's what KC did against us. Like we were 1-1, went overtime on this map, and then they just like for the full 5 minutes just set up defensive. I mean, the thing is, like you play for middle control, and then if you wipe them after you have middle control, you've almost got a guaranteed flag pull. So that's why it's like this CTF is a bit slower pace than the other one, because it's like you play for middle control, you fight for middle, you hold middle, and you wipe them again, you pull the flag. So like once the opposite team has the middle control, that's why you're seeing a lot of people sit back, you know, because they just know if they die, they lose the flag.
And I'll say this as well, for any other viewers that are watching that maybe have got some experience, let's say Call of Duty, let's say you're even older like me and you played Unreal Tournament, this type of zone control, lane control, I think is heavily dictated by the map, by the corners that you can cover, also the entrance points and then the spawn dynamics. So if you are able to, like right now, you can see KC, this is the first time that they've aggressively grouped up and pushed forward in what has felt like literally the entire 5 minutes, right?
Yeah, looks like we're going to have a 0-0.
But then again, look, they're playing just defensively and they clean up.
But I do want to add that this map was made originally for Hardpoint, and the other map was made for Capture the Flag, and then they just put the other two game modes on the map.
Interesting.
So that's why it's like plays out a lot more different than the original maps that they were made for.
The thing is, I love that though, because again, I come from a Call of Duty background. Bloomy, I played Call of Duty 4 on PC many years ago. My production team must be sick of hearing it. Every day for 6 weeks.
But 2008, bro.
In those games, that was my first international. I was playing for 3 years before that. That's how old I am. But I think depending on like when you go to different maps, you play different game modes. Like if I think of City Streets, District, Strike, those are the maps that you play in COD 4. And then the different gamers, they completely change the flow because of the objective you have to play around, right?
Yeah.
So when you see this opening round from Carmine Core playing it slow and steady, being unable to break through, let's say, the defensive barrier of Exceed, I don't understand the map pressure enough. Who would have been, let's say, across the halfway line? Was it Casey pushing a little bit more, or?
Definitely Casey.
That's what I thought.
They had Panther control pretty much that. They were like almost pushed into their spawn, but they just couldn't get that one pick to break through.
Yeah, definitely. And I think it's also the way the sides work. I think red side's a little bit stronger because when on that blue side, like when you die on middle, you tend to spawn like on the opposite side of the flag, so like by the Lamborghini area.
Right.
So you almost have to wrap round all the way back to spawn to defend. So that's why, like, well, in the first half, you saw KC being a bit more aggressive, and I think on this side, you'll see Exceed being a bit more aggressive.
So what happens now if this round goes 0-0? How many times or how many rounds do you play before a winner is decided?
Well, the first tiebreaker is whoever captured the first flag, and then the second tiebreaker after that is eliminations.
Right.
So if it goes 0-0, overtime 0-0, then it's purely eliminations.
So how do I know how many eliminations have happened for the team?
You kind of don't from a viewer's perspective.
Thanks,
but,
Epic.
But it's also kind of rare for that to happen because normally someone will capture a
Listen,
flag.
it's happening this game.
Yeah.
Someone will capture
I'm not being funny. This is the single slowest. To all of our viewers out there who are hoping for an action-packed third-person shooter extravaganza, this is the most tactical approach.
I'm not going to lie, I haven't really seen this approach.
This feels like XCOM. Have you guys played XCOM? This feels like children.
We're not all 40, all right?
The decision making is wild to me. I mean, we can even see the coaches there just standing behind Exceed.
Yeah.
Shout out Jaith.
Wow. Okay, explain this to me. Like, what do you think is happening here, Blake?
Yeah, so it looks like Exceed right now is trying to push up finally. I think they got 2 picks. All 3 of them are pushing up, actually. So this is going to be the first kind of, look for the pull on the flag that we're going to see. Swizzy and Murstache are both 1 HP. Like that's Murstache. But we're in a good position to push right here if you're Exceed.
I'm trying to count the elims to see if we can play that game. So Murstache is on 4 at the minute. Just to see a rough idea if we can make an informed guess of who's currently leading. Because in 2.5 minutes this is over, but at least this time around, are Casey continually pushing again? It looks like they're at least stepping
well, like
towards.
they're doing the statue control and trying to play for the Milk. Like Milks did a good job there. He's just got to delay and wait for his teammates to respawn who died and come back and help defend.
Okay, so that's Okus on 3.
It's definitely one of the slowest games. Which is crazy, and they're probably feeling the pressure, knowing that they need to win these maps to make it to these finals.
It's interesting because it is something that actually happens in almost every title, that when you get down to those final sets, those final series to be played, it tends to be slower, it tends to be more calculated. I just didn't expect it in a game like this, and I actually think if you listen closely, we can actually hear the in-game commentary. The players talking.
I'm going there.
One speed. Yeah.
Okay, I think we've obviously just dropped out there.
Got the flag.
Yeah.
Okay, so Bloomy, I mean, that didn't sound like panicky comms. It sounded like that was like expected game plan.
Yeah. So, well, like I said, I think red side's a bit better.
Yes.
Because they got a couple of kills on KC, and then they spawned on the opposite side of where the flag is.
Okay, so
I also want to add that like it's pretty controlled. It's not like they're pretty calm only because.
Oh wow, that was sick.
He's not going to get the cap.
Well, I think his teammate. Yeah, he gets up.
Wow.
Okay, so question about this then. Finish your point, Blake, and then I want to ask about the strategy.
Yeah, I think that the comms are very. Peterbot got the flag, but they also have the. Peterbot's gonna get the cap.
There we are.
The first cap of the game with 45 seconds left. But I wanted to say that the comms are very calm because it's very controlled. Like, no reason to be panicking right now. It's not like they're down.
And that's what leads me to think that if Common Core are a slow team, that's exactly what Bloomy was saying, kind of anticipated. Let's assume Exceed know that. Exceed play for it. If they know that the red side is favored, the strategy may have been go neutral when we're on blue, right? Just play defensive. When we're on red, you get 1 cap, and that's how you win the map. Like, look, I might be projecting a lot of very positive thoughts, but it does look pretty clearly like that's what the plan was.
Yeah, no, definitely. And that was a very clean flag take by them. They just waited for the team wipe. They spawned far away. they go for a flag.
All right, so just quick update, by the way. You saw on the bottom of your screen that Kawano has picked up that series win over in Street Fighter 6. We will give you updates on those results as they come in. And on one hand, I think you have to applaud and respect what XC just did.
Yeah.
On the other hand, give me more bloodshed.
I know, from a viewer's perspective, that was, I'll be honest, pretty boring to watch. But that's why we got Hardpoint next, a fast-paced game.
Now, Bloomy, do you think my assessment of that strategy from Exceed, like, do you reckon that was the game plan?
I agree.
How hard is it to do that? Like, let's say you were in that game playing against Common Core. You went in with the same strategy. Would it have been as doable? I know you're going to say maybe.
Yeah.
Give me a scale. How difficult is it?
I don't think it's a matter of being difficult. I think it's just like you just have your own set play style, you know?
Yes.
If you've prepared and you play more defensive, then you'll be better at being defensive. I mean, being defensive, like, you have to make sure you're not giving away free damage and peeking certain angles, so you sort of learn to play that way.
Yeah. The thing is, for Exceed, though, while that's true, especially when they're on the blue side, the moment they swapped to red, they had a cap, they lost the flag carrier, they picked it back up, and they still got the points. So they demonstrated 9.5 minutes of near flawless defense, and then 30 to 40 seconds of flawless offense.
Yeah, we saw a lot of times where they were literally just sitting behind an angle, AFK, not even doing anything.
Yeah, I mean, that's not entirely true. They're cutting, it's called cutting the pie when you're looking at angles of things. It's the SWAT terminology for entering a doorway and clearing angles from right to left. And that's what you're seeing here, that third-person perspective, by the way, something they talk about in PUBG a lot. The amount of additional information you gain because you're not looking down the scopes of a weapon. Used to their advantage. So what does this tell us for the next game mode then? What does KC have to do to bounce back here, Blake?
They're going to have to take this next map because I feel like if Exceed gets up 2-0, they're not going to throw this lead and they're going to make it to the finals, knocking out Carmine Corp.
I mean, listen, you called that already.
I did, but I kind of want to see like a Game 7. We haven't seen that yet.
I don't know if you're going to get one.
I don't think so.
There's a bitterness in that answer, Bloomy. Why do you think it's not going to happen? Either of the 3 series.
Well, Exceed. What do we know what the map 7 is in this?
Panther, apparently.
Map 7, I'm pretty sure is random.
Map 7 is Panther. Okay. Exceed 1-0 up.
Game mode 7 is a randomized game mode in map. So
but do we know what it is yet?
No, I don't think it's decided.
It is decided. It is decided before the game. Yeah.
I don't know if I.
Okay, we've not. Okay.
What we'll do is we'll ask our production team to try and find it. I can't guarantee that we will. If we are able to know what it will be, map 7, assuming we get to one. Now let's go. Regardless of what it is, right?
Yeah.
You've got Common Core XC on the other side. Heroic Xset. I doubt Heroic are taking Xset to 7.
Yeah. No. Yeah.
Xset Exceed. We give that a final. Do we get Game 7?
I don't think so. Except like the seeding is so has such a massive impact on how these games played because the higher seeded team, like, they pick both hard points. They pick the side for both hard points.
That seems so busted.
I know. I
mean, and look, again, we had Counter-Strike just earlier on. Like, when you pick, if one team gets to pick the map, the other team gets to pick the side. If you want to attack or defend first, it makes a big difference.
Xset higher seeded than an Exceed?
Xset. So Xset going into this tournament were like seed number
9.
They were number 9, right? But they were in a group with seed number 1, Falcons. But they beat them in groups. So then that means they take the number 1 seed spot.
Well, I'm happy to tell you, map 7 is Capture the Flag on Panther.
Is Capture the Flag on Panther? Okay,
so yay, map 7 with Exceeding Carmine Core.
It's not going to get to that.
So if it gets to map 7, KC have a chance. But I don't think it's getting map 7. Exceed basically, in my opinion, have a guaranteed win on Chalet Hardpoint. Because they will, well, I don't know, but
it should be Team
Red. I know, they've picked red side. So that's a guaranteed win. So, yeah, they only have to get to 3 before that.
Okay, well, on the bright side, there's guaranteed to be more action this time around.
Way more.
Yeah.
So I'm excited
because of the hard points. What is the strategy that you think works best when approaching a hard point game, Jimmy?
The thing is, I think it comes down to just your strat countering the other team's strategy. There's like, there's each team can counter each team. So it's like, against different teams, we have different strategies. So if we know...
Give me an example of one that you think is pretty common.
The most common one is you sort of send 2 people up to the Panther statue. One person, you see where Milks is right here. like you send one person in that area, 2 people by statue, then 1 person in the middle. That's sort of like the default. Sometimes you have like 3 statue, or 2 will push site straight away and try and, like, for example, where Milks is right now, if there's a solo there, the best strategy is to send 2 people, bubble, and you, yeah, exactly. But the thing is, that's not a good play if they send 2 people there.
Right.
So
I totally get that. And I think the main thing I want to like try to get an understanding of is you're talking about assignments, you're talking about lane and zones being under control, and then reacting to placements.
Exactly,
from the enemy,
exactly,
right?
exactly.
Blake, when you hear that, how drastically different is that to obviously BR? I know that's like a called primary game, but I think one of the first things Bloomy said when we sat down is like, I love these game modes.
Yeah, no, these game modes are definitely a lot different from BR, and like looking at these types of strategies, obviously you have strategies like these in BR, like if you're playing duos and you want to push a duo, you try to single one out.
Yeah.
So it's pretty much the same thing, just obviously in way different terms and different utility and stuff, because obviously we don't have shield bubbles in the normal game.
Yeah, and I also think the angle control is significantly different because this is way close combat. I think the urgency of your gunfights, I mean, this is basically like a final circle tower gunfight, every single gunfight in terms of the information you got to deal with.
Yeah, and I think these maps were like specifically made for these angles to be so good for these close gunfights, outplaying your opponent with the like mantle ability. If you know what that is.
I will pretend that I do. Exceed right now, 82 points off the first 2 hard points. The Carmine Core's got early control, but if they don't hold on to this for a while, Exceed, if they turn this over, they can really take a significant advantage.
100%, but it looks like Carmine Corp has this one down. They take out Peterbot. It's looking pretty good right now for both teams, honestly. Like they're gonna like probably tie this up on this point.
Yeah, this is the most this point is hard, like it's hard favored for red side, which is what KC are right now. So yeah, I mean, it looks like they're going to even out, and then the next one's a bit more like tradey 50-50, and the one after that is a heavy blue side. So you see them even out.
So Carmine Core really needs to get a good score lead on the next point. And I think, just again, so I'm making an assumption, because the hard points follow a set routine, based on your team's spawn area, it'll give you an advantage on certain points over
Exactly, like blue team has a certain advantage on point number 5.
Sorry to interrupt, we actually got another listen in, so let's just hear what the players are saying so we can use it as content.
They're pushing backside, they're pushing backside.
IMP.
I'm coming to you.
I'm down. Two palm on me.
Backside, backside. Nice.
One HP.
Nice.
One more.
You're alone.
Third white. Nice. Let's go.
Can you capture? He's close.
He's fighting me. Cracked him. 30 white. On point.
I bubble. Capture.
110.
What a shot.
I got TMP.
I got
sniped. There is...
Nice. One more on point.
Okay, just wait.
Yeah, it's looking very tradey right now.
Fantastic. I love hearing the in-team commentary, in-team communication. But I really like, it's a great example of what you were just saying, Bloomy. Calling the numbers, talking about the point, talking about whether they're cracked or not cracked, you know, which will inform you whether you should be pushing or falling back.
Yeah. So yeah, the usual thing is like you try and work out where a solo is. So like, I mean, you can't really see it here, but they have the there's visual footsteps. So you can see the footsteps without hearing them as well. You can hear them, but you play off the visuals. You don't play off the sound. So if you see like one footstep on the right, one footstep on the left, and there's 2 of you, you just jump in his face, 2v1, and you win it every single time.
Yeah. You always want to be trading. And in other tactical sheets, a similar thing. You either get the opening frag and it's 2v0, or if you trade 1-for-1, you still come out in the advantage.
Yeah, and this is the point that's hard favored for blue side. That's why they already have it right now, but it looks like Carmine Corp's get a team wipe right now.
That's a quick flip.
This is a very close game. It's tied up right now, 120 to 120, but I would like to see Exceed take this one back.
4 minutes still to go. So what happens now in terms of the races? The total points was 250, right?
First to 250 wins.
And you just keep cycling through the 5 points to either 250 or the time limits.
The time limit.
Has the time limit ever ran out for you?
No.
Yeah, that never happens. Because like, look, we're so far into the game and we've only taken 54 seconds off the clock.
Right, I get you. Okay, because as long as someone's sitting on a point, the time is not running down.
Yeah, the only time the timer is ticking is if no one's on the point.
I've not watched closely enough to actually keep tabs of how that time. I actually wondered to myself, I'm like, has it really just been like 1 minute a game? No, no, that's just like the countdown timer for forcing players to do things, right?
Yeah, but that was a big point for Carmine Corp because now it's back to the middle point. This is a neutral hard point.
Yeah.
Malibuk is flanking right now. He's the marksman with the sniper rifle like we broke down the other day. Looks like Carmine Corp gonna take this. He's fighting the burst.
Oh, the burst!
And that's what the engineer is so good for. The burst SMG. Just fries.
Why don't you just call it a shotgun? That's what it plays like. That's what it looks like.
It basically is. That's like the closest thing we have in this game to a shotgun. Unless you want to just go around no-scoping with the sniper.
Okay, strengths of each team on the different game modes. I'm not certain how much longer we'll be watching, but Bloomy, if you were to think of Exceed between between Keeper, Hardpoint, and Capture the Flag, what do you reckon the teams are best at?
Exceed were a lot better at playing aggressive. They've got like very high-skilled pop-off players, and I think they thrive under high-pressure situations. So, and I think KC are a bit more prepared and a bit more strategic, but I mean, if Exceed are flying in and hitting their shots, then I think Hardpoint's... I would have said Hardpoint, Exceed were going to thrive, but...
I would say Hardpoint as well, because Okus on Team Exceed came from a Call of Duty background. He used to be my teammate. Everyone used to accuse him of cheating because his aim is just that good.
I love that.
He had cheating allegations for years.
Yep.
And obviously he's still here this many years later. He's obviously not.
It's one of the biggest compliments that you can give to a competitive shooter player.
Yeah, and I also want to point out Okus is probably, I'm not sure the exact stat, but I think he's one of the only controller players playing.
Oh, wow. Interesting.
Yeah, there's Okus, Teeny,
TK, who was on Big Toss, but knocked out.
Bloomy, do you know how strong is the aim assist in Fortnite? Because it's a huge conversation in Apex as well as Call of Duty.
It is very strong in regular Fortnite.
Okay.
But the thing is with controller, I mean, it doesn't seem to really affect Okus that much, but Teeny, I think it did. Is when you're close range and you jump over, because their sensitivity is a lot slower. Like if you jump over sort of a controller player close range, which happens in a lot of these fights, I feel they're at a disadvantage.
Okay.
It's quite hard to like track someone with controller.
And is the aim assist strength the same in these game modes as it is in BR?
Yeah.
Okay.
It is,
That's important.
But like the mid-range and stuff, I think controller's a bit stronger.
Got it.
But then again, the mid-range fights, I don't think are as important as the close-range fights.
Yeah,
so.
I get that. I mean, like, just for some context, in Apex, around a third to half of the players use controller. In Call of Duty, Modern Warfare, that was here for Resurgency, and then we'll be back next week as well. Around 80 to 85% use controller. And of the top-ranked players worldwide in the rank ladders, the highest accuracy in both games is a significant percentage higher for controllers than the keyboard.
Yeah. In Fortnite, it's around like, I'm pretty sure like around 40% for like a normal finals in Fortnite. So it's like pretty 50-50.
Right.
Yeah.
Close to it. Oh, man. Again, this score's close. Common Core are very close to 250.
Wow.
It looks like they're going to bounce the series. But I think, to be fair, like you did say, this was going to be the closest semifinal.
Yeah, 100%. And if Exceed gets a lot of points on this, and then they go to hardpoint number 5, which is favored for their team, they should be able to close this one out. But it looks like Carmine Corp.
Can they do it now?
Peterbot takes down 2.
40 seconds on the clock. They've still got the point, though. That's the main thing.
15 seconds.
Waiting to tick over, 34,
Exceed,
35.
Exceed has
Keep
to
in mind, Exceed played the Capture the Flag so slowly that they might still be like kind of warming up to this game mode, because Karmic have been hitting it hard from the beginning, but they have been flipped.
Wow.
The point's been flipped. It's blue, it's Exceed.
They have 25 seconds left on the point. They could win it off of this exactly if they play every single second. But obviously that's going to be hard if they get contested.
17.
And KC,
they're tied up now. It's a 15-point game.
Nice. That's a bit.
See, Meox with the double kill.
Okay, KC officially can't win, so
B&B, shoutcaster last point. Come on, get back in
bread and butter. It looks like Exceed's going to take this. They need 2 points. They're already on the next. They go AFK. Exceed takes a 2-0 lead in the semifinals against Carmine Corp. You lost my train of thought. Hey, they're about to be off the bracket in a second, so I already forgot.
The entire day, all that Blake has done is throw shade at the European teams. All he has done is say how much they suck, how the European teams can't measure up, the European teams are not good enough. I mean, I'm embellishing a little bit.
He's over-exaggerating a little bit. In Battle Royale, you guys can hang.
Blake, you literally said, I'm wearing black today because it's Europe's funeral.
That is not what I said. That's what... That's what he said about NA. He said me and Steve, the other guy on the couch, we're both wearing black because we're here for the funeral of NA. But really...
I mean...
Bloomy, I'm going to say thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, thanks
just
for
one
having
last
me.
thing that I like to say. We do this with every interview with every guest we had this week. We got this very exclusive piece of merch just from us here. We're going to do a giveaway with every guest that's been on the show, or the talent team. Before you leave, I'll ask you to sign this.
Yep.
But what could I do? If I could ask you one last thing, give me a final score prediction of what Exceed Xset's going to be in the final, and also say goodbye to the fans, the viewers, give a shout out to your org to come number 1.
Yeah, so my prediction for the finals, well, I think it will be Exceed versus Xset, and I think it will be 4-1 to Xset.
Fantastic. Give a shout out to the viewers as well.
Shout out to all the viewers and shout out to all the R8 fans if any of you are watching, because you guys helped us a lot. We had a lot of love in the crowd when I was playing. But yeah, I've enjoyed it. Thank you for having me on.
Thank you for taking the time. It is a pretty challenging task to sit here and break down the whole game. It's been a pleasure to have you join Blake and myself. Sit for me for 1 second. We're going to be right back to wrap up today's episode of EWC Central. Just before we do, though, let's check in with what's happening in the Kiddie Arena in Street Fighter 6.
I'm putting my hands up for him. You can't see us. We can. No, we can't see you.
Damn, that took mad damage. And we in the corner already with the guineos, the bananas. That might be plátanos. I love plátanos.
Yeah. Fried, tad bit of sugar.
All of them. Every version. Yes.
Wow!
Steal my turn, please. Like that.
What a back throw, too. I think what's more shocking is the decision to wake up driving back. More so than the back throw.
The fact that he reacted was pretty genius. And he was like far away from throw range, right? So that was a good catch.
He was kind of close. It's one of those things where I wouldn't expect that to happen up close.
Right. The ceiling fan. I never knew Seaweed could just fly like that. Respect. He didn't try to go for the cross cut. Went for the proper damage. Call out on the empty demon flip. That was good stuff there, Bonchan. You do play the character as well, right? Very familiar. Oh, he thought he was out of range. I hate that.
Crouching just a little bit too much. Guano now gets to enforce the throw game one more time, actually. Could get in Bonchan's head. Oh my! He thought the same thing. That could have been a big kill for Bonchan. He actually had the drive gauge behind it.
Even if he just overcommitted, it's okay. He was already in burnout. He had no reversal, but he did have a level 3. Hold on here. Oh, no, what? What happened, Moncha? No.
Can I be honest with you?
What's up, brother?
I think he thought he was going to build enough for a level 3 to chip.
Chip him out. Okay, I didn't even look at the meter. I mean, I knew he had resources to finish the job, but man.
And welcome back. Just quickly before we continue with the game show, what was the result that we just saw on screen, Steve?
That was Kawano knocking out Bonchan from the tournament.
Wow, eliminated from the tournament.
My
okay, well, look,
gosh.
Kawano was on, I think you're one of your top 4s as well, if memory serves.
Yes.
So he stays alive, your predictions stay alive. Look, we're into the last few moments of the broadcast while the finals tournaments are ongoing. We have one last minigame to play with you, and this is a game show that's called Who is Lying? Now, this is fairly complex, so I'll be leading my 3 guests through this game, and there will be statements coming up on screen. We'll get 10 different options, and we have to figure out who would be lying. It could be 0, or there could be 10 correct answers. The first one, I'll give you an example. The statement is, I am a champion in set 12 of team fight tactics, okay? So that is the statement, I am a champion. Now, what I want you guys to do is write down either one or more option of who is lying, okay? So for example, we know that Syndra is not lying because Syndra is a champion. I am a champion in set.
Wait, a champion is like in the game?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought these were like players, like they've won.
No, that's what they call
they're
it.
called champions.
Yeah,
They're called
okay.
champions, okay? So we know Syndra is not lying, right? So who is lying? Is Ari lying? Is Orgren lying? Is Hui lying? Start writing. You're going to be running out of time.
Yeah, this
is right bigger.
There could be multiple. Is Callista lying?
Valentina.
Is Cogmore
My pen doesn't work.
lying? Your pen doesn't work? I don't have a pen. I can't help you, brother.
What the?
You lose.
Get some ink. Get some ink. We did on purpose. If you don't have a pen, I don't think we have an extra pen, unfortunately.
What happens if you
Check
get
over
one
there.
wrong?
Look for one. See if we can find one.
Oh my God.
Oh wait, we're doing who's lying.
Yes, who is lying?
Oh
That's
my
correct.
God.
I tell you what, use a cue card and just write it down. You may not be able to show it. We'll just have to go through
crap.
it. You got that there?
Who is lying? Okay, Valentina, 100%.
Right.
Valentina.
There's your blank. Have you got a pen?
I think I got a pen.
You got a pen.
Yeah.
Great. grab that one then. Go for it.
I don't know.
Catch up, catch up, catch up.
Kog'Maw.
Okay, we're gonna be moving. Is Nomzy lying?
Yes.
It's a lid. Pull it off. You got it?
Hui?
Oh, no, click the Stormtrooper. There we go.
Oh, there we
Yes,
go.
use the pen, Steve.
All right, here we go. Here we go. What are my choices again?
It is late. Ori, write down the lies. Orgrin, Hui, Callista, Kog'Maw, Nasus. I'm going to give you 10 more seconds. And I know Steve's
Hey,
going
just guess, bro. Just guess.
I think there's a trick one in there.
Okay.
Actually.
There's definitely a trick one in
10.
I'm not going to lie.
9.
I just
8. I want you to reveal your answers when you can. Steve will give me a few more seconds. No, when I tell you to. 7.
Sorry, sir.
6. Once you've revealed them, we'll read them, and then I will give the correct ones. Okay. And you stop moving. I apologize. And I'm going to ask Sam to give his reveal. Okay. Steve, you can keep writing if you want. Sam has gone with Orgrin, Snapfire, Valentina. I'm going to ask Blake to reveal his. And he's gone with Valentina, Kog'Maw, Hui, and Nomzy. I'm so sorry, bro. And Steve, give me a reveal for you.
Can you guys see that?
He's gone with Orgrin, Nasus, and Snapfire. Now, there are multiple liars on this list. Let's quickly reveal who those multiple liars are. The correct answers are Orgrin, Snapfire, and Valentina.
Boom. No, I had Snapfire written down before.
There you go. So those are the 3 correct ones. Snapfire, I know, is from Dota 2. Orgrin, I believe, is from
HOK.
HOK. And Valentina, if memory serves correctly, was MLBB. Was it HOK?
Yeah, I got one.
Orgrin was...
Okay, the next one. I am a character in Street Fighter. I don't think you're going to find the pen.
I'm not going to find it.
Yeah, you're not going to find it. If you know the blank, there's a blank. Woo!
Okay.
Thanks, boss.
I am a character in Street Fighter. Your options are, remember, you pick the liars, okay? Akuma, Doomfist, Ed, Jin Kazama, sorry, Ken Masters, Luke, M. Bison, Rashid.
I've heard so many of these names throughout the show,
Yasuo.
and I'm trying to think of who.
Zangief. Okay.
Because like we all.
Oh, hang on.
We'll discuss that one. Yeah. We will be counting down until the reveals come in. 10.
Is someone keeping score?
9. 8. No, we don't score.
Oh.
It's about the fun. So the points don't matter.
Oh, I'm
4,
having a great time.
3, 2, and 1. Give me your reveal.
Boom.
Okay, right. So you're going with Jin Kazama, Yasuo, and Doomfist. Right, who's yours next, Blake?
I know exactly who is lying.
Yes! Ken Masters, Yasuo, and Zangief. And for Steve, I got to see the words. You're going to have to zoom it away. Keep it in camera. Keep it. Have to show me. Yasuo, Jin, Zangief, and Doomfist. I believe those are the 4 correct answers. Let's reveal them on screen. Zangief was a typo. The actual character's name is Zangief. When you add the R, it makes it a liar.
Did you catch on to that?
I think this is a thing. That's why that's on there. That's why he lies. So those were the 3/4. I would have allowed both of them. Street Fighter people, we know this. Okay, now, wait. Statement number 3. I have been a
What?
Bro,
don't get this wrong, Blake.
If you get these wrong, production are bullying Blake too.
No.
Wow. I love you guys. Oh, the slow dramatic zoom. Think about this. Has Assault been a teammate with that Riz face? Has Bizzle had the Rizzle from Blake Sizzle?
Wow.
Furious.
Bizzle's in the retirement home.
Hellis.
Me.
Lawrence.
You guys don't know any of these names, and that's why it's great.
Macwood.
I can't wait.
Ronaldo, the guy who makes hamburgers. Scoped.
It's a payphone guy.
Or young calculator, as if a kid knows what a calculator is.
Bro, I know exactly who these guys are.
Yes!
I'm excited for this reveal.
Okay, let's go. 10, 9, 8, 7. You need to write down. Listen. What have you been doing this whole time?
Trying to figure out who Steve Blake's teammates are.
You had written one name down.
I know, I'm struggling.
Okay, you are going to be considered. We'll start with Steve because looks the most ready. Steve, give me your reveal, please, Steve.
Can you see this? I have.
What have we got? You got on the right. Read them out to me.
I have Assault.
Yep. Hold them steady so the camera can look.
Macwood and Scooped.
And
or Scoped.
No, we'll go with Scooped.
Scoped.
Can you call him Scooped from now on?
Yeah,
all right,
Scooped.
let's go to Sam next. Sam next. Ronaldo, Assault, and Young Calculator. Young Calculator does not sound like a real person. Okay, now, who have been your teammates?
They've all been my teammates.
Come on, that's not fair.
Nobody is lying. Let's go.
That's a real person?
Dude, I've had so many. It's Scoop.
Scoop?
Show some respect, man.
It's Scoop. I like Scoop better. Your calculator's not a real person.
I like that one.
Out of it, does this make you the bad teammate that you've been kicked from all those teams?
Actually, I was the snake in the past. They used to call me Snake PS instead of Blake PS. Back in like 2020.
No.
But nowadays, me and Mac would have been together for over a year. So.
Okay, so I tell you what, listen, I'm going to do something that I didn't get a chance to do because I'd prepared a tiny little bit for a potential guest that unfortunately did not appear. This is a message to Clicks.
Oh my God.
Where is the $1 million charity donation?
Ooh.
That's all I'm asking. We are going to move on with the rest of the show.
The Blake Foundation is waiting. I'll send the wire info.
Bro, that's you're asking to be paid. That's literally like money laundering. We're going to move on. This is the EWC catch-up powered by STC. Talk about team fight tactics. The grand finals, have they finished? I have
Oh, no, they are not.
They're still going?
They're still going. I'm going straight after this.
Who is in the finals and what has been happening?
It is Wolves versus T1, China versus Korea. T1 as it stands up 1-0. We caught a little bit of that one earlier.
Yes, I think we are watching the end of that round is my best guess right now. Game 2 has just started. How many games do you need to win the final?
You need to get 3 wins. It's a best of 5.
Okay, let's take a look at this. So this was the game that we were watching with Alan, who, by the way, is one of my favorite guests we've had. He was just heartwarming and like one of the nicest people who just loves the game entirely. So this was a T1 1-2. Wolves came 3-5-6, simply not good enough for the round win. If we do get to look in at live, it does appear to be a super close game too. The question is, do you think this is going to go the distance?
I think it probably is. You heard it from Alan earlier. I think he's got some truth to it. I think 3-2 is probably likely. Maybe a 3-1 if T1 are clean with it. But hey, every time I've given predictions, I feel like the uncertainty kicks in and I get it wrong. So who knows?
All right, well, we're going to move on and we're going to give some catch-ups as we are running out of broadcast time. So let's talk about Fortnite. Semi-finals will be followed by finals. That's how a bracket works. We can see this at the moment. Xseed versus Heroic will follow Xseed taking on Carmine Core. Xseed did pick up 2 maps in a row, which we had the pleasure of watching with Bloomy and Blake. And I know you've said this a bunch of times, but just let me give me the rundown for the viewers at home for how this bracket's going to play out.
Yeah, so I think how this bracket's going to play out, I've been saying this since the beginning. Xseed is going to go all the way and take home that trophy. We have the live gameplay right here. I think we're watching the other matchup, Xseed versus Carmine Corp. I think Xseed's going to take this one home. They've already taken home 2 maps. They only need to take home 2 more to make it to the finals later tonight.
Oh, they're in a strong position on this one as well. It is the keeper game mode.
They are down the first round of this, though. Okay. So we might go to a 3rd round of keeper.
Okay, 3rd round of keeper. But look, again, from the strategy Xseed showed in Capture the Flag, they absolutely can pull that one home. Now, let's turn our attention over to Street Fighter 6. As far as the game is concerned, reminder that the second half of the group stages need to complete. We need to get our 2 players from the second group stage to qualify for our single elim bracket. It's Angry Bird and Gachikun. Steve, we've got 4 groups to go through, so give me the high level on the 2 players we're going to see later.
So, look. If we got Angry Bird and Gachikun right here, these 2 players are actually going to be, this is going to be a crazy match. You get an EVO champion versus a Capcom Cup champion. Angry Bird trying to get returned to form. He hasn't really had that big win since EVO. Gachikun trying to get his first big win in Street Fighter 6. So you know these guys are striking fast if they want to get their names in the history books for Street Fighter 6, especially for Esports World Cup.
I think I mentioned earlier, Tachikawa was one of the players that Esports Central, EWC Central kind of adopted as a fan broadcast. I think Angry Bird is kind of one of those 2. Let's take a look at Group B. Let's take a look at how that has been playing out. Now, I've missed these results. I saw that the Prodigy was eliminated.
Yeah.
How did that go down?
It went down pretty bad. It was a bloodbath, I'm going to tell you right now. As you can see right there, No Other Prodigy definitely went down. But in all honesty, when I was looking at the match, you could tell he was kind of, Ryukichi was really beating my guy up, man. It was not looking good for him. But he tried, and I can tell you right now, even going up against Zhao Hai, that's another player that's kind of really established, has a very sound play.
I mean, look at Zhao Hai, by the way. He loses 3-1 to Ryukichi. He wins 3-2 against Prometheus. He wins 3-2 against No Other Prodigy. So as far as the groups are concerned, this one is a little bit more competitive. I want to move on to the next groups. We'll get a chance to round out at the end of the day. But Kawano knocked down by Hikaru before then Kawano knocks out Bonchan. How did these matches play?
Look, I can tell you right now, the Hikaru-Kawano match did not go anywhere near how I thought it was going to go. The way Hikaru shut down Kawano was absolutely crazy. This is also one of these characters, like I said before, you don't see him at such a high level, and I think Hikaru really took advantage of that. That's why they moved on. Kawano goes down, fights Bonchan, an Evo champ, a legend of the Street Fighter series, and just fighting games in general, takes out Bonchan and moves on.
Okay, now remind me, out of the groups we've seen so far, has any of your top 4 that we looked at the beginning of the day been eliminated?
No Prodigy.
So you've lost one. Oh, it's North America. Let's look at Group D very quickly.
You had to get one more in there.
He had to get one more in there.
This is the bracket. Lashar taking on Higuchi. That is live right now. The loser will drop down to face Tachikawa, who I think is one of the more animated, more enjoyable players to watch. I can tell you that Group D, that match is 2-0 in favor of Higuchi. Yes, there you go. In favor of Higuchi. And we are potentially in that final round. Is this the result that you would have expected?
I kind of would have expected this. Lashar is probably one of the sharpest players out there. He actually has been in tournaments kind of styling on people, in all honesty. He's got like these crazy level 2 options. His combos last a very long time. He takes off a lot of damage. Defense against this character is not the easiest if you don't know how to deal with that flicker, so you really have to be careful. You can see right here just how far Lashar is going and just beating him up.
Yeah, I can't believe the flicker's in there from MLBB. Wild.
Wow.
That does it from our EWC catch-up, powered by SDC. Now, as we are closing out the night, closing out the week, and we'll be soon saying goodbye to our 3 experts that have joined us for Week 6 of EWC, it is time to look into the best plays of the day in our Kiria Plays of the Day. We have 3 more of them lined up for you, and then the third one comes from Fortnite. Malibuka from Carmine Core with the 360 flick.
Ooh. Yo, that was godlike.
Actually, that was awesome.
That was godlike.
Yo. And the tag from behind?
Turns around,
kills
Ocus.
So would that have been a 200?
It's
already
just
low.
a
headshot, right?
It's not just a headshot. It's whenever you like do. I mean, you could say 200. Like it's like kind of like a false calm.
See? This is why I have a problem with it.
This is why.
You just
have a
200.
I think
because words have meaning.
You know what I think it is? I think you have a problem with everything Fortnite related.
Wow. Okay.
Wow. You're a Fortnite hater?
I am a hater, actually. Yeah. Right. The number 2 comes from Street Fighter 6. It's Ryukichi with the Ken Masters anti-air combos. Steve.
Anti-air.
This is actually, you guys know what this is now, and you'll see it in play right here. The fact that Ryukichi was prepared for this combo was absolutely ridiculous. My mouth was on the floor when I saw this. I even saw Phenom and Logan Sama actually talking about this after the fact. Catches him out of the air. Combo conversion. Look at how much damage that took away. And he closes out the game with a reset of the DI. That is absolutely an amazing play.
So what's really great about that is you can actually even understand how much of a read that is from Ryukichi's Ken just by watching, even with our incredibly limited Street Fighter knowledge, right? So kudos to that one. And your number 1 Kiria play of the day comes from Team Fight Tactics, and it's Wolves eliminating 2 Vitality players in 1 round. This is
That's pretty brutal. Remember, reminder, before today, Vitality hadn't dropped a single lobby. They had been undefeated, and then getting taken out by Wolves and having some of these players go against them, that is rough stuff. You can't really ask for much more of a brutal end to a lobby than this.
I actually think being eliminated from a tournament in a game like TFT is maybe one of the most brutal I have ever seen in any esport, because the lobby doesn't stop. And look, you now sitting in that lobby with 4 Wolves members just doing a victory lap, literally.
You just gotta watch it.
Yeah.
You know, like, it's one of the wildest ones. Regardless, that means Vitality were eliminated, and that will lead us to a very important update in our EWC Club Championship update, brought to you by SDC. Regardless of the result in the TFT finals, T1 has already moved to 2nd place on the standings with a guaranteed minimum number of points. However, should they win, it will increase to 2,000 and increase that gap ahead of Team Liquid, Gaming Gladiators, and the rest of the field. Twisted Minds and Vitality were eliminated from Street Fighter 6 and TFT respectively, so they will not make it onto the top 10 list or onto the top 10 graphic for this week, though they do have several more opportunities coming in the later weeks of EWC. Now that does it for this episode of the EWC Club Championship Update, brought to you by SDC. Now, of course, we are going to give you a very quick update on what is still happening for the rest of the evening. While the EWC Central broadcast will be coming to a close very shortly, the games do not. So let's take a look in the Kidia Arena for Street Fighter 6. We've talked so much about the games and about the players. Steve, as a representative for Street Fighter 6, what do you tell the viewers that are coming from Fortnite or TFT or to the wider world? Spread some love for your game.
Well, first off, make sure you follow and watch, and make sure you tune into these games, twitch.tv/EWC_fighters, and just understand that this is the best player representation in the world for a game like Street Fighter, especially with so much history and new established players that will be coming down the pipeline. Be a part of history, find out about these players.
Oh, beautiful stuff. Gentlemen, this is what we're going to lead on. Let's follow on to the Amazon Arena, where the Fortnite semifinals are happening. Blake, while we don't have any gameplay, give me the sales pitch from a Fortnite community member.
From a Fortnite community member, I gotta say, tonight is going to be crazy. We just kicked off the first match of the semifinals with Exceed versus Carmine Corp. And whenever we make it to these finals, if it is a matchup I'm predicting, there's some crazy tension between these teams. It's gonna be a crazy night. You guys can watch it live on twitch.tv/EWC_white.
And where will you be watching it?
I'll be in the Amazon Arena watching that live because I'm excited.
Hell yes.
Honestly, your enthusiasm is so high. What I can say very quickly, the third game was won by Carmine Corp.
Whoa! Hey, we gotta wrap this up. I gotta get to the Amazon Arena.
Okay, like, you got a job to do, son.
I'm just kidding.
Let's move our. I'm obviously playing as well. Let's move over to the STC Arena. The Teamfight Tactics finals are currently 2-0 in favor of T1. Obviously, they are getting themselves ready for game number 3. Same thing.
And that will be a huge deal. I'll be going to the arena to watch that one as well, and that will be pretty huge. I just got an update, it's 1-1, so we're actually in a glorified best of 3. Guys, you're watching the birth of a format. You are watching the first finals for this style of format on this kind of scale. Go tune in at twitch.tv/EWC_gold. Ignore the Street Fighter and Fortnite kids. This is where it's really at, guys.
Wow. I tell you what, you can actually put this on the side because you don't have to watch it as closely. Also, I have one last thing to complain about. As a personal pet peeve, I actually don't like when a best of 5 gets reduced to, oh, it's a now best of 3. Oh, now it's a best of 1. No, it freaking isn't. You have hours of gameplay that has come from before. It really bothers me when you minimize a best of final. This comes from a place of passion, not from a place of anger, before anybody in my production room yells at me. Obviously, you can see on streams, my guests this week have been absolutely incredible. We've only got about a minute left to go. I'm going to give you each just a chance to say goodbye to the broadcast, to EWC. I know, Steve, you will be back in week 8. Not on my broadcast, unfortunately. We'll end with you. But Sam, say your goodbyes.
It has been an absolute honor. I got to be here right at the beginning. I get to come back a couple weeks later. I get to spend 3 amazing weeks with some of the most incredible guests. This week has been an honor, gentlemen. I am desperately hoping I get to come back next year because this is unlike anything else in esports.
I feel the same way. Blake.
It's been my first broadcast. I didn't know what to expect coming into this, but I gotta say, it has been so fun. And I appreciate all of you guys because you guys have been great towards me, learning with me, helping me, and it's been awesome. I appreciate it. Thank you, EWC. I will be back next year. I messed up.
Oh. It's so, it's beautiful. Yeah. And look, the rest of us have like a couple years of broadcast. You nailed it this week, dude. Seriously.
Thank you.
There's been a lot of love off camera. Steve, last opportunity.
Look, man, I just want to say it has been like absolutely amazing. I'm a long-time broadcaster. I've been doing this for a long time. I've never actually done anything like this, but I just want to say I'm such a huge fan. I really hope EWC brings me back. But I want to say thanks to Sam for giving me the TFT like update for real, man. It has been so cool talking to you, hearing from you. You're an amazing caster, bro. I love your voice. And I want to tell you specifically, bro, it has been so cool to see you shine like this and do this because as somebody's been doing this for a long time, you're a natural. I love the skills. I'm a fan of you both. Hopefully we get to do this again. I'm not even joking. I'm so serious. I hope we get to do this again.
I agree.
And one last thing.
Okay.
Trevor, you know that I'm such a big fan of yours. I've been for a long time. We've had our interactions. We've never gotten to work together. And I really and truly hope I get to do this again. And to broadcast the production, thank you guys so much for dealing with me. EWC, thank you for having me. And I love you guys. It's always love.
For dealing with me, that's not fair at all. I will just say, obviously, we do this week every, we do the show, this little goodbye every time. We miss our guests. We have a great time. On behalf of myself, there are many people you don't get to see, you don't get to hear from, that do magical things for us, from graphics to the oldest video guy on the planet, to the people who bring our camera crew involved, to our audio team, to everybody that sits in that control room. Thank you from us, And thank you for watching. That does it for EWC Central. We will be back next Thursday, the same time as this week, from 3 till 7 p.m. Good night, good evening. We love you. Go watch EWC games.
Although it is invincible from the start, it doesn't become active till later, but this one, active immediately upon it.
I love how LaShaw was like, you know what, I concur. I would have done the same thing. He nodded his head, that was nice. But at least he's out of meter, so he doesn't really have to worry too much. However, there is a lot of pressure involved. Almost, nah, not even close. You gotta watch out. Don't be greedy, Tachikawa.
Oh, that hurts. That hurts a lot because it's level 2. Do you get a kill off of this?
No shot.
I think you do. You can end it with level 1.
Let me see. No way. I mean, he gets the lead for sure.
Oh my God, it's not enough. My mistake.
We got it. We're gonna let it rock.
Plus.
Oh!
Plus nothing.
Finally represented.
He said plus nothing.
Yo.
I don't care about you. I don't care about this game. I'm just gonna throw. Listen, man. I don't know how else to call that. He saved the best for last. I don't know, man. That's actually kind of wild. We're gonna need a breather. We're gonna throw it down to the gents down at the analyst stage. Yo, Logan, please tell me what just happened.
Listeners, thanks very much. We're here down in the studio. Very happy to be joined here by Justin Wong and Jammers. A fantastic run back there between Lashar and Tachikawa. But Lashar, who had been cruising, he only dropped one game in the entirety of the tournament so far, eliminated 2 games back-to-back. What happened?
Man, you know, what I think is Guile makes everybody crack, right? We talked about the match and, you know, like Ed does a really good job, you know, controlling the neutral, controlling the boom. But once he charges the flicker, if Guile can read that and throw OD boom, it really changes the pace of the neutral.
Or even the jump, because at one point we were watching him play and I said, Higuchi's looking at the jump and he got a fat jump. Jump-ins have been helping Higuchi for the past 2 days.
There's a lot of slow, laggy moves that Ed relies on as well. We didn't see it, but drive impact is another thing that he's very susceptible to in that mid-range, and Higuchi was able to send him down into the loser's bracket where Tachikawa was waiting for him. The modern controls actually came into play here as well.
Yeah, when he was just doing stand medium kick, and one time he saw it, modern reactions level 3, and that really took the game right there. It also made Lashar kind of doubt himself, like, man, does that mean I can't press this button anymore?
And that's a vital button because it's special cancel. That's a B&B starter for Ed as well. And it's crazy because on Classic, you wouldn't even think of doing that. That's not even in the cards.
It's not.
You look for a button and then safely buffer into the Super Art 3. But modern reactions, straight there. It's crazy.
Closing it out with the OD reversal as well. In the end, do you think Lashar just wasn't expecting it?
You could tell from there, like his facial expression said all. He was like, oh, I should have thought about it. That's what all Ed players do. And I think it's because it's like he really wanted to win.
Well, 50-50 odds are as good as any. So at one point...
It either hits or it doesn't.
That's it.
Exactly.
Like, I'm just going to keep it nice and short.
Yeah.
It's like, if he didn't do it, it's like, damn, Tachikawa was like, I probably should have let fly.
Or he probably would have backthrown him if he just sat there. Right? It's 50-50, like you said.
That's it, man. And again, that was a completely different animated reaction from Tachikawa from yesterday when he thought he lost. Now he knew he won.
Got new operators there.
Oh, wait.
Ryan's
wrong. Oh, we got Ryan.
Wait,
all
this
right.
man does not have protected headwear on. Get this man a helmet ASAP.
Man, you know, that's it's really crazy because I think a lot of people probably brushed off Tachikawa in the beginning, but now he's in top 8. He gets to compete for that bigger prize pool.
It really does underline as well the fact that going to loser's bracket is not really any kind of hindrance at all. You just need to get through each phase by any means necessary. Absolutely. Well, let's talk about someone who absolutely cruised through because we haven't really touched on it. Hikaru looking like the MVP right now.
Oh man, Hikaru, you know, Jammers talked about the most is like he is not scared to use that drive gauge, but the last match when he fought Kawano, he barely was in burnout the whole entire time.
The thing is, because even the way Kawano is playing today, he's like kind of low on drive gauge himself and kind of playing with the dangerous lifestyle. You know, you only got one life, of course, but this is how it wasn't worked. And Aki can capitalize on that regardless. We even saw a sneaky command grab at some point. You're looking at here, right? The level 2, that was brilliant. You can't get too comfortable against Aki full screen. And like myself and the rest of the analysts in the back, I saw that last mix-up and I said, Aki just needs one overhead, drive rush, slow overhead. Got the round there. He was super comfortable and nimble against Kawano.
Yeah, but even this matchup was down to the wire. At first, Kawano was cooking Bonchan.
Deja vu.
Yeah, deja vu. And Bonchan brings up 2-2, and they did such a really great job, Bonchan. But then that last sequence where he was like, let me get the adamant flame, I'm gonna build level 3 for the chip damage. He was mixing, literally just missed a pixel of that level 3 damage.
Speaking of pixel, Higuchi had a pixel of health left here, and he combos into the crossfire someone to take it over Lashar there. He actually introduced more OD flash kicks as he got more rounds of victory. So that was actually a very interesting strategy. But then this, we're looking at the dream combo here with the Psycho Cannon. A very good and a very tense choice to make at this point in the tournament here. Goes for the Psycho Storm. And then it's just this situation here. What do you do? This is the thing. Because if he blocked that, he would have won.
Yes.
But then Tachikawa's just banking on that hit, and it was a complete turnaround from what happened yesterday. I definitely feel he watched it back within the last 24 hours.
It was really tough, I think, just because Tachikawa felt like he was so confident. He's like, you know what? I don't need no pop-offs. I know I'm going to win this time around. I did my homework.
And there you can see the playoff bracket is now filled out. 8 players have made it into the promised land. It's first to 5, single elimination. And I'm going to take a little step back there so you can see that fully at home. Look at that. Angry Bird, Tachikawa, Ryukichi, Kawano, Hikaru Zhaohai, and Higuchi Gachikun. And I'm going to have to say it, it is looking very Japanese in that top 8.
6 of the 8? That is...
It sounds like back in the day. Feels like Street Fighter 4 and Street Fighter 5 all over again.
Damn.
Well, we're going to find out if Japan is back on top because what the playoffs coming up in a minute. But we want to hear what you think. You can predict that bracket at home with STC Play. Audience predictions, get onto stcplay.gg and let us know who you think is going to win each of those 4 fixtures that we have coming up. It's going to be incredible action. First to 5, we will crown an Esports World Cup champion for Street Fighter 6. How much are you looking forward to it, guys?
I'm super excited, honestly. The extended sets that we're normally used to seeing on YouTube, now we can see it live and direct, international play. No more the YouTube broadcasters taking those replays. We can watch it. Front row seats, Justin.
You know, what I love about it is too, first to 5 long sets, right? And character variety.
Justin.
You'll see it.
You still locked in for Angry Bird?
Of course.
All right.
I got Angry Bird, baby.
We'll find out on the other side of this. We'll be back with the playoffs here at the Esports World Cup.
Yoshiki is a musical idol.
Different level of rock star.
If those guys were born in America, they might be the biggest band in the world.
Yoshiki Hayashi is a music star in Japan, and he is one of the most influential composers in Japanese history, selling over 50 million albums worldwide and leader of the iconic band X Japan.
Globally, this Japanese artist is a superstar, and that's why today he joined some of the biggest names in Hollywood history, placing his hands and feet in cement at the Chinese Theater.
He was the one we thought was gonna win the entire tournament. His Ed was unstoppable, but in the end, it was a younger, more formidable Ed who took the result.
Unfortunately, we have to say goodbye to one of my dark horses for this tournament, the Shah. All of a sudden, unstoppable throughout. He's out of there.
Nothing has been happening the way that we feel like it was supposed to happen this tournament. I mean, we started off obviously in phase one losing so many of our favorites, so many of the threats. Itazan went out, Punk, Big Bird, Mena, RD.
Oh man,
and then
just
we
saying that out loud, I forgot those guys were in this tournament.
And
That's
then
crazy.
we started talking about how strong Noah the Prodigy is, and then he got taken out.
Damn.
And so, you know, the matchups that we have right now are not what we expected. If anybody has a proper predicted top 8 right now, go to Vegas and start betting on roulette right now, you know, seriously, because you are a genius.
Well, there is one thing that has been predicted that still maintains. That is that I did say Angry Bird is my pick to win the whole thing.
Oh, yeah.
Still got a lot to do. Guys, for those of you who've not been following the format, James, correct me if I'm wrong, but what has happened up to this point has been 2 double elimination, small double elimination brackets have taken place over the last few days. And each time the players make it through to the next stage, their lives reset, whether they're winners or losers. They reset to another 2 lives. They now enter the final phase, which is a top 8, which we're about to get into now, which goes into a single elimination. First to 5s. I mean,
best of 9 in the other language there. So
exactly. So the brackets are gone now. Now it's just winner takes all, winner stays on, sorry, and the eventual winner takes it all. And I believe we're going to be having Angry Bird stepping up next. James, what do you think of that format from a spectator and from a player perspective? Well, how will these players be feeling going into this next series of matches?
Before I get there, I just want to give some people a preview of what's going on. Angry Bird versus Tachikawa.
Of course.
And then the next round will be, the next match will be Ryukichi versus Kawano. Then it's going to be Hikaru versus Xiaohai. And then Higuchi versus Gachikun.
Wow, so that's what's actually going to happen.
Right.
Now, I think we're going to take a look at what the audience has been voting. Brought to you by STC. This, guys, is the STC audience results. I'm really curious to see this one. Hit me with it, guys. Let's see how it's looking.
Interesting. I mean, one of the fascinating things about this is obviously the Japanese players have been doing really, really well here this week. And
very well.
It looks like it's continuing that way because we have 6 Japanese players, but you know what?
Ooh, countdown.
Let's hear what the guys at the analyst desk have to say about this topic, the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is finally time for top 8 of Street Fighter 6. Oh
yeah, I love that energy. At this point, again, only 8 players left. It's the playoffs, baby, and I know we have our first 2 players ready.
Exactly, we have 8 players, all of them guaranteed $45,000, and whoever's gonna make it later is going to be $75,000. But our first match here for the playoffs, it is going to be fire. So ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our first player here on the stage. Give some noise to Angry Bird!
Angry Bird, of course, made grand finals last year of this same tournament. This is an EVO champion in the fighting pride of the Middle East and Team Nasser, specifically right here, Angry Bird. Yes, sir. And his opponent has been on an absolute tear. Ladies and gentlemen, please make some noise for Tachikawa! This is, of course, an elimination match. Tachikawa, the only modern player to enter this tournament, to qualify for this tournament. Unique style and clearly made it work. And so far, he has been a showman throughout this entire tournament. He is a fan favorite with the pop-offs and all the high energy.
Yeah, with his Ed play, you can't actually forget all of his matches, but this is the first match for the playoffs, and it is going to be best of 9, so a lot of action is going to be here.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, Tachikawa, I'm seeing a lot of smiles. I like that positive energy, but in the end of the day, somebody gotta go. Y'all know what we here for. Angry Bird, I need you right here. Tachikawa, I need you right there. Can we get the face off? Ladies and gentlemen, we've got Angry Bird versus Tachikawa. My man's Angry Bird, EVO champion, grand finals last year. Tachikawa, Modern Ed, destroying the competition from Japan. Are you ready for Angry Bird versus Tachikawa?
Okay, players, you can take your seats right now. And ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome everybody here and enjoy this match and go to our casters.
I swear it looked like Angry Bird was looking right through him, man.
Damn.
It's like he wasn't even there.
Damn.
Man, but let me ask you this, Femi. Let me ask you this.
Talk to me, James.
Obviously, I know everybody in the chat right now, the unpopularity of modern controls. What do you think Angry Bird is going to bring this matchup? How is he going to handle the modern controls of Tachikawa?
I mean, it's a slight advantage in terms of being able to react very quickly to things, but I feel like the modern controls helps you to prevent being a victim to things that are kind of like people trying to steal in turns and surprising you with stuff. Angry Bird doesn't really play like that, you know? So I don't really think that's going to play a huge factor. If Tachikawa is going to win here, it's going to have nothing to do with the modern controls. It's going to be to do with the strategy, natural reactions, the execution, and his ability to slow down this absolute train of a Kendi he's going to be going up against, like we saw him do against Lashar. Lashar and Angry Bird, and probably Ryukichi, in terms of most dominant performances in some of the matches we've seen over this weekend, those are the guys. And Tachikawa just took out one of the most informed guys this entire week. Don't forget, Lashar also won the LCQ, right? And he just took him out like he was absolutely nobody. So if there's anybody who's in the form and confidence to take out Angry Bird, it will be Tachikawa here, but it won't have nothing to do with those controllers. It'll have everything to do with momentum, decision-making on the spot, and trying to outsmart what is an incredibly strong and incredibly consistent Street Fighter 6 player.
Yeah, and again, you know, the thing about playing against Modern is you have to understand what your opponent is more capable of. You do have to play around that, but you also have to recognize their weaknesses as well. But I mean, in this top 8 right now, I mean, look, everybody was talking about it. I know I made the joke, but it's almost like you can't joke about it anymore. 3 Kens in the top 8. So definitely not the worst Shoto here.
Same, bro. The character is still an absolute beast, and we're seeing that on display here. Here we go, guys. Top 8, single limb, first to 5. Too late on that drive impact attempt from Tachikawa, getting it sent to the corner for that, James.
Yep, here we go. Corner position, no. Oh, wow. Actually, good discipline by Tachikawa. He jabbed both times, and unfortunately, Ed's light punch has no range, but at least he didn't whiff a throw.
Another thing I forgot to mention going into this, where I think Angry Bird will be a tough one to beat, but we'll see, is that experience he has against this character, playing against people like Ending Walker on a very regular basis and doing quite well against him too. That's going to be an interesting one for Tachikawa to try to infiltrate. Although the last few meetings between Ending Walker and Angry Bird a lot closer than historically.
Oh, that's a punish counter throw, so that's a good 2,000 damage right there.
Oh, look
And
at the
wasn't ready for
measurement
it.
of the meter. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
He drops the max damage combo though. Wouldn't be able to kill, but that would have been huge damage. Goes in, surprises him with it.
No, he drops the combo.
Oh.
An unfortunate situation right there. I mean, Angry Bird's use of that drive impact was genius because he did it right before he burned out. So he still got the stun on the wall, so Tachikawa wasn't looking for it. But then Angry Bird dropped the combo and then dropped a second combo.
Wake up early throw has been absolutely so reliable for Angry Bird.
There it is. There it is right there. He got that combo that he dropped.
When he dropped 2 in a row, he dropped that and then he dropped the level 2 confirm. But can't be faced by that. If there's one person I think there will be, it will be Angry Bird. Tachikawa with a great start though.
Okay. Yeah, that get charging up that whole knuckle, psycho knuckle right there. Switching sides on block is so nice for Ed.
Switches sides on hit every time.
Oh, we could have got a lot more off of that drive rush light punch, but he didn't believe.
Oh, could have killed there. Oh, again, one hit will do it. He can win this. Angry Bird's got to be careful. He's one touch away from dying.
Yeah, but Tachikawa's got that level 3, and remember, he's got the modern control. Perfect parry by Angry Bird. Saves himself from that drive impact. Both players coming into this round with a full 3 bars. There's going to be some damage dished out here this round.
But look at the spend at the start of the round there, James. Angry Bird making his intentions very clear. And Tachikawa stopping him right away. Just jabbing away here.
Not try to perfect parry that meaty light punch. Oh,
Boss is out.
And now is on the verge of burnout here.
He is.
So he's running away.
Oh, what a whip punish though, James.
Yeah, it was nice. Tachikawa. Okay. Oh, he wasn't ready for that. No confirm off of that. But Tachikawa is definitely going to confirm off of this. This is going to be so close to burnout here.
Oh, not quite, James. But like you said, very close. Wake up, Bun. Oh, lucky he didn't try to convert it. That fireball didn't reach. Tried to walk up, shimmy, didn't come. Burns himself out. He's going to land the level 3.
Level 3 over here. Is this going to kill?
Oh, James, surely
too much scaling. I think there's too much scaling off of the lights.
Yeah, should be alive. Just about. He's got the bar here.
Angry Bird is still
backs away.
Out.
Don't get cornered here with no meter. Oh, this is an opportunity. Tachikawa can put pressure on. Catches him low. Mistake from Angry Bird. Gonna go in now. Tries to get away and he doesn't allow him to. We're scared of the lack of resources. Tachikawa taking the first game here, James.
I think one thing that happened was when he jumped over Ed's fireball, he meant to jump kick later, but the drive rush freeze actually made Angry Bird's timing to jump a kick too early.
I hate when that happens when I'm playing.
Yeah, and I think that's why he had that mistimed jumping heavy kick.
Oh, wow, made him throw that and punished him for it. Great start from Tachikawa, but he's in the corner here against Angry Bird. Tries to jump out, gets DP'd successfully there. Angry Bird's good at keeping the pressure on.
So hard to do that micro walk back into DP.
Trying to burn him out here. He's so good at measuring your meter and burning you out before you realize you're in a position to be burnt out.
Ooh, he goes for the level 1 there. Wasn't reliant, didn't believe the DP would kill in that situation, so he does spend the meter.
In that scenario, I would have said keep your meter just because your opponent's in burnout and doesn't really have a level 3 for the resources to make the comeback. But hey, you know what? Yap says finish your plate. Guys, finish your plate.
Man, all right. Tries to get out of the corner. Nice throw by Tachikawa to get him right back in there. Tachikawa, great whip punish.
Always hurts. Gets conversion too.
Fakes the meaty fireball, goes for the throw. Nice awareness by Angry Bird. And another great sweep punish.
Drops it again, but it's okay. The sequence still in his favor. And he's out the corner here. Tachikawa's looking good, but he's lost his position. Nice backdash. Level 2.
Level 2, okay.
Did you see a micro walk here, James?
No, he's going for the simpler one. Well, actually, can Modern Ed do?
Oh, that's a good point, actually.
Yeah.
I couldn't even think about that.
I will be perfectly honest that I'm not 100% sure here.
I think I've seen Tachikawa do it this week.
Right, I feel. Oh,
he's dead.
Double shimmy.
Oh,
he's got the level 3. And this is a critical art, so this is almost certainly going to kill. And Angry Bird has tied it up 1-1.
Sit down and shut your mouth, fam. It's like that. One apiece. Angry Bird getting the revenge here. Tachikawa, though, looking as good as he has done all week and going to toe-to-toe here with Evo champion.
Beautiful. Appreciate that for Mr. Vicious himself. He says he can do the Momochi in Modern, so thank you, Vicious.
Thank you,
appreciate it. Love that the whole gang here is on our toes right here, making sure we got all the right information. Look at the stare down! Look at the stare down! Oh, that's punish, yeah.
Get punished for that, yes.
Minus 12.
Great awareness there from Tachikawa, but gets caught by the ODDP on the approach. Momentum shifting away. Look at the health, guys. They're pretty much neck and neck right now. Straight jabs and the medium connects.
Challenge! Angry Bird challenged that situation. He's minus.
Got a trade with the first hit, but not with the second. Tachikawa winning the scramble here. Surprised that dash forward across medium. The toes are getting blessed. BET overhead connects. Able to link after that.
All right, there we go. Punish counter throw here. Nice backdash again. That's the second time we've seen that from Tachikawa. Let's see if he does go for it. Yep, here we go. There it is.
That answers our question, James. Thank you, Vicious, and thank you, Tachikawa. Look at the meter build.
And the corner carry is the big deal. That's literally from one side to the other.
Angry Bird's been guessing wrong whenever we wake up. Confirmed heavy punch was well blocked.
So much drive gauge spent right there. Nice anti-air.
Oh, what a choice. You should be able to kill it. Definitely hot daddy scaling.
Oh, still alive, still alive. Oh,
but pressure. Oh, he just hesitated.
Oh no, actually no.
Oh,
Yeah, he did have the drive gauge.
Maybe tried to parry and just missed the button.
Yeah.
Great adjustment and play there from Tachikawa. So solid so far. Takes the lead again here against Angry Bird. And that all started from the activation of level 2 in the corner when he was getting outguessed. A backdash, James. Bold read. Turned the momentum, turned the tide. Base out that parry. He's got away with that a few times now.
Yeah, you can't really jump back in the corner like that, especially against someone with a modern DP.
Tachikawa starting to pull away here.
Oh, big back throw, corner position all of a sudden. Things can turn around really quickly all of a sudden.
Oh, got reversal though. Try the perfect parry.
And then out of the corner just like that.
Yeah, Big Bird's so good at landing those throws. Perfect parry.
Not going to be able to sneak in any of those dragon lashes against Tachikawa here.
Yep, just about alive. Got to hold this pressure. Oh, Tachikawa. It's like that, James. Did you see that? Stand out. Oh.
I heard a
The confidence on this kid.
It was definitely high noon at that point. Oh, it just interrupts the Dragon Lash. Tachikawa's ready for everything, even for that block.
Oh my God.
Gonna be able to get close to burning him out. Oh no, he doesn't activate the level 1 or the 2. Could have swore he was gonna try to drain that meter.
Oh, the answer's gonna burn him out now as well. Where you run into? Gets the juggle. This is an absolute masterclass. A class of an Ed performance. Not only has Tachikawa got into a 3-1 lead, but he is doing it in dominant fashion here, James.
Right, but remember, it is first to 5, so this one's not over yet. But Tachikawa building up a 3-1 lead. This is significant here. Angry Bird is gonna have to figure out some momentum or try to figure out what Tachikawa's timings, his decision-making, the reads here. And he's gotta win, at least 3 games in a row or 2 games in a row here to try to tie it up.
There's no losers bracket. It's first to 5, quarterfinal. You lose, you're out of there.
I mean, if Angry Bird gets defeated here, it's just the next phase in the, nothing is going the way we expected syndrome here of this tournament.
Honestly, I think we just all slept a little bit on how good Tachikawa is. We know he's amazing, but the players he's taken out and the way he's done it. And he's doing it again here against Angry Bird.
Well, this is a good sequence here for Angry Bird. Gonna get him to the corner, but of course, a lot of scaling on those combos there.
Oh, did you see that?
Micro walk forward,
bro. Are you kidding me?
Dude, the reads on Tachikawa right now are absolutely insane.
Oh, just got that medium out in time. Tachikawa says, I need to guess right again with that reversal. Can't miss. Oh, he catches perfect parry. And again, he's throwing the fireballs in.
Okay.
Angry Bird not ready for it.
Oh, is that
close enough?
Wow.
He wasn't ready.
Is that going to be able to kill?
That should be enough, yeah. Doesn't even need a knee off that. That is unbelievable that he didn't react to that. The way he's playing, I didn't even think DI was an option. But if you're not looking for it, you're not going to react to it.
Yeah.
That's what happened.
The mental stack in this game. Oh, nice. Okay. That's expensive. That's 3 bars to do that, but still don't have to deal with the Ed mix-up. Oh, no.
Yeah. And he side switched too.
And the
Beautiful
burnout. But Angry Bird does have meter. But he doesn't react in time.
Okay, just goes for it. Angry Bird didn't see it coming, like you said, James. It's a great round again here from Tachikawa. Allowed to jump out though, is Angry Bird.
I love that. Keep him in the corner. Good throw tech. Oh,
no, that's not the answer. He's gonna get him again here. Doesn't even need to spend any meter. And Tachikawa now 1 round away from going 4-1 up here against Angry Bird. What a performance this is so far. Face out the stand throw.
Yeah, I mean, obviously if you parry the charge Psycho Knuckle, you know, it has the distance that you get pulled forward, but a lot of times it's still close enough that Ed can still get the threat of the throw.
Starts to see why the Japanese hold Ed in such high regard. Big whiff punish there, some impatience. Confirms up to stand heavy. This should be a dead cat. No, he resets it.
Oh, he resets. Interesting.
That's the level 3. Can I add another throw? Is this it? Oh, he's alive. The punish.
Not enough to kill. Side switch in the level 3. Okay, this is going to be a critical art. He's going to get the side switch. This is burned out, but Tachikawa has a lot of meters. And remember, he's got modern. He can react to drive impacts a lot easier here.
Throw. He did it. He did it. He bet with a level 1. Angry Bird didn't read it. And Tachikawa moves into a 4-1 lead here and is 1 game away from eliminating Angry Bird from this tournament. What a performance so far we're seeing here.
Game point for Tachikawa. Game point here.
Oh, released early. That mind game's been getting more involved as the set's gone on.
Yeah, that Psycho Flicker has been causing Angry Bird a lot of problems. He hasn't been able to stop it very well here. Very effectively, I should say.
I think he loved that spatial awareness there from Angry Bird. Knew he was close enough to go into the light kick Tatsu for the extra damage. I guess he's wrong on the pressure again, and this is where Tachikawa's been doing so well. When he's got into Angry Bird's defensive scenarios, he's been able to make him guess wrong. Beautiful evasion. Angry Bird chases him down. That heavy punch reaches from a mile away again. One more guess. Oh, the delayed Psycho Lava.
He did the ending walker.
No way. Now you know the confidence is on his side. And Angry Bird staring at elimination here as Tachikawa face out another stand throw. Are we going to see an incredible 5-1 performance? Another stand throw gets baited. He's got a level 3, James.
Oh, the throw. Angry Bird's going to need the comeback of his life. Can't get it. The perfect Tachikawa has eliminated Angry Bird from the Esports World Cup 5-1.
Wow. I have not seen anyone bust Angry Bird's head like that, casual or tournament, in a long time. That was an absolute masterclass, James.
Yeah, but let's take it over to an interview and see what Tachikawa has to say.
Oh my goodness, what a performance. Tachikawa, you are looking absolutely impeccable right now. We keep seeing you with the hot energy popping off. The crowd is getting behind you. What goes through your mind? What does it feel like after you win a match on this stage?
勝利をすればいつもほとんどエネルギーがいっぱいあって走り回るんですけれども、その瞬間でどのような気持ちでしょうか。何を感じてますか。
なんかやっぱり接戦になると嬉しいんですけど、こういう試合内容になると意外と冷静って感じですかね。冷静。
So yeah, so usually it's like like just high energy, high happiness. I'm just simply happy. But after this kind of performance, I just feel like very calm and serene.
Okay, and now specifically, we know that you are the only modern player to qualify for the Esports World Cup, and so far you are doing a phenomenal job. Tell us a bit about why you go with the modern ed. What's the advantages to that?
e スポーツワールドカップに参加するプレイヤーの中で一人だけモダン操作を使うんですけれども、The modern use modern and
yes. What's the advantages of it? Why does he like modern?
どうしてこれを使いますか。これはなんか
対空と差し返しリファニッシュがすごい使いやすいので、それでエドを使ってますね。
So when you use Ed, like some of the movements he makes, like it's just basically easier to execute and it's easier to, you know, the refresh rate is quicker, so I like it more.
Okay, all right, ladies and gentlemen, sometimes modern problems call for modern solutions. My man Tachikawa is looking absolutely unstoppable up to this point as he takes down Angry Bird, arguably the favorite that was left in the tournament. Is it Tachikawa now? Who knows, but we're about to find out. Let's send things back over to our commentators.
Man, Tachikawa coming in here and putting on a clinic here. And as I said before we started this, the Japanese players continue to dominate here, and there is only one non-Japanese player left in this tournament.
Who even is that?
I'll let you know in a second.
Yeah, I know Lashar was one of them, so he's out. Chris Wong was one, he's gone. Noah's out. We just lost Angry Bird.
It was Shanghai. Shanghai is the last one.
Wow, so it's China versus Japan here.
Yep.
It's Angry Bird, despite an emphatic performance throughout the weekend, has now just been obliterated 5-1 by a rampant and extremely on form Tachikawa. Exclamation point on some of those. That moment, seriously, we've got a cool play of the tournament. That moment at 2-0 up, that was such a statement. To stand there and just wait for him to whiff and punish that. Bam. And the Japanese, man, they really rate this character highly. I think Fudo recently said he's definitely top 5.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's a question at this point. I mean, the way that Japan has been really feeding into this character. I mean, when you're Fudo and you leave DJ to go to Ed, I mean, that is saying something right there. And we have just been seeing so much success with this character. In fact, a lot of the statisticians out there, like Cat Cammy6, shout outs to Cat Cammy6, you know, has noted that, you know, has been putting out like World Warrior representation of each character. And you can see Ed is on the rise right now. He is definitely one of those characters that if characters were stocks, you know, you invest in Ed.
Big time, I can see it. And we've had so many phenomenal Ed performances in recent weeks. We had 2 in the top 6 at EVO. We had a couple of absolutely amazing performances here as well. Shame they had to meet each other. That match is out of the way, 5-1. I don't think anyone would have predicted that scoreline. I think we all knew Tachikawa could take that, but in that type of fashion, that's a huge statement. He's now in the semi-finals for another first to 5, and he will play the winner of Ryukichi versus Kawano. Ryukichi, absolutely stunning performance, but before we get there, Reinhardt is with Tachikawa on the stage, and that talisman, that key, that meal ticket, whatever you want to call it, that medallion is about to get crushed. That is Angry Bird's medallion. That is his position in the tournament, gone. And Tachikawa is the man to do it, James.
And look at that. You see Reinhardt there, making sure he sets up the safety cage. And then Tachikawa is going to press the pedal to crush Angry Bird's key here. And again, that means that Angry Bird's run has ended here. And so, like I said, man, even if you were a genius and predicted the brackets up to this point, I mean,
even if you predicted this top 8, you're done probably in that match.
Yeah.
And that's no slight on Tachikawa. He's incredibly strong and incredibly consistent. It's just the level of which Angry Bird has been able to get to in this game in the short time that it's been out. I mean, he's an EVO champion, and even when he didn't win EVO, he finished, what was it, 7th? You know, I mean,
yeah, he was tied for 7th with Tokido. Yep.
One game away from top 8. That's the level of consistency. We haven't seen Tachikawa do that.
Right. It's crazy because those back-to-back EVOs, 4 players went back-to-back in top 8. And Angry Bird was one of them. And he obviously was grand finals at Gamers 8 last year over here against Kakeru. Yes. And this just shows you how...
Yeah, even here in Riyadh, the other event, he was grand finals. Good point, James.
And this just shows you how strong everybody here is. It's just, there's just no way to underestimate anybody. But again, do you feel like it is the underdogs who are feeling less pressure because, you know, the ones who are, quote, favored keep thinking about that money?
I mean, there's been scenarios where that has definitely been the case. But honestly, I think in that particular case with Angry Bird, that game, I just think he just got outplayed. And that's going to happen occasionally. No matter how good you are, someone may come along, someone studied you, someone understands the matchup to that level. Stylistically just clashes with your style. That might be it for whatever reason. Or maybe Tachikawa is just that much better on the day. He just got outplayed. There have been occasions, though, where guys have not been, I mean, we've seen guys who have the kill not even spending the second drive rush to extend the combo for the guaranteed kill in level 3. We've definitely seen some nerves here in the Esports World Cup, but it's nothing to be surprised about. Why? This is such a huge stage, James.
Yeah.
It's an Esports World Cup. It's the first of its kind. It's global history in the making in esports history, and the people here are getting the first ever opportunity to be a champion in something that could be etched in time for the next 100 years, for all we know.
Yep, $1 million prize pool on the line here. Let's go back down to Rob TV and Atik on the stage for the next match.
Let's go!
Ladies and gentlemen, the first match of the playoffs is done, and now we have our next one ready. Atik, who do we have up first?
Honestly, it is a tough run, and it is also impressive. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a noise for Ryukichi. Ryukichi has shattered all expectation and continue to do so. Don't forget, he's the one who defeated Punk from this tournament in the first day of this tournament, setting the tone for the impressive run so far.
Ryukichi, definitely phenomenal player. That said, his hands are definitely full, as our next competitor coming out is none other than Evo champion from Street Fighter V, Kawano! Now listen, man, don't let the smoothness and you know, my man seemed like a nice guy fool you. He is an absolute dog on the sticks. His Akuma has looked ridiculous, and I'll point out that this is the first time that we're even seeing Akumas play to this level in tournament. We haven't seen Akumas make these deep stretches yet, but Kawano, one of the players that clearly changed that. Ladies and gentlemen, you guys know what time it is now. Kawano, I need you right here, brother. Ryukichi, I need you right here for the face-off. Come on, brother, come on. Don't be scared, nah, come on. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time. We have the land of fighting game godhood going head to head right now. It is Kawano versus Ryukichi. If you're ready for this playoff match, make some noise!
Kawano, Ryukichi, you can take your seats right now. And ladies and gentlemen, let's enjoy this match and go to our casters.
Here we go, guys. It is some Japan on Japan crime, and it's going to be Ryukichi, the man of the moment. We're talking about who's going to be the MVP earlier. I've got to say, he's right up there in that conversation, because he's not a guy that we see travel internationally as much as others, but he's up against another Evo champ. That's the standard we're dealing with here. Despite all those surprise upsets early on, James, in this top 8, regardless of who's been eliminated so far, our first 2 matches were an Evo champion versus an incredibly strong player. That's the standard. And once again, we have a former Evo champion in the form of Kawano, now going up against Ryukichi.
Yeah, and you know, Ryukichi, 4th place at Evo Japan, right? Just earlier this year. So, you know, he's kind of familiar with that high-level Evo stage as well. But I mean, Ryukichi, like you know, Rob and Atik were saying, took out Punk the God earlier, took out then Noah the Prodigy a little bit later, when it looked like Noah was gonna be running through all sorts of people. But in the end, Ryukichi is the one that is here, and it is the first of 5 against Kawano. And we are gonna get the Shoto match that we expected here. Ken versus Akuma, most likely. But I'm curious to see how Ryukichi approaches this. Can he stay? Because the Ryukichi we saw go up against Noah the Prodigy was not the same one that we saw go up against Xiaohai. And you know, there was the funny story that you kind of wanted to talk about, that Ryukichi really didn't want to fight M. Bison because he hates fighting M. Bison, right?
Yep.
And Xiaohai went with Ken because Xiaohai practiced against Angry Bird the night before.
Ryukichi came up to Ryan and said in Japanese, I'm really nervous about playing Xiaohai
Bison,
because I'm really bad against Bison. I can't beat by all the Japanese Bisons are busting my head. I don't understand the matchup. It's so bad. And Xiaohai wanted to practice, right, that matchup for Ken. So he went with Bison and he practiced with Angry Bird, right? And I think he lost. What we're hearing is Angry Bird battered Xiaohai something like 15-2.
And he beat Xiaohai so bad in the Bison Ken matchup that Xiaohai decided to pick Ken against Ryukichi. And Ryukichi sat down on the stage like, oh, it's been a great run, but I'm going out now. Time to get eliminated. And he saw Ken come over the screen.
Yep.
So Xiaohai actually psychologically screwed himself because he would have probably won with Bison, but he ended up picking Ken. I mean, it's crazy how this stuff works out. I love this inside information. Anyway, regardless of what happened, he's here and he's earned it every step of the way. Ryukichi, the dark horse at this tournament, looking to make another phenomenal run. A first to 5 now against Kawano's Akuma. That early throw has been such a consistent tech choice for some of these top players. You've seen Angry Bird go to it. Kawano just did it now. Instant wake up front. I don't even think they're delayed.
And of course, going through the other projectile slows the OD projectile Ken just enough that he can drive Russian combo off of it.
Coming in hot, baby. You out. Okay, Ryukichi off to a good start here. That Akuma health bar, man, you got to be so careful with your reads. I think he just tried to backdash a jump or a throw, or maybe jumped out, got caught. Standing short, drive rust to start the round. Delayed jab, well blocked.
If Ryukichi can actually take out Kawano. Oh no, drop combo from Kawano to the nerves.
Seeing this, some more nerves.
Yeah.
Uncharacteristic drop that as well. That's not even a tough one to do.
Yeah, execution errors I always attribute to like 80% nerves, but great reaction to Kawano right here.
Good time. I mean, you're 1 round up. Why not test your opponent's reactions now? Well reacted to by Kawano. Love the dash forward there to get that anti-air to reach. Lovely string, trying to burn him out, but the parry keeps him in it. Good conversion off that stand short.
Oh, nice, perfect parry. Double heavy punch that Kawano read there. And now throws Ryukichi in the corner. Can he make his way out? He's just doing a tiny bit of damage with that overhead. Goes. I always love those offensive drive reversals when you have him in the corner and they try to get out. You're like, get back in there.
Big whiff at the start, though. I love that meaty fireball sequence, too. The shades of Goken Street Fighter 4 there. Again, the early wake-up back throw. He's been studying this guy. He knows something we don't, and it works again. Ryukichi had a great start to that round. Suddenly, it's him in the corner. Parry connects. The momentum halted on the spot.
Kawano's perfect parries have looked really strong here, but Ryukichi with the bust out on the ODDP.
Good check. That's Akuma. That's a dead Akuma. Doesn't have the health to take this kind of combo. James, I'll let you do the honors.
Is this going to kill? It is! And there it is. Kawano taking game number 1.
Ryukichi.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Ryukichi.
You had me for a second. I was like, hold on, what? Wait a second. Wait. Oh, no, it is Ryukichi.
My left-right dyslexia got me again.
You're good,
Characters
you're good.
on the wrong side. That's my bad.
As long as you promise to bail me out if I make a mistake like that. I do make mistakes like that occasionally, James. All right, back in it. Here we go. Kawano's dropped 1 game, but he's right back to meaty. Oh, it's fierce.
Such a disgusting meaty.
Good Lord.
Where did all of Ken's health go?
I don't know. He just gets thrown twice. Akuma's such a tank. That freeze frame messed up his timing. Dude. Still gonna get a hit here. Can't kill, but he's got a huge life lead. Throw. No, wake up jab was the right choice.
And now Kawano just
it's the same combo.
There it is
I love it.
There it is again.
Go on, mate. Gotta be careful. Oh, he's good tech. Good tech. That would have put him into a sequence where he's in the corner and it was guaranteed drive impact. No meter. But that tech and then the medium worked out. He's been so good at edging forward at the start of the round and landing with punishes from that cross medium kick. Just done it again. Safe jump. Again, he busts out the reversal after receiving the safe jump. These guys calling each other out here. Kawano looking to get 1 back here. 1-0 though to Ryukichi, who's been just cruising through this weekend. Bad time to stand for him. Gets baited, knocked down. Yeah, look for the parry there and then OS into a dash.
Yeah, busting out with that ODDP right there.
Oh, punish, way too close.
Okay, we get the Tatsu over here, and there's that move once again.
What a whiff punish too. And he fakes out the reversal.
Nicely done. Okay, now I can say it, right?
Well, what's that?
And Kawano takes the game. I got it right this time. I got it right this time. Let's go. Ooh, here we go. Back throw and out to the corner over here. Ryukichi has this corner position. Not going to be able to get a trade combo. That was a heavy plus a medium. You can get those trade combos off of the lights.
And you see Kawano trying to fight his way out of the corner, doing a great job with the fireball, but then the perfect parry on the crouching medium kick from Ryukichi, keeping Kawano in this corner position here. Kawano has not been able to get out of this this corner at all until finally that check right there. Plus frames, yep, gets the throw.
Oh my days. Perfect parry into a heavy punch.
Ouch!
Readiness. Even though it's scaled, still absolutely disgusting. Oh, checks the dash there with a stand medium. Trying to end his life here. Base out the reversal. Puts it back in the corner. Ryukichi cannot guess wrong right now, James.
How did he know that ODDP was coming?
Put himself in the corner just to bait that out.
That was crazy. I mean, it could have been, you know, like one of those delayed button presses from Ryukichi, you know, just in case. Whatever it was, it worked out, and
Couldn't be a shimmy because he had himself in the corner, right?
Yeah.
It's just one of those massive pulls. Ryukichi looking poised and ready to take this.
Yeah.
Kawano's looking sound though. Burns himself out though with that DP. Is that worth it?
Kawano has been playing almost Noah-esque this match right now. He's been burning himself out.
No fair. Oh, what a reaction. Burns him out too. Gets the follow-up. Nasty.
Oh, man. And remember, that's how Ryukichi won against Xiaohai with the ODDP through the projectile. This time, Kawano's like, well, I will now go through your projectile.
Right. It's high-level play, man. Both of these guys making amazing call-outs. Look at the range on that check with the jab. Tries to spit out the reversal. He reads that and does a cross medium, but Ryukichi blocks in time. Oh, what a call out. Wow. That stand medium has been a little setup, hasn't he? He's been doing stand medium, walk back, react to the fireball, stand medium, then the DI. Setting things up here with that stand medium, and Ryukichi's got to start adapting to that. Okay, this time he does nothing after it. Good choice.
But the back throw into the corner now.
Wake up, Demon Flip. What?
My goodness.
He's going to get a level 3. Yes, he is. It's going to be 2-1 here to Kawano. What a call out.
Wow. And again, this is a first of 5 here, so Kawano definitely not quite at match point just yet. Still got a few more games to go, but getting that 2-1 lead definitely gives you a little bit of that cushion until Ken kicks you in the face like that.
Oh. Shout out Damascus. Maximum damage. No loose needed there. Wake up early back throw again, James.
Okay, side switch for Ken, still with that meterless side switch. Doesn't go for the DP, wanted the better Oki and the push, further push towards the corner. Oh, what was that?
I thought it was going to link, didn't he? Thought it was going to link too. That's why he burned himself out. Big jump in though.
Wow.
Ryukichi just making those huge calls and not being denied that round. Wasn't going to let him make a comeback.
Yeah, just blocked the fireball and immediately held up forward.
Yeah, right? It was like, nah, you out, you out. Oh, stop that. That was gourmet. Crouch medium, whiff punish by the stand throw into the drive rush. And look at the sequence to follow. Wake up, crouch medium, he's ready again.
Frame trap right there from Kawano, though. And caught Ryukichi pressing buttons.
Again, last minute block on that crouch medium.
Dude, that's twice in a row now. He's gone for that frame trap.
Yeah, and it's worked both times.
There's that offensive drive reversal, keeping Ryukichi in the corner.
Good block on the overhead this time.
Expect another drive reversal potentially.
Oh, what a sequence. The tap. You think it's your turn. Ends it with an OD fireball to catch you pressing buttons. And then converts with a sweep. Kawano looking to go 3-1 up here against Ryukichi. Man, I can't believe one of these guys is going out.
I know.
Both playing so damn good. Gonna get a conversion. Yes, he does.
And just goes for the light Jinrai follow-up. Didn't try to knock him down, maybe with the heavy one.
Punish. What? Empty jump, delayed throw.
Yeah.
Delayed DP in response. What is Kawano on?
These players are calling each other out so well.
Hardest of reads.
They're playing at a level that most of us haven't even reached yet.
Burnt out here, but handling it well. Trades with that. Can Ryukichi make it count? No, he's got his bar back. And I mean, just the presence of the guy was enough to make him hesitant to rush down while he had that. That crouch medium's got such deceptive range.
Okay, there we go. Tick throw for Ryukichi. Trying to send Kawano towards the corner right now.
Oh, what the hell? What the? Oh,
just so happened Ryukichi was trying to drive us, but
oh, too far. That wasn't a guaranteed punish because of the distance. Great play there from Kawano. Sorry, from Ryukichi. Kawano with the classic walk forward fireball turned into a DP. But how quickly did Ryukichi do drive rush heavy punch when he saw that?
I feel like he was just about to drive rush anyway,
That's
and it
crazy.
just worked out. Or, you know what, his reactions are ridiculous.
No, I think he just reacted, bro. I think these guys are on smoke. These young boys be different.
Oh, man. All right, so tied 2-2 here. Oh, again! How does he know every time Kawano wants to throw a fireball?
Oh,
that's a trade
yes.
combo. Yeah.
Oh, he's dead. You just cannot guess wrong that many times with a Kuma. It's so impressive how tight these rounds have been when you realize how much of a glass cannon Akuma is, and you see a round like that.
Right.
Oh, we haven't seen that yet.
What?
Rago overhead mid-screen.
Right.
Full screen
Frame
drive rush.
right there.
Wake up jab, though, from Ryukichi. All the right reach from these guys. Too close to that stand meet. He gets punished. That incredible stand short in his range, but burns himself out in the process. Tries the overhead, checks it.
He read that one.
And buffered into super. What was that? Oh, not ready.
I know there is a little bit of an option select you can use against the Jinrai, like a delayed button. Perhaps that's what Kawano used there to defeat that Jinrai mix-up.
What? Overhead meaty.
I thought that was meaty enough. I thought it was.
He went into a medium punch. He's dead anyway. Ryukichi with the comeback of the century. He just put it on him left, right, and center. Switch sides, sit down, and shut your mouth, fam. It's 3-2. Wow, what a comeback.
My mouth is agape right now. I'm just like, what's happening here?
Bro, the attitude, the swagger in his play from being down that round, that was like, I'm not losing this round. This is, again, that early wake up back from. The reason that's working, James, is delayed throw, which a lot of us have been doing for years in Street Fighter, is not safe in this game. Throw's got too many recovery frames. Your opponent does neutral jump on your delayed throw. It's a guaranteed punish, so you can't do that anymore. So wake up early throw is such a clever thing to do.
That was the heavy Jinrai. That one, Kawano could have challenged, but you can see Ryukichi's like, go ahead, deep ODDP, you'll burn yourself out. So he's trying to bait that out. Oh my goodness, that barely clipped Ken. And so Kawano gets the corner, throw, guess for game here.
Try to wake up, level 1.
Wrong.
I like it. I like the attitude, though. I like, you think I won't do it? You think I won't do it? Ryan was talking about this the other day, man. Some of these guys have been hesitant with their decisions because the money on the line. Not Ryukichi, man. He's going to bet it all.
What was the question? The Capcom Cup question? Would you wake up DB for $1 million? Right?
I think the guys who say yes are going to be the most likely to win that.
Yeah,
especially if your opponent senses you're willing to. And look at this pressure now from Kawano. Looking to close this out and make it 3-3. This has been such a good back and forth set. Delayed throw, catches the backdash. What was that?
That was almost like
psychological warfare.
Yeah, it was just like jab. You gotta remember when Safe was just holding the drive parry forever in that one clip. Yeah.
Oh my
But
days.
I mean, honestly, this could have easily had been Kawano being up 4-1 because that one game, he was so close to taking it, but Ryukichi had that great comeback. And I felt like Kawano was dominating that game, but like you said, the glass cannon, that is Akuma, just taking so much damage so quickly. And here we go. We're tied 3-3 between Kawano and Ryukichi now.
What a set, James.
Yeah, so far.
This is more like what I was expecting with Angry Bird versus Tachikawa.
Yeah.
Didn't happen. 2 one-sided. Now we've got a real match, and it is the delay on that crush medium. I hate defending those. Missed this meaty overhead, knew what he was going for there. To manually time it, didn't work.
Yeah, and there's the weakness of tap parry now. 4 extra recovery frames.
Oh, not ready. No. Measured to perfection, goes straight into the stun.
And see, frame kill, no. Oh, yeah, there it was.
Oh my God, that trap is disgusting. What's this? He just burnt himself out again. Oh no!
But he recovered in time. He recovered in time. So fortunate for Kawano.
Somebody send me the frame data on that DP. I swear Ken would have definitely got punished there. What's going on, Akuma? They're giving you one of them DPs.
Why not, right? Why not? That's you know, his payment for having 9,000 health.
Oh, that was perfect. Oh, just out of range.
Drive rush was too slow.
Should have done drive impact. Would have got a huge punish, but chose to do parry, which missed. And both of these guys are bleeding in the drive gauge department. But it's Ryukichi walking Kawano back towards the corner here. That stand medium getting him so much mileage. Such a dangerous button. Just controls the space there. Tries to jump in, not having it.
Yeah,
Has the life lead.
I love how patient Kawano was in that neutral. He's like, you know what? I'm just going to sit here. Ryukichi's going to jump.
And he was losing ground as well, but
Yeah.
he stuck to his game plan and it worked out. Look at the life lead now.
Yeah.
But you are Akuma. Got to be very careful. One Rago jump.
Yeah,
One knockdown.
I love this very, very slow measured play from Kawano with this life lead. He's not.
Oh, he wasn't ready.
but
I mean,
then-
he kind of told you he was going to drive Ross because he missed it earlier. He still didn't react. What was that? He switched sides. Punish!
Oh, that's going to be a punish.
He's going to go straight into the level 3. It's going to be a sit down and shut your mouth again.
Oh, man. Look at this. Damage on Akuma.
Shut your mouth, fam.
Could be guess per game at this point.
Oh, delayed ground medium on your block string. What are you saying? Kawano so composed. Just totally calm in that situation where he almost lost the round. And he's now at game point.
And again, you know, that's the RPS, right? Attack, throw, shimmy. But if you think they're going to shimmy, you throw out the button.
Oh, he is attacking that drive gauge. And Kawano's like, listen, you want to burn me out? I'll burn myself out on my own turf. What are you saying? Oh, catches him low.
Oh, nice.
Oh, no cancel into EX Tatsu.
Yeah, I know. I was expecting that.
Jesus, go, Bracker. I mean, it's even worse spending the one bar to survive that scenario.
Right.
Probably not. Made his call. Ryukichi making a statement there.
And I think he only got that bar right when he got hit as well, so it was too late by that point. Ryukichi tried to tie it up, but look at that.
That's medium. Both of them. Both of these guys. Ryukichi's been so good at last minute blocking that bad decision. Maximum damage punishing coming your way.
No, okay.
Mono kept it simple, didn't want to burn himself out.
Oh, boy.
Understandably. And he's in the corner now with very little gauge. Attacking that bar.
Oh, goes for the throw, but nice.
Yeah, now he
There
does do
it
the
is.
X dash. This is going to hurt a ton. Hardly any scaling, James. Oh, my goodness. Look at the damage.
Oh, did he try?
He did throw.
He did throw. The important thing right now is the drive gauge. He burns himself out, but he burns out Ryukichi as well, so doesn't have to worry about the drive impact. Smart decision.
What's that?
Is that punish time? No.
Oh, what happened there? I don't know what he thought he saw. It doesn't matter, James. We got one hell of a treat on our hands here.
You know
In this
what?
second quarterfinal match is going to the wire. 4-4. Final game.
We're at a best of one now.
Let's go.
Here we go. First to one between Ryukichi and Kawano, 4-4.
Imagine, after 8 games, we've still not been able to separate these guys.
These two have been so good at playing neutral and then finding that last-second micro walk into crouch medium kick, drive rush cancel. We've seen them both do it to each other.
Ryukichi, very active here in the early stages.
Oh, he thought that was a hit, but
Oh, was that a confirm attempt?
he tried to confirm on the standing.
Nice reaction, and he gets the side switch too. Ken privileges. Oh,
Just going for it now.
he's got the bar advantage. Can he get some momentum here while his opponent's in burnout? He gets in. Ryukichi's got to be careful. It's going to be a guaranteed DI. This is guaranteed DI if he doesn't now.
Here, yeah.
Oh, he doesn't. I thought it was close up to the corner. No, not quite.
It's too late
Place
for
there.
DI, yeah. Oh, but actually, he was really
Oh, wake
far
up,
away
cross
from the
medium.
corner.
He's going to get a level 1. No.
He's not going to go for it. Doesn't think
Safe
he's gonna
job.
go.
Not.
That's punish.
Oh, yeah, of course he's in burnout. Oh, no.
He gets -2 in that situation.
What a moment. Kawano gets himself 2 set points. What a set between these two, James.
Oh, boy. Oh, nice. Standing light kick is the choice because that would interrupt the walk-up crouching medium kick as a faster button. Oh, what?
You've got to be kidding me.
Just sat there and then perfect parried all of a sudden out of nowhere.
And he's like, get out of my face with that. You take this.
Oh, my God. Dude, the amount of high-level stuff that we're seeing right now is crazy.
Seriously, the reads into the reads, the layers upon layers, James.
Dude, it's ridiculous.
Kawano's so chill when he has his opponent burnt out. He doesn't rush into anything.
And it's smart because a lot of times that's what the players are expecting you to do.
Big jump. Oh, he didn't DP. But he does another crouch medium. He can kill here if he chooses to. And he does exactly that. How appropriate, James.
Final game. Final round.
I'll let you do the honors. Let's go.
Ryukichi and Kawano.
What a
Let's
set.
go.
Come on. What's it going to be? It all comes down to this. They both played so bloody well. One of them's got to go out here in this epic first of 5 Esports World Cup 2024. You had to be here, guys. Whip punish the thing.
Dude, this neutral right now, this footsies. I mean, if you want to learn how to play footsies in this game, you watch this match back like 17 times. Ow!
Oh, he thought he'd get level 3, just about didn't get it.
Yeah.
Wake up, perfect parry though.
Oh, I love the micro walk forward and get the back throw to put Ryukichi in the corner. Good block.
Oh, did they cross medium?
But he doesn't have the level 3, so he's got to do more.
Only might do that, yeah, just takes the jab.
He
burns himself out to punish. What's it gonna be?
Dude, legit ODDP for $300,000.
Oh, dog kicks in, he gets it. It's a level 2. Only 2 hits here, James.
But he's also gonna.
Oh, he's done. I was waiting for you to say it, and you didn't. Is this gonna kill? The answer is yes.
Kawano is gonna do it. He's finally gonna end the run of Ryukichi. And for a while, I was thinking Ryukichi might become the MVP of this tournament, but Kawano, EVO champion, the final EVO champion of Street Fighter V, coming in here and doing the damage. It's taken a while for Kawano to really feel the Street Fighter VI, but let's go to the interview here.
Congratulations, Kawano.
Oh my goodness, Kawano in an absolute nail biter. Kawano, the first question I gotta ask you, Akuma, this is actually the first time that we've seen Akuma in a huge tournament get this type of result. A lot of people, Tokido, Angry Bird, they dropped Akuma. What made you stick by his side?
悪魔というキャラクターについてちょっと聞きたいと思うんですけれども、今までこの大きな大会でそのような結果を出せる方が見なかったんですけれども、時戸さんもエンギーバードさんも、このキャラクターは終わったんですけれども、どうしてやり続けるんでしょうか。
ここでやめたらちょっと悔いが残るなと思ってちょっと意地になってます。はい。
So I thought if I drop him right now, it would be like kind of a pity, you know, after all this time. So I just decided to stick with it.
Okay, and the last thing is, these beautiful fans here, they seem to be clapping for you. They love you so much. Do you have any words for your fans right here?
この会場のファンの皆さんは川野さんが大好きだそうですので、このファンの皆さんのメッセージを一言お願いします。
サウジアラビア最高。
Saudi Arabia is the best.
Enough said, ladies and gentlemen. Much love to Kawano. We have our next match ready. Let's send it over to our commentators.
I don't know if I can keep doing this, Femi.
Listen, I'm gonna have sets like that. I'm not gonna have a voice for the rest of the week, and I've got work on Monday, mate. Tomorrow morning, so I'm literally on a flight tonight, straight in the office in the morning. So I cannot be screaming like this for the rest of the week. But if these players keep playing like this, you're leaving me with no bloody choice. Unbelievable set between those two. Absolute gourmet. Definitely got to be a strong contender for set of the tournament so far. Yeah. And would you believe, James, we're only halfway through this first part.
Yeah, this quarterfinals here.
I mean, that is mad.
But like I said, there were so many subtle things that were happening in neutral in this game. You saw it. It's, you know what? I think it was Quano. They were both doing it so well. I can't remember which player it was, but you know, they're doing a lot of micro crouching to really disguise the crouching medium kick as well. So while they're just kind of dancing around, micro crouching, and then all of a sudden take that extra step forward, the crouching medium kick connects. Ryukichi did it right back to Kawano the next round. The footsie war in this one, and then Ryukichi used, no, it was Kawano who used the standing light kick to hit Ken's crouching medium kick early by micro walking forward.
Yep.
Dude, like the footsies in this match were ridiculous. And if you want to get
that
the
moment,
idea,
what was that? That was so cheeky.
if you want to understand that footsies triangle that people talk about between poking and between walking forward and between whiff punishing, this is a picture-perfect match to watch, honestly.
Unbelievable play from both of these guys. The reads and the anticipation, the ability to convert from certain scenarios. A wake-up early throw from Kawano was his best friend. He landed that like 4 or 5 times in the set. And then in a first to 5, there's just so much data being collected. It's so much more fun to see these players adapt in real time to one another. And that tap confirmed for the kill.
Because, you know, level 2 does a little less damage.
And he started with lights. And the lights are more scaled now as well, right?
Yeah. But, you know, I mean, I was pretty sure he was going to die because the follow-up was going to kill no matter what. Yeah. So no need to ask the question there. But now the question is, can we get
a non-Japanese player into the semifinals here at Esports World Cup? Or are we gonna have 4 Japanese players representing at the top? Xiaohai is gonna try to decide that, but in the meantime, Kawano ending Ryukichi's run, a very, very Cinderella-like run here, taking out so many strong players. And you can see the relief on Kawano's face. No time for any sort of mugging or personality. He's just like, I'm so glad I won.
He finally shows some emotion. Even when he won that, he just sat there like very casually. For me, that was the set of the tournament. And honestly, I still think Ryukichi has a very strong case for MVP of this tournament.
Oh, yeah.
Not just because, you know, he's a player that a lot of people didn't predict in their top 3. It's also the way he's gotten there and the way he's played. Even in losing, he won't appreciate this right now because he might be a bit salty, but I don't think there was any loser in that set, morally. Honestly, that could have gone. It was so tight. It was so back and forth. I mean, it was so impressive from both of them that really, if it went to a first to 10, could have gone the other way. If it went to a first to 6, it could have gone. It was just that close. They were both incredible. No losers there. And Ryukichi, I mean, I think I'm putting him as my MVP. The only person who might take that away from him is the next guy coming up, to be honest. And that guy, Xiaohai's got his work cut out, to say the least. I'm not sure how much he even knows about that character. But there you go. Ryukichi's talisman, his key, has been abolished, and he is bowing out of the tournament, but he can bow out with his head held high because he played an absolutely incredible game throughout.
Yeah, but we've got another match coming up. The action never stops here at the Esports World Cup.
James, can I get a Yalla Habibi? Come on. 3,
wait, what?
2, Yalla Habibi. 1, Yalla Habibi!
Welcome back, everybody, right here in the playoffs for the 3rd match so far. This has been brutal, but we still have more action here.
The last one was phenomenal, and ladies and gentlemen, we are keeping that pace up. Bring out our first player. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Hikaru! Hikaru, I'm hearing that the Saudi fans have given him a nickname. They're calling him the true prodigy. He is only 19 years old. Imagine being this good at only 19. It's hard to believe, but we're seeing it.
Exactly, and now, ladies and gentlemen, give some noise for his opponent, Xiaohai! Xiaohai is a true genius, not only in this game, but in other games as well. His experience across different games, different titles, makes him a tough competitor, especially in this tournament. We saw amazing gameplays from him so far.
Hold on, Atik. I'm used to seeing Xiaohai smiling and everything. He's looking quite serious. Okay then, Xiaohai, I need you right here. Hikaru, I need you right here. It's time for that face-off. Ladies and gentlemen, the match is set. We have Xiaohai going head-to-head with the young phenom, Hikaru. Are you ready for our playoff match?
Xiaohai, Hikaru, you can take your seats right now. And ladies and gentlemen, let's enjoy this match and go to our casters.
Hikaru, the Wonder Kid with Aki. Fresh, you know, coming in here and fighting games at like, what is he, 6 years old, 7 years old?
It's funny that they said 19. I was like, he's 19? He's 19?
I know I was calling,
12.
I was calling him 16 earlier because that's what he looks 16, absolutely.
Look, all that matters is how you hit the buttons, and I'm hearing about this across the tournament, Fortnite being, of course, the main example of that, but these young boys be hitting buttons, they be hitting them good. We've seen a few young ones go out. I mean, Noah the Prozzi, I think only 22, 23 himself. Hikaru, not only 19 and very talented, but also rocking a character that a lot of people have been sleeping on. And when people tell you they're top 5s, they don't even mention this character. But actually, when you look at her archetype, the way she can evade a lot of the Street Fighter 6 meta and play her game, hitting like a tank, fireball drive rush, which is super OD in this game. She's got all the tools of a top tier character other than a reversal, and she's going to be going up against Xiaohai, who I think will probably go Bison for this.
Right, and the crazy thing about this is, too, that, you know, someone was talking about this. I can't remember if it was Jeremy or Jam or something, but Hikaru told them that they practice 10 hours a day.
10 hours a day.
10 hours a day, and even when they're
crazy.
not practicing, like when they're eating, they're thinking about it the entire time, you know? So they are just literally living and breathing this game at this point, and it's, I mean, it's hard to compete against that, you know?
It's crazy to think that that 10 hours a day has just earned you $45,000.
Oh.
And it could earn you quite a lot more here if you can get past the Chinese legend of Xiaohai. Xiaohai, an absolutely unbelievable player. His history is star-studded history across a multitude of video games, Street Fighter being one of them. This would probably be, though, however, Xiaohai's biggest win. If he can pull this off, take out Hikaru and mount a run here. Because one thing he's lacking in Street Fighter history, I'd say, has got to be that massive win, unless there's one I'm overlooking. I don't think he's had like a really big win outside of his local scene in Street Fighter, despite having tremendous amount of runs, taking out players who have had wins like that on multiple occasions. He hasn't got it for himself. And I'm surprised he's going to go Ken here. I've actually seen, I think it was Problem I was talking to about this matchup, and definitely not an easy match for Bison, but loads of tools to get around the zoning at least of this character. But you know what? We need to stop thinking about her as a zoner, to be honest with you, because her rush down is redonkulous.
Yeah, the way Hikaru manages to, I mean, I always say that when you see an expert playing a character, they look like 3 times faster than when you use the character. It almost feels like they have better frame data. And that's how Hikaru looks when he plays Aki. You're right. I mean, it almost isn't zoning at that point. It's in your face rush down. But again, look, Xiaohai, I know when Street Fighter 6 first came out, it took him a while to acclimate himself with this game. You know, the first season of Street Fighter League, you know, he was he was on the championship team, but that was largely off of the backs of Mena RD, right? And so
he had some big wins too, but yeah, I think Mena definitely played the most part in that run.
Yeah, but Xiaohai, I mean, from what I've seen of him in the past, you know, couple of months, he has definitely stepped up in this game. And, I
think the addition of Bison especially has helped him. He's picked up Bison very quickly. It's enabled him to just obliterate a number of matches that maybe he doesn't play as well with Ken. But since that beatdown he took against Angry Bird in that casual set, we haven't seen his Bison. And it's going to be Ken again here. Now, that's not to say that Ken does worse than Bison in this matchup. I think Ken has a lot of tools as well. And obviously Ken's rush down. And I guess you're up against a rush down character like Aki. You've got to get off me. She's got to think about that DP occasionally, which is something she doesn't really necessarily have to think about against Bison. So maybe that's one of the reasons too. Here we go, guys. Are we in for another tantalizing 1-to-5 matchup, or is somebody going to get absolutely bodied? We're about to find out. China versus Japan, the last non-Japanese representative in the tournament, as James called out. Hikaru, the young protege, up against the legend of Xiaohai. Let's get it.
I mean, they said that the Saudi audience crowd over here calling Hikaru the true prodigy. But remember, Xiaohai's name literally is the kid, because he was the prodigy a long time ago in China, beating all the older players in KOF. So Xiaohai knows all about that. Okay, old corner, nice rush down here. And this might be one of the reasons why Xiaohai is going with Ken, because Ken's corner pressure is absolutely terrifying. And a great first round for Xiaohai here.
Yeah, putting it on her there as well, making sure that she had no space. Stood at the perfect range as well to make the spike whiff.
But look at that extra bounce right there, giving her so much frame advantage after that.
Oh, that's gonna hurt. Gets the overhead.
Here we go. What's the setup here? Just goes for the throw. And so you get one more. Oh,
he's dead,
yeah, there it is.
You are more than dead.
Usually after you get the poison, a throw, and then one combo, you can still get the Toxic Blossom in time.
Yeah, here you go, drive rush approach, engaging on her terms.
But you saw right there, the first 2 rounds were very indicative of what we expect, which is get him in the corner and win.
Just do that.
Nicely.
Saw the back dash and went straight to her ODDP. And that's frozen Hikaru in his place. Jab, jab, check, connect.
Okay.
That's gonna hurt.
Good damage here.
I don't think he could have killed with a drive rush.
Something big here to be able to make this comeback.
Not gonna get a chance. It is jab, jab again. Xiaohai looking to get this kid out of there and starting off brilliantly well here. 1-0. That drive rush jab, his best friend so far. Hikaru's got to find an answer for it, and he's got to find an answer fast.
I feel like Hikaru, he's only lost like 2 or 3 games this whole entire tournament, right?
Lashar lost 1.
Oh, really?
Until he started getting his head bust.
Oh, man.
It's the standard we're up against here, James.
Yep.
Well, why didn't you jump away there? She's minus.
Yeah. No, that
was it
that
OD?
was plus. I think
That's
it was
plus.
OD.
Was it OD?
Yeah,
I was
I think
looking
it
down.
might have been
fair
OD.
enough. No, she's plus
yeah.
OD, of course.
Oh, okay. Actually.
Perfect parry.
Yeah.
You can actually walk up back throw there, but choose to say the damage.
Yeah, but you know, for Aki, you know, the damage on that first combo, not necessarily what you're looking for. Oh,
he actually tried the grab. That's so negative. Oh, big drop from Xiaohai. Had the hit, didn't follow through.
Okay.
Oh, big
just
whiff.
outside of range, yeah. That standing medium punch is a great button for Aki, but has deceptively
Big
shorter.
bait.
Oh,
It's gonna
no!
hurt. Gonna spend the gauge.
Yeah, he's got
That's
the
level 2.
level
Oh, level 1 even. Doesn't even need it. Yeah, level 1 will be enough.
What a round there. I just love the way when she throws out that OD fireball, she's just like, you know, it's so cool. This character, I mean, what an awesome addition to the Street Fighter roster, dude.
I've been complimenting Capcom since the latest update because honestly, the character designs
in this game, yeah.
Xiaohai's recognition so good.
The Marisa, Manon, Aki, they're all so cool characters.
Akuma, Bison, man, they are so smooth.
Here we go. He's gonna go.
He's gonna fend it, yeah.
He's gonna go for it. Okay.
Yeah, I don't disagree with this. I want to see this more from players. A lot of them choosing not to do this. Gain your gauge, attack your opponents. Only 1 bar now to her name. Has to be very careful on this next guess.
And he has to win 2 rounds.
Throw.
He has to win 2 rounds to advance, to win this one. So might as well spend the meter, because now you can build a bunch of meter again.
Yo, Xiaohai's feeling himself. That combo was so inoptimal, but looked cool. Drive thrust, stand short, DP. Gets checked though, and she's got level 3. You gotta be careful.
Right.
Oh, nice cross cut. Oh, so much damage.
Did you see the forward walk to make sure he could easily get the cross cut?
That was sick. And I love the fact he spent the OD there just to make sure that tiny bit of extra damage.
Oh, man.
That stand short buff has been so good for her.
So
Wakes up
good.
again. That we spoke about people being scared to bust out with their money on the line. Xiaohai's not one of them.
All right, but Hikaru's still sitting on a full level 3.
Oh,
no,
no.
Punish.
It's
got to be a level 3 here. Yep,
gonna
there
spend
it
it,
is.
I agree.
Throwing out the claws of Yatsu here.
Just got to drive reversal that early. Did it too late. Gonna get punished severely for this.
Okay.
That one gets away.
Oh, he was too far away,
wait.
but he went
She
for the parry.
overparried.
He went for the parry, and the parry actually locked her in place, so she couldn't punish it.
But he needs to play a perfect neutral game right now. No, he's done. He's done. That was game. Isaki is the best burnout game in the game, without question. As soon as you're putting blocks done with no reversal there, you are absolutely screwed. And I think Xiaohai even knew it. Once he blocked it, he tried something. He was like, no, not the block's done.
One of the things, I mean, you have to learn how to practice is, you know, that move that Aki has kind of bad hurt box. So you can hit it out of the air with like a crouch fierce or something like that. It's just, she's just stabbing the whole time. It's so scary looking.
I just DP it with Lily. I just, you know, if your eyes are open, you can spot it. The parry at -2, of course. A common theme in this Street Fighter era. Overhead well blocked.
Oh, that's a
trade.
I thought that was going to be a trade combo right there.
There you go, as DP spoke about there, James. I think he might have been doing that anyway, but still.
Oh,
He's so good at that. He did that all day yesterday as well. Gets underneath you, then goes to the command grab when you least expect it. Attacking the gauge now. Good parry from Xiaohai does not get burnt out.
Nice reaction.
Oh, missed his meaty. We saw him miss that when he was training earlier as well. That early jab catches her out.
Oh, but he jumps himself into the corner. That's
and more importantly, lets her out the corner.
Right, that's a problem here. Oh, he blocked in time and could punish.
That was such a clever run stop there from Xiaohai.
What a bait.
He looks so comfortable. Oh, there's that space again. The readiness. Xiaohai. Oh my, that's twice he's done that.
Again, he is one of the reaction kings out there. You know, I feel like a player like Phenom has some of the best reactions out there, but Xiaohai right behind that.
Spatial awareness and distance management, just incredible from Xiaohai. And also character familiarity, which is what we were worried about. Despite that, it's a good next round here. From Hikaru, lands that EX as well. Double dashes in. What a race, heading towards another perfect.
This is a perfect here, yeah.
He's gonna get it.
Yeah, Xiaohai's like, okay, whatever. Let's go to the last round here. Let's go to the last round. But this is 1-1 here, so very important match here.
Oh, again.
Ready.
So remember, in Street Fighter V, Xiaohai used to, with Cammy in Season 1, DP through like Ryu fireballs and
Catch
such
the
like
hands,
that.
yeah.
So obviously he's very good at that reactions.
And this one seems to require a bit more anticipation, but man, the distance management to be perfectly spaced out of range for some of these things that Aki's doing. Whether it's the fireball.
Oh no.
Or the Fang, he's gonna land that surprise drive rush into the Jim right, into the short. Close to burnout now is Aki.
Yeah, Hikaru just not watching the legs. Thought he was safe. Far away enough.
Horrible situation.
Okay.
Oh, what a whiff punish.
Yeah, and the chip damage. Oh no! Oh wait, here we go. This is gonna be a critical part. This is gonna do so much damage.
Only a couple hits. Oh my God! James Cheshire! What on earth have we just seen? He's dead! He's dead, man!
Dude, Hikaru is smiling. He's like, I can't believe that kill.
James, that was a huge opportunity you missed there, mate. I was waiting for you to say it. I'm gonna start saying it for you, yeah?
Dude, my brain, I couldn't believe it. Like, I just couldn't believe that it was gonna happen.
Nice delay into that, and Hikaru steals himself a game there. Looked like it was all over. All of a sudden, he's 2-1 up. He can take confidence from that, and he resets into the command grab. He's starting to swag on Xiaohai now.
Yeah, Xiaohai gotta gather himself over here. Yeah, and that's gonna be one of the things you can take advantage of.
Again, he gets that. So good.
The Jinrai can work pretty well against her because she obviously doesn't have the OD reversal to blow up the follow-ups. Oh!
Oh, that sweep actually protected him from the jump in.
Oh, it just barely clipped.
Wow.
Very fortunate for Hikaru. Oh, just forward jumps out of there. Okay, interesting choice.
Slap slithering around here.
Yeah, you see Hikaru go into that. You see Hikaru go into that stance because he's trying to anticipate the fireball because that thing is.
Oh, gets in.
But
surprising shot.
Burned out.
Oh, you can't do that. Oh,
he recovered in time. Can't really punish it. So yeah,
oh, you forgot.
I told you about it.
You can't do that on her.
He's just, that's what he's doing that for, because he's just anticipating projectile. That punch follow-up is completely projectile invul now. That is one of the buffs that she got.
Oh, didn't auto-correct. And suddenly the momentum is turning here. And Hikaru starting to run away with this. Xiaohai needs a bit of a miracle now to prevent himself from going 3-1 down. That jab will be one step towards it.
No.
Throws the parry attempt.
Yeah, punish counter.
Oh, again, it's throw into DP. Overhead well blocked.
Uh-oh. Just ran into that one.
Oh, one of the parry didn't come. Gotta be careful not to burn yourself out here, Xiaohai. Oh, one button. I think that's a dead
That's dead. That's dead. Oh, still alive. Man, but he's burned out. Oh, no, he's not burned out. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he's not burned out yet.
He's poisoned.
Oh, Hikaru. He's starting to pull away here, James. And it all came from that one clutch. Level 3 that killed when he looked like it was all over for him. And Xiaohai suddenly with it all to do. I mean, he's shown some fantastic awareness and matchup knowledge here, Xiaohai. The spacing, the run DP to punish the fireball and the Fang. And he's been very good at utilizing those matchup-specific situations. But Hikaru, as the set has gone on, has just been making the right reads on Xiaohai's knockdown. It's not really been a case of Aki playing keep away because Ken's got too many answers. But in that head-to-head contest, he just seems to have the edge and getting more reward.
And now, I mean, interesting. I wonder if Xiaohai was contemplating maybe going for the M Bison. I mean, in a 1st to 5, you have a little wiggle room to try other characters, but this is not looking like it's going well for Xiaohai at all here. All right, what's the setup over here after the poison? Just goes in for the tick throw. And like I said, one more hit.
Boss is out. What a big bet.
Oh, a trade. Very fortunate.
Again, he's ready.
Dude, how is he reacting to that?
It's got to be anticipated, right? It's not just running on reaction. It's too slow, surely. Or maybe I'm wrong. Oh, nice trap.
Yeah, got the frame traps. Oh, you saw it.
Over, yeah. She's been so hard to kill. That kick just recovered in time for that jump in. Jumps in, gets her.
Gets in there, doesn't go for the tick throw. Oh, try to walk up, but...
Nice. Oh, it didn't juggle. Another button would have been dead there because it would have popped her into the sky.
Right.
Heavy punch sends her straight down to the ground. And she's still alive. Gets the hit. Tense situation there for Xiaohai. Able to close out the round. You do not want Hikaru heading towards a 4-1 lead here.
Oh, tried it that time. Didn't get the DP out in time. Oh, I don't know why he cut him. Dropped that combo right there.
Oh, nice trap. Slip it backwards. Made you feel comfortable throwing the fireball. Don't you dare.
Yeah, there we go. Goes for the meaty throw. Trade. Oh, he went for it. Yeah.
Yeah, they both went for it, but he went in with a jab, and he puts her in a corner. It's a good turning point here for Xiaohai. Can he make it count?
Here's this pressure situation. Dude, Xiaohai's been getting so much off of these lights into DP.
There it is again.
Oh.
Tries to jump in.
He's gonna be able to get the juggle off of this.
Huge damage coming.
It might not kill though.
Oh, he missed. He's dead.
Oh no!
Oh no, Xiaohai, not like this. A level 2 should be enough. It goes into level 3 just to make sure.
Oh, that is so unfortunate. Now, that is a combo that works, but it has to be like specific heights, and it might have just been 1 or 2 pixels too low for that DP to connect.
Oh, Xiaohai, not like this.
But he's still in it. That wasn't the end of that game there yet.
Set point Hikaru. When did that even happen?
Xiaohai here with the no, it's 3-1. It's 3-1. Yeah,
I was
that's what
thinking,
I thought.
where did it get to 4?
Yeah, I think I think they thought
it.
Hikaru won that one, but it wasn't quite there yet. Oh no!
Oh, Xiaohai doesn't care about the last round. He's making it count. Huge life lead.
I mean, your mindset's got to be, look, I won the last round, so I'm just going to win this round again, you know? Oh, no.
Round. You see that? It's the run is slight anticipation. This time
nice
it wasn't what we thought it was going to be. Oh, no. Popped open.
And you know what? Toxic Blossom in effect right there.
Look at the corner carry on this. Look at the corner carry on this.
Yep.
Good lord.
And
safe jump as well.
Jump, yep, on every way.
Oh, he tried to jump in, burns himself out though. Bad choice. Got to be careful here. Oh, he anticipated it.
Dude,
he knew what she was looking for.
Xiaohai's prediction on those fireballs have been ridiculous.
Too good.
Run DP, the jump right there. Xiaohai trying to bring it back. It's 3-2 right now.
Massive round, that. Massive round, especially when he was burnt out. Clutch jump in, because 4-1 down against Hikaru, I'm not sure you're coming back from that, but 3-2, far more feasible.
Agreed. All around. Oh, okay, yeah. Again, stealing turns. You're plus. I'm going to ODDP. One of the best times to do it.
Nice point blank fireball, but well blocked. What a choice there from Hikaru. That was beautiful. Oh no,
nice
don't
check.
you dare.
Nice check. And this is dangerous for Hikaru right now. Almost burned out.
Nice escape from the corner. One button confirmed there from Hikaru.
Okay, and now the corner position here.
Sets up, it's her turn. You have to hold this heat.
Yeah, Toxic Wreath right there, minus, but always puts herself at a safe distance. Can't really punish it.
Oh, he burns himself out there for the DP. Needs to make this count. Uh-oh. Button!
Dude, lights in the DP. I'm telling you, I've been shot.
Oh, the delay!
Oh, he's been shimmied so many times.
Doesn't even need a meter here. Should be able to kill. Oh, he gets it. He goes for it anyway.
Yeah, definitely.
Just make sure.
Need it, but you know what? Can't blame him for using it, so.
Was that first little sign of frustration from Xiaohai there, face palming? Or did he have something in his eye?
Tries that chase down.
Oh, that's no. 1 ODDP too many, James.
Yeah. Hikaru's like, look, I've seen this too many times now. Oh, no, punish counter back throw, that's big. Not only for the drive gauge, but for the position. We have the burnout right here. Oh, man, he's got to watch out.
Oh, nice air reset.
Beautiful.
Oh, the meaty stand jab into the target combo. Oh, the hard kick. Everything's working here for Hikaru.
Dude, it was looking so great for Xiaohai, and then just turned around so fast. That's
just about alive.
The poison almost did the job.
Xiaohai needs a miracle. He needs a jump in. Oh, he needs a run DP.
Oh,
huge damage here.
This is going to hurt. It's not going to kill, though.
It's going to be another sit down and shut your mouth. Sit down and shut your mouth, fam. One more hit. He tips him out. Xiaohai with another comeback. Saves himself 1 game point there and will try to get it to 3-3. Hikaru's got to be absolutely kicking himself. So close there to a 4-2 lead. Oh, man. Oh, the meaty jab connects, James. The momentum's on Xiaohai's side. Finally, haven't seen him do that
I know.
once.
That's the first one he's done. And God, the hitbox on that thing is so good.
Oh, just missed that whiff punish.
Oh, nice punish right there. Right into the claws of Yadza here. Get as much damage as possible.
Say it with me, James. Love this.
My magnum. Shout outs to the Bagua in the background over there. Oh, not going to be a true combo over there.
Slows it down. Almost burnt out here, Xiaohai. This is bad. Needs to not get burnt out. If he can avoid it. He's got some meter back. Nice anti-air from Hikaru. Tick throw.
Oh, man. Yeah.
Oh,
get juggled.
He gets it all. He's dead. Oh, what a conversion from Hikaru.
So the interesting thing is that Xiaohai in that situation has always held up forward, and he's always made it over the fireball. I need to rewatch that sequence there. Did Hikaru actually delay the fireball a little bit so that holding up forward made him land on it that time? He's been holding up forward in that exact same scenario several times already.
And he's got away with it too. He's able to just not attack Aki, but he's able to get past the fireball and take it out of the equation with a forward jump. On that occasion, he wasn't able to.
And despite that great comeback from Xiaohai, he's now still down 4-2. And remember, this is single elimination. There is no second chance here. It's either he wins 3 games in a row or he is out.
Hikaru set himself up so nicely here to close this out. He has been an MVP. He has been a standout performer. He is putting Aki on the map here on the grandest stage. And Xiaohai, the fighting games legend, is 1 game away from being eliminated here. Thinking long and hard. I wonder what Xiaohai's thinking about. I mean, from what I've seen him doing with Ken, he's clearly got the matchup knowledge and awareness to do this with that character. I wouldn't necessarily say you switch characters here. But in terms of like your strategy, I mean, that's why they're here, they're on that stage, and I don't even know what he can change, James. Has anything in particular stood out to you as to what he can do better here to try and stop this Hikaru momentum?
It's really interesting because I mean, I get it that he's sticking with the Ken over here, and we've seen some of the good stuff that Ken can do. But I mean, I just wonder if maybe trying to throw a different look, but there's got to be something about the matchup against Bison that he just doesn't like.
Well, it's just, it may just be that Ken's just got more answers, you know?
Right.
Maybe Bison even wins that matchup, but Ken clearly has some great answers for this character.
And that right there, that OD right there.
Oh. The range gonna get burnt out. No, not quite. Nice choice there. Sammy's throwing a fireball.
Oh, okay, that's gonna be a counter hit. Yeah, so he gets the combo off of that.
He's been like traversing that very tight line of burnout and not burnout and getting away. Oh, he's gonna get a hit. Trying to slip through.
He's gonna be able to kill off of this. Yeah.
Hey, shout out Tasty Steve.
One of the things that, you know, I feel like right now is causing Xiaohai a lot of problems is that OD Cruel Fate, you know, where she just leaps at you with the stabs. It's a deceiving move because she starts attacking right away, so it has this threatening aura to it, but you can clearly DP it and such, but Xiaohai's just been letting Hikaru in for free plus frames because of that move.
It's when you're looking for one thing, James, especially look at the stuff he's been punishing with.
Right.
He's been doing run into, look, he looks for it again. When you're looking for that, you're not ready to react with a DP to something that's faster than a jump. And it is faster than a jump. As slow as it might look, oh my God, the conversion.
Dude, he has seen Xiaohai jump back in that situation so much that Hikaru actually called it out with the air-to-air.
There's that run, this time he stops. Yeah. Oh, he's gonna burn himself out for this combo extension. Needs to burn her out if he can. She's out there, she knows.
But she burns herself out now, too. Now you have to watch out for the level 2 from...
Oh, there it is again. Doesn't kill. Wake up level 1. Oh my God, that's a good hit. Point. I think he's heading towards set point here. Fireball can go in, another.
Blocked it, just...
Gotta be careful, he's gonna run. Yep, there it is. Run again. Oh, too far. Hikaru into set point here, James. Xiaohai got overzealous. Got anxious, was desperate to land that ever so reliable run DP. On that occasion, it cost him the round, and Hikaru has set point here, heading towards the semi-final, unless Xiaohai can do something to stop him.
Holy.
Oh, he catches him trying to run again. This time the drive rush down medium. Horrible start here from Xiaohai. Safe jump, blocks it out, and again, Hikaru smells blood, overextending. Xiaohai in the corner doesn't react, has to bust out the OD reversal, and it hits.
Finally gets out of there. Does get the drive rush low.
Oh, tries to back down.
Oh,
this is gonna hurt.
Get the level 2.
He dropped it. Oh, he burned himself out. He burned himself out. The worst character to do it, I guess. He did it.
Oh, yeah.
He pressed the button.
I was like, Xiaohai's gonna level 3. He's gonna level 3 in that plus situation. But it worked. And Hikaru actually hit a button. Xiaohai with a chance here.
Oh, Rago sweep connects. It's jump no well blocked. Xiaohai gets the conversion on Shijira. Oh, he cried. That's gonna be it. Xiaohai still alive.
Xiaohai still survives.
He's still alive, James. Oh God, I'm not gonna have a voice at work tomorrow, mate. I'm done, son. It's all over. I'm gonna have to pull a sickie. I'm pulling a sickie, son. Sorry, Gaffer. I'm not coming in. I love you guys, but I'm sick. There's no point in me working in this state. Guys, you gotta stop doing this to me. This is absolute mayhem.
And again, I mean, this is where I always bring in one of my favorite quotes from Back to the Future 3. I know it's an old movie, but why do we gotta cut these things so damn close? Oh, he got hit by the overhead and he was standing.
Yeah,
I don't know what happened there.
Held up back, maybe tried to backdash.
Yeah, could be.
Gets a little scramble and gets that crouch medium kick. And his momentum shifted now. Nice backdash from Hikaru. Gets out of the corner.
Yeah, I was just trying to get out of the corner. Combo in the toxic read.
Oh, man,
drive rush overhead.
Haven't seen too many of those, but it's hit here.
Oh my goodness, Poison. Tries to go for a little shimmy right there. Taking his turn, he's gonna confirm off the counter hit. Back throw, big, important back throw into the corner again.
Tries to jump in, it's not the right choice. Meaty throw, Xiaohai's bringing this one back.
Oh,
another throw.
Do it again. Oh,
nice wake up jab, jumps out of there. Oh, there's that run, and he catches her out. It's such a big part of the matchup. It keeps her frozen, right? He knows he's throwing out this preemptive run. And if he sees anything as he does it, it's going to be DP.
Right. So that's why Hikaru was like, well, I'll just bait out the DP.
Oh, he does it too late again.
It's too late.
So early.
Can't do it that way, that late.
Rago DP connects.
But that's what it's taking to actually stop those. That's not a punish.
Yeah, that's not.
Yeah. Not sure what he was trying to do. It's also not plus
guaranteed.
either. So why would Hikaru try swinging in that? That's not a turn to steal. Oh, she does so much damage. I don't think he wants to spend any meter here.
Spend it.
Oh,
yeah, I agree.
yeah, okay.
You're going to have a Ken there. You've got one bar. You're going to have a Ken with full gauge. And a level one.
True.
Finish your plate, man.
Boom.
All right.
Ow.
It is again, James, set point Hikaru. Can he make it count this time? Or can Xiaohai pull off another comeback and get it to 4-4?
Xiaohai had to win 3 in a row. Yep, that's going to be a landing punish right there.
Yeah, got the trick recovery. The meaty jab connects. Okay, such a broken string, Ken. Oh, makes out the stand throw.
Hikaru's so good at that, baiting out the throw.
Oh, where you going? Oh,
nice.
He's ready with a DP. Didn't even need OD there, but did it anyway.
Action.
Oh, trade. Oh, this is perfect parry. It's going to be a big turning point. Get out of the corner too, which he needs. Goes in, it's a meaty throw. It's a back throw. Oh, good block, that was game.
Plus frame.
Vital block from
All
Xiaohai.
over the place. You saw Hikaru try to bait out the counterattack with the perfect parry. But now you're back in the corner.
This tense moment, James.
Hikaru trying to find his way out of here. There it is again.
Takes the guess.
That OD cool fate
turns himself out. Gets the throw, James. Gets the game. Oh, so clutch. Burned himself out there. Put it all on the line with that read and lands 2 throws in a row. This time he gets the shimmy and it is 4-4, James. What a treat. Once again, it is game point for both of these guys.
This is ridiculous. The level of Street Fighter that we're seeing here today is absolute madness here.
Back and forth we go.
Yeah, I think you're right, Femi. I think my voice is done.
Honestly, there's one more off this, isn't there? Bloody hell,
I think we got one more matchup.
Bloody hell, mate.
For the quarterfinals.
Blimey, son. We're going to give you guys the alley-oop and tag out in a few, but we still got a couple games to get through, me and James here. And this is one of them, and it's come to an here. 4-4.
I mean, this is what we were hoping for. This is what we were expecting. High-level Street Fighter coming down to the wire here like this. The last match was final game, final round. This one, at least here, final game. We have started at least 4 rounds with that OD, the OD Nightshade Pulse versus the regular Hadoken.
Oh, wake up early back throw works out there after a phenomenal start from Xiaohai, and it's an OD DP to stop the momentum straight away.
Oh, I love
the jump back jab. Love that.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh,
yeah, saw that again. Tried to parry, tried to run out of it, but threw her out.
Tick throw. So Xiaohai won that last one off of the shimmy. So he's going for nice reaction to the drive rush.
Yeah, already committed to the cancel there. Oh, she's out of there. I don't think she comes back from this.
Okay, what can Hikaru do? Out of there, but punish. Great time. Actually, I don't even think that's a hit. I think
he tried to press the button afterwards.
Oh, it was regular. It was the regular. It wasn't the OD one. That's why.
Yeah, it was regular. Yeah. James, it is 2 set points to Xiaohai.
Oh my God.
After facing how many set points? Maybe 3. It's now his turn to try and close out. Can Hikaru stop him?
Dude, there is nobody on this planet right now more nervous than probably Xiaohai's wife right now in the audience.
Oh man, I want to see a shot of her. I think nobody does this.
Good tech, good throw tech. Hikaru.
This is playing for 75k here. You win this, you got a guaranteed 75k in semi-finals. Wow. This is crazy. What's it going to be?
These players better not be thinking about that right now.
Oh, almost.
Oh, that was what he was looking for. That's what he was looking for.
He's so good at this matchup, man.
Oh, no,
nice, gets grabbed.
There we go.
Wasn't ready.
Here we go, Hikaru now. Guess for round here.
Oh, this has been such a masterclass round from Hikaru. Doesn't punish. Oh.
Wow. Okay.
We'll take it. Reset. Goes in. What a tech. Big tech. Brave as well, because he keeps throwing a set.
Oh,
trade again.
They keep trading on those projectiles.
Oh, whiff.
Wow.
Cool. He's not going to spend it. He's not going to spend it.
No. Oh, he is.
Level 2.
Level 2, because he wants to burn her out. He wants to burn her out.
I'm surprised he spent that, though. If he doesn't win this, he's just lost 2 bars.
Oh,
Xiaohai's going to go for it. Can he close this out? Oh, that was it. Commit to the run.
He's trying to chip out.
No answer.
Can't do it.
Oh, no. What a class moment from Hikaru.
At least Xiaohai got Hikaru to spend those 2 bars, so it was 1 bar each here. There it is. The OD Cruel Fate, like I said, has been such a problem, but we are at final game, final round.
Oh, you can see the momentum shifting here as Hikaru turns up the pace. Xiaohai needs to slow this down if he can. He does exactly with a counter hit crash medium and sends her to the corner.
Doesn't go for the side switch, goes for the damage and the corner carry. Good defense. Doesn't go for a follow-up. Was trying to bait out a parry attempt.
Oh, goes in, catches it low.
Yeah, get the
sets up.
Juggle there.
Engage on my terms. Back throw, Hikaru.
And importantly now, Hikaru, I feel like kind of leading in the meter. Oh no, actually Xiaohai really close to the level.
Jumps, double jump. Oh, one more hit. Hikaru's got a significant life lead here. Goes in, Xiaohai's not ready.
Oh, got the counter
hit. What did he press? He's gonna get burnt out. Oh no, James. It's the CA as well.
This is the same situation we saw last round.
Shut your mouth,
last round. What's he go for?
Oh, buttons.
Plus frames. Oh no, got hit right there.
Jim Ray pressure. Oh my goodness.
Okay.
One more guess.
Enough to death.
Oh, Xiaohai! 3 games in a row to be able to make the comeback. Oh, Hikaru, you poor kid. It looked like it was yours for so long. But Xiaohai with the experience, and there's the misses over the moon. His guy, she's got to come to more tournaments, man, because clearly that's the luck he needs on his shoulder. He takes it over an absolutely, unbelievably in-class Hikaru. Let's go to the stage and hear from the victor, Xiaohai.
Oh my goodness, what a match. You were down 3-1, Xiaohai, back up against the wall. How do you perform so clutch in those situations?
首先玩得非常好，一开始的时候1比3，不知道你怎么跟上来的？
我就是还是会因为这个比赛太重要了，有点紧张，有一些平时该发挥的东西没发挥出来，加上对手调整的真的太好了。我3比1的时候出去想了一下，他究竟做什么调整，然后反复思考，然后最后就是最后不要慌啊，总会有机会的。然后我找到了。
Well, first of all, it's a big stage here today, and I mean, when we start the game, actually, I start to play well, but I see I need to make some changes during the game. And I mean, the other player, he played very well, actually, honestly. And I just changed a little bit after my second game. And yeah, this is how I played.
Xiaohai, the most important question I can ask you right now. Your wife is sitting right there in the crowd right now. She came to support you. She was so nervous watching you play. What does it mean to have the support of your wife at an event like this?
好，第二个问题，最重要的问题，你老婆今天在这边一直在支持你，一直在担心你，然后有什么话你要跟她说吗？
我希望她一直能做到决赛，看到我夺冠。
So he said, I hope that I will qualify till the finals and win the finals, as she was staying here with me, and hope I will win.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for Xiaohai. And just like that, another 5-4 match. These matches are phenomenal up to this point, and we are ready to get into our next one. Let's send things over to our commentators.
We have the veteran Xiaohai, the original child, beating the new child over here. Of course, Hikaru, 19 years old, but Xiaohai is the one that makes it. And again, with a ridiculous 3-game streak comeback with the spouse power-up.
And it's funny it was a streak because every single game he could have lost.
Right.
Hikaru had set point, I believe, 3 times, maybe 4, during the build-up of that run-up, from 4-2 down to 5-4 victor, and evading so many set points in the process. Hikaru's got to be killing. I mean, this moment here.
Dude,
good Lord, James.
You know what dude, I can't believe that kill. There was just no way I didn't believe it.
God,
but look, I'm gonna tell you this right now. This is an important moment for Hikaru right here, because this might be one of the first heartbreaking losses that he has had in a tournament like this. And so, honestly, this is gonna make him stronger. You know, I remember we were at South by Southwest long time ago in Street Fighter V, and an up-and-coming player over there went 0-2 in that tournament and was crestfallen. And I looked at him and I was like, dude, don't worry. Remember this. Use this to fuel yourself.
Yes.
That player was Punk the God. That player was Punk the God, and he then became the greatest Street Fighter V player of all time, practically. Oh, Mena. Okay, I'll give that to Mena, but Punk right there.
Absolutely spot on, James. Hikaru can only get stronger from this if he takes it the right way. And to be honest with you, it's going to be salty for now. Anyone competitive is going to be upset, especially when you had 4 or 5 set points. But you cannot hold it against yourself when you're at this level. You're up against an absolute world beater in Xiaohai. He's won massive tournaments, a multi-time EVO champion. Okay, it's not in Street Fighter, but it's just a matter of time before that happens with this kind of form. And there it was.
So good. That was so
close it out. And look at what it meant to him. Xiaohai evaded so many set points. There's his wife popping up. I don't know when he got married actually, but it might be a marriage power up here. And poor Hikaru, unable to close it out.
God.
They will play again, and he'll have the opportunity to exact revenge. And he'll play many of these players again, but he has been an absolute highlight of this entire event.
That hurt my heart. Oh my God, seeing that face right there. Oh my God.
James, it's like you said, man, it's good for the kid. It's good for the kid. And that's one thing I love about fighting games. I've seen a lot of people with 2x KO and now moaning about getting, their heads bust.
Right.
But listen, what don't kill you make you stronger. It's cliche, but it couldn't be more true.
Right. Sorry if I'm gonna get your suit a little wet over here.
James, the Waterworks. I don't think I've had the pleasure of James Waterworks on while commentating with him. I've seen it on camera many times. He set me off a few times,
Oh yeah.
And there he is. You're really feeling for that kid, but honestly, James, what you said couldn't be more accurate. And look at Xiaohai, he even feels bad having to do it.
I know, right?
Hikaru, an absolute MVP. He's been so incredibly good for us.
Oh, jeez.
He is heading out of there.
I mean, again, I cannot help but when I see someone's emotions to feel the emotions too. And, seeing Hikaru like that, oh man, that's brutal. But like you said, like I said, it's gonna only make him stronger. So
it's only gonna make him stronger, bro.
Oh man,
what an experience this is for him. And we talk about what the future looks like. Who is it we were talking to yesterday? Rob TV, I believe, was talking about these younger players, and they're going to be, their style, their kind of relentless, aggressive play. It's the future of Street Fighter, and that couldn't be more accurate. Hikaru, the way he's playing, unless something else happens in his career that's going to take priority and he decides to stop playing, that will be a contender for the next Takedo, the next Daigo, the next Mago-san. And who knows, it might not even be limited to Street Fighter. He might play a multitude of games, but unfortunately today, it's not his day. And the legend that is Xiaohai, with his wonderful wife in the crowd supporting him, will march through to the winners final. Xiaohai also had a really close game against Problem X earlier, and it wasn't to be. James, Yalla Habibi, let's do it together, you and me. Let's get the crowd going.
Go back to the
4,
stage.
3, 2, 1. Yalla Habibi!
And welcome back, everyone, for our last match before we head to our semifinals. So far, this tournament is going phenomenal, and a lot of people are leaving, but we still have a couple more roaming.
That's it, ladies and gentlemen. It is time for our next match. Let's bring him out. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Gachiku! Or am I getting ahead of myself? Are we starting with Higuchi? Oh, okay, I thought so. Ladies and gentlemen, Gachi-kun, 2018 Capcom Cup champion. He qualified for this tournament by winning DreamHack. He is representing the Good 8 squad and so far easily one of the favorites.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, for his opponent, make some noise for Higuchi. Higuchi, the Great Wall of Higuchi. Some people call him that. And he cannot be broken. So far, he's one of the best Guile players in Japan and in the world, arguably. And honestly, he's actually standing out in this tournament with an amazing performance. And if he won this match, he is going to guarantee himself a $75,000.
That's a lot of bread. Ladies and gentlemen, we officially have things set. Higuchi, I need you here. Gachi-kun, you know the drill. It is time. We have two Japanese fighting game titans about to duke it out for your entertainment and, of course, for their own glory. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, make some noise for Gachi-kun versus Higuchi!
Higuchi, Gachi-kun, you can take your seats. And ladies and gentlemen, let's enjoy this match and go to our casters.
Yeah. No, it's been a pleasure. Thanks for having me. No, it's great. I mean, what a first round of fights. Just incredible. Who's coming on now on the mic then? What's that? We're still on. No, but we just played. No, there can't be another game. Surely not. James, is there another game?
I think we have to stay here. I think we have to stay here, and I think we have to have...
James, there's no way there's another game.
I think we have to have our blood pressure raised again.
I don't have a voice for another game, James. You can't do this to me. You can do it to me. I love it. Come on in, let's go.
It is going to be Gachi-kun and Higuchi.
Some more Japan on Japan crime coming up for us here, guys.
Exactly. And man, Gachi-kun, you know, they've said is, the Japanese players say, is the best in Japan right now. He is a former Capcom Cup champion. And I love telling the story too, because it was the Red Bull.
Wait, nobody? Okay, James, you and Logan only wants to predict Gachi-kun. Okay.
Yeah, we have Gachi-kun there. So Gachi-kun didn't think that he could be a pro player, but then remember the Red Bull Kumite, that was in France. He got second place to Nemo. Yeah, and he was like, wait, I'm good. I can do this. Won Capcom Cup, got life-changing money there, bought a house for his family. Wow. And here he is again, just success after success. Higuchi, however, you know, part of the new crew of the Japanese players. They were considered part of the young crew, and they were having trouble beating the veterans in Japan for the longest of time. However, with Naomin's win at EVO Japan right before the pandemic was the first time that one of the young players won a big one. And then from there, it was Higuchi and Kawano, I feel like, kind of carrying the torch for the new generation of the Japanese players. And now look, we got players like Hikaru and all sorts of other just amazing talent from Japan.
Incredible. And one thing I want to talk about here, actually, I watched the Smug video today. Shout out Smug. Gotta love that guy. He went around EVO asking all these top players and other people who their top 5 characters are in the Street Fighter 6 era in the latest patch. I swear, 2 in 3 people said Guile. So many of the players consider Guile to be a top 5 character. Yet, we very rarely see him represented in the latter stages of tournaments of this magnitude because he's not really represented in general. There's not that many Guile players at the high level. People don't really pick him. But this is a guy who, regardless of Guile's strength, would have probably picked Guile anyway. He's been in love with his character for the best part of half a decade, was never going to go anywhere else. And is this the time we finally see that top 5 status justified? But he's up against Logan and James Chen's pick to win this whole thing. The last remaining pick could still do it. Former Capcom Cup champion in Gachi-kun, and he got his character back too, and he's looked absolutely sensational since he got Rashid back. I can't call it. Let's see. All right, guys.
Higuchi's had his character this whole time, still has the Guile here. And yeah, I mean, you mentioned it, but there was no Guile in top 32 of EVO at all. Like,
crazy.
It's crazy. But yeah, everybody has considered him and Rashid to be like the 2 strongest characters right now. And I don't know, maybe Ed's right there too, so.
Yeah, I mean, Ed is just a myth, man. But the more I see these guys rocking this stuff with Ed, the more you start to second guess it. All right, here we go.
I mean, don't forget.
Are we in for another treat, or is it going to be a blowout? We'll see.
Now, so far, we've had 1 blowout and 2 final rounds, man.
Good. Cool. Oh, doesn't get that punish there on that whiffed bazooka knee, but does with that roundhouse. Spinning mixer to follow up. Wake up, OD flash kick connects.
It's amazing how good that roundhouse is for Rashid. I mean, the fact that it kind of pulls back after you block it, it's so hard to punish.
Oh, too late. Needs to be earlier. That's going to cost him the round. He's probably been training that for ages, getting ready for this Gachikun match. We saw, I can't remember who the Bison player was, doing that regularly against Rashid. I think it was Xiaohai. Well, in this case, it didn't work. Might be Bulgaria, actually.
Yeah, I mean, the Japanese players, I mentioned this earlier this week, but Japanese players have been really good at interrupting, you know, Rashid going into wind shots or the Arabian wind. So, you know, it's hard for Gachikun to get away with that as much.
Oh, nice. He knows he's looking for that knee because he's in burnout and didn't get any mileage off that burnout at all. Sticks out at level 2. It's close enough for him to not get into a reset situation. Back dash, sweep, knee hop behind. There we go. Yep. And the delay this time. We've been seeing full bus reversals every time the side switch happens. I think he's collected that data too.
Oh, it's funny. Oh, man. And now Gachikun is just the reactions here from Gachikun. He's already shown twice now that he's ready to counter with that. Goes for the empty jump into the throw.
Level 2. Here we go.
Oh, man.
Oh, that's a risky jump back. Didn't get punished for it.
The wind condition here. And
Russell's out.
Yeah, but he has to burn himself to do it.
Oh,
and when Rashid's got burned out, it is not a fun situation here.
Another jump back. Crouch medium connects. Didn't flash kick. Didn't have the charge.
Yeah.
Oh, the counter hit confirmed. Gachikun 2 clutch. Able to weather that storm. He had Higuchi in that corner for the most part of that entire set. Higuchi just fired from the corner, but as I said earlier in the week, Guile is one of the characters that can do that comfortably, but in an ideal scenario, you do get back to neutral and play your Sonic Boom game for portions of the match, and he's not really been allowed to do that. Credit to Gachikun for preventing it as such. 1-0 Gachikun, but very early days here. Perfect barrier into Whirlwind.
Oh, wow. Just a raw OD flash kick in the middle of that block string. Stealing turns. Again, such an important thing to have the ability to do. Oh, but too far for the crouch medium kick to connect.
Yeah, I've not seen that particular scenario, what that links into. I guess crouch medium from the fact he tried it.
Try to anticipate maybe Higuchi jumping there. You saw with the short-ranged wind shot.
Very good at preventing the Sonic Boom game, which we're seeing a bit more of it now. Oh, tries to press a button.
That's a counter hit right
there. This is going to hurt. This is Guile.
Yeah, we've got
101.
Loops. We've got Sonic Boom loops into the level 1 Sonic Hurricane. Higuchi taking round number 1 of game 2.
Optimization, the very last hit of that, taking the kill.
Try to make sure that we have another close match here, perhaps.
This time it does link. That is the right button. Counter here, even not even punish counter. Tick throw. The Great Desert Storm puts the pressure on here. Backs into it again. One more. He's going to get a charged up spinning mixer. Drive reversals out. It's the right choice. Walks himself out the corner. Gachikun back to neutral. Ready for that jump in though. Oh, the delay crouch medium. He's not going to be able to kill here, but he's got a huge advantage here in the corner. Takes the throw. Burns himself out here.
Yeah,
can Gachikun make it count?
He's so far away from the corner right now that he should be able to weather this storm here.
OD.
And every Sonic Boom he blocks builds up that drive gauge even faster.
Oh, he's got it now. That's all he needed.
Yeah, that's all he needed right there.
Great patience from Gachikun. Stops Higuchi from getting one on the board there, but he's still got a chance to do so. Oh, just missed the recovery of that stand jab, that crouch jab. Upside down kick connects.
And that's one of the only follow-ups that Guile can get off of that punish counter upside down kick.
Absolutely worth it though, just the one hit, hardly any scaling. Ooh. Oh, these Sonic Boom connects. Full screen we go. Nice perfect parry from Gachikun. Has to weather this Sonic Boom storm. And this is why they consider Guile so strong. Doesn't have to engage in the Street Fighter 6 matchup too much. Oh, we've punished the team. No drive rush. That would have been dead. Oh, gets the hit again. Into the level 1 again. That's twice in one round.
Horrible situation for Gachikun here.
And what I love about this round here so far, oh, wait a minute, I'm gonna shut my mouth here. I'm not gonna commentate as Curse Higuchi here.
He actually tanked. He gets away with another jump back. Overhead hits just in time.
Are you serious?
Oh, he's spinning mix, so this is gonna hurt. He cannot guess wrong here. Delayed crash medium, well blocked.
Yeah. Oh, good deep.
Oh,
no. You walked into it. The Arabian Cyclone.
Gets the follow-up.
Yep.
It is.
My God.
Oh my goodness, there's still more damage on the card than Gachikun.
I didn't commentator's credit. I didn't even say it. I was about to say.
You're not saying it today, James. What's going on, man?
No, I was about to say, I love the way Higuchi was playing this round because he was so patient. And the damage, he wasn't going for big hits or anything.
Man, doesn't matter how patient you're playing. That level 2 comes on the screen. Bad button choice to anti that jump in from Higuchi. Gets clattered there at the start of the round, but lands an OD flash kick to get back to neutral. He's 2-0 down here. Should be 1-1, and he knows it. Oh, big punish, yep. Oh, you can get heavy on that, to be honest. Went for a medium. So negative.
Oh, what
nice
an
check.
interrupt on the target combo. I mean, it makes sense. I mean, like, there should be almost no reason not to press that light punch there. Because if he doesn't chain into that, you know, he's minus on that crouching medium kick. Interesting. Something we're gonna have to experiment with. Sorry, thinking aloud here.
Oh, love it, James. Keep on thinking aloud. I'm analytical too.
It's the lab brain that I have here, so.
You go check it in training mode later if you want, mate.
Yeah.
I'm down.
Oh, that almost worked.
He pressed the button. I might have reached caught him low just at the end of the string. Stood up at the wrong time. Throw. No, it's going to be tap into medium. And it's going to be another round to Gachikun. He's been so clinical when he's had Higuchi on defense. And he takes another round that looked like it was going Higuchi's way.
Yeah.
Goes to Gachikun.
And the fact that Rashid can just extend these combos in the corner like that so well just means it's so easy for him to get the, you know, the kill that he needs at the very end. Well, here comes Higuchi's Guile, though, trying to get this corner pressure going here, and backs off a little bit. Guile not known for any sort of, like, rush down pressure.
Oh, it was not your turn. Bazooka knee into parry, safe jump.
Yeah, goes for the safe jump setup instead of the flash kick. Throw, and almost burning out Gachikun here.
Parry, though. Just so hard to close out these rounds against Gachikun, especially with that level 2 approaching.
No.
Almost burnout here.
He didn't want to block that sonic boom, so he actually got hit by it.
He's not giving up on this round. Gets out the corner as well. Oh, surprise
nice.
slide.
Oh, interesting. Oh.
Perfect parry. Gachikun starting to make the comeback. Got to be careful there. Wakes up with a level 1 of all things. Not even an OD flash kick.
I like it. I like it. It was like, but the problem is now, Gachikun has a potential for the double Isar this round here. Probably going to activate one. No, he hasn't yet. Okay, interesting.
Yeah, the most optimized thing to do is activate early. Like you said, James, he does it, backs away.
Yeah,
and he's got so much mileage off this. Catches him jumping back dash.
Who can easily punish a raw
Level 1 wasn't ready. Super would have got him out of that situation. Just wasn't ready to convert, but he's weathered that storm really well. Oh, he does do it early enough this time.
What a call
huge damage incoming.
And only a level 1.
Yeah, just wants to side switch, I guess.
Interesting. Got the counter hit though, but not gonna be able to do anything.
Big whiff. Love the conversion there, and the string continues.
Guess what? We've got number 2.
There we go, as James called it. He's got to do well again. Hey, he doesn't.
No.
Watch out.
Last 4.
Buttons. It works. He's going to go into level 3. No, he tried to reset. What are you doing? No, Higuchi, not like this.
And you see it on Higuchi's screen over there. I don't know if you guys caught it, but the head went down into the hand. We had a mini face palm right there. He had that situation. He had the level 3. He just dropped the combo again. Look.
Banking on Gachikun not being ready, which is a very naive bank, I must say.
And again, look, until you're sitting on a stage with this much at stake, you don't know how nerve-wracking it is to be
I don't think that was nerves. I think that was over-ambitious. That was like almost a bit too confident. You know, get back to neutral where you have a slight advantage, bust that level 3 and recover your gauge, but he wanted the back throw, which does less damage than what he was going to do. He didn't want to lose his meter.
I mean, it also just could have been a situation where in his brain, he already knew he dropped the combo. So he's like, oh, just go for the throw, you know?
Or don't burn yourself out and go for level 3 earlier. Regardless of that, it's 3-0 now to Gachikun. And every round has been very difficult to close out for Higuchi. Even when he's had life leads like this,
He's never safe. He's never quite there, especially when that level 2 comes. Fortunately, on this run, doesn't look like there'll be a level 2 if we can help it. But he has been knocked down now. Meaty throw. Yes, it is.
Look, Shanghai looked like he was down and out, won 3 in a row. Higuchi could very well do the same thing. But Gachikun right now has been showing why Japan ranks him so highly amongst the players. What a...
Gets the conversion, too.
Man,
You've got to be kidding me. What an anticipation there from Gachikun. The run slide, punish counter into the heavy punch. That is brutal.
That look of disgust on Higuchi's face was epic right there.
Again, could have got more damage there with a crouch heavy crouch medium punch first, but he just chose to go straight into that. Oh, no.
So many players try to make sure they don't waste a tap parry, so they drive rush forward, and so players have gotten good at anticipating that and checking it. And now, burnt out, that wasn't fast enough.
Big jump. Okay, he's going to get this round. Man, he needed that. It's been so hard to close out rounds against Gachikun. Gachikun has been so stubborn when it comes to losing these rounds. Finally able to get one. Can he mount some pressure from this? Some momentum? No, that's not the answer. Too desperate to get going. He's going to get knocked down into the assault. What a horrible situation.
And push him out of there. No.
Ah, he gets hit.
Dude,
yeah, he wants more. Reset. Empty jump low, well blocked.
And enhanced right there, super plus.
Nice jump out, gets back to neutral, but he's still in burnout. Overhead well blocked, counter hit. You cannot breathe. That one mistake is gonna open up 4 match games for Gachikun. What a huge lead. Wow.
Gachikun is relentless right now. Absolutely relentless. And yeah, again, just the grimaces on Higuchi's face telling so much of the story here. I mean, this is an exercise in frustration right here. It's like every time you feel like, okay, I'm in a position to win, out comes that level 2, and just everything goes straight to hell, basically.
It has been, it's not been as dominant as a 4-0, don't get me wrong, but it has been very much Gachikun's game.
Yeah.
Higuchi really struggling to get his game going.
We need that Kevin Costner, Pa Kent picture right now, dude. Just looking at the tornado and just being like, no.
Mr. Super,
I can't do anything about it.
You're seeing these tiny little drops. I feel like he didn't do maximum damage off that drive impact. He didn't get the level 1 after the cross counter upside down kick. Sorry, punish counter upside down kick. Opportunity's going begging here for Higuchi, and he's not got the margin for that kind of error right now. 4-0 down. I think it's 5.
There we go.
Points. Okay, should be able to kill here.
So remember, he won the last one with a good jump. Oh no!
Combo. Oh my God, thank heaven. Gachikun would have made the comeback there. He would have definitely made the comeback.
Oh, I know, right? Yeah.
He's been so unforgiving.
Dude, how many times have I been screaming, oh no, this week, you know? Just off of these combo drops. It's just,
bizarre.
It's like I said, it's just, I see it happen and I get so nervous. Oh, nice!
Between the 2, it works.
And of course, it looks like he's not charged because the parry animation is still standing. What?
Oh yeah, he missed this spinning mixer there. Worked out. Perfect parry just when the guy gets something going. Safe jump, empty jump, light trade hits. That is a dead Guile. And now we have 2 set for 1 set point for Gachikun.
How often do you miss your anti-air and it works out for you?
You know, when it's your day, James. Gonna spend a level 1 here just to get that full screen. Casual perfect parry there from Gachikun.
Oh man.
Oh, tries to jump in, it's not the right choice. Just a lack of patience there from Higuchi. Not interested in playing the boom game at all.
Yeah, Higuchi is definitely being like mentally pressured to feel like he needs to play more of an aggressive game.
I think that's a bad jump. He could have flash kicked that. Just go underneath. That upside down kick has been his best friend in this set. Lands it yet again. Goes in.
Oh, that's the best he can get at that range.
Can he finally get a game? Then look at his life lead. But the level 2's coming. Knockdown. Buttons on wake up finally. Higuchi registers. And a little smile there, almost a sarcastic smile from Higuchi.
He's like, it's the beginning of the end. He's like, this is the one.
Saves 1 match game and it's You see? I told you I'd whoop you.
It's the speed run right here, right? It's like, this is the run.
Reverse
This
OCV.
is the run.
Let's see. Oh, no whiff punish on that. Well, he just pressed medium on the empty jump. What on earth? And the delay crash medium connects.
Yeah.
All the right reads. Oh, now the meaty connect. Good Lord. Gachikun just in his head.
He knows his mind game.
And
Safe
now,
jump.
Yep, safe jump. Okay, but Guile can't really get anything off of that. Can't get out of the corner either. Oh,
that's
he
so
woke up with the
unlucky.
low
Oh,
crouch light, but it's too far away for that to connect. Match point now for Gachikun.
2 match points. Higuchi with it all to do. Didn't take any momentum, I guess, from that game, and level 2 is on its way.
Oh, nice.
Rago flash kick connects.
Again, it's just so deceiving because he's still standing off of the drive.
Perfect parry OS jump. The worst thing you can do to a Guile player when he's in his flow chart. And here comes the Asar.
Oh, trade? No, that's an unfortunate trade.
Trying to bait out Stanford, doesn't come. And he knows he's going to parry. What a clever
And he still
throw.
has the ability to... Oh, no,
Throw again.
no
Can't get hit here.
Okay, counter
Fine
hit.
from the corner.
No.
Can't jump in. This could be the end.
Gachikun is so ready every single time. Higuchi can't get out of
it's
the corner.
over. There it is. Higuchi refusing to throw booms from that footsie range, just engaging in buttons. And when it comes to that engagement, Gachikun throughout this set was just one step ahead. Our first dominant performance since we saw Angry Bird earlier. And it's going to be Gachikun, our final semi-finalist here at the Esports World Cup 2024, James.
And so what we have here, if I am not mistaken, let me see if I have this right for you guys over here. It should be Tachikawa versus Yukichi.
Okay.
And Xiaohai versus Gachikun.
Well, we're going to find out more about that, but let's get to Gachikun on the main stage. Take it away, guys.
The crowd, they're elated watching your Rashid play. Gachikun, I have to ask you, a lot of players in Japan are saying that you are currently the best player in the country. Could you have pictured this moment back when you were just starting out going to tournaments?
他の日本人のプレイヤーはほとんどみんなガチ君は全国で一番強いプレイヤーだというなんですけれども、プロになった時にそのような瞬間を想像できましたか？
それを目指してここまでやってきて、ようやく今、みんなに認められだしたって感じなんですけど、まだまだ僕は納得できてないんで、今回優勝してしっかりとそれを自負できればなとは思ってます。
So that was something I was aiming for since the early beginnings. I'm glad that now I can finally get recognized as one of the best players, but this is not the end. I want to go all the way. I want to win this tournament, and then I will have this confidence in myself that I am actually the best.
Okay. And Gachikun, the way that you played that Guile matchup, Higuchi is looking like maybe even the strongest Guile right now, the way that he's playing. You're able to win 5-1. How did you get so good at the Guile matchup, and what's your strategy in it?
ガイルのマッチアップなんですけれども、今5対1になってすごく強いと思って、どうやってガイルの対戦にそんなに強くなりましたか？
結構日本で、知り合いの、大黒っていうガイル使いがおるんですけど、そいつと普段練習しとって、彼とやったおかげで結構今回いい内容が出せたかなとは思いますね。はい。
There's a lot of friends in Japan and also abroad that play Guile, so this is a matchup I play quite a lot. So it was like pretty common, pretty like well known to me, and well, just finished the game.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is our last match of the quarterfinals, and now we're gonna go ahead and send things over to our studio before we get to the next matches.
Thanks very much, Rob. We are here in the studio and we have been enjoying these first round playoff matches. Myself, Logan Sama alongside Jammers, and the icon, that is Justin Wong, the man who has an unbreakable curse. 100% kill rate.
Man, I am so sorry, Angry Bird. I am so sorry. I mean, I thought he was going to win.
Yeah, you thought you did. I mean, with the combination of...
So did everyone else, by the way. Until you put this...
and we got it on camera, you saying it.
Don't you put that evil on me.
But you know what? We were talking about it. We're like, Ken does really well because obviously he could jump. It's going to make hard for Ed to DP. But because of modern controls, he has access to the easy anti-air.
Yeah, literally everything that works in Ken's favor, modern controls literally denied that. But then look at this set here, man. Back and forth, letting the reversals fly. I think you said before, this was the pinnacle, the epitome of a close exchange with the Shotos, John.
Yeah, Shoto versus Shoto, the close battles with just Akuma throwing fireballs, Ken trying to get in there, and because of the footsie war, it literally went back and forth, right?
Speaking of back and forth, we thought we had a 5-4, only one 5-4,
yes.
But then it goes to Zhao Hai and Hikaru. Poor Hikaru, man. Like, that last situation where he had limited defensive options, and there's a lot of money on the line, it's hard to make the right call.
And then speaking of this one, we did not get a 5-4 in this one. I feel like it's so hard for Guile to just keep Gachikun and Rashid out like 100% of the time. You're just trying to zone him out, but Rashid's like, once I get level 2, it's time for me to play.
Are you saying I've got an insurance policy?
Yeah.
Damn.
He was cashing it in several times around. So. But let's take a look at the next round of the playoff bracket. 4 players remain: Tachikawa and Kawano. Certainly not 2 names after the first phase that people were picking as potential tournament winners, but they're still here. And Zhao Hai has been able to fight his way through with his experience. He'll be going up against Gachikun there, who you can see crushing yet another medal, crushing yet another dream, and unfortunately it's Higuchi who he is going to be sending home. Guys, I'm not going to ask you, Justin. Jammers, who can go on and win it all?
We're looking at him right now. I think in times of, especially when the character changed and he's just learning new things, new frame kills, new understanding of situations, especially how he just dismantled Higuchi's Guile, I think we're looking at the winner right
Justin,
here.
I'm not interested in anything you have to say about the winners, but I want to ask you, just so that, listen, we need to protect
of course
players. How much has the bracket pairings come into play? Because obviously it's single elimination, so your route through the bracket is very important. These character matchups, how important have these been?
We talked about a little bit earlier, all of us, bracket luck is a thing. And I think, you said Gachikun, but he's fighting Zhao Hai next, who he's going to play M. Bison against the Rashid.
I don't like how you're mentioning these names because I know you got the Death Note in your pocket somewhere and you don't want to...
I mean, I think Tachikawa's going to win.
There you go.
Wait, I just believe in the Modern Ed. Modern Ed is such a good choice.
That's the next one, guys.
And he's going to fight against Akuma. And, it's going to be a similar situation. It's a comfortable matchup for Ed.
Can we, I've got a pen. Can you just sign?
Write down?
Can you just sign here?
All right,
just
let's
get
go.
it done.
Well, whilst these guys are playing about here on the stage, we are looking ahead towards the culmination of this competition. We will crown an Esports World Cup Street Fighter 6 champion. Only 4 players remaining. Justin believes it's that man behind us, Tachikawa, who has come through the bracket in an incredible fashion, but he has a very, very tough match up ahead of him next up against Kawano, who has managed to survive somehow as well. It's going to be a very evenly matched pairing, but right now I can update you guys who have been watching at home and been paying attention to the Esports World Cup Club Championship, as Team Wolves have claimed the title in Team Fight Tactics. So you can see them placing their emblem on the totem there, paying their respects, and of course they will be adding a significant number of points to Wolves. Shout out to Wolves. They are actually a English-based Premier League football team who have moved out into esports. So yeah, shout out. That's a win for us, right, Jammers?
Oh, of course. Yeah. Premier League team.
We'll take them anywhere we can.
Of course. We had them in SFL last season. Hopefully we can get them back. But yeah, no, honestly, really good stuff there from Team Wolves.
All right, whilst Justin Wong is the curse that cannot be broken and we will not allow him to make predictions on stage, you guys at home are welcome to predict as much as possible with the STC Play audience predictions. All you have to do is get online to stcplay.gg and let us know who you think the winners of these next semi-final matches will be that we have coming up very, very shortly for you. Guys, you know what? I'll let you predict semi-final winners, not overall.
Okay.
Justin,
I mean, I do
Tachikawa Kawano.
I do think Tachikawa is going to win just because, Akuma's fireball is really good, but Modern Reaction will just have a play, doing the Modern DP, going through the fireballs. That could be a factor in that matchup, right?
Jammers, Zhao Hai, Gachikun?
Not once did you mention Demon Flip. I think Gachikun go all the way. He had a good time earlier, and I think the Rashid is very sharp, and we're getting closer to closer, and more familiarity with the characters he has on screen.
All right, we have all that action to look forward to. The semi-finals of the playoffs will be here after this short break. It's the Esports World Cup culmination today.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now.
Yoshiki is a musical idol.
Different level of rock star.
If those guys were born in America, they might be the biggest band in the world.
Yoshiki Hayashi is a music star in Japan, and he is one of the most influential composers in Japanese history, selling over 50 million albums worldwide and leader of the iconic band X Japan.
Globally, this Japanese artist is a superstar, and that's why today he joined some of the biggest names in Hollywood history, placing his hands and feet in cement at the Chinese theater.
Welcome back to finals day of the Esports World Cup. We started with 32 and we are down to only 4 competitors. But before we get to our next match, I want to let you guys know something. We have a very special guest with us, ladies and gentlemen. We are pleased to announce a special visitor to EWC. This is one of Japan's biggest rock stars, Yoshiki. Yoshiki has, excuse me. Yes. Yoshiki has contributed music to Tekken 8, Attack on Titan, and other movies and anime. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, please make some noise for Yoshiki!
I hope you enjoy the match, especially that it is the semi-final. Right now, whoever make it will go to the grand final. Ladies and gentlemen, now it is heated here on the stage. So let's introduce our players here, starting with, give some noise for Tachikawa. Tachikawa with an amazing performance so far. He defeated Angry Bird in the previous match with a phenomenal performance. He's still making it with a modern control, but no one is stopping him until right now. Maybe actually the trophy will stop him. We never know until we see this match.
Ladies and gentlemen, his opponent, also hailing from Japan, put your hands together for Kawano! Look at Kawano, stone cold, an Evo champion in Street Fighter V. And right now, Kawano is looking unstoppable with that Akuma. Again, this is the strongest performance that we have seen from an Akuma player to date at a tournament of this magnitude. Kawano, Tachikawa, meet me right here in the center. Right here, come on, Kawano. Yes, we need to see it. Lock them eyes right now. This is your opponent. In the end of the day, you guys may be friends, you may be training partners, but right now, Kawano stands in your way. Tachikawa stands in your way. There can only be one. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for Tachikawa versus Kawano?
Tachikawa, Kawano, take your seats and let's enjoy this match. Let's enjoy this match and we go to our casters.
A little bit of sportsmanship.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, but first off, before I even introduce anything, Cadillo Arena, please make some noise for us, man. We got some Street Fighter 6. Please make some noise on my beautiful people out there. Yes. EWC, that's been a culmination of nothing but bust ass throughout the week. And we are finally here in our final 3 matches. And of course, I'm joined by my guy, my brother, Jeremy, AKA Vicious. How you doing, my man?
I'm feeling a lot better with the way that things have been going down because the action has not stopped. We're bringing the hype for these big 3 matches, and for a very big reason, we are getting closer and closer to crowning our big champion for Esports World Cup.
And let's break this down, man. Listen, 3 and 4, 75K. Ooh, nice. Second place, 140K. Ooh, first, 300K. Mind you, that wasn't no shilling. I actually wanted to let y'all know that there's a lot of money on the line.
A lot.
But yes, no, this is going to be interesting. Tachikawa, I'm going to be very honest with you. I'm not going to say that people doubted him, but I feel like he hasn't showed his worth. I mean, I've been knowing this guy since Dragon Ball FighterZ. He's been a killer. When he's about his business and really wants to step his game up, he's going to step his game up and elevate. But he's definitely shown how his price has risen, his IP has risen. Just beating some of your top players, some of your favorites. He took it to Angry Bird. I did not realize that he was going to do that great against them. I knew he would be solid, but to actually beat him in that fashion, very impressive. And that's why he's here today. Of course, Kawano, what can we say? Evo champion.
He's been cold as ice ever since he's made his way through to the semifinals. If you look at the trail of bodies he left behind, just as cold. There hasn't been an ounce of doubt through his gameplay and his demeanor. And right now, even though he's facing off against Tachikawa and Modern Ed, I feel like he's gonna be just as locked in as ever. However, there were a couple of talks amongst the analysts. I know Justin Wong had a couple of concerns regarding the modern control scheme, right? Being able to effectively counter some of the things that Akuma can throw on screen at the touch of a button, at a flip of a switch with the modern scheme, right? So we'll see if that comes into play here in game one. Tachikawa versus Kawano. Let's get it.
Let's get it. First to 5 on top of that, guys. And just to give you a friendly reminder, there's no losers, only winners advance. I promise you that. So if you're not familiar, yes, no double elimination side of things, which I kind of like this. First to 5, I like it.
It's unique. I've never seen it before, but the way it's playing out with the longer set, it really shows who the better competitor is.
Great defense, Kawano. Are you serious? Okay, I'm about to say, we'll take the trade all day. I like your shoes. Well, you got no shoes on, Akuma, but it's all right. It makes sense.
Demon flip afterwards, and you just go for the drop. You are +2.
Yeah.
So going for that crouching medium punch, what is that, 6 frames? You are going to trade off with the 4-frame normal. He didn't have the life to afford that kind of trade.
Right. It's time to hustle. We're wide awake, trying to pay bills here. Oh, I thought it was a throw. Eye tech. Unfortunately, no confirmation to anything. But I'm pretty sure he was just looking for blocks in there. Pretty surprised that Kawano got hit. Nice side uppercut on the dive kick.
That was so delayed as well, but looking at the damage so far, Kawano already being put into the corner. That exchange, way better for Tachikawa. That fierce connecting against the fireball, and now just walking up into his face. You're gonna disrespect him like that in the first game?
First off, a lot of money on the line. Yes, we have a lot of games to give. Vicious, I would have done the same thing. Have a little bit of ending work in my DNA, okay? Be honest. Good stuff there. Tachikawa looking so poised, confident, no worries in the world. H2O on the side. He's ready to play some games, man. Street Fighter 6 is in prime rare form. Let's go.
Time to hustle indeed. No flinching from the side of Kawano. Does get the punish counter. In the first part of the fireball, Tachikawa in a little bit of trouble too.
Man, that ceiling fan is crazy. Back throw, please.
Calls you a rookie too. Rookie!
Yeah, you know what? Just to touch up on Rob TV, I didn't. What Rob TV said. I haven't seen Akuma in the grand stage like that, so that's a good point that he pointed out. Meaning like a live event like this. You know what I'm saying? With so much great competition. Speaking of which, though, who's bringing that competition? Kawano, though, closing that round 1.
Yeah, if there's anybody to really showcase Akuma, Kawano is definitely one of the candidates to do it. Just like that. Look at that navigating past the uppercut that has pretty much banished him from the top up until this point. But he's able to get the right angles, and I like this sweep.
The throw, oh, nice, and he held it. You know, sometimes you got to do this OS defensively, right? If you're going to go for the parry, no matter what, just commit to the dash. Doesn't matter, on defense. That way, when you dash out, no punish counter. Just go for it every single time.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. Oh, wall combo. Is that enough? Survey says. Oh, a pixel, we still alive. Kawano's still greasy. Went for the throw, nice counter hit. I respect that. Just buy some time. It's looking a little grim here, but you know, we can make it happen. A lot of drive gauge on your side. Tachikawa. We're going fishing. Sega bass fishing, if you will. Drive rush, I'm in. Time to hustle. Oh, what? What you got hit by? Oh, he tried to steal the turn.
He was
all right.
After the second fierce head connected, punish counter into OD Snatcher, he could have killed.
Yes.
He could have killed beyond the life bar.
Just fully commit. It's plus frames anyway, right? Like, just fully commit.
Would you watch a documentary called Beyond the Life Bar?
Actually sounds like a great title. Yes, it would. Beyond the Life Bar. Listen, man, before I actually commit to playing Street Fighter 6 during my day, I got to go to the gym. And I got to juice.
It's true, man.
All right, now there we go.
Oh,
right on time.
Late.
That's what I like to see. Long combos. I love this series.
Oh, and the stare down as well. Still in that pocket too. Tachikawa giving a little bit of leeway against a Kawano and the Demon Raid on the other side. A great opener sweep. Get the safe jump going.
Wow, there's no recovery on that empty Demon flip, huh? The fact that he just landed and blocked was pretty good. I'm not going to say it's cheap, but it's pretty good.
I'll say it's cheap.
All right, works for me.
Oh, yeah. We'll definitely take that. Nice and easy on the punish. Tachikawa already knew what it was in terms of the business. Having him in burnout, drive reversal not in the right place. First round of game 3.
All for the block stun. Answer well at the drive rush. I love the punish counter on the snatcher. Excuse me, the flicker.
I mean, we call it the snatcher too. Oh, yeah, so that happens a lot, right? You see him commit to the standing heavy punch. Luckily for Tachikawa, didn't suffer a lot of damage. Kawano had dropped the combo. Very unorthodox, very uncommon.
Very uncommon indeed, Jeremy. Oh, the back throw, that's what he needed. All right. A little bit of trouble there on the offense, but at least he could compose himself with this back throw. Looking for the counter hit. Back throw, wise choice. Now he ain't close for that wall splat.
Oh my God!
Cancel that extra level.
You are actually OD for that. That was actually the sickest conversion, the sickest call out against the drive impact that we've seen. Yo, highlight that. That was insane.
That happened so fast. When I blinked and I opened my eyes, I seen the animation. It happened that fast. That was very impressive there. Tachikawa up 2-1 gets one of the bosses of this tournament, Kawano.
You know the audio design is insane because that combination is something that you don't hear too often.
Right.
And it doesn't register in your brain until you see it. You're like, wait, that's a critical or that's a super coming out after the snatch.
Yeah, that was crazy.
That's wild.
Well, we'll take those. 2-1 lead, plus frames. I want to stay positive. No negative thoughts over here. Unhand me, says Akuma. We're going to go for the anti. Hey, I like that. Don't even go for the uppercut, the basic stuff.
Sit him down.
Just in case if it goes under, he goes over with the demon flip, right? I like that option there from Tachikawa.
Yeah.
Give me that. Put it in the back pocket. We ain't trying to parry. Put it in your back pocket. What's wrong with you? My arm is numb. My arm is numb. Let me wake it up. My arm is numb.
Yeah, you get the tingles?
Yeah, he got the tingles when he do the flicker.
I hear that.
Nice.
That's what the tingles are, right? The psycho flicker afterwards?
It works.
It's all the purple.
It's woke. Wow, I like that. Yo,
you press the button.
Yeah, no, seriously. No, one of the highlights is defensively, a lot of people have been making the choice of waking up into a low forward, which is a nice option due to the fact that everybody likes to walk back away for the shimmy or a reversal. It's been highlighted a lot. And a lot of people have been using their last resort finishes in every game, too. Like overheads you ain't seen throughout the whole set.
Yeah, perhaps too early, right?
Yeah.
Considering it's 2-1. Kawano had done that towards the end of like majority of the sets where he would kind of show off some of the things that really are a desperate call.
Yep.
For the most part.
We're close to the wall? Almost. Get off of me.
Oh, that was too scary. Way too scary.
That was such an ill bait. If he would have recovered in time and drive impacted, I would have lost it.
Technically, he did if he's able to block.
That's true. That is true. Should've. Oh,
he's trying to do it again. Kawano sifted out. Crouching medium punch instead to stop him dead in his tracks with the Punisher. Excuse me.
You better stop playing with Kawano. He's young, he got reactions, and he got glasses on. He sees everything.
He sees the frames.
Sees the frames.
He's in the game.
I like that he didn't even challenge the drivers. That has been common. Everybody has been trying to check the drivers and then been getting decked on the way in, so. No!
That's fine.
He got level 2, level dos. We're going to spend it now. This is actually going to be a finish if he lands an attack. No! What a way to condition, man. Out of the animation of the parry, he's kind of sneaky, right? So I like how everybody sizes him up right until the animation finishes, walk back, and punish the whip throw. Very nice there.
In combination of the walk speed, I don't blame him, man. It's so difficult to even track Akuma after he's done pressing buttons because of that deceptive walk speed. I gotta actually check what his back walk speed looks like because majority of the time, any other character, they would have been well within range for a back grab.
Yeah. Man, I wonder if that was sugar he just chowed down. Right, so just up in the senses. Oh, that's a big punish. Man, I don't know what type of sugar that was. Hopefully it wasn't artificial, but what's official here is this punish from Kawano. That's a dash up into another throw. All right, I want to have this dance. Another dance, unhand me. I'm not single. Let's go.
Taking his turn after the dive kick, not as shallow as he would want it to be as Kawano, but still trying to maintain this corner pressure is ever so important. And doing so with the forward medium kick is a pretty good strat against Tachikawa, not yet comfortable with that range or that button.
Man, this man's getting sized up in this corner. Tachikawa is definitely trying to find that opening to get out. With punish.
Sweet. Oh, the punish again. Hey, man.
I'm scoring the knockdown. I'm scoring the knockdown. Let's go. Need a translator. I chuck that blast with a jab fireball. That is so sneaky. The fact that if you have that lingering, you get a free in with a drive rush.
Truly, yeah. I swear, we're going to make lyrics at the end of the show for the song, by the way.
Man, once I get nice knowing this song, I'm going to karaoke this song. That was amazing.
That was nice.
Oh, again! How dare you?
He's running out of taste to punch.
No level. Come here!
Yeah.
How dare you? That man hit him with the duck. A little bit of essence of Dudley there, huh?
Yeah. And it's appropriate, too. Dudley's hometown?
Yep. Facts. Look at you.
Makes sense.
The minute details. Love it. Get duffed. Get over here. Conditioning starting. Oh, I tanked. Wow, you're not scared? Essence of Noah? Sweet. No, I like the demon flip to switch positioning. Yes, that.
And he just built it, too. Just built it. Just within the right amount of life to kill as well. Not quite dead yet, my mistake.
Come here.
Look at that, Logan Salmon, the blue hoodie in the back as well. He's enjoying the fight.
And he's wearing blue today, actually.
Telling you, that's it. He only shows up for the second round.
Trip.
He's hosting the first round.
It's like my way. Right on time. He's seen orange. He said go. All right, knocked down into the safest of jump. What a bait on the parry. Love how he's sizing up his offense, man, for the big damage. Oh, no, Kawano's dehydrated.
Jeez.
Give this man some water. He needs electrolytes and sodium right now. Can you actually finish the job? Survey says. Throw him. Yes.
Insane amount of meter build. That's why, too. I totally love the sequencing that he's doing. Right now, he's going for the really tricky stuff with the charged fierce into the full combo. But now Kawano, what's going to be the response, right? This medium control is insane from Tachikawa right now.
Like how you highlighted that, the medium control, man, that range, and he keeps walking into the nice. Wow, early on the flicker. Okay, Tatsumaki, the unscaled stuff. That Tatsu does a lot of unscaled damage, my friend.
It really does. That's why it's been a pretty good ender also, even if there is scale damage behind it.
Like that air to air. Look, he's just pressing buttons. Why not? There's no point to block, right? Let's see if he messes up his timing on his meaties or whatever to get something going.
That's right. Either way you slice it, tie it up in rounds. Despite Tachikawa having the one game advantage, Kawano's still going to be pressing forward. Up until this point, at least.
Wow, first to fives. Amazing. This is the first time I actually commentate this kind of bracket style, which is pretty sweet.
Really both.
Nice. DP into the level 3. That's what I would have done.
Look at how much health is being drained right now. The drive gauge for sure, but man, that is actually kind of destructive. Then you're gonna force the block? No, you're playing the blocks, or so you thought. Not even the punish counter.
Come on, he dashed in on the block in the DP. He got what he wanted. He was probably so surprised that he even blocked in time. Get off of me. Man. All right, we backing up. I respect that. You do have level 3. What a whiff punish. Do not press those buttons first, my good man. That was great play from Kawano.
That was raw aggression from Tachikawa. My man did a raw heavy uppercut. You're mine. No, he's gone. He's up.
But to highlight Kawano, you know I love that he backed off. He did not want to scramble. That way he don't get hit with the rumble in the Bronx, the speed bag into the level 2, right? Well, I actually respect that so much from Kawano to just reset the situation and close out accordingly. The wake up. I didn't hit the snooze button here. Honey, give me another hour.
Give me 15 minutes.
Give me 15 minutes.
For an hour, actually.
Yeah, hour, I'm fired. Oh, what a whip punish. That's what it's starting to end here in this world of Street Fighter 6. Well, in this tournament, don't press buttons first unless you know it's going to connect.
You know, somebody asked Justin Wong earlier in this analyst stage, what is the definition of footsies, or what is the meaning of footsies? Is don't press it first. That's what Justin's answer was.
Yeah, same thing. It's an essence in a lot of fighting games, even versus ones. Don't call assist first. Kind of fit the ball, fit the bill. A little bit. Tap it.
Unless you got a 2-frame short.
You know? Oh, that's I like the shout out. Oh, you know the data?
I've lived that nightmare. What do you mean?
McNash. Get in there. Oh, the bust out.
Man.
We gotta keep him honest. Come here. Flicker got you.
Yeah, do it again. Kawano might just burn himself out, and you know what? That's an appropriate way to burn yourself out. The drive impact upon reaction against Tachikawa. Bring him to the corner even further. Walk it out. Yes, sir. No DJ Unk. We can do it again. Walk it out.
The backdash, man. Hard read on that throw attempt there. The neutral jump. That's the pixel situation, man. No matter how you call it, you gotta guess. In this choice here, in that case, Tachikawa goes for the throw.
What do you do with 3 bars to your name at the beginning of the round? After this, are you gonna spend it? No, you're gonna take him to the corner first. It's gotta be the next transition off of the hit, right? Okay, well, back-to-back throws. You're at actually checkpoint.
No.
You're at checkpoint. You're dead.
Yes, he is dead, Vicious. Oh, man. Pack that up. Drink some water. Yeah, drink some water, guys. Take it easy.
Tatsu sequence, throw, punish counter throw, jab confirm.
Equals death.
4 sequences.
Nice. Running the plays. The X's and O's. Kawano. An advantage here. Man, is that sugar? That's crazy. You're psychotic. I love it.
And he's not even letting it dissolve. He's chewing on it.
Yeah.
Go faster.
What a psycho. I mean, he plays modern ed. I mean, come on.
It's part of the lore. He's got psycho power.
Man, look at that trophy, though, man. Are those all the souls of their opponents?
Sure is.
Man, disrespectful.
All of the keys that have been bent so far.
It is plain sugar confirmed.
Plain sugar. Huh?
I like that. You know, it's just shout out to Joe. Anytime he's in a tournament, he'll chew some gum or something like that.
Yeah.
Get the flow going.
It gets the oxygen flowing for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Jordan did it for the same reason.
I thought he just always ate hot sauce. That's why his tongue was out all the time. That was so corny, guys.
No, but I believe that.
All right.
If you had said it, if you had just kept with it, I would have been like, huh, I gotta text my dad about that. I'm like, hey, did you know this?
You gonna believe that? You gonna believe that guy? I was gonna say Fatso. Here we go. We don't shame over here. The DP.
That's a lot.
All right, just relax. Calm down. This ain't that bad for Tachikawa. Unless, of course, wow. Good guess on the throw attempt. Oh, my God. Is he going to reset it to a drive impact? Don't get too greedy.
No,
wow.
not confirm level 2.
And he got the wall slump. Oh, man. Big damage. Can he actually finish the job? No. Very unskilled. Goes for the setup.
Oh, my God.
That was so ambiguous. I never seen that. That was looking like essence of Street Fighter 4 there for a second.
He could do early fireball. He could do
dive kick,
delayed dive kick, but he went for the traditional, the raw crosser.
I never seen that. And you know me, guys. Y'all know I love the la mezcla. That is a mix-up in Spanish. I love mix-ups, and that was so ambiguous. I'm going to give that an 8.5. And the only reason because of that is because I ain't see the rest of the layers. I want to see more.
That's fair. As it progresses, if he does it again,
I want to see the other option, yeah. I want to score a knockdown. Come here. Throw. Part of my back. Conditioning.
Now, but son, you in my town.
Yeah, talk to him. This is my round.
Oh, you're dead. Also,
dead.
A very expensive round, though. What do you do for it?
I would. Hell yeah. That's a lot of money on the line. What's this? All right, so somebody leaves here. Loser leaves with 75K, but I want the 140. I want the 40. I want to get in that 140.
All things considered, with match point for Kawano, that makes perfect sense.
I like how Tachikawa was thinking to himself, was that the right choice? Well, sir, I say yes. Throw? The wake-up button. I don't know if he was sniping out the shimmy, right? Unless, of course, he wanted to like walk back, delay fierce or something. Snipe it out for a punish counter.
Right.
Man, that rock, paper, scissors was crazy from Tachikawa. Playing those ranges.
Really put into effect by Kawano, too. It's so daunting because Tachikawa, although he sees Akuma floating within his certain ranges, you can't commit to a button because Kawano's been so on point with all of his whip punishes thus far. Man, you cannot be doing this to yourself. You really cannot be doing this to yourself as Tachikawa.
Not in the last game, man. This is a little rough here. Nice uppercut. We still alive? I like how he didn't get greedy for the throw. That was nice. Walk up and block. Nice. All right. We have one ball to play with, though, but close to the burnout. Nice technical. Good defense there, Kawano.
Oh, he's creeping for the low forward range, too.
Like the walk, just creeping on him with the walk block, right? Even though he's not doing much, but he's using his body as the attack, right?
Oh, my God.
Whoa, dead? Oh, my God. He's going to wake up super. I thought he was. Now we are finally in a tied-up situation. This is what I like to see. This is what fighting games is all about. It's that stress. Knowing that you can lose at any point in time, but you bring it back. 4-4 Tachikawa. Oh, didn't recover in time. That is the proper punish on the flicker.
And that's really smart, too. I think he's really keen on watching the character flash yellow first before committing to that drive impact, right?
Cross cut, professional. My man typed it in. That's crazy. Put that in my back pocket. I love fireballs.
His words per minute must be crazy. Oh, so was the damage.
Come on, Shen. Kawano, set point. Chance to get in that bag. 300K possible. It's possible, but it's not how you start, it's how you finish, ladies and gentlemen. The raw throw. Oh, he held up. He sniped out the defensive option.
No way. That's still hit. I thought Tachikawa had recovered.
You know, that's the $1 million question, right?
He pressed the button. My mistake. He pressed the button.
Okay, give me that. Put it in the back pocket. I want to stay healthy. Tachikawa, you're looking good. Don't overextend. Oh! It ain't free. He said, get ready. Uh-oh.
He can grab again.
Oh, yeah. Last game, last round. Get nasty.
Oh, he low profiled it. That wasn't intentional. I think Kawano was trying. What? Okay.
Could have been either or.
I thought Kawano might have had the read of trying to low forward against Tachikawa for the walk back. So either way, it worked in his favor.
It was like double layers. Okay, first attack right here for Kawano. Big damage, the unskilled Tatu. Am I tripping? That's like mad light. All right.
It's a lot of damage, man.
Man, no anti-air. I haven't seen it yet, the anti-air flickers at all in the Demon Fist. But Kawano does it in so many awkward moments, though.
Yeah. Tachikawa's gotten one in the previous game, but that's about it. No, you're actually going to be dying soon if you get blocked, and that's going to be it. Ladies and gentlemen, Kawano with the patience and the big perfect. Take a sip of Calamity. He's dead.
Call the police, please. There's a dead man on stage. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, and to remind you, it is single elimination, which means Tachikawa will be going with the fans and enjoy the spectator seat. Kawano is in the grand finals, y'all. Closer and closer to that bag.
I'm sure they're talking about what they're going to be eating for dinner as soon as they get back to Japan. He's like, dinner's on you, right? Yes, absolutely. But hey, man, Tachikawa, congrats to him. Let's go take it to the stage with Kawano and Rob TV.
Oh. No words even needed to start it off. Kawano, you are officially our first player in Grand Finals. What's your mindset going into Grand Finals, and who would you prefer to fight against?
決勝戦まで進んでおめでとうございます。決勝戦の前にメンタルはどうでしょうか。そして誰と会いたいですか。ファイナルで。
メンタル面は完璧です。ガチ君待ってます。
I feel my mental is perfect right now, and I'm waiting for Gachi-kun.
Oh, I like this. I like this. But I think that's that Japanese camaraderie, right? The way you guys fighting game community is. So I want to ask you about that. Before your match with Tachikawa, you guys made sure that you shook hands. So can you just talk to us about the Japanese fighting games camaraderie? And do you have any words about Tachikawa specifically?
日本人のプレイヤーの中で仲がいいと思ってなんか友愛があると思うんですね。試合の前にちゃんと握手したり笑顔したりするんですけれども、この友情についてちょっと話してもらいたいと思うんですが、そして立川君特に立川さん特に仲がいいですか？
立川さんとは仲がいいです。
友情は日本人のコミュニティの友情についてちょっと話してもらいたいです。
やっぱ日本人はすごく攻略を共有してやってるっていうのがあってレベル高いと思うんですけど、やっぱり最近のカプコンカップだとかはやっぱり日本勢が優勝っていうのはあまりないので、やっぱこの EWC で僕かガチ君かが優勝取れたらいいなと思います。いや僕が取ります。
So yeah, we are very close friends with Tachikawa, but also with the Japanese community. We are very close. We play against each other quite a lot. So, however, recently we didn't make any results, the Capcom Cup or something like that. So this time I'm glad that me or Gachi-kun is gonna win it. No, I'm gonna win it.
Oh, okay. Love to see the confidence. Ladies and gentlemen, there it is. We have our first player in Grand Finals of EWC. It is time to find out who his opponent is going to be. Let's send things over to our commentators.
$75K being awarded to Tachikawa. How much is that going to change his life as he gets back to Japan? We'll find that question out eventually. I'm sure he's going to stream it. But either way, man, Kawano looking absolutely destructive.
They definitely look familiar with each other's gameplay, I will say that. You know, usually you see a little cool call left the gameplay from game one, but in terms of data collection and stuff like that, but honestly, these guys play each other a lot, so.
No doubt.
It's just one of those things where, again, you make those deep travels across the pond, and you're like, man, may the best man win, right? But you don't know exactly who you're gonna play as you're moving forward, so it doesn't matter at the end of the day. You can be friends, you can be enemies, it doesn't matter. There can only be one. And it looks like Kawano got a chance to be that one. The fact that he is calling out Gachi-kun like that, I'm not even gonna say that he's overconfident, that even he could beat Gachi-kun, but I mean, who would you want to play at this point? Like, do you want to play for the easier win, or do you want to go for the difficulty to get the bag, you know, and just have and earn that right for those bragging rights when they go back home, right? And they're on the same team, right?
Right, yeah. And funny enough, that throws a lot of indifferences towards Gachi-kun's opponent. Gachi-kun has to make it past his opponent first before they can even talk. Xiaohai has already taken out one of the big Japanese names in Hikaru in a very, very close set. So who knows, man? Could he be counting it a little bit too early? Perhaps. Will he regret it if it ends up being Xiaohai? No doubt. But as it stands right now, Kawano, he's looking so pristine, even against somebody who's well practiced with, right? And then one of the biggest things, one of the biggest takeaways, there weren't any huge, I want to say gimmicks or any sort of scenarios that you're not used to in regards to watching it and how the meta flows with these two characters.
Right.
Kawano and Tachikawa played it straight.
Yep.
I don't think there was any player-specific things. that are necessarily there to highlight. There maybe like one or two, but it wasn't like so drastic where it was game breaking.
Exactly. It was just, you know, they know what they look out for. They know what they need to punish. It's can I beat you in a first to 5? And that's it. Straight up.
Yeah.
Straight roll. Yep. Like that.
The only thing that was kind of unfiltered was the setup. Off of the level 2.
Yes.
Backdash, crouching heavy punch, jump.
I never seen that setup, by the way. Never seen that setup. So I don't know if Punk probably did it in one of the can openers and I wasn't paying attention, or Lee Chung was commentating and I wasn't there. Who knows? But the fact of the matter is, he styled, he swagged out, and I appreciate that. Oh, man. Your boy Tachikawa. I like that smile. You know what? He wants everyone to know to look in my eyes while I do this, okay? This is crazy. Yo, you know what? For next year,
he's gotta fix that. Put some respect on the medal, man.
I just want to see it break in half, you know?
Can I be honest with you? Ryan's gotta fix that. He's not gonna do it. Bet.
Let's go.
That thing's gonna be flying. There's gonna be a lot of chip damage for sure coming in through. But I will say this too. Kawano, he's an interesting cat, man. He'll feel remorse towards some teammates. Oh, look at, he's so proud to do it. Hands behind his back. He's like, you know what? Good job, me. Job well
look at him.
done.
He's like, that's Kawano right now.
Oh, maximum impact. That's actually crazy.
Hey, man, that's what I like to see.
That's the snap you were looking for.
Yes. She's like, hold on, let me see. Let me get this straight. Did it break in half? Let me look. Let me look. What? That guy was like, no, of course my soul will break in half. Are you kidding me? This is rigged. This is rigged. Of course mine will be made fragile, right? And whatever.
You know, maybe that was like the winning crest, the winning key, if you will. Maybe they like made it a little bit more fragile than the others.
Oh yeah, you know what? Just put one piece in the back of your pocket, the rest, just wait. In case that you do win the trophy. Look at that. Your soul is cracked in half. Tachikawa, get the hell up out of here. You're done. Kawano, Grand Finals. Oh, man.
It's so
this is
epic.
for the next match.
It's going to be so insane, man. As we get ready for the next one, let's bring it back to the stage and let's get the hype going. Here we go.
Welcome back, everybody. Right here in the semifinals, we still have one more match before we go to our grand final. This journey, you can see the keys right here. A lot of players has been eliminated from this tournament, but we're down to only 3, and we're gonna know who's gonna face Katigawa in the grand final.
Yes, Atik, you got me hyped up right now, brother. Ladies and gentlemen, our first player is ready. Who is going to be Kawano's opponent in grand finals? Let's bring out our first player, Gachi-kun! Yeah. Gachi-kun, good 8 squad. Right now, he is being hailed as the strongest player in all of Japan, which is often considered the strongest region.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, for his opponent, give some noise for Shanghai!
Shanghai, always known for the trash talk, for the immaculate play. Shanghai actually translates to little boy, but he is far from that at this point. That's a grown man with all kind of results and everything to back his name up. That said, Shanghai, I need you right here, Shanghai. Gachi-kun, I need you right here in the middle. Only one of you can advance to grand finals. It's gonna come down to who wants it more. Someone has to go home. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for Shanghai versus Gachi-kun?
Gachi-kun, Shanghai, please take your seats and let's enjoy our last semifinal and go to our casters.
Well, well, well. We got to see who's going to be a finalist here. I mean, these guys are killers, but somebody got to go. And you already heard what Kawano said. He's waiting for Gachi-kun. But Shanghai has something to say about that. And we're going to see that play out here in this set. This is going to be an explosive match. I'm calling the Bison for Shanghai. I mean, we already know what Gachi-kun's going to play. Rashid, just saying. The Bison, definitely necessary.
I think that's a very valid point considering his history, right? I think there was a moment where he had picked that character against Dual Kevin and found pretty significant success, not only in the matchup, but also later on. I think he played Bison later on during the week. But outside of that, we talked about this ourselves before we got on the broadcast. I think Bison has a pretty decent range that Rashid has to deal with, and that's also involving his drive impact.
Yeah, the Psycho Crusher through the level 2, the OD Psycho Crusher to the level 2, through the category 5. It's just a lot of things that he has in terms of checkmate scenario. So if you do put Rashid, or any character, in fact, into a burnout state, literally had a lead, everybody is worried about a scissor kick. They're like, oh man, I don't want the plus frames, I don't want to sit here and block. So they're gonna go for the jump. But then we have the luxury for Bison for an OD Psycho Crush, or a regular Psycho Crush at that, as an anti-air into a level 3.
Nuts.
It's nuts. So big damage at that, by the way, right? Let's not leave that out, but all in all, this is gonna be a great match. Both of these players react very reactive, very aggressive when they need to be. But I feel like who can control the tone faster than others would be Rashid. But in terms of evening that out, would be Bison on the damage end.
I see that. Momentum, Rashid, damage output, Bison. I think that's what the TLDR is, I feel like, for this matchup. Despite Bison being relatively new, I think, yeah, he's the newest character out right now. Despite all that, I think it's been fleshed out pretty decently up until this point. Sure, there's a couple of nooks and crannies to kind of develop when it comes to fighting as Bison. Although Xiaohai may not be like the prime candidate as like the one to look up to just yet.
Right.
I mean, the fact that he's taking it this far, I think one could argue he's top 3 at this moment in time.
Yeah.
But all things said right now, all things considered, the matchup is still developing. And I think that's the same kind of intimidation factor that could go into it against someone like a Gachikun, right? He has other Bison practice partners he could go up against throughout Japan. But this is a different beast, man. And we're gonna find out how different in just a little bit as we get ready for our first game, Gachikun and Xiaohai.
Is that a pig? Is those nostrils?
You know, I think it's somebody wearing like a hoodie. Like,
oh,
it's
really?
The face, and then the eyes kind of like serious, and then a little like mascot hoodie.
Okay. You know, sorry guys.
It's open to interpretation, man.
Yeah.
You know?
Thank you. Sorry guys, I pay attention to a lot of things. I love details, minute details, so I appreciate that.
You see what I'm
Production,
saying?
you guys are
At the top,
godlike.
You see the eyes, little whiskers, and then the nose.
Yes. Okay. I thought those were nostrils. Huh?
I'm thinking maybe. I could see it the other way around, though.
Yeah, I still think that's a potato. Oh, am I wrong?
On the left?
Yeah.
I have no idea what that is.
The goods. All we know is that got the goods, baby. And what got the goods is this matchup right here. First of 5 semifinals. Oh, excuse me. We still have a button check. Listen, guys, we got 2 screens over here. But before we start the match, please, EWC, Kadena Arena, please make some noise. We are getting closer and closer to the grand prize. It's about to be a grand final. Of course, Kawano sitting in the hot seat. Who will be joining Kawano is the question. First of 5 starts now.
I think it's ever so impressive because majority of the time when it comes to getting the crowd interactions, we're there down on the floor being able to feel that electricity. The fact that we can hear it through the headsets too,
yes,
that actually feels phenomenal. You guys have been doing a fantastic job throughout the entire week, both in person and in the chat, getting along with all of the action, and you're about to get paid off handsomely with these results. Gachikun versus Xiaohai. Call it now. Don't take it back. It's game 1.
I gotta go Bison. I gotta go Bison. He's my main man, so I'm gonna have to go with Xiaohai. I'm so sorry, Gachikun. I love you. I'm a big fan, but I gotta go with the dictator.
Funny enough, I'm not even trying to be a contrarian. I like Gachikun. He's looking absolutely strong.
Yeah. Both of these guys. I mean, a lot of clutch moments for both of these guys. Xiaohai has so many close calls. You know, you would think he would have not even made it.
Man, especially with the last call against Hikaru.
Yeah.
It's kind of rough. Oh, that is like, that looks shades of Street Fighter 5. You got the spinning mixer and it got to the other side. Unfortunate, but Xiaohai, he's making it work for himself regardless. I thought he was going to be on the back foot. My man's got knocked down, got back up, called the horse assist, and managed to get the side swap. I'm just kidding.
Imagine.
Rosinante. I just found out the horse's name. Rosinante. Rosie for sure.
Oh, his horse?
Yeah.
The horse got a name?
Yeah.
I mean, every horse should have a name, right? Okay, the forward fierce into the light back fist. I like that. Pressure is on. Trying to snipe the walk back, break defense. Oh! Yo, he should have just jumped back and chilled. You got to let the bomb do the work. I know you're trying to, you know what I mean, just lay the offense, lay the foundation to try to open them up, but just got to let the bomb do its work.
Sure.
Free throws all day. No pun intended.
Ooh, yeah. So with the range, gets the Cyclone Ender. Dash up with a frame kill. Man, that looked awfully familiar.
All right, the condition in here. The tap, tap, tap. No parries attempts here from Shanghai. You're scared of the throw.
Good block on the overhead, but not quite enough in terms of the counter pull. Gachikun being so diligent for the whiff punish. That is so crazy to catch. Medium punch doesn't stay out there for too long.
No, I believe it's 0 on block, but from that range, right? Like you just let it whiff and then you can just take it back. Yeah.
That's correct, yeah. 0 on block.
Oh, kick in the mouth. This is Rashid, baby. This guy's the representative right now. Watch it. The scouter says my legs is open.
No strings on that. Again, letting the bomb do the work, as we had mentioned.
Ooh!
You press the button. I sure did too.
Into the back fist. All right, let it simmer. The C4, as my man Femi would say. Scoop overhead. I feel it. Or the target combo. Oh, into burnout. Beautiful. Nice anti-air. Could have got a back fist there if he really wanted to. Caught the shimmy. That should be enough. Into the level 3. Wow, he wants to get there fast. I figured, you do a level 3, drink some water. No, we're trying to go to the next game immediately. Shanghai. Not being scared, not one bit. So here's the thing, right? If you block Rashid's stand jab for certain ranges, you can always counter poke back with a crouch strong, right? And that'll set the tone. Like, that's just what it is.
Yes.
Right? So that rock, paper, scissors scenario is so dangerous because you see after certain sequences, you see a standing jab, but they just walk back and do nothing just to force that whip punish.
Yeah.
It all depends, man.
Bison does the same thing because
Yes.
his standing jab has quite the range on it, looking at the hitbox here.
It's one of my favorite buttons. The back throw. We got a free drive rush from this. Oh, not even. No?
I mean, it's pretty tantalizing to press a button when he's in your face like that, right? I think that was the idea. Shanghai was preparing himself for possibly a whiff punish, but Gachikun wasn't giving him any quarter. But man, what a choice, man. Crouching short first, caught him off guard, and then got the big confirm off the low medium kick. I say it's big because the bomb, no longer a threat after that crouching short.
That's
him
fact.
trying to get
That's
a normal after that was pretty important.
That was a good choice though, considering that the crouching short looks like a low forward sometimes. To be honest. That actually does have some great range.
Yeah.
Oh no! Was it close enough for the crouch fist, for the back fist? That's very unfortunate. But we're holding our ground. Our spinal cord is not to the wall yet. So the burnout is pretty much null and void. But watch this mixer pressure. Oh, the check. You ain't touching me.
He's not afraid to press buttons in dire situations, man. He's been trained like that. He's been classically trained at a young age, playing such fast-paced games to be able to set that out. And just like that, does manage to get a significant punish counter against a very hefty recovery move of that roundhouse. Let the bomb do the work. As you had said earlier, that's totally fine. Gachikun willing to take maybe a third throw. How about a fourth?
Nah, he held up.
He jumped.
100% try to wall jump. Into the Psycho Crusher. Yeah, it's a stupid question to ask, but yes, he is dead. I promise you. Shanghai up to, well, man, I'm telling you, it's that waifu power up, dude. I gotta say.
I definitely thought he was gonna live.
Nah.
I low-key was like, wait.
No, he forgot who he is, but he never forgot the damage that he could dish out, I'll tell you that.
How does he forget his memory but still retain all of his, like, muscle memory?
Yeah, it's crazy.
Actually, that is a phenomenon that's actually not too uncommon. Yeah.
Oh, it's a real life? Yeah. I mean, truth be told, my favorite part of the Bison design is just check the wrists. He forgot how to roll dice. Look at this.
Oh, yeah.
He's like, yo, how did I used to do it?
The second outfit, he retains it, though. I think it's I swear somebody had highlighted that earlier. Maybe I'm tripping.
We'll check it out. Oh, nice.
Could have been fake, too, so that might be my bad.
Man, he's not really getting no good pressure off of the bomb. But you know what? Credit to Gachikun. He is not scared. He's just pushing the initiative regardless if he got hit with a back fist or not.
Yes. Rock?
I like that. Don't get too greedy with the EX scissors kick. We're trying to preserve some drive gauge here. Reactions. You thought I was sleeping on the wheel? Hell no. Okay, Eagle spike. Oh, I tapped. 100%. What an open up there. Gachikun showing signs of life. This is a great lead for Shanghai, by the way. He can take risks if he really wants to.
And that's fair. I think that's why he had gone for that toe tech, right, initially. But at least he's still maintaining his discipline when it comes to the ground game and the airborne game. He did get that anti-air a little bit earlier. But man, the big opener, sky high for Gachikun. Gets the dash up. No, sorry, set up the SR.
There it is, the category 5, baby. We need a pair of glasses to see through this one. We do have OD Psycho Crusher. He really could have used it if he wanted to, but he wants to make contact for a punish, right? But great defense. It wasn't that much damage. Love it. The moon boots. We have landed. Nothing but craters in Rashid's face. Looking for the DP. I love that.
A lot of mileage coming out of these medium kicks. But man, what a whiff punish counter against that sweep. Or with the sweep, excuse me.
Level 2?
Bam, bam.
Now, you know what? Preserves life. I would have done a super of some sort, just get a little bit of that drive gauge, but man, you know what? We're trying to save it for the next round for the closeout. The target combo, I think it is -3, I believe.
Not punishable, that's for sure.
Yeah. Big gap in between, though. You can't reverse or perfect parry, either or.
Perfect parry, yes.
Yes.
Oh. Great Desert Storm.
Are we going to wake up on the Category 5 with a parry? He does. Unhand me. I'm trying to live here. Oh, the throw.
Your ambition, die here.
That was ambitious. And he ends with word.
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 I didn't say it. I didn't say it.
Word.
And that was a crouching medium punch from the side of Gachiku.
Yes. Damn, what an option.
Ooh, the medium kick coming into play to check the distance. That is something you would highlight it as a very important tool to check the momentum as well.
That, and it's a perfect range in case that they do jump after the standing medium kick. You get a free hell attack. Scoop. Ooh, too slow.
Oh, that's a big trade-off. Yeah, over the back roundhouse. We'll sit him down again. Crouch jab conversion. You still have a little bit left. Oh, that was nice and easy. Even the pop-off, too. We give him the Tiger Woods. He's like, yes. That was actually very, very clean. For the most part, too, that back roundhouse can be a little bit tricky. He confirmed it off of the counter, and he saw the appropriate course of action, went for the crouching medium punch. He did it again and got another back roundhouse normally, and then got the crouch jab. He has been on fire with some of these big confirms right now. And Xiaohai, he's looking to control the pace again, stealing his turn, even after a negative situation from OD Cycle Crusher. I like this. Plant the bomb. Gachiku, not afraid to take risks of his own, despite having the life lead. Heavy mixer again. Sorry, medium mixer. Excuse me. Getting a little ahead of myself. Beg for your life. We're looking for the big burnout. Can Xiaohai get it? Damn! Are you kidding me? That was mad fun. And that's all she wrote. Gachiku, nice and easy. Making it look real clean, too, with the rest of that meter.
Bet. We back. Had to talk some other shit. We got some exciting stuff.
Oh, yeah?
That's all. I'm just, just being nosy, just talking to everybody, All right, the anti-air into the wind shot. We got some plus frames there going. Nice anti-air. Poised. Not panicking, trying to walk under to avoid the cross-up. No, we're going to sit here, stay solid, and anti-air. You know, I haven't seen a slide represented. As soon as I said it,
I knew you were going to talk about that, too. I absolutely knew
That's crazy. I actually thought he was going to do a regular roundhouse as well. Not the slide, just the regular one. But, man.
And he did it right there.
Yeah. Oh, I love me some Maisie. Into the level 3. That's it, very nice.
How often do you really get to see a level 3 from Machine, right?
Not a lot, actually. Man, you know what? That's a good point. It's always the level 2. Right.
I think you would see a Bison slide faster than you would see a level 3 from Rashid more often. More often than not, I should say.
Okay.
But that's not like a dove issue, or that's not like a, a big brain thing. It's definitely like a dove issue because I feel like his Bison sweep is really good.
Yes.
I think it's fantastic as a neutral skipper.
I mean, to be very honest with you, that there's a lot of setups. Credit to 801 Strider. It's the first time I've really seen it. You do a back fist, and as it's about to explode, you time it with the slide, and it makes the slide safe.
Ooh,
so you get a free frame trap, which is really good.
Xiaohai's done that a bunch, too. He's shown that off with a sweep. He's shown that off with a scissor kick as well.
Okay.
It's been so clean, too.
Let's go. I forgot how to play CeeLo. What's up, brother?
Good game, one song, really good.
Okay.
I really enjoy the song.
See, I love the representation. I highlighted that earlier. You wake up with the parry, okay, nothing connects, just commit to the forward dash anyway, that way you don't get punish counter. He just represented that Gachiku, good defensive decision. Got hit, but hey, he survived a little longer, right? Saving ball preserving. Man, you don't want to spend that. That stand fierce into level 1 is very unscaled, so I'm surprised he didn't go for it. It was just one attack away, right, just to finish the job. But it is what it is, though. He is the professional. He's up there with a chance to go to the grand finals. Gachiku, though, nice, setting up the offensive sequences just to get his turn back with the parry.
Nice stunner. Most of the time, after that distance, you're thinking to yourself, all right, I'm allowed to press a medium button. But no, sir, Xiaohai picking it at the right spot. It shouldn't have been his turn, really.
Oh, that sucks. That happens to me, too. He tried to do EX scissor kick, but got the stomp input by mistake. It happens. But you know what? I like credit to Xiaohai to just improvise, right, and get some plus frames and get some pressure. So, hell attack. Dash up over what?
Sending light kick frame kill. Expecting something wild. Okay, wild enough to work. That overhead. Paying off tenfold. Got the link after it, obviously. But Level 3. That's death.
I could go make T, land the OD EX Psycho Crush. I said, wow, OD EX wow. Anyway, you know what? It ain't finished.
I lied to you all. I thought that was hella dead, no?
Oh!
Yeah.
But man, pretty much the joke that I was trying to say, guys, is you have all the time in the world to confirm a Psycho Crusher into level 3. It's actually nuts. Like just visually, data-wise, you just have a big window to actually confirm it.
And I was genuinely surprised about the damage output because I do like OD Psycho Crusher's damage, but going into level 3, I thought he was gone. So genuine apologies for that one. You're overzealous.
I mean, let's be honest, his bites, he does a lot of damage, so I thought he was dead too, let's be real. Unhand me. He said, is that all? Oh.
And I love the back throw too. You are a bore. Am I?
Are you? No.
Impossible.
The real back. That's the why I order. The stand fierce, the why I order.
Yeah.
One of these days, Gachi-kun. One of these days. Let's go. Look at that, just whiffing. I like that check, because if he gets counter hit, stand jab, walking Gachi-kun down, he could get a stand short into back fist. So that's a good option. Yeah, really good.
Oh, that is so tricky too. Any sort of jump angle that kind of gets distorted midway through is so hard to decipher what kind of anti-air to use, in my opinion.
I ain't gonna lie, Gachi-kun, if you lose, I blame Kawano. I think he jinxed you, and I think he pissed Shanghai off, to be very honest with you.
Perhaps, man.
He's playing great. Gachi-kun, we may need you to raise that difficulty setting, please.
I gotta hear Justin Wong. I gotta see who he picked for this matchup too. It might be his fault as well.
I think we might get those words pretty soon. I mean, just lock in, guys. All right, here we go. Gachi-kun is up around. Let's get it. And you got the level 2 category 5, and we're gonna use it. We're low on the drive gauge too. I wonder why he's not using it. There it is.
That's the opportune time to use it too, and it's so great because you got that extra damage in, the EX. Again, he was waiting for that OD Psycho Crusher. You had mentioned that earlier. Oh boy, this confirm is gonna be so significant. You talking about that unscaled damage?
Eso va a doler mucho. Eso duele mucho. Translation, that hurts a lot. Ow. Scissor kicks. Scissor beats paper, and it looks like Gachi-kun is made out of paper. Final round potentially here for Gachi-kun. Let's see.
We don't want to see the same characteristics. We don't want to see him fold. Gachi-kun still keeping the dream alive. Yes, sir. Getting the neutral jump combo after the DI. Exposing the walk back against Xiao Hai.
He's a... Trying to bait out the parry on the wake up. I see you. The layered offense from Gachi-kun. Are we gonna get enough of the level 3? Yes, we will. Spend that. We still alive. Woo! You know what, Kawano? You ain't wrong yet. But Gachi-kun lives to play another day. 2-4, still in the favor of Xiao Hai. So Xiao Hai could be again a little more frivolously with the button presses, a little more risks. Let's see how clean Gachi-kun plays, and let's see how Xiao Hai plays to close this out.
Ooh. I thought he was going to be susceptible to that drive impact because of that medium kick, but I guess you have to press it maybe preemptively as a read. That was actually pretty clean for Xiao Hai to test it.
So high, too, off of that crumple state to the EXs. He gets so much advantage on dashing, man. Oh, what's the standing medium kick? You need that. Check that. Yeah, that's the button. You got to hit him with the good Eddie Lee. Oh, my God.
And the moment you talked about it, you decided not to use it ever again. No, not ever again, but crouching.
Look at that. Yeah, that's classic Street Fighter. Do some more of that. Yeah. Hold on, I promise you I'm not being biased. I just really love Bison, guys, okay? Kadee Arena, I love you guys. And I love Gachi-kun, too. Don't forget that.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment, too, but level 2, you got to keep your arms and legs to yourself. That jump out was, oh, my God. That is a huge error for Xiao Hai. He had the right idea. He went for the jump. He went for jump roundhouse. That's not going to cross up. He thought maybe he was going to land in front of Gachi-kun, and he went for the fully fledged damage ender with crouching heavy punch. That is a vital error for Xiao Hai. That's going to be great for Gachi-kun. Or maybe it'll, heighten the senses from Xiao Hai because he's upset.
You know, he has the right idea to try to drive impact the OD wind shot, but he's doing it a little too late. But he got to be a little preemptive, right? But, man, credit to Gachi-kun, always reacting on time. The mixer. I'm anti-airing you with a blender. It's the good kind. Oh, no. Nice. Oh, caught him walking back. That's classic Bison tactics. Wow. He wasn't scared of the pop. This guy's crazy, man. Ooh, don't. Yeah, we out. Don't scramble.
No, he's in.
Back fist. Bang, bang. Now we got to think about it. Delayed throw. What's it going to be here on the wake-up? Service test.
Frames through mediums.
Free throws.
That's fine if you're Gachi-kun.
Free throws. We're behind the line all day.
Take one more. Back throw into Isar. OD?
That's too good of an option, man.
It's too good.
No matter what's the weather, he's always cool.
The level 2 nullifier right there. If you guys ever question the matchup, you always have to consider the activation of the SR from Rashid, right?
Foot block. Blocking don't exist in my world. Oh, caught him reaching. Now Gachi-kun is teaching. No resets. Raw damage into the safe jump, huh? There it is. Trying to go for the delay for the counter hit. Good defense, Xiaohai. I respect that every blocking time. We getting comfortable here, Vicious.
I don't like this. I don't like this one bit for Xiaohai. In fact, Gachi-kun's gonna be feeling really, really good, ending it with the perfect. Now keeping it tight 3-4. Hey man, no matter who you're picking, this is great Street Fighter. We're getting closer and closer to our W, to our victor. And I don't want it if it's free. I don't want it to be like a 5-1. No offense to the other one earlier, right? From earlier today in the quarters.
None taken.
I want to see it go down to the wire all the way through.
Me too. Xiaohai right now is like,
matchup develop.
Xiaohai's like, man, I had this reservation with me and my gal. Man, I'm gonna have to delay that. I'm gonna have to cancel that. Gachi-kun don't want to give it up. He's just trying. He knows what's at stake here. He's trying to get the bag here in the Qiddiya Arena, EWC, live in Riyadh. This is beautiful, excellent. The FGC Global, baby.
Brother, this is a 65K money match.
Yes, it is. Oh, you know.
Not bad for pressing buttons. I like that.
The back fist, love that link. That was essence of Street Fighter 4, but we bust out. Essence of all games on defense. He said,
oh, that was so late, too, on the forward medium punch towards the end of that drive rush. Still maintaining that advantage, too.
My man said moon boots. I ride my horse with these legs. Toma. Scomp. Prepare. Oh, that's plus frames. That's a plus. He turns into a plus 5. Yeah.
That's rough, too.
Very good.
Oh, yeah. All you gotta do is check with the medium. That's just enough for the damage, right? That's medium's worth of damage on the life bar above.
That's one hit. KO. Yeah, there you go. There you go. I'm pretty sure Gachi-kun's gonna whip punish it next time, and I think Xiaohai knows this, so he better stop throwing that button out there so free.
That's why Sand Jazz be coming out into play so much more. That could have been a big anti-air for the finisher, and yes, sir. Even, here's the thing. There's ways to like frame trap a light in a sequence of like a medium into like a cyclone, but there are moments too where you could get traded. I don't think you can do it off of a light though. Oh. It's kind of tough. Oh, could have been a significant punish. That roundhouse hasn't really been checked from the side of Xiaohai though, right?
You know what? There's a lot of walking back, so I wouldn't mind if Xiaohai... Nice punish. And that is the great starter too. Oh my God. Lord have mercy, next hit, do not panic. Lord Xiaohai is trying to score for the big win. Nice defense with the parry. Trying to go for the legs in the case that Gachi-kun wanted to hold up on defense. Went for the hell attack with the land and recovery. Oh!
No, he knew it. He absolutely knew it.
Do it, man. Everything. Yes. You need to survive. Can we go to a 4-4 situation? It's up to Gachi-kun, and can Xiaohai close it out? Let's see what happens here.
It felt a little bit too obvious, right? Gachi-kun, he laid the trap pretty bare. Xiaohai fired away with the crouch jab and delayed the crouch medium kick while Gachi-kun was already walking backwards, by the way.
Yep. But yeah, what I was trying to say, like, there's a lot of, as you can see, he's conditioning with that standing medium kick, right? Early on from Xiaohai. Gachi-kun needs to watch out. I feel like raw, not slides, but raw roundhouse sweeps is going to be in play more.
Oh. I wonder if he tried to do normal into super, right? I think he had to have been buffering.
I seen his arm on the camera, like he was trying.
I see.
But reacted a little too late.
Yeah. At least pretty decent defense right now, blocking all the overheads and also taking the throw.
He's back. He's touching grass again. Xiaohai's back in the game. Big damage and a big meter gain here for Gachi-kun. Almost home. This should be enough. Definitely enough. 4-4 situation. No choke here. We don't need no...
No way. Gachi-kun could die in a touch and a half.
Oh my God.
That's one touch, by the way.
One away. Watch the overhead. I knew it, but good block. Lord have mercy.
That's the half.
You gotta watch out. You gotta react. He got... No! Is it over? Survey says... Oh my God, he got yellow health. Oh my God, it's over! It is over! Xiaohai advances to the grand finale. She can't believe she's like, we're gonna make it in time.
Dinner reservations.
Our reservations! Oh my God, I'm so happy. I'm happy for you, Xiaohai. This is amazing. Yo, this is Street Fighter. This is what it's all about. Look at these moments here, ladies and gentlemen. The emotion. You think people are sandbagging? It's the real deal. Man, let's send it over to our stage, man, to Rob TV. Have some words with our winner. Sheesh.
Before any questions, ladies and gentlemen, can we hear it? Xiaohai! Xiaohai!
Xiaohai! Xiaohai!
Xiaohai, I'm gonna keep this one short. I know you got a big match coming up. Kawano, let it be known that he is going to win grand finals. He is confident. Is he wrong? How can you stop him?
考完了今天说他已经打了决赛，然后他会赢的，你这怎么回复他呢？怎么回他
I can stop him.
You can stop it.
Earlier in the tournament in group stages, you played against Dual Kevin in the same character matchup. You won that 3-0, and you came here and you had a pretty dominant performance before Gachikun started making the comeback. Do you believe that you've mastered the Rashid matchup?
之前你玩过跟 Rashid 的时候，他们有别的选手，他们用这个 Rashid 你打败了他们3-0，然后你觉得你打这个 Rashid 的时候你玩得很好吗？
I think he's the best Rashid 2 in the world. So maybe this match, I'm good at this match, but Gachikun is so strong. He's the Capcom Cup final champion. But I can win, so I can continue.
Xiaohai, spoken like a true champion, but we're about to find out who the EWC champion is. We have Xiaohai versus Gachikun coming up. Let's send things over. Xiaohai versus, am I saying it correct? Versus Kawano. My apologies. We just seen the Gachikun match. It was so good, it's on my mind. Xiaohai versus Kawano. Let's send things over to our studio.
Thanks very much. Welcome back here into the studio. Thanks very much. Welcome back into the studio. And as you can see, all of us are here together. The voices that have been bringing you all the action. Shout out to James Chen and F Word as well.
What's up,
guys? How's the action been on your end? The voice is good?
Oh yeah. Listen, let me tell you something. I'm having a great time. I mean, what can I say? I got no complaints. I'm here with the beautiful people out here. Just enjoying some Street Fighter, man. I got no complaints.
No doubt.
My brother.
One of the biggest things that I really need to know is, did Justin curse this one too?
I actually bet on Xiaohai to win this just because of Bison versus Rashid, and it's really hard for Rashid to kind of stop that. So, you know what I mean? I know Yipes is a Bison, but you're Bison biased, you know?
A little bit, but I feel like it's like the Asian sensation connection, you know what I'm saying, with you and Xiaohai. So I feel the bias there. Listen, if there was a Dominican on the stage, I'll go for him 100%, all right? So it is what it is. I respect that.
I gotta say, if you checked Logan's recent tweets, I felt like he was onto something. So I thought for sure Justin had something to do with this output.
The reverse curse. That's what's going on here.
Well, guys, we're going to make sure that you save your voices for the grand finals. We heard what happened to F Word and James Chen when that hype got too much. We need you guys in premium prime condition for this grand finals that are coming up. But let's take a look at the highlights of these semi-finals, kicking off with Tachikawa and Kawano.
Oh man, this one I feel like was so good for Tachikawa at first, but then Kawano really caught on with just doing a lot of demon flips to get past the modern DPs, right?
Right. A lot of that also was like just showcasing so much of what the character can do that Kawano had to rebuttal. Okay, you're showing out Flicker, let me hit you with the DIs. You're showing the DIs, let me kill rush back to avoid that. So then in response, Kawano would have to do like OD Fireball, normal Fireballs. It's a continuation of build-up of a matchup.
Yeah, I would say it really finally took Kawano all the way to the semifinals for the DIs to finally work because he was stealing the turns. But talk about this Bison right here.
Oh my God, this may solidify Bison being super well for this matchup, but also the defensive wake-up options we see here from Xiaohai. Wake-up supers, wake-up level 3s and things like that. Being able to go for drive reversals continuously that Gachikun was not calling out, I feel like helped him save, you know, getting mauled.
Yes.
Typically see from characters like this.
The wake-up drive reversals were so good with Xiaohai just because it's stopping the charge whirlwind shot.
Yeah.
And a lot of things, the OD side crusher going to Yasar, that was the game changer right there, I would say. And look at that, just like that, the wife power up as well too.
We're getting a new house.
That's a lot of money on the line right there.
minimum 150K going home with him and his wife, of course. But unfortunately, going home and out of the bracket is going to be Gachi-kun. And that means both of my remaining picks went out of the semifinals round.
So did nobody pick Zhao Hai at all?
No, I don't think so.
Did anyone pick Kawano? I don't think so.
I don't believe so. So it's two names that prior to the tournament, some of the best broadcast talent in the world did not identify as names who would be taking this title, but they are all champions in their own right. Listen, Zhao Hai probably has more trophies in his house than many people.
1,000%.
Yeah.
Yeah, 1,000. Like playing
across
probably only second to you, Justin.
No. I mean, he. I feel like for King, when it comes to King of Fighters, he is like the GOAT. Nobody can dispute that at all.
Of course, but when it comes to Street Fighter,
I've seen him beat people with one hand.
Yes,
that's
King
insane.
of Fighters.
Just one hand.
And the execution in that game is no joke as well. But he has been grinding so hard. He made it to the top of the world leaderboards online with that M. Bison, and that is certainly not a fluke.
Yeah, grinding with that character, especially when he came out and committing to the character too as well, is a big strength. I like that from Zhao Hai. He does have the kin as well if things do go bad, but I think he'll be Bison all the way. And look at this. Not even able to enjoy the moment. He has to fight one more for that top spot.
There you can see the bracket, the path through for Kawano, managing to overcome two incredibly close matches, 5-4s, both there. Now, Kawano, he actually beat Tachikawa in, I believe, the group stage 3-1.
Yep.
And showing that matchup certainly is one that he is comfortable with. We've got two very interesting characters as well. It's proving that you people at home need to be buying your season passes. Season 1 and Season 2, you need that Akumi, you need that M. Bison, you need that Rashid, you need that Ed. The DLCs are doing pretty well.
Team DLC is very strong right now. Obviously, we saw the Ed, we saw the Aki, the Bison, the Rashid, and Akumi. We all 5 were represented so strong in this tournament.
Which is good. I'd rather DLC be represented and strong than be weak and nowhere to be found.
Well, unfortunately, there are 30 players that are no longer to be found in the bracket. These two going at it now in the grand final. So let's talk about this matchup stylistically. Akuma versus M. Bison first, then we can talk about the player head-to-head.
So
this one is an interesting one because obviously Bison doesn't have standard anti-air options, and Akuma has such an array of air pressure tools. Justin, how do you deal with that?
So, I mean, he can use Psycho Crusher because it goes to projectiles and it's anti-air, so it's gonna stop a lot of like the air approach with Air Fireball and also Demon Flips. You can use Hell Attack as well too against the Demon Flips, so that's gonna really change the game. But the one most important part about the match is that if Bison gets one hit, one Cycle Mine, he just needs one touch to kill Kuma, just because that's how much damage he can do.
It's 100%, and the access to the bomb is so easy. Off of jabs, off of stand light kick, anything you want, you get the bomb off, so that'll be happening continuously. So I want to see what Kawano does in terms of his defense, when he's going to go for drive reversal. Like reversal mash will be early before the bomb comes off or later on. I'm curious.
Yeah, I mean, there's certainly no matchup potentially in this current season where being wrong on a wake-up OD DP is more dangerous for you than if you're playing against M. Bison and you got that purple stuff right here. Boy, that could be horrendous for you. We'll find that out. But Kawano against Zhao Hai, player matchup, stylistically, how does that shape up for you?
Man, so, you know, obviously, people say Zhao Hai, he's the young gun. That's what his name stands for. But he's actually the OG when it comes to this matchup in particular. I would say that when it comes to neutral, when it comes to footsies, Zhao Hai is willing to play that slow game with Kawano.
Yeah, in the reverse, Kawano plays a very fast-paced game with Akuma, willing to go into burnout sometimes. Maybe not often this time. Might be a bad idea when it comes to Bison. However, we see how quick he is in terms of turning up the pace with the fireballs. We're switching up his options with Demon Flip and things like that. The ground game, I think it will come into play and try to push Zhao Hai to the corner.
Is this a matchup that Kawano needs to revert to a bit more of a fireball game? We haven't really seen much of that from him.
I think it's hard to go fireball just because OD Psycho Crusher exists, right? If you can use regular Psycho Crusher, OD Psycho Crusher, obviously you've seen Zhao Hai able to react with Drive Impact as well too because it goes really far. So he really needs to play the close range game, using the standing medium punch, getting Bison in the corner because he doesn't have a reversal option, forcing Zhao Hai to do wake up level 1s. If he gets the read on that, then Akuma wins that round.
Yeah, make him waste the bar. Also, I feel like being in that mid-range and goad him into the stand fierce with punish that or perfect parry, as we've seen continuously throughout the tournament, like make him afraid to use these bigger, stronger buttons.
Yeah. Both of these guys have been in incredibly tight sets as well in this playoff bracket. 5-4s, 5-3s all over the place. And they're also no stranger to big, big stages. Xiaohai's, won more Evo titles than not you, of course, but many people. And of course, Kawano's been there. He's gone the distance at Evo as well. Have they played for a prize as big as this, though?
So I would say Xiaohai played in the Street Fighter V Season 2 for New York City. And I think that was for like maybe $75,000 or $100,000. And I think for Kawano, he won Evo, but maybe the biggest prize he won was the Topanga Championships.
Yeah, pride right there.
Right?
And not money. It's about that prize. So something similar, at least in that fashion.
Is that what you think these guys are going to be thinking about? Because obviously the trophy, the pride, the prestige of this, is that going to be weighing on them? Obviously, we've seen Xiaohai is here with his wife as well. Is that a power-up, or is that a little extra kind of thought in your subconscious there?
I mean, if you look at it right now, that's a big power right there.
Yeah.
That's a down payment for a house. So I really feel like Xiaohai, he's fighting more. He's not fighting for himself. He's fighting for his future, right? So I think that's the case. For Kawano, I'm not too sure. I feel like for Kawano, he's fighting for the pride of Japan, just because, Japan hasn't been winning too much, right?
Yeah, not lately. And especially going into Street Fighter League, you're going to be very dominant, showcasing that your team, that you are on this team, is going to be supreme. So I think for Kawano, it's going to be like a pride thing, but I think that essence for both these players is going to be, at the end of the day, I want to kill.
That's a fascinating point as well, because we started these playoffs, 8 players, 6 of them Japanese, only 2 non-Japanese players. And of course, we lost Angry Bird in the first game. 6 versus 1, and we're still here with Xiaohai, still standing, fighting off against the Japanese force.
Yes.
There was so many of them that qualified for the Esports World Cup. It is an incredible feat to stop them from being able to close it out. But Xiaohai, do you think he has it in him to do it?
I think he does, because he has 2 characters at the master level. If Bison somehow does not work out, he's going to go to Ken, right, and play the Shoto matchup. And that's something that he's already comfortable doing, because, I mean, he's already proven himself that he could get to the top leaderboard in the world with M. Bison. I don't see why can't he do it with Ken as well.
But Kawano, with a character that he has melded with, that he has finally found himself with, that's a different Kawano that we saw last year, the beginning of Street Fighter 6, where he's jumping around to modern and classic Luke, which didn't really feel like him. This one feels like him.
All right, well, that's enough of us speculating. We want you guys to be involved as well, and it's again time for the STC Play audience predictions. One more time for you at home, one more match. Grand Finals time. Get online, stcplay.gg, and let us know who you think is going to take it all. Who will be crowned our Esports World Cup Street Fighter 6 champion? It's over to you guys at home. We want to hear from you.
Man,
Xiaohai looked incredibly relieved. Both of these guys have looked very calm, but I feel like Kawano is at a different level of calm.
Man, Kawano is definitely playing out of his mind. I really do love the fact that he's just standing out more, because we talked about how Kawano's an amazing player.
Evo champion.
Yeah, Evo champion, and we just thought maybe there's no Colleen yet, but I feel like he leveled up throughout this tournament with Akuma, just having more reads, being more confident, and really beating a lot of characters that really gives Akuma a big trouble.
It's going to be a battle between pride and prize on the line. This is going to be a hot one. I can't wait to see. I can't make any predictions. You can't make any predictions. For the love of God, please don't. But I think I can't call it. I really can't call who's going to take it.
One more thing, Justin. I just want you to turn around and admit that's
a pig's nose.
Is a TV screen.
No, that's a pig's
face.
nose. No, I'm with them. I'm with them.
That's a pig's nose.
That's a pig's nose.
I know what a pig's nose looks like.
That's a pig's nose, right? That looks like
I
it.
truly believe. But I mean, it's cute. It's a cute avatar. I mean, I do like the logos for both sides.
Yeah.
In general, if I had to choose.
I'm a big fan of this one. This Good 8.
No, that one's great.
Yeah.
Good 8 got some good swag.
Yeah.
They do have really good merch. So I know Kawano wanted the Good 8 Grand Finals with him and Gachikun. But you know what? Bison is he's a character, right? That really makes sure everyone is in trouble.
Well, Xiaohai has a couple of characters at his disposal. We'll find out which is able to get the job done. Is it going to be Kwano with the Akuma? He has still got the Luke in the back pocket if it comes down to it in the end. We've already seen him bring out some incredible tech with that unbelievable cross-up medium kick setup. We don't know what else he's saved for these Esports World Cup finals. We also don't know exactly how this set's going to go. No one's been able to predict the results of this Esports World Cup Street Fighter 6, and we're definitely not going to let Justin predict it. It's time for the grand finals. Let's head to the Gadia Arena.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is finally here. It is time for grand finals of the Esports World Cup.
This journey hasn't been easy at all for all the 32 players who have competed in this tournament, and now it is the grand final. So let's get into it and introduce our first finalist. Give some noise to Shanghai! This player, with his amazing performance against Gachikun, he pulled it off with amazing clutch. He has no fear in this tournament. He doesn't fear anyone, and I think nothing will stop him except for this trophy.
There is someone who does have something to say about that, Atik. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for our next finalist, Kwano! Kwano has looked defeat in the face many a times, but 9 times out of 10, he comes out on top, and that is why he is in a position that he is in right here in grand finals. Kwano, Shanghai, meet me in the center for our face-off. Ladies and gentlemen, it all comes down to this. Both of these players have fought hard throughout their entire careers, But now it is time to find out who will refuse to budge, who is going to stand tall in the face of adversity and walk away as our EWC champion. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are ready for grand finals, make some noise!
Rob, let me talk to the locals here. شباب النهائي هذا سمعونا صوت أقوى إذا أنتم جاهزين!
Kawano, Shanghai, take your seats. It is time to do battle. Ladies and gentlemen, we are getting into grand finals. Let's send things over to our commentators.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have been doing a phenomenal job of keeping up throughout the entirety of this week for all of the action. No matter who you choose, at the end of the day, you're all champions to me. If there's anything that is for certain here on this stage, is that nothing is granted, everything is earned. Here at the Esports World Cup, it's time for grand finals, baby!
Let's go, man. Listen. Sorry, guys, if I tend to get a little quiet here. I love watching some Street Fighter. I'm pretty sure everybody at home loves watching some Street Fighter. And everybody here in the Korea Arena, one more time, make some noise to me and Vicious in the world of the FGC, y'all, for the one time. Okay, I hope I heard you. I think I heard you.
I definitely heard you.
It's all right. I heard my heart, you know what I'm saying, pumping for that. But anyway, man, second place guarantee 140K, but who wants 140K, right? We're here for the 300.
I do. Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Right. Man, well, let's just highlight a couple of things. Kawano, it is not Gachi-kun. It's obvious, right? Well, I feel like you earned this right to represent Japan on your own.
That is correct. So going into it, do you think that might have fueled the fire for Shanghai? That was my main question going into it, actually. But the second one, I know the analysts touch upon it just a little bit. Shanghai versus Kawano, there are a few characters at play that could happen. Let's break it down real quick. Bison versus Akuma, your thoughts?
He could go either or. I agree with what Justin Wong said earlier. I would say start with the Bison. It is a first of 5, right, after all. So you have all the time in the world to adapt. But in terms of trying to end this quickly, I would love for the Bison. A lot of options in terms of sniping out demon flips with hell attack. You can't demon flip too reckless because he does have access to regular and OD Psycho Crusher, which will be used a little more. But all in all, in terms of pressure, in terms of the whole overall strategy, Bison has historically fought Shotokans very well.
Yeah.
Now, let's say if Shah gets in a position where he gets mauled by Kawano, he does have an option to go into Ken when he does have an OD reversal, so he can slow down the pace, and Ken fights Akuma just as well.
It's a different type of pressure, for sure.
Exactly. Jump strong defeats all those demon flip options as well. But Kawano's not the type of player to just spam demon flips. He actually is very more of the I pick my spot kind of guy when it comes to that, not flow chart. So, I mean, at the end of the day, it's a better option no matter who he picks. Obviously, Ken has OD Fireball, which doesn't knock down, right? So you can drive rush behind it in the case that they do get in a Fireball war. But Kawano, he's kind of sneaky in that game plan, considering the fact that he likes walking you down and he likes staying in those ranges. I mean, you see how in those ranges, you see the way he moves left and right pretty fast to look for those whiff punishes. But I'm going to be honest, just flip a coin. I don't think it matters what character he picks. He's going to be a strong showing.
For the side of Shanghai, I completely agree with you on that. Bison or Ken, it's going to get the job done for at least how he wants it to be done. On the offhand, Kawano, he's limited to this character. Granted, he's played a ton of Luke that got him to this point, up until the point where Akuma was downloaded, Akuma was released, and of course, he had made his way, a very significant way, via Topanga League not too long ago. So, I mean, with that in mind, him being limited to Akuma, we can talk about his training partners. He's got Pugero on deck for sure as the main one. I'm sure he's hit up Dogura as well.
Nemo
100%. I think he's going to be just fine in terms of the conditioning of what the different looks are when the bomb is planted. That's my biggest concern as Akuma because of his fragile life. In terms of the Ken play, I think he's going to be just fine. Not much needs to be said about that, only because you see 1.5 million Kens a day. Whether it's in casuals, ranked, on a tournament, there's no point in really stressing that out.
Sure. All right, here it is, opening gambit time. Somebody's going home with 300K, and even with the loss, it's a big chance for some cash, but man, I want the big bag. I want the one that's, I want the middle one, all right? Now let's go. Already with the perfection parry into the drive rush. He is awake and he's warmed up. This is dangerous. Kawano was in the hot seat. Sure, grand finals kind of get iced out, right, a little bit. Shanghai has been in the warfare this whole time. trying to gain his respect into the grand finals, and he is just looking phenomenal. Kawano, how you feel? Yes, that is -5 on block. You got to watch how you space out that scissor kick. Great punch.
Very, very clean punch from inside of Kawano. Ah, the animated, yo.
Early on, I like that. He could have delayed that. The traditional bait is just go immediately into the head stomp, right, to bait out the DP, but let's see if he actually fishes that out. Shao Hai still down, but remember, just one hit away. Oh, back fist. Now this is when the party starts.
That was so aggressive, too. No, checking on the side switch as well. That's going to be great for Kawano.
We caught the sequence fighter. Nice.
Beg for your life. It's going to be the parry. Kawano 100% ready for it. I don't know about all that.
Did he assume that it was going to be more animation behind that? Wow, that was a bit of a brain fart, but you know what? He cleaned his plate anyway, so it's okay. He probably thought the stomp was coming, the big one, when he jumps off his face.
A little bit of a mishap, but he was maintaining the parry, so it could have been that, or he maybe just was thinking too hard about trying to get that dash in, perhaps.
Yeah. His brain took a number 2. Yeah. That is +5. Oh my goodness, time to guess. Are we gonna go for the target combo? No, we're gonna confirm. Forward fist, back fist, more pressure. Throw.
Woo! Nothing of it.
It's all right, he got the lead, he's cool.
Up until this point, Kawano, very explosive with that starter. The OD uppercut, oh, a little bit too late for Shao Hai.
That's a bit of a slow start. We can't just react to the fireball like they kind of like, you gotta know he's doing it. You gotta be a little bit farther on the screen. That way you can activate a little more safer.
It is kind of tough with the speed as well. That's gonna be a lot of damage too. Whether it's with, he's still gonna be within range because of the recovery, etc.
Yeah. Oh,
that's a whip punish and a half. Yikes.
We're looking for that at a cross strong. We're right on the money, Kawano.
You talked about it and he delivered. I think that was more so Kawano's fault than it was Shao Hai baiting.
Oh my God, yo, check the health insurance though. And we burnt out. Yo, what happened through your life, my friend?
He's living like an American right now, I'll tell you what. Living free, dying hard.
Wow, raw scissor kick, caught him clipping. Walking forward and trying to jump out. Speaking of jumped out, he got all the cash in the world. Is he gonna spend it? No. Safe choice. A lot of people tend to get a little greedy just to get that lead, but I like that he's trying to stay green on the gauge. Yeah, standing medium kick all day. Oh,
okay!
In the DMs. You see the girl? You see the bobsledding slide? The Olympics just finished. But that's usually Winter Olympics, no?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you get it, guys.
And you know what? It's totally fine because he wasn't burnout, right? You're hitting towards the later end of the active frames because of the distancing. So I think either way you spin it, Shao Hai made a very intelligent call off of that slide.
The parry, the wake up. See, those are options that you really have to take over.
Oh,
wow,
look at
big damage. I like that. So I like that he's, as you can see, he's killing the frame with the stand short. You can always get stand strong off of that setup, which is pretty good. So he snipes out a counter hit, a wake up, whatever. He's dead.
You know, there's something about that combo that just looks so good. The sweet chin music into the back roundhouse.
Yeah.
God, that feels good.
Into the drive rush looking like the T1000. Looking kind of crazy. The demon flip. Oh.
I pressed the button, yipes.
I would have pressed it too. I'm going to be honest with you. I teched. I'm going to be honest.
I teched 100%.
All right. The pressure is on. You know, a lot of people don't like that back roundhouse from Bison is just +1. I feel like people will love it as +2. You know, they want that throw mix-up. But you know what? You got drive rush, though. So it's all right.
Yeah.
To make it plus. To force the math. Nice. Stop. The hell attack is ridiculous. Oh, my God. He's playing it. Okay, good reactions. Man, he was greedy. He wanted it.
He was already going in with that.
He wanted him dead. If that did land, though, 100%, that was a free Psycho Crusher into a finish. We do have level 3. So Kawano with a chance to tie this up. He needs it because that powdery donut is visible. Okay.
Word?
Word.
That's cool.
That is cool.
I have never seen an anti-air like that.
Take it. The back fist with stuff. We looking for the shimmy.
That was
sniped out the throw attack.
Risky. That was absolutely so risky, too, at the timing as well. Kawano moving on in now. Uppercut does get the anti-air. Great block on the overhead. I'm liking this, too. Here we go now. What's going to be the choice? That counter hit. Plant the bomb. Yes. So this is going to be great. The damage output, the burnout. Shao Hai still looking very green. This could be the beginning of the end.
We got a safe haven here, level 3, so don't really have to worry about a drive impact. Kawano does have reactions, but how are you going to break free from this scissor kick prison? This is looking rough. No! He could have neutral jump with a button, but he was so scared that he was going to get hit. But that is enough. Kawano steals that one. Patience paid off again. Vicious. It's not how you start, it's how you finish. And he finished the job there. Kawano adds a breadstick to his side. One apiece.
I like that. The big buttery breadstick. And the good call out too. The jump away from the EX Cycle Crusher, the OD Cycle Crusher at that's actually kind of rough.
Man, he didn't even need to overextend. I know he was just searching for blocks since he could end it quick, right? Chip him. Has all the time in the world to really like hold it down and just look for what he's looking for. You know what I'm saying? Oh, man, thank you so much. We got the cameraman over here blessing us with some water, man. I appreciate you, brother. You look awesome. You make movies? All right. All right, here we go.
Yo, that was negative, and he still pressed the button. That was a counter hit.
He tried to walk up throw. Disrespectful from Kawano. He should have just
There
played
was
the
a
numbers,
micro
yeah.
step forward. You know what? You're absolutely right. Oh, hey, that's not bad. Punish counter throw against Kawano, but you're still going to bust out.
Demon flipping play, though. What's up? Standing medium kick. That's a privilege button. There was a certain Caucasian woman that used to do that. I think y'all know who I'm talking about. Karin.
Ah, a little bit.
Little essence of it. Huh? Oh, nice. I love it. The cross cut, the back throw. That's a wise choice from Shanghai. Better the throw than the counter hit, right? So, didn't combo. Didn't have that.
Oh, he held it the whole way through.
He got it there. Oh, trying to jump forward. He dead.
No way.
He's
No
dead.
way.
He's dead. Pack it up. I love it. That was a great choice there from Shanghai.
That is insane that he went all the way for it. Kawano actually took a little bit of a trip from the skies and surprisingly enough, didn't clip Shanghai. That was actually so wild. Unless I'm misremembering. Did I blink?
I don't know. Oh, what an option to get out. A lot of people try to sit there and they try to like parry it or stuff like that. Could turn into a dangerous situation for the defender, but I like the drive rush out the corner.
Again, the checks too. Oh, the uppercut. Yo, that's been his ace in the hole thus far against pressure.
Oh, he tried to drive rush. Uh-oh, he got dehydrated. He didn't even notice.
He didn't hit at the cameraman. He should have.
That was good. We got water for you here, Bison. All right, here we go. Oh, come on.
He was buffering forever.
It was clear as day. Kawano, yo, is this the risk we taking for 300K? Is this what it's all about?
Hey, that button, medium kick,
that button.
pretty good.
Pretty good. Max distance and force a jump.
You want to throw a fireball? Not today. I'm kicking your hands.
Nope, keep it right in your pocket. I like that from Shanghai. He looking good out there. You looking good out there, my boy. Kawano, you need to raise that difficulty setting. You called out a certain person, and he's not sitting in front of you.
It's kind of crazy too, man. There might be moments where Shanghai is at the deficit, and he's still getting the coaching in his brain. He's like, I'm seeing 3 of them out there. Hit the one in the middle, and he still nails the target.
Yeah. I love that movie, actually. Okay, here we go. Sweep. Double dash into the throw. Conditioning. No, looking for the tech. Man, I'm loving the... All right, so when you take blocks done right, it actually pushes you back. So he uses that to his advantage to get a whiff punish. I'm loving that from Shanghai. On the jump back.
Damn, man.
Are you serious? Oh, now he's checking. He ain't trying to go for the throw no more. I see you. Take your time, my boy. All right. All right, set the tone with the fireball. I love it. You know he could die still, right? Like, this is very possible. Nice.
Yeah, with authority,
He ain't off target. That was very nice. Fight.
He got the board off the background. Off from Charles Barkley. Throw.
All boards.
I fell for it too, lad.
Was that part of the plan, Shanghai? That was so good.
That was so genius.
Why am I...
You're dead.
Yes, he is.
You have to build a level 3. You haven't even bars to extend it. Yes, sir. EX stop. Yes. Oh, my God. I was going to see a Twitter clip.
That was
100%.
That was good. Oh, there's good. And then there's really good. What? Was that an option?
100%.
Wait. To back this to avoid the demon flip? I'm going to be honest. I feel like that was an input error, but it just worked out. The universe is watching. The stars are aligning. Throw. Anticipating the background house was Kawano.
I mean, it's really spelling out for Shanghai at the moment with all the momentum as well towards Kawano back almost towards the corner forward throw. Now you get to set up pretty nicely. Strike throw game is going to be so difficult.
Take the throw, wise choice, Kawano. I'm surprised he wasn't inputting a DP, but it's over. We're going 3-1. Yes. Is that a perfect double?
Is that
double Kurt Hennings? I see 2 Kurt Hennings. Survey says. Oh.
Damn, he got the PP and the V, dude. That's got to be pay-per-view, dude. That's so much damage on the top. This guy, Xiaohai, is giving him no room to work with. That's actually kind of crazy. Double perfect and a regular victory for Kawano. That's actually kind of wild.
Oh, delicious, that was bars. Oh, you know me and bars. Oh.
Chat's already thinking the other way, but I'll tell you what, man. Pay-per-view, you got to see it live here. Xiaohai is going wild. I see you, production. Don't worry about that one. Forward throw for the punish counter against the flash parry.
Oh, he held up. It wasn't even a counter. He just tried to get out of harm's way. This is tough time. The gas throw. Take it for the one-time meaty fireball. Looking for the crouching jab or the shimmy, either or. That's the button. That's the button. No, big
No, you went for the sweep?
That was classic punish. He could have got more with a crouch strong, but, you know, probably scared that he wasn't in range. So goes for the basic stuff. Still get pressure.
I haven't seen that normal since we got here.
You know, I will say this, at the highest levels, I've only seen Angry Bird represented, but you don't really see sweeps unless if it was a whiff punish. You know what I mean? Like at the highest of levels.
Oh, you're right, yeah.
Oh!
Dang, he's slugging.
Man hit him with the YIO. It's like, did I used to do Psycho X like this? 6 free throws all day behind the line. Don't foul me.
Oh, man. I'm waiting for the option select against the whiff throws, but it's fine. Xiaohai still manages to plant the bomb. And the low forward again. Kawano, he's getting so much mileage out of this now. Forward throw. What do you do about it? Dash up. Hey, give me another one. Maybe a delayed one, perhaps. You know what? It's fine. He went immediately forward. Lights. More than enough. Gets to drive forward again. Uppercut is all she wrote. I mean, even if you want to do the uppercut, even if you want to do the super, he's totally fine to do whatever he's so pleased. What is it, 3-2?
3-2. Another day in the office here for Kawano. Started a little shaky, but he's coming back into rare form. Kawano, one of the best in the world. You know, I kind of like this speed for him. Akuma?
Okay, you know, that's a great way to put a speed bump in front of him. That drive impact, just in case you have to read on something like a scissor kick, pretty significant. The damage, I never seen that before.
Did you see that? Wow. Trying to get damage. I'm sorry, brother. What you say?
No, I mean, I couldn't tell what the option was afterwards for Kawano off of those jab resets, right? Xiaohai doesn't really have a reversal option outside of doing a level 1.
Correct. Yes. It's true. Oh, big punish. That's what he needed. Oh, slow that man down. Okay. You got drive impact. Wow, didn't react. You are so dead, my man. Yo. We're going to the next round. Next round, homies. I promise you he's dead. I don't lie to my people. He dead. Lord, he didn't even need to do that for real, but we'll take it. Guaranteed there's a lot of money in the line. Spend that cash to gain that cash.
I didn't know he could still go yellow after that. That was actually kind of wild. Yeah, the OD stomp was just enough with how much drive gauge he had left, and the level 1 so optimal.
You must remember, it is unscaled. It's single hit, unscaled. Here we go. Standing medium kick, I feel it. You know what, and that size is up to stand fierce as well. In case they're trying to overextend to stop you from throwing the standing medium kick or crouching strong, either or. Bison! Oh, with punish. I knew he was going to get hit somehow. All right. That might discourage Xiaohai to use that a little bit, but we'll see.
Ooh. No, and he was ready for that. That's one of the trickier normals to try to whip punish. Kawano, he's locked and loaded now. Level 3, very expensive date, but hey, man, he wants another shot at greatness. I totally understand. Take a sip of calamity.
Damn, call the police. You know what? That's Bison. He don't need no help from nobody that holds authority.
I think the crowd is happy that this is happening.
Yeah.
In all fairness. Yeah, our local fruit vendors fighting the bad guy.
Yeah. Back fist. Absolutely. Let's put the bomb on him. Overhead.
No
Good
way.
read. You're so dead. Wow, that was so optimal. He got a level 3. There's no way he's dead, right?
He doesn't get to juggle it anywhere else, right?
Oh my God. No shot.
No way.
No shot. Burn up for sure. Oh.
Okay, but that's a lot.
Welcome stand meter kick just to put up. I respect that. On my own time, I'm going to go on the burnout. He did the empty teleport. Finally, somebody represented it. He could have done even more back roundhouse to jump strong, either or. Look, you already see him pumping the inputs.
Didn't you just punch the shadow? Yeah, that's what I was thinking, right?
Yeah. Oh my God. We back on the green. Kawano is still greasy. I promise you, and that's a good thing.
You know, Kawano could kill off of maybe like a touch and a half, depending on how he gets that initial touch.
Yeah, you see Xiaohai not even throwing a standing meter kick as soon as I speak, though. Looking for that count, and there it is. Woo, that button, that is godly, I'm telling you.
And that was Kawano trying to kind of poach upon the space. He actually walked up and got hit by it. There wasn't a counter hit involved.
True. There you have it. Kawano got to think about it for a second. I mean, he does have characters in the bag, but I mean, he has a loop, sure, but let's not switch. Let's stay tried and true to the Akuma. We're just going to have to adapt. Remember, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. But Xiaohai, though, with a chance to bag him up and bag it up. What are we talking about? That cash, baby. 300K on the line.
Oh, that is so destructive to your health.
Oh, stomp. Oh, yeah, optimal stuff. Level 1.
That's so hard.
I thought you were going to go for the lower level 1, but you know, we're going to save that cash for the next game to gain that cash. Standing medium kick.
That's so daunting. And also, being able to snipe out that Fierce, too. That was forward Fierce at that. Extra range.
I love Bison. I just want to say that.
He's a good character, design-wise, and currently in the meta.
Damn, that drive rush into the scissor kick, man. It's just to bait out any check attempts on that drive rush. That is so good.
This is kind of wild, man.
Oh, wailing at that drive gauge. Just go on.
It's a great way to stay alive. Does have the burnout against Xiao Hai. He's got to play the defense of his life. He is at tournament point, by the way.
Oh my God, cut the check. Nice, right on time to get the back fist. Oh my God, almost that burnout. He tried to dash up throw. You're psychotic.
Oh boy.
Who's touching the green right now? 2 balls on Kawano's side, so he can't react to the drive impact.
Kawano dies off of a medium if it connects, by the way. And it's going to be the drive impact, ladies and gentlemen. If he completes the combo, which he will, Xiao Hai is your Esports World Cup champion.
I cannot believe it. I know Xiao Hai can't believe it. Everybody in the crowd. Yes, Xiao Hai, it is finally over. That was a long road ahead, but my God, it is time to take your lady, go on a vacation, on a cruise, whatever you like. Xiao Hai, you are the EWC 2024 World Champion! Unbelievable. All right, I'm gonna keep it a stack. Shout outs to everybody that was involved, from the competitors to the viewers to everyone in this building. It is absolutely amazing that Xiao Hai, I didn't call it, but you know what? He deserved it. He played phenomenal. Yes, I will get emotional too. No, don't make me cry, bro. Please. Please, tranquilo. Man, look at that. Happiness. All natural. Hard work. Xiao Hai, one of the legends of the game. Wow, taking the final piece to put it on this coveted trophy. Yo, that looks fire. Wow.
You're a big champion. That's Xiao Hai, ladies and gentlemen. If you didn't know, and now you do, your Esports World Cup champion.
Xiao Hai, you've worked so hard for this moment. You are officially the Esports World Cup Street Fighter 6 champion. Please tell us how you are feeling right now.
他问你现在感觉怎么样？你是今天的冠军，跟他分享一下你感觉怎么样？今天。
My name is Xiao Hai. And when I play the game, I'm just 6 years old. Xiaohai is a little kid, and now I'm 35. Too many people say I'm older, I can't win anymore. But today, I proved myself.
Oh, yes!
Yeah. Thank you, EWC. Thank you, Esports World Cup.
Xiaohai, my last question for you has to be about this woman that is next to you right here, your wonderful wife. Again, what does it mean to you to share a moment like this for her? What does it mean for you and your wife and your family?
Maybe I need to say in Chinese.
Okay.
我很感谢我老婆一直陪着我。有很多人说，哎呀，我带老婆来，肯定就是来旅游的，不可能赢的。我今天我就要证明，我带老婆，她是我的幸运星，就是能赢冠军。第一次赢，我老婆在，这个 moment 很值得纪念。
Okay. So I would like to say about my wife, I really thank for her to be here today. And many people was thinking she was here with me just for have a holidays or on traveling, something like that. But she's my luck. She's here today representing my luck. And I'm very happy to win today and give her her moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have officially crowned our champion here at the Esports World Cup. It is time for Xiaohai to go to the back and put his keyframe into the totem in order to entrench himself into the Esports World Cup Hall of Fame forever. One more time, that's the end of Street Fighter 6. Make some noise for your Esports World Cup champion, Xiaohai!
好，走了，一起来。他们会帮你。
Wow, I'm quite a stern man, but the line about when I play, I'm just the 6-year-old boy playing hit me right there as well. He finally proved himself. Xiaohai, the World Esports World Cup champion. What a fantastic performance that was in the grand final.
Man, that was confidence just the whole entire time. The fact that he was able to just like play his bison, play the game, and able to really capitalize off of like Kawano's mistakes. I think the beautiful part is, people said he can't win anymore. He's 35, but today he proved himself. Like it's a beautiful thing right there.
And what a day, and just in general, week to proving himself against the best of the best. Again, back to Kawano. Kawano had some great defensive decisions. We saw a lot of tap parry, but he was opening, exposing Kawano's toes, as you saw right there with the slide. And going in for things like this, we see Kawano adjusting. But every so often, you see him do things like I'm going to jump back, jab, and things like that, catching the demon flip. We saw also elements of Xiaohai putting on the pressure and putting on a lot of offense, like with the overheads and the bombs. And as you mentioned, making sure to maximize the damage when he's able to get those hits.
Justin, both of these characters do huge amounts of damage, but it seemed like Xiaohai was the one who could access that more frequently. Why was that?
It's just the neutral, right? The fact that you can't throw fireballs as Akuma because you're scared of OD cycle pressure, right? You're scared of his level 2, you're scared of drive impact. Scissor kick alone is a neutral skip tool against Akuma's crouch medium punch, crouch medium kick, and like you said, they both do a lot of damage, but Bison could get there faster. Bison could take 3 guesses, while Akuma can only take 1 guess, especially if a Cycle Mine is on top. We've seen the Twitter clip, the 70% combo, literally during this set alone. Now look at the damage right there.
Brother, the damage dumped out from Akuma was great, but as you mentioned, just the access. And also closing it out simply with like stand medium kick and things like that. Yep. Non-committal buttons we were talking about all day. Stand fierce, overhead, things that are reactable, kind of dangerous. So he's like, cool, I'll take it off the table for a little bit, get my hits where I can. If I can land out the big damage,
look at this damage.
Right
look at
here,
this damage.
Oh my God. Capcom, please, leave this character alone. I'm begging you right now. I know you're watching. Leave my boy alone.
Yeah, and the best part about this, like, because Xiaohai knew he had like such a huge lead, he's able to take more risk. He's like, you know what? If you're gonna react to my drive impact, show me.
Yeah.
Because I'm up game.
Do you think that this was you know, indicative of Kawano's playstyle. He plays a very grounded style. He doesn't really rely on the fireballs anyway, we know that, but it's still a generally very grounded style. And against Bison, he's kind of uphill. A lot of the M Bison players say the biggest issue they have playing Akuma is when he takes to the skies, and we didn't really see that.
They are liars. Those Bison players are completely lying to you. Crouch Heavy Punch is such a reliable anti-air. The fact that if it counter hits, you could special cancel into Cycle Mine, right? Just that's one, that's huge. Two, Cycle Crusher is a perfect anti-air as well too. Three, Hell Attack is so easy to land in this game. So I feel like a lot of Bison players might say that he has bad anti-airs or like it's really easy to jump against him. They're lying to you.
Isn't it an issue that the risk reward when Bison is right, he can just do so much damage and obviously steamrolling offense because he in certain situations he can put the Psycho Mine on. He does get Oki, he does get big damage situationally off those anti-airs as well. So when he's right, he's really right, and Akuma really feels that.
Yeah, I mean, typically, you could say that there are some knockdown situations that Akuma could get, you know, some Oki, hitting things with sweeps and stuff like that. You dash up for a throw or strike or whatever it may be. But Xiaohai's innate defense, we talk about the drive reversals when he's playing Gachikun, his wake-up decisions in terms of like super, when he uses that, I feel like that puts Kawano off game, so he's like, maybe if I do get a demon flip, it won't be too much.
I've got a very interesting question to put to you guys that I've been thinking about a little bit during this grand finals. During this last day of competition, in fact, coming into this event, not a lot of people were talking about Zhao Hai as a potential winner, but he was one of the players that managed to make their way up to the top of the leaderboard online. And we've seen consistently that players that succeed at that highest level online are consistent offline as well. Do we need to put more respect on those players for their online achievements because they are starting to carry over more and more with that fantastic netcode that we can enjoy in Street Fighter?
I'm gonna be honest, because we have great netcode now, online has leveled up everybody. Every day there's an online tournament just like around the world, right?
I mean, yeah, just look at Noah.
Right, look at Noah, and the fact that like it's so competitive to play MR. MR seems like it's a Capcom's ideal of like how MR works. It really got everybody to be like, hey, let's fight for the #1. We even saw that with Punk and just like Kaznoko just like tweeting at each other like, hey, this is #1.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So it seems like the competition is so strong right now for online.
Yeah, I think online, again, as you mentioned, having so many arenas and places to play and prepare yourself even for these tournaments allows you to stay solid. And we've seen other players who have like, okay, maybe I want to take a break and not travel. I can still get my practice online. However, offline is really counts. And it's good to see the reward of practicing either online or offline come out here at the EWC. Even if you didn't make it to the top spot, you can see a lot of players have gotten better. Like Ryukichi, for example, definitely was well rewarded. But our champion, again, is Xiao Hai.
Oh.
And there you can see Xiao Hai with his part of the medal that he will be taking to the totem there at the entrance of the Gadia Arena.
That's so sick.
That's beautiful.
I mean, they put so much work and thought and creativity into these trophies, into this process. His name will be entrenched on there forever as the inaugural Esports World Cup 2024 Street Fighter 6 champion.
Man, I just think it's crazy because you're like literally like immortalized.
And they got his name on there.
Yeah,
already.
literally
Shout out to
immortalized.
whoever's responsible for that.
That was quick.
Yeah,
within minutes.
Lined up perfectly. They have done a good job of that. But Xiao Hai is going to be on that totem and recognized forever as the Street Fighter 6 champion of the Esports World Cup 2024. And what a fantastic result it is for him. Both of those grand finalists, of course, making out with an enormous prize pool as well. Life-changing money. Justin, what do you think as a player, because you have been a professional player for the majority of the time that I've known you, what do you do after a big win like this with a big prize check? Obviously, in your time, you never saw anything of this scale, but how do you go away and enjoy yourself after?
Man, to be honest, the grind just never stops. Just go home, you know, maybe take a 1 or 2 day break, but I just want to get back on the grind, watch some more, watch my matches, watch what I could have done better, and just play some online games, right? Punk, he won Evo, and once he went back home, he lost his first match in ranked match. So I feel like maybe Xiao Hai will do the same. Maybe he's going to take, you know, his wife on a good dinner date, like vacation, but he's probably itching like, hey, there's more tournaments in the future. I need to make sure I stay sharp. I don't want to just take it easy.
Yeah, I mean, There's the CPT World Warriors are still going on. He wants to qualify there. There are offline premieres that are still going on. I'm sure he wants to qualify through that as well. But I feel like this is a huge boost to be able to beat the best of the best.
Huge.
32 players that have grinded out through some of the hardest, if not the hardest, Street Fighter 6 tournaments offline. To get to this point, this has got to be one of those momentum things that he can just ride continuously.
I've heard Xiao Hai speak a number of times, but I've never heard him speak with such fire and passion when he said that I have proved myself.
Have you ever seen him be emotional at all? I don't think I have.
No, not like that. He was like, I've never seen him cry. Like when he wins KOF,
Yeah.
it's like expected.
Like another day at the office.
You know, that's what it feels like. But
Yeah.
Street Fighter, like, you know, like, because when we think about Street Fighter, we think of like, this is the game that you want to be the best at, the grand scale, the world plays this game. So the fact that Xiao Hai participated, like that.
Oh,
really
wait. He can choose any 3 keys.
You know, he has to choose Punk.
It's got to be Punk. The first
He
one's going to be
can
Punk.
choose
Oh
any
my God,
Everybody's
he has
keys, guys.
Punk.
Which one would I like picking a donut? You know which one you want.
I really think, right? Like, if you, Logan, if you had to pick who you think he's gonna choose,
I mean, you know, he's gonna have to be Punk in there, isn't it? Surely, come on.
now what about the other 2 players?
I would probably go for obviously Kawano, who he managed to defeat in the grand finals.
I would think Hikaru, just because that was a match where he
really
was
dug it
down
out,
3
yeah.
games.
Like, literally down.
That
and
was
then
an incredible
to
comeback.
one interaction at the very end right there too as well. So I feel like those were the. Yeah, I would pick those 3. I'd pick those 3.
Well, looking forward to seeing the 3 that he picks. He has got 2.
Oh, like he's like, hey, you think I should pick Punk?
Which one?
But you know what's really good? I saw earlier before we came into the studio, he went out with Mena. So that means maybe he's like, hey, you know, maybe I need some Luke practice because just in case if I have to fight Noah. So I feel like Mena also helped because they were also the same teams on the Street Fighter League
true.
finals.
Oh, of course, yeah, you're right.
You know, like a mentality thing too as well. Like, hey, what should I do?
Yeah.
Like, you know, how do I kind of calm myself down? That even for like a story player like him, it's always good to get some outside perspective.
That's what he said in his speech in the Street Fighter League Grand Finals, where once Mena like really helped carry the team. He
Yeah.
said, if Mena wasn't here, we would not have
He
won.
has made his selection. I really hope we get to see a close-up of who he's chosen.
I think I saw Ryukichi actually.
Ryukichi.
Hikaru. All
Hikaru?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, Hikaru. That's probably his hardest match of this tournament. He was down 3 games against that Aki.
And the second one.
Gachikun. Okay.
All right.
All right, and
He
we'll
did
find
say,
out.
yeah, he respected that best Rashid player in the world.
Exactly.
Oh my God, did he save the best for
He
last?
saved the best for last. Hold my breath.
Okay.
Ah,
come on.
Sportsmanship prevails.
Sportsmanship.
I respect it.
That was nice. That's
That
good.
was nice.
Like literally the 3 last matches.
The ones that he, you know, had to go through and was more focused on that. Yeah, maybe the Punk one would have been fun, but he's definitely looking to give some love in his own way to the players that he had to play to get to this point that pushed him to the limit.
So you know, I was thinking, that means the only person that Xiao Hai lost to was Ryukichi.
Really?
Yeah, right.
Oh, keep an eye on
the Ken
Ryukichi,
Mirror
I
match.
guess. Yeah, that's true. And in that, he actually pushed Ryukichi to a new height. I felt like in terms
that's
of
true.
his own.
He helped him. He helped him a lot there.
Yeah. But look at that, all the remaining players.
This is a really
multiple
cool,
games. Yeah. Put to rest in the coffin. That is such a cool trophy. Just like overall, and still giving, you know, respect. Yeah, you guys did play.
Yeah.
You didn't make it far, but you'll at least be immortalized in a different way.
Yeah. I mean, this is also like, it's probably a dream come true because, you know, when you saw how much energy he said, like, he proved himself, right? The one thing that I loved is that the way he made it sound was like, hey, I'm not retiring yet.
Yeah.
I'm not done yet.
It's
I wanna
not
keep
over.
going.
The saga continues.
Cool.
An incredible performance from Xiao Hai, who takes the Esports World Cup Street Fighter 6 title in emphatic fashion. Now, you're right, he didn't lose to anyone other than Ryukichi, but he had an incredible run of really, really difficult matches. He overcame so many battles, but I feel like he didn't overcome anything harder than the Justin Wong curse. And I have found Justin Wong's death note right here.
Oh.
I knew Xiao Hai was going to win.
If we can zoom in on this.
Get right there, right there. Right below.
We have Punk at the top, Mena, Big Bird, Nephew, Angry Bird, Tachikawa, Zhao Hai at the bottom, the only man to survive against Justin Wong's Death Note.
I had him winning the whole entire time.
Did you? Did you now? Well, he is your champion. It was an incredible 4 days of action here at the Esports World Cup. You know, personally, for me, this has been an incredible spectacle, not just of competitive performance, of street fighting prowess, but the pageantry, the emotion, the player reactions, everything's come together. It's an absolute pleasure, of course, to work with you guys as well. And Jammers, shout out to F-Word, Vicious, Yipes and James 10 on the commentary booth, and of course, everybody involved in the broadcast as well. Guys, have you enjoyed yourself?
All right, I'll go first. I love it. I love seeing Street Fighter 6 at this scale. I love seeing the build-up throughout all the different tournaments. We saw it at DreamHack Dallas, Sweden, all the different places. All these players were flying out for offline, and it just felt like pre-COVID.
You know, I would say, one, the tournament was superb. We saw the highest level of Street Fighter 6 that we possibly can, right? But the best part about it is that, like, it really was treated so respectfully. Like, me just, like, walking around the boulevard, seeing like Guile on this big arena Titantron,
hearing like the soundtrack playing just up the boulevard, nowhere near where we are.
Can never escape JP's theme song. But everything about it, I was like, wow, like this is like so beautiful. I love the fact that how there's a whole boulevard of just esports everywhere, and Street Fighter, and obviously we're gonna have another FGC game like in next week, Tekken 8. That just makes me so happy because it's like, we're getting there. The FGC is getting noticed, and it's so beautiful.
Would you have thought that years ago, that this would happen?
No, definitely not.
He dreamed of times like this. Well, there's a few more formalities and awards to give out. First up is the Gadia Play of the Day, the moment that really set our pulses racing. Let's take a look at this.
Yeah, this is like where everyone thought Noah was going to win. He said he was going to smoke Ryukichi, but Ryukichi's homework of just like, yeah, I know you like to jump a lot. I'm going to anti-hire and just like take advantage of those situations.
Yeah, being able to like, if he jumps back, hit him with the fireball follow-up, it's fantastic. But this one was also fantastic too. Who would have thought the
really
honor of Tachikawa, man, taking down an Angry Bird, denying a lot of that neutral approach and putting Angry Bird on the back foot, making him feel uncomfortable in the matchup and being able to seal the deal off of many confirms that are maybe more scaled because they're modern, but still multiple hits right after to finish the job.
Yeah, I think the crazy part about that was that it was a dominant win for Tachikawa. That's like really unheard of. Oof, right? And you got here, this is the match right here that really changed Zhao Hai's history.
Yes.
Because Hikaru was up so many games, and literally Aki was such a problem for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai had such a good game plan with the run DPs like that.
Yeah, as soon as it goes to stance.
So much risk, and he was able to take it from here.
Yeah, that risk definitely paid out in dividends for him. But again, took him to the brink at the very end. Was just like a last one hit, one decision to make it through. And the Zhao Hai definitely was taking the limit right there. But I think after that happened, he was like, wait, I could do this. I'm so close to the finish line. After that fight, I could feel fine in any situation.
Yeah, I mean, there was two really good matchups afterwards. It was Rashid, obviously going to pick Bison.
Yeah.
And against Akuma, he'll pick Bison again, right? So it was literally Aki was like that one problem character. And, you know, and you could tell from that Hikaru really wanted that win. They had a really tight hug. Like, man, that was an amazing set that we both had.
Absolutely. Let's now take a look at our next feature from our friends at PlayStation. This one's the Player Bounty, which was the most hype combo to close out a round.
Oh, we got the Bison?
Let's take a look at this.
Is it going to be the Bison combo?
Wait, is it?
Okay. Oh, no.
Drop right there. That's unfortunate when that happens.
All right, the comeback's on. Play the Guile theme music.
The Guile theme song. Nice block in the overhead. Go for the throw.
What's next? The
bomb. He
what did he do?
That's right. That was to seal the deal there.
Check the damage. Stand fierce into that CA. About to see all that DNA. Blood on the ground. Dead or the dead. That Stand fierce, I like that as an ender. Heavily unscaled.
Zhao Hai with the most combo to end the round, and it was when it counted, closing it out there against Gachikun. Player Bounty presented by PlayStation. Zhao Hai adds that title to his trophy of Esports World Cup champion. Guys, we've had some incredible execution, some fantastic conversions, some unbelievable situational awareness here. It's been a fantastic display of Street Fighter skill.
Yeah, I mean, everything about it was just like, they were just pulling all the really interesting scenarios, like especially Lashar, where he's like, oh, I'm about to get drive impacted, let me cancel into this ODDP, right? That really helped a lot. And just like Tachikawa, just able to like get a lot of the, every Ed combo we saw, the dream was hit.
The dream was hit.
Right?
Hands like NyQuil, man.
So that was the beautiful part about that, right?
Yeah, yeah. And I also like Kawano also with that frame kill, that nasty frame kill. I've never seen it in my life. And I watch hours of Street Fighter. Never seen that combo in my life. Fantastic. It's cool to see stuff that's kind of saved or maybe pulled out for these big moments here on this big stage.
And last of all, we have to crown our PlayStation MVP of the tournament. And realistically, there is only one choice. He battled through and managed to bring it back when it mattered. It looked like he was out, and he finally proved himself to the world. Your tournament MVP and Esports World Cup champion is Xiao Hai.
You see that? Oh, that looks godlike. Oh, that looks godlike up
take
there.
This home with me? I mean, dang.
Yeah, that looks amazing. Yeah,
but anyway,
there was no doubt. There was no doubt just because you saw the emotion he had. Obviously, he had the wife buff as well, too.
Yeah,
like
in
the power
background.
of the cheer.
It's like an anime, bro.
Exactly, right? And
He's a protagonist.
And him just going through all his matches and switching off 2 characters at the highest level, like not just one character. I think that was the icing on the cake for that one.
Also, not being chosen by many people or picked by many people. I think that also helps to.
I don't think none of us picked him.
I don't think a single person, even if it was like a random select that James might have did. I don't think even he picked Xiao Hai.
I have to give credit. I think a single person on the Arabic broadcast team had Xiao Hai as their wild card pick.
Okay.
Not sure how much of a wild card he is, given his history.
It's hard to say, hey, this is a wild card.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
They're all very much capable of taking this entire tournament, but Xiao Hai taking it when nobody expected besides one person is incredible.
Well, we've had an incredible time here. We hope you have enjoyed it as well. It's really important for us to get your feedback on the event. And if you can please scan that QR code right down here in the bottom of the screen, down here underneath the podium. You can get online and give us your feedback. Let us know what you've enjoyed from this event over these past 4 days. If you have any constructive criticism as well, but we want to hear either way. Get online, scan that QR code, get in there and leave us your feedback on this event. We want to continue to build and improve this Esports World Cup broadcast so that we can come back bigger and better next time round. And I can't wait to see Xiao Hai defend his title, because boy, there's going to be a lot of people gunning for him.
Yeah, I mean, I think he now has a target on his back again. Right?
Again.
Just because, like, he won Brooklyn Beatdown in Street Fighter V, and he was really on that come of like, oh, he might be the best Street Fighter V player, right? And obviously he went back to his own games, like King of Fighters, because there were so many other tournaments there.
So much, yeah.
And then now he's taking Street Fighter 6 to the next level. One is the hardest thing is like getting rank 1 on CFN is not easy
at all.
It's
the time you
really
get the grind
hard,
out,
right?
the players that are around in terms of their quality from around the world. But as you said, target on his back. I'm curious to see what people will be learning from his Bison, his experience, and gunning for him in the next tournament.
Guys, it's been a beautiful 4 days. I just want to ask you now, final thoughts. What have you taken away from being part of this event and watching the competition that we've seen?
Man, I have taken away, because we talked a lot about these young players coming up, just having no nerves, no pressure. But when it comes down to it, age is just a number.
You said most of what I wanted to say, so I'll just add, Street Fighter 6 is so sick, bro. I love fighting games. It's cool to see it at this level of spectacle, and I hope we continue.
We all love fighting games, and we'll be back, of course, with Tekken 8 at the Esports World Cup a little down the line, but that concludes our broadcast for Street Fighter 6. A worthy champion, Xiao Hai, takes the title and, of course, the $300,000. His name will live on forever in that totem where it has been placed. And then all it is for us now is to sign out. Thank you so much for joining us over these 4 days. It's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you to the full broadcast team, and thank you to the production staff, everyone involved with the Esports World Cup, and of course the beautiful Saudi hospitality that we've enjoyed here in Riyadh. Hopefully we see you next time for Street Fighter at the Esports World Cup, but until then, there's a lot more events happening. There's many more weeks of action to go, so don't go anywhere. Keep it locked to the EWC. We'll see you next time.
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Oh.